When a resounding slap struck her face, darkness engulfed Danu's vision. Her forehead collided with the corner of the iron bed, warm liquid began to flow down, and the sharp pain, combined with her rapidly swelling and burning cheeks, gradually brought her muddled mind back to clarity. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Yu-chin striding towards her. As she gazed at the long legs that halted before her, and Yu, weak and disoriented, leaned against the foot of the bed, unsure of her surroundings. Yet, out of habit from years of being cared for, she lifted her arms, exposing a delicate, pale arm, and pitifully reached out to the man, calling out, "Brother Chin, it hurts so much." The figure standing before her abruptly froze, and before you could comprehend what was happening, she was roughly yanked up by the collar. The force was so great that it constricted her throat, leaving her gasping for air. After a couple of harsh coughs, the substandard hospital gown she wore issued a distinct tearing sound. In that instant, she believed herself ensnared in a nightmare, for the boy who had grown up with her, who had always cherished her as a precious treasure, now regarded her with eyes filled with disdain and loathing. It was as if he were looking at decaying refuse discarded in a dark gutter. Only then did Yu belatedly realize that her body was instinctively resisting Yu-chen's approach. Her delicate fingers clutched the cuff of his white shirt, trembling uncontrollably. It was as if she were terrified of the person before her. In a state of panic, she raised her arms and began to strike at the hands that held her. Yukin's grip on her collar was quite forceful, leaving Anyo suspended uncomfortably, causing her to cough several times. As she struggled to catch her breath, the man abruptly relaxed his hold, and she stumbled backward, colliding with the wall. A dull pain throbbed at the back of her head, and her ears rang for several seconds before she regained her composure enough to stand upright. "Anyo, dear sister." Yu-chan let out a neurotic chuckle. His once handsome and cheerful visage now seemed to have been torn away, revealing a sinister countenance. Before her stood a man with a brooding gaze, his eyes tinged with a cruel red. He lowered his voice menacingly. "Is it too late to be afraid now?" After uttering this, Yu-chan circled her as one might examine a dying creature, then crouched down, gripping her chin to force her face upward, compelling her clear, albeit frightened, eyes to meet his. He then inquired, "He has completely lost his mind, hasn't he? Anyo, does he even remember you?" Confused and unaware of his words, Anyo, huddled in the shadow of the wall, shook her head helplessly. Observing this, Yu-chan chuckled softly, his rough fingertips caressing her delicate skin. With a slight pressure, his nails sank into her flesh, eliciting a sharp, needle-like pain, and her small face quickly glistened with moisture. Sitting on the ground, Anyo possessed exquisite features and a slender figure. The oversized hospital gown hung loosely on her, and with the pitiful expression on her face, even the coldest of hearts might soften in her presence. A fleeting glance caught the figure beside her on the adjacent hospital bed, intensifying the simmering ire in Yu-chen's eyes. He grasped Danu's chin with a force that threatened to crush her delicate features, forcibly turning her face to the right. Yu gasped in pain, her hand instinctively gripping his arm, yet her feeble strength was no match for his relentless grip. Through tear-filled eyes, she felt her face wrenched to the side, the torrent of tears finally succumbing to the brutality of his treatment, cascading down her cheeks. In that moment of distress, she perceived another presence in the room, alongside herself and Yu-chen. On the bed, draped in white sheets and a white coverlet, sat a young man she had never encountered before. To call him a man might be an exaggeration, yet labeling him merely a boy would not be entirely fitting either. As Yu sobbed and gazed at him, the details of his face remained obscured, but his elongated limbs, the pallor of his skin at the nape of his neck, and the tousled strands of hair that fell over his forehead revealed that he was a youth not much older than herself. Despite the tumultuous conflict that had just unfolded, it seemed to have drawn not even a flicker of his attention. He sat with his head bowed, his face hidden between his knees, inert and despondent in the corner, like a sentient being devoid of emotion and perception. Unable to turn her head due to his grip on her chin, and you found herself helplessly staring at him through her blurred vision for what felt like an eternity. Perhaps it was the other man's lack of reaction that irked Yu Chun. With a disdainful snort, he tightened his grip on her chin, eliciting a whimper from Yu that echoed through the sterile confines of the hospital room. After that sound, the person who had been as silent as the air beside the bed trembled slightly, and after a moment, he slowly lifted his face from between his knees. As he turned at the sound, Yu let out a startled gasp, instinctively recoiling and colliding with Yu Chen, who then effortlessly released his grip and placed a hand on her slender shoulder, drawing her into his embrace. A soft chuckle reached her ears, and it seemed Yu Chen's mood had improved. Even the strength with which he held her lessened. Once she managed to free herself, he leisurely observed her as she anxiously huddled in the corner, clutching her knees. "Why did you run away?" Yu Chen asked nonchalantly, rubbing the congealed blood from his fingertips, showing no intention of stopping her. He merely smiled and inquired, "Didn't you claim to be utterly infatuated with this person? Why is it that now you cannot even bear to glance at him?" And Yu, feeling flustered, lifted her gaze briefly to the person on the sickbed, only to quickly bury her head once more. What a face it was! The coagulated blood nearly obscured his eyes, rendering his features indistinguishable. A deep, bone-exposing wound marked the right cheekbone, with raw flesh exposed to the air, unmediated and unsettling to behold. His bangs hung too long, suggesting he had not washed his hair in quite some time, strands matted together with dried blood. His face, marred by bruises and scars, bore many wounds that appeared white and festering, leaving scarcely a patch of healthy skin. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, she could ascertain that in her 18 years of existence, she had never encountered anyone so tragically pitiful. Yu felt a surge of fear. Thus, she silently lowered her head and shrank away to one side. Meanwhile, the person on the sickbed slightly turned their eyes, as if their dazed pupils had finally come into focus. Slowly, they tilted their head, staring blankly at the neck that was revealed by her downward motion. Chapter 2. The delicate little princess, unaccustomed to even the lightest touch of water. How amusing it is that your deranged mind has finally grasped her meaning? Ha! The once infatuated Yu, who risked severing ties with her parents for you, now seems to harbor fear. How absurd! Yu Chun, seeking to mock and undermine him, soon realized that the individual on the bed offered him not even a fleeting glance. His gaze stubbornly fixed on the young lady in the corner. Whether mad or sane, it appeared that his attention was solely devoted to Yu. Upon this realization, Yu Chen's previously uplifted spirits sank once more. He forced a nonchalant facade, yet his words betrayed a tinge of bitterness and jealousy. "Do you enjoy this sight? Very well. I shall keep her here until your mutual disdain reaches its peak." With that, he seized Yu's arm, pulling her from her corner. The expression of the person before him was excessively menacing, causing Yu to tremble and instinctively withdraw. Yet Yu Chen, in a fit of rage, grasped her struggling hands, leaned forward, and pressed his warm lips against her cheek, affectionately rubbing against her skin before suddenly biting down fiercely. The abruptness of the action left Yu shuddering in pain. Reflexively, she lifted her arm to retaliate. Her hand, small and delicate with slender, soft fingers, delivered a stinging slap to Yu Chen's face, driven by a mixture of anger and fear. Realizing the pain at her earlobe only after the fact, Yu stifled a sob and withdrew her hand to touch the spot, her fingertips encountering a damp sensation. Yu Chen, glancing coldly at the imprint of her palm on his face, stood up and stormed out, leaving Yu trembling against the wall, instinctively yearning to call out to him. In her mind, the scene from when she first awakened flickered vividly. She bore the swollen visage of half her face and was instantly silenced. Yu Chun was utterly unrecognizable, a stark contrast to the person she had known. The ward fell into a profound stillness as the individual by her bedside gazed upon Yu's bloodied profile, their pupils trembling, yet they remained motionless in their seated position. Only Yu remained, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest, softly weeping. Her face throbbed with fiery pain, and her thoughts were a chaotic swirl. She could neither comprehend Yu Chen's words nor fathom why, after striking her, he would lean in to kiss her. In her recollection, Yu Chen had always cherished her as his own sister, never once resorting to such outrageous actions. And Yu, feeling unjustly wronged, wiped at her lip, where the wound throbbed, causing her to gasp in pain. Just the night before, as she lay on the plush, fleece-covered bed, she had closed her eyes as a carefree student, clutching her acceptance letter to Jiangcheng University, filled with anticipation for the boarding life that was to commence the following day, her excitement keeping her awake through the night. After perusing the school forum until the early hours, she had finally taken a few sips of the warm milk that Yu Chen would consistently place at her bedside, before drifting off into a drowsy slumber. Little did she know that upon awakening, her world would be irrevocably altered. And Yu could not have fathomed, even in the depths of a nightmare, that Yu Chen, who had cherished her like a precious gem since childhood, would turn and strike her with such ferocity. In her heart, Yu Chen was the unwavering sky, a paragon of perfection, the savior who had rescued her from the solitude and poverty of the orphanage. And Yu, an orphan, was adopted by the Yu family at the tender age of 4. She was raised under the guise of being a younger sister, yet in reality, she served as a child bride to Yu Chen, residing in the Yu household for 14 years. The Yu family, having risen from humble beginnings through the stock market endeavors of Yu's father and his wife, established a flourishing company over the years, amassing considerable wealth. They have become prominent figures within the upper echelons of Jiang City society. Yu's parents, both astute businesspeople, were firm believers in fate and fortune. After achieving business stability, they consulted a fortune teller before embarking on the journey of parenthood. After several years of effort, they welcomed Yu Chen into their lives. However, shortly after his birth, he succumbed to a mysterious ailment that left him frail and weak, with no discernible diagnosis. Despite extensive treatments, his condition showed little improvement. Ultimately, the Yu family sought the expertise of a renowned practitioner, who revealed that Yu Chen was lacking a vital spirit and needed a compatible girl of the same age to be raised alongside him for his health to improve. By the time Yu arrived, Yu Chen's health had already begun to flourish. Shortly after her arrival, he experienced a complete recovery. During middle school, Yu Chen experienced a growth spurt, quickly reaching a height of 1.7 meters, standing out among his peers like a crane among chickens. He became accustomed to spending hours on the basketball court, developing a sun-kissed complexion that captivated many young girls who were just beginning to experience the stirrings of affection. At that time, and you could no longer find any trace of the frailty that had once characterized him. Yu's parents, believing that Yu was the catalyst for their son's recovery, ultimately recognized her as their adopted daughter, allowing her to remain close to Yu Chen. The two grew up together, sharing a bond that blossomed from childhood playmates into a deep companionship, with Yu Chen holding a fondness for her that only deepened over the years. For many years, despite being under someone else's roof, Yu lived a relatively comfortable life. Yu Chen doted on her to an extraordinary extent. Not only did she never lack for food, clothing, or necessities, but with each change of season, the new garments he purchased for her overflowed from several cabinets. She wore a different outfit each day, and by the end of the season, there remained a plethora of brand new dresses, still adorned with tags, hanging in her wardrobe. As she matured and came to understand the implications of being a child bride, Yu Chen cherished her even more, treating her like a princess. He personally attended to every aspect of her life, ensuring her wardrobe consisted of either haute couture or limited edition pieces, thus molding Yu into a delicate little princess utterly unaccustomed to hardship. Consequently, Yu could not fathom why, upon awakening, Yu Chen's demeanor had transformed so drastically. Not only did he strike her, but he also cast her into an unfamiliar, dilapidated room before leaving her behind. Why, oh why? With tears streaming down her face, Yu surveyed the stark confines of the hospital room, struggling to rise from the floor, her gaze falling upon the rough fabric of the hospital gown she wore. Enduring the sharp pain in her forehead, she reached for the doorknob and twisted it, but it remained steadfastly locked. With a quivering voice, she tapped on the glass of the door and called out, "Is anyone there? Please, let me out. Let me out." After what felt like an eternity, a man clad in caregiver attire approached unsteadily. Upon seeing him, Anu, disregarding the dull ache in her palm, hurriedly pounded on the door and cried out, "Let me out. I do not wish to remain here." Chapter 3. Should we perhaps cleanse his countenance and observe him anew? She harbored trepidation towards this unfamiliar milieu, as well as the silent, malevolent figure looming behind her. The caregiver, grumbling under his breath, produced a key and unlocked the door. With a brusque shove, he propelled Anya backward, causing her spine to collide with the bed rail, eliciting a sharp pang that forced her to double over. "Damn you, brat. What's with all the noise? Itching for another beating, are we?" The caregiver spat, advancing with a menacing stride. He seized Anya and unceremoniously tossed her onto the adjacent cot. The abruptness of the action sent Anya reeling, her vision swimming. The hem of her oversized garment billowed, revealing a fleeting glimpse of her alabaster and slender waist. The caregiver's gaze lingered on the exposed skin, momentarily eclipsing his anger with a newfound lechery. He surveyed her with a lascivious grin, his voice coarse as he inquired, "Yearning for freedom, are we?" Anya wiped her tear-streaked face, her fear of him palpable, yet overshadowed by the terror that gnawed at her heart. She nodded, her voice choked with sobs. "Yes, I desire it." "Heh, very well," the caregiver replied, his expression oozing with vulgarity. He proceeded to unfasten his loose-fitting white robe, his eyes glinting with sinister intent as he cooed, "Come hither, my little darling. Bestow upon me a touch, and your release shall be granted." Anya, initially stunned, comprehended the implication of his words, her face draining of color. Clutching the bed rail, she recoiled in horror. "Damn it, fear not. Why do you cower?" The man approached the bed with a lewd grin, reaching out towards the delicate, fair ankle that lay within his grasp. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from the adjacent sickbed. Both the nurse and Anu turned their heads in unison, witnessing a figure that had resembled a lifeless wooden statue springing to life and leaping from the bed. He raised his grotesque visage, his dark eyes fixated on the advancing man, his expression contorted with malice. The nurse faltered, her actions halted in uncertainty as she stood rooted in place. The man by the bed subtly swayed his hanging sleeves, prompting the nurse to glance at his hand, which was now bleeding from a fresh cut. Panic seized her, and she hurriedly retreated from Anu, dashing out of the room and locking the door behind her. Through the glass, the figure within the room continued to glare ominously at the nurse, his eyes partially concealed beneath disheveled hair. His face, marred by deep scars, bore the marks of past injuries layered with new ones, rendering him frightfully repulsive. The malevolent gaze he cast was akin to that of a vengeful specter, causing the nurse outside to instinctively step back in trepidation. A shiver coursed through her as she realized that this individual was typically confined to his ward. With sudden clarity, she spat at the glass in frustration, cursing, "Damn it, I didn't notice. Why isn't that lunatic restrained today?" After uttering this, her gaze lingered hungrily on Anu, who had shrunk to the corner of her vision. It was only when Anu disappeared from sight that she muttered in disgust, "What kind of fool decided to lock this woman in with him?" Though he was envious of the tranquility within the room, he felt an instinctive trepidation towards the deranged individual afflicted by illness. After pacing restlessly outside for a few rounds, he reluctantly departed. Anu, belatedly aware of the situation, was drenched in a cold sweat. Her pale fingers clutched the edge of the blanket tightly. After a moment, she could no longer restrain herself and began to cry softly, covering her face with her hands. The madman by the bedside, hearing her muffled sobs, lifted his head and gazed over, observing the subtle tremors of her shoulders. After a pause, he silently approached her, barefoot. And Yu remained enveloped in the remnants of her earlier panic as the tension within her chest finally eased. An overwhelming dread surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, engulfing her entirely. She cried with fervor, oblivious to the unfolding events behind her. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes had passed, when her nose began to throb uncomfortably, that she stifled her sobs, coughed a few times, and forced herself to regain composure. Once her cries subsided, an eerie silence enveloped the ward. Through the faint light streaming in from the window, she noticed a shadow gradually taking form beside her. Sensing something amiss, she cautiously lifted her head, only to find the man from the adjacent bed, his ghastly visage alarmingly close, less than half a meter away, without any forewarning, invading the depths of her gaze. Startled, her heart raced, and she fought against the impulse to scream. Paralyzed by a mix of fear and astonishment, they locked eyes in an unsettling standoff, and amidst this bizarre confrontation, and Yu found herself recalling Yu Chen's words, "Aren't you utterly infatuated with him?" She had never seen that face before. As she turned her head to regard the stranger, she noted that his hair was excessively long, and his visage was quite grimy, rendering his features nearly indistinguishable. Once Yu averted her gaze, he straightened his posture and stood motionless by the bedside, a mere step away from her, without any superfluous movements. Initially, she harbored concerns that this peculiar individual might suddenly act violently. However, observing his current demeanor, she reluctantly deemed the situation to be somewhat safe. Summoning her courage, Yu focused intently on his face for a moment, only to realize that he was not actually confronting her, but rather staring blankly at the white wall opposite, his gaze unfocused. Upon closer inspection, she discerned a certain vacuity in his pupils. He appeared rather dim-witted, she mused, contemplating that such a gaze was not characteristic of a normal person. This strange man seemed to embody the description given by the caregiver earlier, either mad or simple-minded. Given that she had been so meticulously shielded over the past 18 years, how could she possibly have encountered a madman? Moreover, Yu Chen had confidently professed his fondness for him, and Yu gazed at the figure by her bedside, pondering whether her lack of recognition stemmed from the grime obscuring his features and his hair veiling his eyes. Perhaps cleaning his face would provide clarity? With utmost caution, she attempted to edge a little closer to the bedside. Noticing that he exhibited no reaction, she turned and leapt down from the bed. At the moment of descent, Yu heard a faint sound that struck her as odd, causing her to hastily pivot around, only to find that the man who had been standing by the bed had silently traversed the bed rail, following her with a disquieting proximity, almost pressing against her. Yu was startled by the sudden approach of a person, instinctively retreating a step. Observing her reaction, the stranger mimicked her movement, stepping back with a stoic expression. The distance between them widened with these two steps, yet Yu's heart remained uneasy. Fortunately, the peculiar individual merely mirrored her actions, refraining from any further movements. She scanned her surroundings and ultimately spotted a half-used pack of wet wipes atop a cabinet by the windowsill. Holding her breath and stiffening her spine, she cautiously maneuvered past the stranger. He turned to follow her with his gaze, locking onto her without advancing a step. Sensing this, Yu exhaled in relief and hastened to the windowsill, rising on her tiptoes to strain and retrieve the pack of wipes. Chapter 4. Room 302. Jiangcheng 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Her voice trembled, tinged with a slight hoarseness and timidity, yet still resonating with the unique softness of youth. "Do you want to wipe your face?" The stranger stared at her blankly, remaining silent. Yu maintained a stern expression, repeatedly reassuring herself in her mind. "Do not be afraid. He may simply be a fool with a low IQ. Though he is indeed unattractive, he poses no threat." The nurse who had earlier shown fear towards the stranger's visage had now become somewhat accustomed to it after gazing at him for a while, finding it less daunting than initially perceived. as she continued to bolster her mental resolve, and you felt every hair on her body stand on end. Yet she willed herself to take 2 steps closer to him. Coming to a halt beside the bed, she tentatively attempted to touch his hand that hung by his side with a wet wipe. He glanced down momentarily, but remained motionless. His reaction reassured Anu, prompting her to hesitantly extend her hand, gently brushing her fingers against his face. Still, there was no response. The man's eyelashes, matted together with dried blood, were slightly parted, and he managed to blink a couple of times, standing obediently in place. Seeing that he did not resist, Anu cautiously attempted a few more times. Observing that nothing adverse occurred, she grew bold and continued to clean him. Before long, half a pack of wet wipes had been utilized. Throughout the process, the man exhibited little significant reaction, allowing Anu to approach him without protest. Only when she reached the wound on his right cheekbone did he slightly turn his face away. Aware of his discomfort, Anu adjusted her movements delicately, managing to tidy him up. After completing the task, she took a closer look and was surprised to discover that the peculiar man was rather handsome. Despite the disfigurement on his face, he possessed a pair of subtly upturned fox-like eyes. Though not large, the elongated outer corners were adorned with thick, dense lashes that drooped slightly, concealing any excess emotion beneath. His nose was well-defined, and his lips, reminiscent of flower petals, were beautifully shaped with a slight upward curve at the cupid's bow. Had they not been marred by numerous small cuts, they would have been quite inviting for a kiss. This thought made Anu feel a bit bashful, yet she could not deny that, based on his features and facial contours, this unusual individual, with a little grooming, could easily be a strikingly aloof, handsome man. Handsome as he was, he possessed a distinctive appearance. Thus, Anu was certain that she had never, under any circumstances, encountered this person before. There was not a shred of recognition. What, then, did Yu Chen's words truly signify? Anu furrowed her brow, discarding the used wet wipes into a tattered paper box beside her bed as she circled the room. She stared at him vacantly for a moment until her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a somewhat inconspicuous gray label affixed to the lower right corner at the foot of her bed. Crouching down, she examined the words inscribed upon it with great scrutiny. Jiangcheng 4th Psychiatric Hospital Room 302 Patient Name, Anu Age, 22 Symptoms, Delusional Disorder Admission Date, September 13th, 2024 Duration of Stay, 7 months and 3 days. The mention of the 4th hospital caused Anu to gasp in shock. She was familiar with this place. Located to the north of Heqiao Road, she had seen the imposing metal letters spelling Jiangcheng 4th Psychiatric Hospital from her school bus every day during her high school years. After glancing at it a few times, Yu Chun had briefly shared some insights about it with her. This institution was the largest private psychiatric hospital in Jiangcheng, housing the relatives of affluent families suffering from mental illnesses. It was said that the quality of the environment and the standard of care provided were significantly superior to those of public hospitals. Most importantly, the confidentiality of patient information was remarkably stringent here. Aside from family members and the hospital staff, outsiders would scarcely be aware of the patient's presence. Many wealthy merchants, who had relatives grappling with mental health issues yet were reluctant to expose their plight due to social stigma, opted to send their loved ones here for care. While Anu was reeling from the shock of being admitted to this establishment, she trembled as she glanced at the age listed. She was acutely aware that she had 3 months left until her 18th birthday, so why did the information here state that she was 22? Moreover, she distinctly remembered that yesterday was August 31st, 2020. Due to the commencement date of Jiangcheng University on September 1st, why does the admission date here indicate 4 years later? If we extrapolate from this information, today would be April 16th, 2025, 5 years hence. And you, filled with trepidation, gazed at the disjointed timeline, momentarily rendered speechless. After a brief interval, she steadied herself against her numbed legs and swiftly approached the foot of another bed, only to discover it was devoid of any presence. and you stared blankly at the individual seated upon the bed, locking eyes for a prolonged moment before hesitantly inquiring, "Why is there no information about you here?" The person, with eyes as dark as a frigid pool, remained utterly still, fixated on the wall ahead, unresponsive, akin to the exquisite, yet lifeless dolls she had once arranged on her bed during childhood. Taking a deep breath, and you stood beside him and gently prodded his arm with her fingertip. After a few seconds, he turned his head towards her, revealing a grotesque scar directly aligned with her gaze. She fought against the overwhelming urge to turn away, striving to maintain a gentle tone as she asked, "Do you know what time it is now?" The ward remained enveloped in silence, and you bit her lip and opted for a simpler question, "Do you know your name?" The strange individual twitched his blood-stained lips, seemingly attempting to respond, yet after a prolonged silence, no sound emerged. "You cannot speak, can you?" And you regarded him with a hint of sympathy, while the stranger tilted his head, their eyes meeting, her somewhat pallid face mirrored in his obsidian gaze. Observing his cracked and parched lips, along with his severely disfigured face, and you felt a surge of pity. She reached out, gently brushing aside the unruly strands of hair that obscured his vision. After a moment of contemplation, she tilted her head and softly proposed, "Since I do not know your name, it would be inconvenient to address you. How about I temporarily give you a name to use?" After pondering for a brief moment, she creatively suggested, "Since you cannot speak, let us call you Xiao Mo." Upon uttering this, and you nervously glanced up at the strange man, pointing at him while reiterating, "You, Xiao Mo, do you understand?" To her astonishment, after a moment of stunned silence, the man slowly nodded his head. Although the gesture was almost imperceptible, so subtle that you might have missed it had she not been intently observing him, it was enough to convince her that he was not entirely devoid of comprehension. He possessed a fundamental ability to discern. If communication were possible, there remained hope to unravel his current predicament. And you felt a rush of excitement and swiftly leaped off the bed. Just as she was about to call out to him again, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open. Chapter 5. Blood beneath his white robe at the moment the door swung open, and you acutely sensed that Xiaomo's body tensed up. His previously relaxed hand, which had been languidly resting by the bedside, clenched into a fist as he turned to gaze at the nurse who entered. This time, four individuals stepped in stark contrast to the earlier nonchalant fellow. They were clad in white robes adorned with the emblem of the 4th Hospital, each one towering and robust, none appearing to be less than 6 feet tall. A few individuals wore serious expressions, uttering not a single word, as they approached with black restraint straps in hand. And you, face stricken with terror, glanced at them and instinctively sought refuge against the wall. Suddenly, a thud echoed in her ear. Turning her head, she beheld Xiao Mo leaping off the bed, his demeanor fierce as he hunched by the window, fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms, resembling a predator poised to strike, his gaze fiercely fixed on the intruders. The 4 men halted in their tracks, the leader furrowing his brow as he reached into his pocket and produced a dark object, gripping it tightly while aiming it at Xiao Mo. And you averted her gaze slightly, peering through the dark barrel to glimpse the glinting metallic needle within. A tranquilizer dart. It had been employed once before by the household's bodyguard to subdue a giant dog that had been rampaging through the yard. Such a formidable creature, baring its teeth in a menacing display, had succumbed to the dart within mere seconds, rendered motionless and at the mercy of others. And now, this group wielded the same apparatus against Xiao Mo, a living, breathing being. A chill coursed through anew, seeping into her very bones from the cold tiles beneath her, leaving her trembling uncontrollably. In the tense standoff, emboldened by an unknown courage, and you timidly raised her hand, her voice quavering with fear as she implored the men, You need not do this." The chief caregiver cast a frigid glance in her direction, his grip on the gun unwavering. Xiao Mo panted heavily, his entire being taut like a bowstring, as if on the verge of snapping and unleashing chaos. Just moments before, he had sat quietly on the bed, nodding at her reassuringly, in a state of panic, and Yu extended her arms to shield Xiao Mo. She believed that the attendants intended to restrain Xiao Mo primarily for medical treatment. If she could persuade him to lie down obediently, they would likely refrain from using those frightening instruments against him. Thus, bracing herself against the pressure from both sides, she trembled as she implored, "Could you please set those things down first?" The attendants remained unmoved, but at that moment, Xiao Mo's eyes flickered with uncertainty, and his clenched fists hesitated before gradually loosening. Observing this, the leader of the group slowly lowered his weapon, and Yu exhaled in relief, gently tugging at the hem of Xiao Mo's garment, striving to stabilize her voice as she reassured him, "Do not be afraid. They merely wish to take you for treatment." Xiao Mo hung his head in silence. As the two attendants advanced a few steps, he abruptly lifted his gaze, glaring fiercely at them. Noticing this, Yu grasped his hand, which hung limply beneath his sleeve, and shook it gently, whispering, "Xiao Mo, do not be afraid." The individuals across from them exchanged glances, and two of them swiftly approached to bind him with restraints. When Xiao Mo attempted to resist, Yu leaned closer, soothing him softly. The boy, who typically required considerable effort to control, surprisingly complied today. Bound securely, Xiao Mo was laid upon the bed and wheeled away. As they neared the door, Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of the gruesome wound marring his profile. She reached out to grasp the final attendant departing, her concern evident as she inquired, "Are you taking him to treat his injuries?" The individual, peering at her through the thick protective face shield, offered a brief, abrupt chuckle. A sense of unease enveloped Yu, an ominous premonition rising within her. After anxiously pacing the ward for over 10 laps, the tranquility of the corridor was abruptly shattered by a piercing scream. Yu's legs quivered at the sound, nearly causing her to collapse to the floor. It was a man's voice, hoarse and abrupt, as if he had been silenced mid-shout by a hasty hand. The disquiet in her heart lingered relentlessly. She repeatedly reassured herself that perhaps someone had simply succumbed to a fit. After all, this was a psychiatric hospital, and hearing strange sounds was not uncommon. Xiao Mo was mute, having remained silent since her arrival. Being unable to speak, he could not have been the source of that agonizing scream. It could not have been Xiao Mo. He was obedient and compliant. The attendants would not trouble him. As these thoughts raced through her mind, her anxiety remained uncontainable. Suddenly, the corridor erupted with a cacophony of noise, accompanied by muffled groans, escalating into chaos. Yu hurried to the door, pressing her face against the glass, straining to peer outside. Through the space between two rooms, she beheld a tall figure staggering before crashing heavily onto the floor, sliding several meters before coming to rest against the wall, motionless. A voice rose in anger from behind, as someone rushed forward, delivering several brutal kicks to the fallen man's side. He grunted in pain, veins bulging on his hands as he clutched the hem. As the individual adjusted the caretaker's collar and prepared to strike, his body abruptly stiffened, collapsing to the floor like a heap of sludge. The caretaker, who had been pinned beneath him, scrambled up, grumbling and shoving the man aside. Yu strained to turn her head and observe. The face of the man on the ground was a bloody mess, a deep, bone-revealing wound stretching from his right ear across his cheekbone to the corner of his eye. A spent syringe was lodged in his neck. It was Xiao Mo, whom she had aided in his escape. Separated by a door, Yu covered her mouth, warm tears streaming down her face as she emitted a few broken sobs. Several white-robed caretakers approached, seized Xiao Mo, and resecured the restraints he had partially freed himself from. Then, they dragged him away like a lifeless dog by the extended ropes, pulling him out of Yu's sight. A long trail of blood marred the once pristine floor of the corridor. The caretakers offered no aid, and the patients were beaten, trapped in a place where their cries went unanswered. This was no sanatorium for the affluent. It was a veritable hellhole of violence. How long had Xiao and Mo endured such atrocious torment at the hands of these brutes? A month? A year? Or perhaps 3 to 5 years? And Yu's frame, enveloped in the oversized patient gown, slid helplessly down the door. She remained there for an indeterminate amount of time until the sound of a key entering the lock behind her roused her. She rose from the floor, hastily wiping her tears, and moved aside. The caretaker who had just departed opened the door and wheeled in a pale-faced individual lying in bed. Ascending to greet him, and you immediately noticed several livid contusions gracing Xiao Mo's neck. She approached and drew back the covers, revealing that his blue and white patient gown was nearly saturated with blood. Beneath, the desiccated scabs were softened anew by fresh blood, staining the pristine sheets with a dark, alarming hue. The ghastly wound on his cheekbone remained glaringly untreated, and his face, which she had cleansed just half an hour prior, had reverted to its initial state upon her return. Such a towering figure was now lying motionless in a fetal position, his chest rising and falling almost imperceptibly. Had she not detected a faint breath beneath his nostrils, and you would have momentarily believed him deceased. Witnessing this distressing scene, an unprecedented surge of profound rage welled up within her chest. A desire for retribution and confrontation consumed every corner of her cerebral cortex. Always tender-hearted and compassionate, she seemed to be overwhelmed by this previously unseen inhumane treatment. Acting on impulse, Anu seized the thermos from the bedside table and, with all her might, hurled it at the departing caregiver's back. The hem of his white coat was stained with blood, identifying him as the very individual Xiao and Mo had wrestled to the ground. Chapter 6. A seeming nightmare, and Yu's sudden outburst caught the departing caregiver completely off guard. The weighty thermos, still containing half its water, exploded against his back under Yu's watchful gaze, before crashing onto the floor with a resounding clang. Its shattered glass lining lay scattered across the ground. The orderly grunted as the object struck him, his robust frame lurching forward, nearly pitching him to his knees. The confines of the room offered scant refuge, and before long, Anu was dragged from beneath the bed, the orderly's grip vice-like on her ankle. His strength felt as if it would shatter her bones. Her desperate grasp at the bed frame was thwarted as a foot, encased in a heavy leather boot, stomped down, drawing blood. As she was hoisted upside down by her feet, sheer terror seized Anu. She screamed wildly, flailing in a desperate attempt to break free. But her feeble resistance was easily subdued by the orderly's hand. Manacles appeared from nowhere, and she was chained to the bedpost. The sight of the leather belt in the other man's hand robbed her of her voice. "You little bitch, you dare strike me? Do you have a death wish?" The orderly snarled, raising the belt and unleashing a furious barrage. The shadows rained down, and no matter how she twisted, and you couldn't escape the blows. The pain exploding on her arms as she tried to shield her head. Drenched in a cold sweat, she lacked the strength to evade the assault. She could only cower beside the bedside cabinet, muttering incoherently, "Chinji, Chinji, save me." But even as her voice grew hoarse and she was beaten to the brink of collapse, Yu Qin, the man she had always relied on as an omnipotent deity, did not appear. Her last memory was of the orderly's foot connecting with her curled-up abdomen, a searing pain engulfing her as she finally lost consciousness. The morning alarm clock began to shrill, accompanied by the insistent buzzing of a mobile phone buried beneath the pillow. As the cacophonous alarm clock grew increasingly insistent, Anu's muddled thoughts began to crystallize. The recollection of that harrowing pain jolted her awake, and she abruptly opened her eyes. Above her, a pastel-hued, rustic chandelier swayed gently from the ceiling, while a pale blue circular plate adorned with a relief of Santa Claus and his reindeer was affixed to the wall. 3 delicate white chains descended from the plate, each culminating in a beautifully crafted, pastel pink house. intricately hollowed out at the bottom to showcase a warm orange glow emanating from within. This enchanting flying house chandelier had captivated Inu the moment she laid eyes on it at the bespoke home decor shop, and the proprietors had gone to great lengths to have it crafted and installed in her bedroom that very night. Her fondness for it had endured for 3 years without change. Sitting up in a daze, the soft pink fleece blanket slipped from her shoulders, revealing her velvet yellow duck pajamas, which had become bunched around her waist during sleep. This was indeed her room. Turning her gaze, she noticed the half-finished glass of milk resting on the bedside table from the previous night. Could it be that everything she had just experienced was merely a figment of her imagination? Her fingertips, emerging from her sleeve, still trembled. The sensation of the belt striking her body felt so visceral. Ever since she left the orphanage at the tender age of 4, she had never endured such violence. Yet how could a nightmare evoke such sharp and tangible pain? Lost in thought, she was suddenly roused by the gentle turn of the bedroom doorknob. As the door was quietly pushed open, "Little lazy pig, still in bed?" came a teasing voice, laced with affection, as a figure stepped in from behind the door. Inu, who had been lost in thought while seated on the edge of her bed, instinctively recoiled upon recognizing the face of the visitor. At the moment when Yu Qin extended his hand to caress her forehead, Inu refrained from her usual morning embrace and instead, in a moment of fluster, swatted away his approaching fingertip. The back of her hand collided with his palm, producing a soft sound that echoed in the stillness. Yu Qin was momentarily taken aback. He leaned over the bed, gripping the sheets tightly for a fleeting moment before releasing them and straightening up, his demeanor composed as he inquired, "Not remembering? Still lingering in bed?" At his words, Inu quickly glanced up. Yu Chen's expression remained gentle, devoid of any trace of anger. However, the presence of the nearly adult man beside his younger sister was imbued with an undeniable air of dominance. At that moment, Inu wished to avoid Yu Qin entirely, and the recollection of their surreal encounter stirred within her a profound sense of dread and aversion. She grasped the smooth bedspread tightly, crumpling it with her anxiety. Yu Qin observed the back of the young girl's head peeking from the covers, suppressing the tumultuous feelings that surged within him. He then compelled himself to muster a strained smile, his tone soft as he gently reminded her, "I've prepared your favorite banana pie and warm milk sweetened with sugar in the dining room. Please tidy up and come enjoy it." And Yu remained as the room was adorned with a thick carpet, and she walked barefoot to the wardrobe, reaching for the uniform she had meticulously chosen the previous evening. A delicate pink and white checkered skirt complemented by a sailor collar blouse, reminiscent of summer wind chimes and white peach sake. What was once an anticipated first day of school now felt overshadowed by the weight of a nightmare, leaving her devoid of excitement. And you quickly changed her clothes and descended the stairs, walking straight to the dining table without glancing sideways. She picked up a fork and took a bite of the pre-sliced banana pie. Yu Qin, who had been seated at the table, had initially greeted her with a smile, but Inu offered him no acknowledgement. He lowered his gaze, his expression dark as he observed the girl across from him, the steaming pineapple pie before him exuding a tantalizing aroma that he did not touch. He set down his utensils and quietly watched Inu eat her meal with small bites. Chapter 7. The first day of school, Inu possessed a cherubic visage, her large, round eyes naturally widening when she looked at someone, inadvertently giving the impression of cuteness and charm. Since middle school, she had maintained a steadfast fringe, with hair just past her shoulders, styled uniformly. This innocent appearance, combined with a youthful uniform, rendered her utterly irresistible to men who favored the demure type. Her looks, voice, and personality all aligned perfectly with Yu Chen's preferences. In essence, Yu was a manifestation of his long-held ideals. It was precisely for this reason that he lavished her with affection beyond measure. The gaze of the person across from her was intensely penetrating. Even though Yu intentionally buried her head to evade it, she found it impossible to ignore. Without uttering a word, Yu Chen's presence was overwhelmingly palpable. After laboriously swallowing a morsel of cake, and you lifted the milk beside her and drank it in one go, then turned to the person opposite her and said, "Brother, you should eat too." The tone of her voice carried a soft intonation, reminiscent of her usual manner of speaking to him. Yu Chen's mood lightened somewhat as he donned a pair of disposable gloves and took a bite of the pineapple pie. Just then, the sound of the door opening interrupted him. He turned his head, and Yu's pale pink dress flickered in his line of sight before vanishing. Upon exiting, the elderly butler stood at the threshold, smiling as he inquired, "Miss, is the young master not ready yet?" The butler paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "Please wait a moment at the door. I will summon the driver to bring the car around." Yu nodded in acknowledgement. In the villa's garage, a row of stylish sports cars was parked, impressively modified, yet all belonged to Yu Chen. Typically, their driver would take them in a more business-oriented, understated black Maybach. As Yu settled into the back seat, she checked the enrollment materials in her bag. After reviewing them 2 or 3 times, she confirmed that she had both the admission letter from Jiangcheng University and her identification card, without any omissions. Feeling reassured, she glanced out of the window as the car traversed an overpass and immediately spotted a metal sign perched atop a tall building, Jiangcheng 4th Psychiatric Hospital. Her hand trembled slightly as she leaned against the window, fixated on the sign, continuing to gaze at it even as they drove far past it. The driver in the front row noticed and slowed down the vehicle, inquiring, "Miss, do you need to stop?"
"No."
And Yu blurted out, abruptly sitting up straight. She grasped the long trunk of the pink elephant on her backpack, tugging at it several times until she managed to suppress the overwhelming sense of panic and fear within her. The driver dropped her off at the school gate, and Yu alighted from the vehicle. As she walked towards the admissions office, her phone, nestled in her bag, buzzed incessantly. She was aware that Yu Chen was repeatedly calling her. She had left without waiting for him, and considering Yu Chen's temperament, he would likely be wearing a sullen expression, wishing to confine her to a room for a stern talking to. Throughout her life, Yu had rarely defied or disregarded him in such a manner. Although she recognized that it was unfair to take out her frustrations on Yu Chen due to a disturbingly vivid nightmare, the mere sight of him made her uncomfortable. Whenever their eyes met, she was reminded of the brutal beating in her dream. Silencing her phone, Yu made her way to the admissions office. There were numerous first-year students, and the faculty from Jiangcheng University had set up several service desks on the playground. Each desk corresponded to different majors, simply arranged with a couple of tables, behind which sat 2 or 3 upperclassmen ready to assist with forms and directions. Yu eventually located the desk designated for the computer science major and slowly moved to the end of the line, cradling her bag. It was her first time handling enrollment procedures alone, and amidst her nervousness, she felt a sense of novelty. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the line next to her began to stir, and several new arrivals behind her stood on tiptoe, animatedly discussing among themselves. Look, the belle of the sophomore journalism department has arrived."
"Which one?"
"Let me take a glance." "My goodness, that senior's figure is absolutely stunning." A chorus of admiration echoed around, and Yu felt her curiosity piqued. Following the gazes of the crowd, she spotted a girl clad in a light blue denim skirt standing beneath the journalism department sunshade, bending slightly to sign a registration form handed to her. Just a fleeting glance was enough to dazzle Yu with the girl's fair, long legs and the subtle hint of her curves. After signing, the girl straightened up, and Yu was taken aback as she observed the girl's head nearing the edge of the sunshade. She appeared to be around 178 meters tall. Gazing at that enviable height, Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, she is incredibly tall." Indeed, her legs seemed to extend endlessly below her neck. A girl with a bun hairstyle in the queue turned to Yu and remarked, "I heard that senior is named by the belle of the sophomore class. She has even worked as a model for a high-end brand. How impressive." Yu clicked her tongue, casting a glance at her own adorable little dress, feeling inexplicably as though she still had some distance to cover before fitting the college student standard. though we may not compare to goddesses like her. We are quite charming in our own right. The girl with the buns seemed to perceive Inu's thoughts, chuckling lightly as she extended her hand, warmly introducing herself. Hello. I am Xia and I, a freshman majoring in business English. Let us be friends. Inu paused momentarily, gazing at the outstretched hand. She has always been under the strict watch of Yu Chen, rarely socializing with anyone else. Coupled with Yu Chen's flamboyant personality and ostentatious demeanor, he would arrange for a dedicated driver to escort her to and from school every day, carrying her bag. Over time, her classmates came to understand her affluent background, recognizing that she belonged to a different world, and thus, without any need for Yu Chen's warnings, they instinctively kept their distance from Inu. Consequently, throughout her years in school, aside from a few deskmates, Inu scarcely made any friends. However, now that she is in university, the situation has changed. The prospect of living on campus and breaking free from Yu Chen's control to make friends, indulge in shopping trips with her best friend, sing karaoke, and visit bars has lifted her previously somber mood, and her fondness for Xia and I has only grown. She smiled brightly, extending her hand shyly to give it a gentle squeeze, and softly introduced herself. Hello, I'm Inu, a computer science major. Wow, you have a lovely voice. Xia and I responded without hesitation, linking her arm with Inu's and pulling her closer. After surveying her from head to toe, she suddenly exclaimed, Inu, you look so adorable. Chapter 8. My brother and I don't look much alike. Haha, of course. Xia and I, unabashedly self-assured, adjusted her bangs. I woke up 2 hours early this morning. Ah. Inu gazed at her rosy pink lips, slowly realizing, oh, did you wake up 2 hours early to do your makeup? Won't you be tired during the day? What are you talking about? It's the first day of school. I must present myself beautifully, for who knows if I might encounter my Prince Charming. Xia and I delightfully opened her compact mirror and retrieved a lipstick from her pocket, applying it with a few deft strokes. Inu stared at her in astonishment, thinking that after spending 2 hours on her makeup, there was no need for touch-ups now. It wasn't that she had forgotten. She simply hadn't applied any. Inu candidly confessed that she had washed her face that morning and rushed over, as her brother usually disapproved. Disapproved of what? Xia and I was momentarily taken aback, staring intently for a couple of seconds before comprehending her meaning. Disapproved of makeup? Does your brother really have such authority? Indeed. Inu met her gaze, hesitantly touching her face. What's wrong? Do I look unwell today? She had been restless the previous night, suffering from a nightmare that left her utterly drained. In her haste to avoid Yu Chen that morning, her complexion was understandably poor. However, it mattered little. She was at university to forge friendships, not to seek a romantic partner. Surely, Xia and I wouldn't abandon her simply for not wearing makeup. As Inu pondered this, Xiao's hand unexpectedly reached out to her face, her fingertips grazing her skin before quickly rubbing it. Inu was unsure of her intentions but made no move to resist, tilting her face upward and allowing her to knead and shape it. Her voice was muffled as she asked, Xia and I, what are you doing? My goodness! The soft, doughy sensation beneath her fingertips compelled Xia and I to rub a little more vigorously, exclaiming, You haven't worn any makeup, and your skin is still so radiant. Your pores are virtually invisible. There was nothing to it. And you felt somewhat embarrassed as she was touched by her. Unable to resist, she reached up and pulled down the magical grasp from her face. What was this? And you found her newly acquainted friend rather absurd. With such an unremarkable stature, what could she possibly compare? Height, perhaps? As she observed the queue beside her already reaching the service desk, she tugged at Xiao's sleeve, urging her to fill out the form quickly. Oh, all right. Xia and I nodded and proceeded. And you, keeping pace with her, soon acquired a registration form as well. After completing it, the two of them followed the instructions to the admissions office. However, upon arriving, Anu was taken aback by the presence of the POS machine on the counter. She had neither cash nor a card. After all the hustle, she had overlooked the payment of tuition, primarily for two reasons. First, she seldom required money. With Yu Chun by her side, he would even buy snacks for her during breaks, having adjusted to a life of being catered to, and Yu had naturally neglected the matter of tuition fees. Secondly, despite the Yu family as apparent pampering of her, they would never grant her, an inconsequential foster daughter, a dedicated card. Seeing Yu frozen in place, Xia and I urged, "Yu, go pay the fee." The teacher in front of the computer also looked up at her, reminding classmate, "Tuition can only be paid in cash or with a bank card. Other payment methods are not supported." Each day, several students forget to transfer their funds to their cards. So the teacher, observing Yu's hesitance, remained unperturbed. With a knowing glance, she returned the registration form that had just been submitted and kindly advised, "It's all right. Take a moment to transfer the funds beside you and return to swipe your card. It won't take more than 5 minutes." "Thank you, teacher." Yu nodded in appreciation, pulling Xia and I out of the office. "Should we transfer now?" Xia and I grasped her arm, suggesting they do it in the corridor instead of going outside, as the queue might lengthen. "I can't," Yu replied, touching her nose and lacking confidence. "I forgot to bring money."
"What?"
Xia and I exclaimed. "How could you be so careless? That's not acceptable. You should call your brother to come and help you." "Brother." Yu answered the call, placing the phone to her ear and softly calling out, "Where are you?" Yu Chen's voice was hurried and urgent. "Have you entered the school? At the registration office? The admissions office? Or are you in the dormitory building?" Yu fell silent for a moment. Until yesterday, she had not resisted Yu Chen's protective manner so strongly. However, since that dreadful nightmare, her heart had begun to waver. Now, upon hearing his concern, Yu couldn't help but ponder whether Yu Chen genuinely cared for her or merely regarded her as a custom-made possession, not allowing the slightest deviation or transgression regarding her. "Yu, speak up." Her silence evidently displeased Yu Chen, whose voice on the phone bore a hint of frigidness, the tone thickening as he inquired once more, "Where?" After collecting her thoughts, Yu replied, "In the admissions office. Stay put, and do not move. Wait for me." With that, Yu Chen promptly terminated the call. Beside her, Xia and I observed her with curiosity, a look that suggested a desire to inquire, yet held back by hesitation. At that moment, no students had entered, and the corridor lay in silence, allowing Xia and I to overhear the conversation between Yu and Yu Chen, which transpired merely 2 paces away. "My brother will be here shortly," Yu remarked, blinking at Xia and I. "If it's inconvenient for you, feel free to leave." "Is your relationship with your brother not very good?"
Xian ventured cautiously.
Yu shook her head. "It's quite good." Given Yu Chen's meticulous nature toward her, even the phrase "quite good" seemed a tad inadequate in capturing the essence of their bond. Then there's no issue," Xia and I said, visibly relieved. With a playful nudge of her elbow, she added, "So, what does your brother look like? Is he similar to you?" "Not particularly," Yu replied honestly, also conveying, "He doesn't resemble me at all, though he could be considered handsome." "How annoying! How did you know I wanted to ask that?" Xia and I feigned embarrassment as she playfully tapped Yu, then quickly retrieved a small mirror from her pocket to check her reflection. Yu found it somewhat amusing. "You just touched up your makeup. It shouldn't have faded so quickly." Yu shook her head, about to say something further when footsteps echoed from within the office building. Chapter 9. I wished to share a dormitory with my sister. She turned her head, and there stood Yu Chen, clad in black, tall and lean, silhouetted against the corridor's light. After rubbing his eyes for a moment, he approached. "Brother, why didn't you wait for me this morning?" Instead of exchanging pleasantries, Yu Chen confronted her directly. He replied indifferently, leaving her uncertain about his feelings. Yu reached out and introduced the person standing beside her. "This is Xia and I. A new friend I just met." Yu Chen acknowledged her with a nonchalant nod, his eyes scanning her with a hint of scrutiny. After a pause, he arrogantly stated, "I am Yu Chen." Just 4 simple words dismissed her entirely. His overtly aloof demeanor rendered Xia and I, who was about to greet him, quite awkward. Having long been the leader in the affluent circles of Jiang City, Yu Chen had mingled in extravagant settings from a young age. Countless admirers sought to capture his attention, and in front of others, he maintained a lofty disposition. An U.S. casual acquaintance could hardly pique his interest. Sensing Yu Chen's unspoken thoughts, and you proactively took Xia and I's hand to alleviate the awkwardness. "Brother, I wish to go to the girls' dormitory with her." She deliberately emphasized the word girls, hoping to dissuade Yu Chen from accompanying her to arrange the dormitory. Still grappling with her emotions, she wished to avoid his presence, scurrying away with the swiftness of a rabbit. Meanwhile, as the 2 girls dashed through the door, Yu Chen's expression paled, and his chest subtly heaved a few times. Closing her eyes for a brief moment of tranquility, he finally reached the limit of his patience. In the instant he reopened his eyes, he raised his hand and forcefully smashed the phone he had been clutching onto the ground. He murmured softly to Anu, "Your brother's aura is simply overwhelming." And you, upon hearing this, teased her with a smile. "What? You no longer wish to be my sister-in-law?" Xia and I shook her head vigorously, like a rattle, repeatedly rejecting the notion. No, I can't handle it. A guy like him is best admired from a distance." She jested, dressed in the high-end streetwear of Para. "Those limited edition sneakers alone are fetching over 80,000 online. If they are genuine, they could cover my living expenses for 4 years of university." Would one really sell their possessions to pursue a romance with such a man? Xia and I cast a peculiar glance at Anu, as if trying to pierce through her thoughts, before she leaned in conspiratorially and asked, "And you, do confess, which wealthy family do you hail from?" Go away. Let it be." Anu replied, rolling her eyes at Xia and I, who ceased her inquiries. The 2 of them linked arms and traversed the underground passageway across the playground, arriving at the residential area of Jiangcheng University. According to the building number provided by the admissions office earlier, she and Xia and I were not residing in the same district. And you pulled out her phone for a quick check, shaking her head. "No, nothing yet." "Then, should we give him a call to inquire?" After such a lengthy duration, the fee should have been settled, and the teacher ought to have informed her of the building number by now. Perhaps he was displeased that she had not followed his arrangements and thus chose not to provide her with the necessary information. "That's all right." Xia and I pointed towards the building on the left side of the playground. "It's number 8 over there." And you followed her to the economics dormitory, her curiosity evident as she surveyed her surroundings with keen interest. She was eager to discern the differences between living on campus and staying at home. Jiang University, the finest institution in Jiang City, boasts a strong academic reputation, having been established for over 20 years, with a rich history and solid financial foundation. The dormitory conditions are considered relatively superior compared to those of typical universities. Upon entering, there are 2 passenger elevators leading to the 8th floor where Xiani's dormitory is located. The corridor is spacious, with approximately 20 rooms on each floor, each equipped with a private bathroom and wardrobe. Accompanying Xia and I into the dormitory, and you observed a room with 4 bunk beds, 2 layers each, with a mattress on top and a study desk below, all in a warm orange hue, giving the space a fresh appearance. Quite nice indeed. Xia and I nodded in satisfaction. A fellow freshman had already arrived, accompanied by her family, and her mother was busy arranging the bedding. And you watched for a moment before turning to Xia and I, who had empty hands, and inquired, "Where's your luggage?" Xia and I replied, "I didn't bring any. My mom will bring it later." Shortly after this exchange, her mother indeed arrived, laden with bags, and helped her unpack before bidding farewell. Xia and I then turned to Anu and asked, "You've only inquired about me. What about your luggage?" And you shrugged. "I wish I knew." Xia and I, somewhat exasperated, urged, "Hurry and call your brother. We still need to pick up our military training uniforms. Reluctantly, and you took out her phone and dialed Yu Chen's number. After 2 rings, the call connected, and before you could speak, Yu Chen inquired first, "Where are you?" In the intricate dynamics of their relationship, and Yu harbored a certain reluctance regarding her inability to take the initiative, which led her to daringly retort, "If you don't tell me the dormitory number, I certainly have nowhere to go." On the other end, Yu Chen paused for a moment, not angered but rather expeditiously clarifying, "It's my fault. I lost my phone and just replaced the card." "Where are you? You haven't waited long, have you?" To her surprise, she realized she had misjudged him. The anger that had graced in Yu's face faltered, and with a hint of guilt, she replied, "Oh, so that's how it is. How could I possibly leave you unattended?" Yu Chen chuckled softly. "In your eyes, is your brother so irresponsible?" "No," and Yu affirmed, clutching her phone as she moved to the corridor, glancing at the dormitory number. "I'm in room 817 of Building 8, in Xia and I's dormitory."
All right.
"Stay there and don't move. I'll come find you," Yu Chen said with a smile before hanging up, observing Yu standing before the surveillance camera. The warmth in his gaze dissipated entirely. A nearby security guard approached with a sycophantic demeanor, grinning as he inquired, "Young Master Yu, have you found the person you were looking for?" "Yes," Yu Chen replied, turning to signal to his attendant. The attendant produced a bundle of cash from his bag and gently placed it on the table in the security room. Yu Chen then turned to depart. Once seated in his car, he extracted his newly purchased phone and dialed a series of numbers. "Hello, Director Song? This is Yu Chen, Mr. Yu Chenwang's son." The voice on the other end was warm and welcoming. "Young Master Yu, are you here to complete your enrollment procedures today? I can have someone assist you." "No need," he interjected. Yu Chen politely interrupted him, stating that he had completed the necessary procedures, but had a small favor to ask. Director Song promptly replied that it was no trouble at all, and encouraged him to proceed. "Then I shall not be courteous," Yu Chen said straightforwardly. Articulating his request, "I wish to live with my sister. Could you arrange that for me?" Chapter 10. Who is this arrogant fellow? As Yu Chen arrived to pick her up, the butler drove up with her luggage in tow. Yu Chen cast a fleeting glance at the nearby dormitory building and noted, "It's not here. I have applied for a double room." "A double room?" And Yu's mood seemed somewhat subdued. Yu Chen perceptively sensed her displeasure, turned to take her hand, and gently reassured her, "Isn't a double room preferable? We can push the beds together for a comfortable sleep. You can do whatever you wish without anyone intruding. Do you really want to squeeze into a small room with a crowd? Waiting in line for the bathroom in the morning can be quite tedious." Having just monitored the situation, Yu Chen mused that even the bathroom in the Yu residence likely had a larger activity area than that of the dormitory. "It's livelier with more people," and Yu retorted sullenly. "Liveliness can lead to conflicts," she added. Yu Chen affectionately stroked her soft black hair, his tone gentle yet firm. You dear, I only wish what's best for you." And Yu, obediently following his lead, remained silent, though her delicate nose wrinkled slightly in response. This was Yu Chen's way. He oversaw her daily life and dietary habits, even subtly suggesting the color of socks she should wear during her middle and high school years. She was well aware that even if she expressed her desire to reside in a communal dormitory, Yu Chen would undoubtedly refuse her request. Moments later, traversing between 2 buildings, the 2 of them, accompanied by several housekeepers and bodyguards hauling luggage, arrived at their destination. And Yu glanced up at the sign indicating the faculty dormitory at the entrance of the building, surveying the tranquil surroundings, feeling a sense of discomfort. In the middle of the day, not a soul was in sight near the building, which felt lifeless, starkly contrasting with the bustling, vibrant atmosphere of the student dormitories. There were no teachers residing in this building. Yu Chen leaned closer, whispering with a smile, "This building has been specifically allocated by the school." Upon hearing this, and Yu's eyes widened slightly in disbelief. Specifically allocated? Could it be that only she and Yu Chen inhabited this 5-story edifice? The thought was utterly daunting. A shiver ran down her spine, and her sense of aversion intensified as she regarded the building once more.
Meanwhile,
Yuchen was already instructing the housekeeper to carry their belongings inside. Observing the procession of individuals entering, and you felt a surge of discontent and protested, "I don't." However, her sentence was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous roar of an engine from behind. The unexpected and jarring noise startled everyone, causing them to flinch. A bodyguard, who was in the midst of moving luggage, accidentally dropped the air purifier he was holding. And you watched in dismay as the brand-new appliance tumbled down the steps, the finely crafted exterior suffering a crack at the top. Naturally, the items used by the young master of the Yu family were not inexpensive, and the bodyguard's face paled at the sight of the damaged purifier. Yuchen exhibited no particular reaction. He merely turned his head, fixing his gaze intently on a certain point behind Yu. Following his line of sight, she beheld a jet-black, heavy motorcycle hurtling towards the building. The rider, clad in a complete set of motorcycle gear and wearing a helmet of matching hue, seemed oblivious to the onlookers, perhaps due to the visor being pulled too low. He showed no inclination to decelerate, and in the blink of an eye, he was upon her, much to Yu's horror. Yu Chen's expression shifted sharply as he swiftly grasped Yu, pulling her behind him for protection. Just as she steadied herself, trembling and clutching his arm, the motorcyclist slammed on the brakes. The modified rear tire, boasting exceptional grip, screeched as it brought the bike to a halt, mere inches away from Yu Chen. Who was this audacious individual? The school forbade even private vehicles, yet he brazenly roared in on a heavy motorcycle. Having parked, the rider dismounted with ease, swinging a long leg over the machine. He removed his helmet, revealing a face with pale skin and finely chiseled features. He brushed aside the damp hair clinging to his forehead, his narrow, fox-like eyes narrowing slightly as they adjusted to the sunlight. After a brief pause, he ambled towards the building. The tall, sharp-featured youth paused momentarily as he approached the duo. Yu Chen shielded Yu behind him, meeting the rider's gaze with unyielding fortitude, and inquired rather bluntly, "Do you need something?" The motorcyclist, however, disregarded him entirely, fixing his attention on the young girl cowering behind. Yu resembled a fledgling chick, peering curiously from behind, her eyes wide with wonder as she observed him. The newcomer noticed her demeanor, and a smile crept across his lips. Yu found herself momentarily entranced by his charming smile, rendered somewhat flustered. From a distance, his features were strikingly handsome, but up close, they possessed an even more captivating allure. "Did I startle you, little classmate?" "My apologies," the motorcycle youth said, his voice deep yet resonant, akin to the melodious tones of a refined cello, soothing to the ear. After uttering those words, within a few breaths, his silhouette vanished into the building. Turning around, she met the inquisitive gaze of Yu Chen, who seemed to ponder, "Is this the type of boy that Yu favors?" Yu Chen chuckled lightly, "Not bad, I suppose. He's probably on par with me." With that, he resumed directing the housekeeper in arranging the dormitory. Yu stood idly for a moment, gradually realizing that the boy had indeed entered the same building. It dawned on her that the residence was not solely occupied by her and Yu Chen. Upon further reflection, it made sense. While the Yu family held significant stature in Jiangcheng, they were far from omnipotent. The notion of just the two of them residing in a building was perhaps a figment of her imagination. Approximately 10 minutes later, the housekeeper descended, respectfully informing them that the rooms were ready. Yu Chen then escorted her to the doorstep of her dormitory. The new accommodation was located on the second floor, basking in sunlight, with Yu Chen residing next door, though separated by a door in the corridor. Yu peeked around the room, taking in her surroundings. The light was splendid, and the curtains had been replaced with her favored pale pink. The room boasted an ensuite bathroom, a study desk, and a computer desk. The butler had arranged the beds together, and they were neatly made, adorned with her beloved fleece blanket, its soft texture exuding warmth and comfort. As a pampered princess accustomed to indulgence from a young age, and Yu's discontent with not being able to reside in a communal dormitory diminished significantly. With her spirits lifted, she found that Yu Qin was no longer as bothersome, and she sweetly turned to him, saying, "Thank you, brother." "Good girl," Yu Qin replied, gently ruffling her hair. In a soft voice, he reassured her, "I'm next door. The corridor door is unlocked. Call me any time if you need something." "All right," and Yu nodded, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Yu Qin remained the gentle and dependable figure she remembered. The brother who had bullied her in her dreams was merely a figment of her imagination, a nightmare that should not tarnish her brother's heart. Taking a deep breath, she beamed at him and said, "Brother, please call me when it's time for dinner." Seeing Yu Qin nod in agreement, she turned and stepped into her dormitory, closing the door behind her as she sank into the plush comfort of her bed. Chapter 11. "May I borrow your bathroom?" Buzzing. The phone resting beside her bed vibrated incessantly, and Yu nestled in her bed for a brief nap, but upon waking, she groggily reached for her phone to check the notifications. A newly created group chat appeared, with the group owner inviting people to join. She watched in bewilderment as unfamiliar avatars flooded the chat, each person either introducing themselves or greeting one another. After 2 minutes, the group name was changed to Class 9, Computer Science Department, Jiangcheng University. "Hello everyone, my name is Yu. I am 17 years old and stand 165 meters tall, a Libra." Just as she finished typing, another message promptly appeared below. "Who lives in the faculty dormitory? Please share your dorm number. Is the counselor upstairs? I'm here. My dorm number is 208. After that response, the group fell silent once more. Had Yu Qin come to invite her for a meal? And Yu glanced at the time. It was past 2 o'clock. Indeed time for lunch. Today had been hectic, and while she was asleep, Yu Qin had sent her a message about retrieving their military training uniforms. And Yu leaped out of bed, slipped on her soft bunny slippers, and rushed to open the door, tilting her head and calling out sweetly, "Brother." As soon as the words left her lips, the smile on her face froze. Standing at the door was not her brother, but a handsome guy clad only in a towel, revealing a chiseled 8-pack and a head full of foam. How could it be a girl? Upon seeing that the door opened to a female, the handsome young man hastily wiped away the suds that threatened to drip into his eyes and stepped back. And Yu, blushing fiercely at the sight of him, turned her head away in a fluster, closing the door almost entirely, while leaving just a small gap to peek through. In a somewhat muffled voice, she asked, "Who are you? Is there something you need?" The young man's eyes were irritated by the foam trickling down, so he casually swept his hair back, revealing a face with refined features and clear contours, squinting as he gazed at Yu. Yu was momentarily taken aback by the question. It took her a few seconds to comprehend that he must be referring to what had been mentioned in the group chat. "It's me," she finally managed to reply. Yu awkwardly nodded. After a while, she realized that the person asking for the dormitory number was not a counselor, but rather this individual standing before her. A female? Using an anime male avatar? Upon hearing him question her beloved anime character, Yu felt a surge of indignation. Who said that girls couldn't use such avatars? The boy at the door sighed and nodded helplessly. Indeed, he had assumed she was a boy, which was why he had traversed half the corridor wrapped in a towel, dripping with shower gel, to borrow the bathroom. "Little classmate, may I use it?" The term little classmate struck a familiar chord within Yu. Suppressing her embarrassment, she glanced up to find his elongated, fox-like eyes intently fixed upon her. Recognizing those eyes, she suddenly recalled that this was the motorcycle youth she had encountered not long ago. Previously clad in a full black motorcycle outfit, he had now changed into a towel. And with her fair skin, she nearly failed to recognize him. Upon closer inspection, she noted that despite his pale complexion, he possessed a commendable physique. "Little classmate, have you finished gazing? May I use the bathroom? Besides you, I haven't encountered another soul in this building. My shower is half finished, and the pipe has burst." The boy at the door teased her with casual confidence. And Yu's face flushed with embarrassment as she contemplated refusing. But seeing him standing there covered in foam for quite some time stirred her innate desire to help. As she approached the door, she cautiously widened the gap between them and nervously said, "You can go ahead. I'll step out first. Please lock the door when you're finished." "Do you have the key?" he inquired, noticing that her little dress had no pockets. And Yu nodded slightly, thanking her classmate as he turned and entered her dormitory. Closing the door behind him, holding her phone, and Yu traversed the corridor to knock on the door of the adjacent dormitory. No one responded, and after gently twisting the doorknob, she found it locked. She took out her phone and dialed, "Brother, have you finished with your clothes?" And Yu glanced at the firmly shut dormitory door, the once quiet corridor now resonating with the sound of rushing water. After a moment's contemplation, she abandoned the idea of lingering there and inquired, "Where are you, Yu-chin?" "I'll come find you. It's too dull to be alone in the dorm."
Sure.
Yu-chin replied, his tone noticeably softening. "I'm in the office next to the admissions office, right beside the payment room." "All right," and Yu affirmed, raising her hand to end the call. Upon arriving at the designated place, she found Yu-chin printing forms at his computer. And Yu glanced at the screen filled with dense names and quietly settled onto the adjacent sofa. Noticing her arrival, Yu-chin hastened his pace, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, producing a flurry of sounds, while also managing to pass her a bottle of peach-flavored yogurt that he had unscrewed. And Yu took a sip, her gaze drifting to the label on the bottle cap. It was a specialty from an upscale dessert shop far from the school. Limited to 100 bottles each day, crafted from fresh milk and sold the same day at over 30 yuan per bottle, one she had always enjoyed. Yu-chin must have purchased it earlier, tucking it away in his pocket. Time was of the essence, as they were to assemble for military training that afternoon. Yu-chin reached out to take the empty yogurt bottle from her hand, placing it aside, and then pulled out a wet wipe to gently cleanse her palms. And Yu felt a twinge of discomfort as she instinctively curled her fingers, but fortunately, Yu-chin released her hand soon after. If you really wanted, I could just make a call and you wouldn't have to participate in military training, he suggested. And Yu lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers, and asked sullenly,
Why is that?
Yu-chin noticed her discontent and frowned slightly. It's too sunny, and it's quite arduous. You wouldn't be able to handle it. And Yu lifted her face, glaring at him with her cat-like eyes, and retorted, How do you know I can't handle it when I haven't even tried? Listen, Yu-chin leaned closer, trying to coax her. After the training, everyone will be tanned, and you will be the only one left fair and delicate. Wouldn't that be undesirable? Not at all, and Yu shook her head. Although military training was demanding, it provided a splendid opportunity to bond with classmates. Training together and singing songs would not only enhance their physical fitness, but also foster camaraderie among them, ultimately yielding more benefits than drawbacks. In high school, Yu-chin had also dissuaded her from joining military training, and she had obediently complied. However, after 2 weeks of training, her classmates had already formed connections, with the girls pairing off to find their close friends, leaving her isolated during seat selection due to their unfamiliarity with her. Reflecting on this, and Yu shook her head once more, gazing intently into Yu-chin's eyes, her tone resolute. Brother, I want to participate in military training. Chapter 12. You have a new friend request. Yu-chin held her gaze for several seconds, his eyes darkening as the smile faded from his face. And Yu felt a twinge of fear as she noticed his expressionless gaze fixed upon her. She curled her neck and sat quietly to the side, waiting for what felt like an eternity until Yu-chin's voice finally broke the silence within the car. If you wish to go, then go. All right, and Yu nodded slightly. Yu-chin leaned back in his seat, gazing out the window, his chest rising and falling as if he were regulating his emotions, in an effort to placate him. And Yu quickly added in a soft voice, Thank you, brother. This seemed to lighten his demeanor somewhat. On their return, Yu-chin instructed the driver to take an alternate route, directing the car straight to the school. Being summer, they were in a convertible sports car, which drew considerable attention from onlookers as they drove from the entrance to the garage. And Yu kept her head lowered, fastening her seatbelt, and sat quietly in the passenger seat. Yu Chun, ever the showman, was accustomed to being in the spotlight, having been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. And he paid no heed to the gazes of those around them. As they approached the dormitory building, and Yu's phone began to buzz incessantly. She picked it up to find that someone had already posted pictures of the sports car in their group chat, followed by a flurry of astonished comments.
Wow.
Which rich young master is taking his girlfriend out for an experience? TSK, 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 the latest model of Rolls-Royce Phantom, 6T black badge, valued at $5.9 million. University life is indeed extraordinary. I finally get to see a second-generation rich kid in person. The girl in the passenger seat hasn't even looked up. Am I the only one who noticed that the driver is a handsome guy? The tall, rich, and handsome type seems to tick 2 boxes already. She turned off the screen and held the phone in her hand, speaking softly. It must be from the class group when I was pulled in during my nap at the dorm earlier. Indeed. Yu Chin nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. The two ascended to the second floor, gazing at the closed dormitory door, while an inexplicable tension began to stir within Yu. The sound of water had ceased. After such a lengthy interval, the individual inside must have finished bathing and departed, right? If that person remained and Yu Chin encountered them, how could she explain to her brother? And Yu stood there, torn in thought, when Yu Chin swiftly approached and pushed the door. And Yu's heart skipped a beat as the door remained immovable. Yu Chin glanced back at her, asking if it was locked.
Yes.
And Yu sighed in relief. Is the key with you? Indeed. Yu Chin extracted 4 keys from his pocket, handing one to Yu while keeping the other 3 together. He used one to unlock the door and urged, "Quickly go inside. I'll have the student council send over your military training uniform shortly."
Oh.
And Yu nodded, realizing that Yu Chun had not collected her clothing earlier. Upon entering, she noticed the wash basin mirror bore no trace of steam, and the floor was impeccably tidy. This young man displayed quite a bit of decorum. Yu Chun delivered her military training uniform. "Try it on. If it doesn't fit, let me know, and I'll exchange it for a different size." Only then did she notice a handful of milk candies scattered on the table, a Danish brand containing more than 10 pieces. Costing over 180, fragrant with rich milk flavor, a treat not typically affordable for an average university student. Recalling the heavily modified motorcycle she had seen that morning, even someone as unacquainted with luxury as herself recognized its significant value. Was the motorcycle-riding gentleman possibly a wealthy heir? And Yu unwrapped a piece of milk candy and popped it into her mouth. Outside the door, Yu Chin urged, "Yu, are you ready?" "Yes," she replied. Yu Chin responded, "Take a moment to rest in the dormitory and make sure to apply sunscreen thoroughly on your face, neck, and arms, understood?" And Yu nodded as the footsteps faded away. Drawing the curtains, she nestled into her quilt and opened her phone to peruse the group chat. As she scrolled through the messages, she noticed someone had mentioned her. Clicking on it, she saw the profile of a dashing motorcyclist featuring a fierce-looking Rottweiler. "And thank you, classmate. Please accept my request." And Yu opened her contacts, where a new friend request glowed with a red. The WeChat name was a single character, Jin, with the remarks section filled simply with 2 words, Pei Jin. And Yu had few male contacts on WeChat. And Yu Chin often checked her phone, unhesitatingly deleting any unfamiliar male contacts, regardless of her feelings. Biting her lip, and Yu accepted the request. And Pei Jin's chat box popped up. She clicked into his moments, where a bouquet of white roses blossomed against the backdrop of a pitch-black night. The owner had neither restricted access nor hidden posts, but scrolling down revealed only a sparse 4 updates. 2 featured dogs, 1 showcased roses. And the last was a short video capturing the riverside night scenery. The background noise was filled with the roar of an engine, and the camera shook violently. Clearly filmed while riding a motorcycle, moving at a speed reminiscent of a fugitive fleeing across the land. Such a boy. who posted an average of once every 2 to 3 years, was indeed a rare find in reality. As Anu gazed at his moments, she couldn't help but think of Pei Jin's enchanting, fox-like eyes that held a cool allure. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly turned off her phone, concealing it beneath her pillow. After a brief pause, she retrieved it once more and modified his contact name to counselor teacher. Satisfied with her adjustment, she glanced at it with contentment. Now, when Yuchen checked his phone, he would likely refrain from deleting her. Pei Jin seemed preoccupied, and after a prolonged wait for a message from him, Anu decided against sending a thank you for the candy she had placed on the table. After all, she felt ill-equipped to engage in conversation with a boy, uncertain of appropriate opening lines. As the afternoon assembly approached, Yuchen came to call Anu to join him. She removed her little dress, secured it neatly in her locker, and donned the loose-fitting military training uniform before following Yuchen to the playground. The group had announced the assembly location, and not long after entering, Yuchen parted ways with her. Anu found her class, where the actual counselor, dressed in a checkered shirt and light blue jeans, complete with a typical programmer's receding hairline, stood at the front organizing the students into a line. Not knowing anyone, she obediently took her place at the end. Chapter 13. My father donated 2 buildings to the school. Standing at a modest height, she found herself obscured by several boys over 6 feet tall in front of her. As the counselor recited the training precautions, Anu was thoroughly blocked from view. The freshmen, newly arrived on campus, were animated and noisy, and she could only catch snippets of information about the 2-week training and the need to bring water. The afternoon assembly was merely a simple introductory meeting, with instructors from the military absent, leaving only the counselor to guide everyone in self-introductions. Uncertain whether it was the overly brisk air conditioning in the Western restaurant at noon, Anu found herself seated on the floor, feeling a chill that made her somewhat drowsy, reminiscent of cold symptoms. She managed to stay attentive during the introductions of the few individuals before her, but as time progressed, her eyelids grew heavier, and she became oblivious to the conversations around her. Cradling her arms, she succumbed to slumber until gently stirred by a light tap on her shoulder. Startled, Anu awoke with a start, her eyes wide open in an endearing manner. The boy who had tapped her looked somewhat flustered as he met her gaze and stammered, "Student, it's your turn." Anu, momentarily disoriented, pushed herself off the ground. But as she stood, she wobbled slightly, only to be steadied by a pair of hands that supported her waist. Clearing her throat, she nervously introduced herself. "I am Anu, a graduate of Jinjiang Middle School, and I am 17 years old. I hope to foster amicable relationships with everyone in the future." Perhaps due to her innocent charm or the scarcity of girls in the computer science program, her self-introduction was met with particularly enthusiastic applause from the line of students. Upon reaching her designated spot, she crouched down to sit cross-legged again and exchanged a glance with the person behind her. Pei Jin, with his uniquely slanted fox-like eyes, gave her a knowing smile and greeted her, "Hello, little classmate. You must be sleeping soundly even on the playground. Your sleep quality must be quite good."
And you?
For once, stumbled over her words. "Why, you are also in our class? Why else would I be here?" Pei Jin raised an eyebrow. How could one enter a group if not from the same class? Anu felt a sudden bewilderment, wondering how her brain, which had scored over 600 in the college entrance examination, seemed to falter in the presence of this individual. Before she could formulate a response, Pei Jin effortlessly pushed himself up from the ground. Among the vibrant new students, he stood out remarkably. Not only was he tall, but his refined features and cool demeanor complemented his flawless skin. His trousers were fastened at the innermost button, and his light-colored shoes were immaculate, instantly distinguishing him from the rugged, unkempt crowd of boys. With a lazy squint from his fox-like eyes, he introduced himself nonchalantly. "I am Pei Jin, 18 years old, with a score of exactly 400 in the college entrance exam. My presence here is solely due to my father's donation of 2 buildings to the school. Upon finishing his statement, the smile on the instructor's face faltered momentarily. Pei Jin then added with a grin, "Just kidding." With a wave of his hand, he stepped back, eliciting a wave of laughter from the group. Pei is impressive. Even the instructor is in on the joke. And you thought to herself, almost believing it to be true. She noticed that after Pei Jin's self-introduction, the gazes of numerous girls from nearby classes were drawn to him. Sitting on the ground with her knees hugged to her chest, she felt an inexplicable conviction that Pei Jin's words were not merely a jest. This notion was further affirmed 3 days later, following military training. On the third day, during a break after practicing military boxing, the president of Jiang University arrived with a procession of school leaders. A ripple of surprise coursed through the ranks as the instructor greeted them with a beaming smile, while Anu tensed up nervously. To her surprise, the president of Jiang University approached without uttering many words. He simply walked to Pei Jin's side and, with a considerate and meticulous demeanor, inquired about his opinions and suggestions regarding the military training for new students. Avoiding the sun?
What kind of statement was that?
In the sweltering heat of summer, how could one possibly evade the sun unless the training were to be conducted under the stars? Pei Jin was always prone to such astonishing remarks, and his classmates in Class 9 had grown accustomed to it over the past few days. The counselor shot him a fierce glare, her forced smile nearly frozen on her face. Unexpectedly, President Wang did not rebut a single word. Instead, he nodded in agreement, glancing at the nearby Anu, whose cheeks were flushed from the sun, and turned to a school leader, suggesting that the students' feedback could be duly considered. The individuals nearby nodded in unison, and Pei Jin joined in with a smile. President Wang, accompanied by a large entourage, made a thorough inspection before departing in grand fashion. That afternoon, a notification arrived in the group chat, announcing that the military training would be postponed by an hour and a half, shifting from its original time of 3 o'clock to 4:30, with the conclusion time only extended by half an hour, now set for 7:30. Upon hearing this news, the group chat erupted with excitement. A flurry of messages tagged Pei Jin incessantly. "You're amazing, boss. Brother Pei is truly formidable. He dares to voice his opinions. Could it be that your father really donated 2 buildings to Jiang University? Such an outrageous request could actually be accommodated?" And you, peering at her phone, noticed Pei Jin's avatar swiftly appear. Economic Management Building and Experimental Building. She paused for a moment, adding a simple, "Thank you for your suggestion." Amidst the flurry of "what the heck" comments in the chat, the message was soon elevated in the discussion, and Anu sighed, suspecting that Pei Jin had likely not even seen it. Unexpectedly, the phone buzzed and a new WeChat message notification appeared. The counselor wrote, "Dear student, there's no need to be polite." And you opened the chat window, and the first message dated back to 4 days ago. "I have accepted your friend request. We can chat now. Pei, you are truly a good person." Pei Jin, lazily reclining on his bed, smirked when he saw the words "good person." "Dear student, your conclusion seems a bit premature." Chapter 14. Keep away from my sister. I believe you are a good person. She placed her phone on the bedside and pushed the door open, where Yu Chun was waiting outside. "Let's go." Upon seeing her emerge, Yu Chun waved his hand and turned to walk a few steps, only to sigh and pause as he noticed Anu trailing behind at a leisurely pace. When she finally reached him, he grasped her wrist, feigning annoyance, yet a hint of affectionate amusement graced his lips. "When will you change this slow demeanor?" "Why should I?" she replied, somewhat puzzled. "I don't think my movements are particularly slow." She descended the stairs at a normal pace, and since there was still ample time before the assembly, there was no need to hurry to the playground. Yu Chun maintained his slight smirk, remaining silent, yet he did not release his hold on her wrist. Such gestures had become second nature to him over the years, and given that they had always referred to each other as siblings, and Yu found nothing amiss. It was only when they reached the ground floor that they encountered Pei Jin. The faculty dormitory was scarcely inhabited by students, and Pei Jin, tall and slender, with a strikingly fair complexion, stood out among the few who descended. When Yu-Chen spotted him, his pace inexplicably slowed, seemingly reluctant to descend alongside this individual. However, Pei Jin, contrary to his wishes, quickened his leisurely stride upon catching sight of Yu, soon joining the brother and sister pair who had intentionally slowed down. And you noticed his cold, fox-like eyes lifting slightly to meet hers and intended to raise her hand in greeting. Yet Yu-Chen's hands, which appeared to languidly rest on his wrists, were in fact quite firm. The moment she attempted to lift her hand, he grasped it tightly, lowering his gaze to her and inquiring, "Is there something?" And Yu, observing the displeasure that had replaced his earlier cheer, obediently shook her head, replying no. "Just a slight itch on my neck that I wish to scratch." Yu-Chen pressed his lips together, asking where. "Can you reach it?" "Yes," and Yu nodded eagerly, her grip loosening as she raised her hand to scratch, only to let it drop and allow Yu-Chen to lead her. Just as Yu-Chen's expression softened, a languid voice echoed through the spacious hall. "Little classmate, you see a fellow classmate and don't greet them? Are you afraid your boyfriend will get jealous?" "That's not it." Yu-Chen turned at the sound, while Yu hastily waved her hand in denial. "He is not my boyfriend. He is my brother."
"Oh."
Pei Jin, walking alongside them, turned in mild surprise at her words, casting a sidelong glance at Yu-Chen, whose expression had darkened, and asked, "Is that so? You don't seem like siblings." "Yo-yo." Yu-Chen lowered her head with a smile that did not reach her eyes, her amber gaze unwavering as she inquired, "When did you become so familiar with the male classmates? Care to introduce?" "Familiar?" And Yu felt somewhat perplexed. Merely exchanging greetings seemed insufficient to warrant such a label in Yu-Chen's eyes. Yet, in the presence of Pei Jin, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, aware that Yu-Chen disapproved of her having male friends. Thus, she chose to respond tactfully, "This is Pei Jin. He is a class officer." Pei Jin was appointed as the sports representative during military training by their instructor, presumably due to his high standing among the boys and his fearless demeanor, leading the instructor to entrust him with maintaining class discipline during that period. "I see," Yu-Chen acknowledged, her expression indifferent as she turned to Pei Jin. "A class officer. Is it? What resemblance do we siblings bear to you?" Upon uttering this, and Yu noticed Yu-Chen's countenance darkening, prompting her to softly call out, "Brother." Yu-Chen remained unperturbed, casting a haughty glance at Pei Jin as she unabashedly declared, "Keep your distance from my sister. She does not require additional friends. Nor should you harbor any intentions towards her." While the first two statements could be deemed somewhat normal, the latter sentences were unmistakably a blatant warning. And Yu felt a surge of anxiety as she tugged at Yu-Chen's military uniform, hoping he would refrain from further comments. Pei Jin chuckled lightly, his expression momentarily turning fierce, though that flash of intensity swiftly concealed itself beneath the surface. He lazily raised his head, his pace quickening slightly as he curiously asked, "Oh, what sort of friends does she not need?" Having posed this query, Pei Jin abruptly reached out and tousled Yu's neatly arranged bangs. Yu-Chen's breath hitched, but before he could react, Pei Jin had already stooped down to Yu's ear, inquiring with a playful undertone, "Little classmate, is it that you have no need for friends or no need for a boyfriend?" His sudden proximity, with his handsome face, was rather overwhelming. Despite knowing that he was deliberately provoking Yu-Chen, and Yu's face flushed involuntarily. She glared at Pei Jin with wide eyes before retreating behind Yu-Chen. "It seems you're incapable of understanding human speech. Yu, remember to steer clear of such oddballs." Yu-Chen's voice was icily cold as he pulled Yu away from him. Pei Jin chuckled derisively, and Yu couldn't discern whether he was mocking Yu-Chen or herself. After all, he hadn't done anything. Yet Yu-Chen had suddenly issued such a warning, making it seem as though she had been presumptuous enough to say something to her family. However, Yu-Chen had always been averse to unfamiliar males around her. and his attitude toward Pei Jin was already considered courteous compared to the male classmates who had attempted to curry favor back in high school. She felt a peculiar sense of awkwardness about the current situation. And Yu, unsure of how to react, could only lower her head and allow Yu-chin to pull her away. Pei Jin's smile faded as he watched the two of them walk away. He didn't insist on walking alongside Yu any further, but as they neared the entrance of the playground, he offered a seemingly casual reminder. The instructor from Class 3 is catching early romances at the gate. Yu-chin paid no heed, while Yu, feeling a bit awkward about her brother holding her hand, exerted a slight force to pull it away. Yu-chin cast a discontented glance, remarking, "They wouldn't dare trouble me." Yet the instructor had been dispatched from the military. And Yu looked up at him, stating, "They are not teachers from the school." Implicitly, it suggested that despite the formidable influence of the Yu family, it could not penetrate the realm of the Green Camp. Yu-chin fell silent for a moment, and Yu remained at the doorway, a few meters away, not advancing further. After a brief standoff, Yu-chin nodded, conceding, "You are right. You may enter first." "Brother." "You." Before Yu could finish her inquiry, she was interrupted. "Enter now, quickly. We shall be late." Observing Yu-chen's frown, Yu could only acquiesce and follow the crowd inside. Remaining in place, Yu-chen did not wait long before he spotted Pei Jin sauntering over leisurely. As Pei Jin obstructed his path to the playground, a hint of amusement graced his features. "Looking for me?" Yu-chen's gaze turned frosty, succinctly stating, "If you wish to avoid expulsion, keep your distance from my sister." "How intriguing," Pei Jin chuckled, his tone tinged with nostalgia. "It has been quite some time since I have heard someone threaten me in such a manner." "I am aware of who you are," Yu-chin replied, meeting his gaze. "Merely a young master delegated by the family in Haicheng." Chapter 15. Are you brave enough to compete with me? Pei Jin and Yu-chin engaged in a fight. During military training, disregarding school regulations and organizational discipline to brawl was nothing short of an open affront to the school authorities and the instructors of both classes. Yet, the backgrounds of the two students were anything but ordinary, which left the head of the Student Affairs Department rather exasperated. In the end, he merely delivered a mild reprimand in front of all the new students, after which both were sentenced to run 10 laps. Report. Pei Jin's shout resonated with vigor. And aside from a slight breathlessness, it was not nearly as dire as Yu had envisioned. The instructor, with a stern expression, ordered him to return to his team. After an entire afternoon of training, they had dinner at 7:30, and later that evening, the new students from each class gathered on the playground for a singing competition. Perhaps due to the earlier incident, the instructor from Yu's class clashed with the instructor from the finance class led by Yu-chin. The two classes continuously sang back and forth, finishing one song only to call out for the next, almost willfully disregarding the other classes caught in between. Yu's voice grew hoarse from joining in, not to mention the boys in her class who were deliberately trying to compete with Yu-chen's class. Their faces flushed. They seemed to believe that any hint of a softer voice would mean losing face for Pei Jin. Though military training had only lasted a few days, Pei Jin had already subtly emerged as the unofficial leader of the class. The tension between the two classes escalated. The instructors, being relatively young soldiers themselves, understood the situation well and were not taken aback, allowing the young men to engage in their rivalry. Ultimately, it was the counselor who stepped in to mediate. After his words, there was a moment of silence from Yu-chen's side. However, Pei Jin, languidly waving his hand, descended the steps of the stage. "All right, Class 9. Who will take the lead?" His tone was relaxed and amicable, with a rising inflection at the end, akin to a teasing hook that drew the attention of the girls from the opposing class. The speaker was a strikingly handsome young man with fair skin and an air of aloofness, which instantly stirred excitement among the crowd. And Yu, seated in the front row, could clearly hear a group of girls from her class whispering animatedly among themselves. "Who is that speaking? Is he our class monitor? He's incredibly handsome. That's Pei Jin, the one who just had a scuffle with Yu-chin." One girl, taken aback by this revelation, turned to scrutinize Pei Jin, who was conversing with someone in the back row, clearly skeptical. He resembles the top scholar from our high school, so refined and gentle, not at all the type to engage in fights. Don't be so incredulous, another girl interjected, her voice rising slightly with urgency. That's merely his facade. I was right there when he clashed with Chingo. He was fierce. Upon hearing this, and you couldn't help but glance at Pei Jin. To her surprise, he had stopped talking to his classmates and was now gazing directly at her, a playful smile gracing his lips, his elongated eyes sparkling with mirth. He silently mouthed a message to her. Although he did not utter a sound, and you understood perfectly, little classmate, do not steal glances at me. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and feeling flustered, she shot him a glare before hastily turning her head, resting her chin on her knees. At that moment, the classmates finally reached a consensus, pushing a boy forward amidst the playful jeers of the crowd. The atmosphere erupted with screams and whistles, becoming lively in an instant. And you felt a rush of exhilaration, joining in the applause, her small hands reddening from the enthusiastic clapping. Well done, Kai, truly a concealed talent. The boy beside her chuckled and joked, casting playful glances at the girl in the front row. Congratulations on securing the preferential dating rights for the next 4 years of college, he teased. Don't be ridiculous, replied Zhang Kai, a bit anxious as he stole a glance towards the front. His gaze lingered momentarily on Anu, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, seriously? We've only known each other for a few days, and there's already interest? Before she could ponder further, a sudden cheer erupted from the opposite class. She lifted her head, only to see Yu Chen stepping out from the crowd. Yu Chen was the epitome of sunshine and charm, tall and handsome. Precisely the type that captured the hearts of many girls at school. His consistent display of confidence and the unabashed flaunting of his affluent background had already made him a hot favorite among the female students shortly after the semester began. Those who managed to get into Jiang University were undoubtedly intelligent and academically accomplished, and with Yu Chen's striking looks and wealth, arriving in a luxury sports car worth millions without batting an eye, he was the kind of boyfriend that any girl would be proud to show off to her friends. There were plenty of girls from the finance department, and perhaps they assumed Yu Chen was about to showcase his talents, as they erupted in screams and cheers. Several girls from her class joined in the excitement, as it was a universal truth that no one could resist a handsome face. Yet Anu, seated in the front row, felt a gnawing sense of foreboding. Yu Chen had never learned to dance. His passion lay in basketball, which he merely regarded as a hobby. If he were to highlight a true skill, it would undoubtedly be playing the guitar. However, there was no way he could bring an instrument to military training. As expected, the next moment, Anu watched as he walked straight towards her group. Yu Chen's voice was cold, devoid of expression, yet imbued with an indescribable provocation. Pei Jin, are you interested in a contest? The crowd erupted in astonishment, and the instructor stood up, visibly anxious. Pei Jin looked up, a smile that was neither genuine nor false playing on his lips, and asked, "What is there to compare with you?" Yu Chen remained composed, though beneath this calm facade lay a simmering anger discernible only to Anu, who had spent countless days and nights with him. His expression bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a nightmare he once experienced. Before Anu could interject, Yu Chen chuckled lightly, his voice laced with undeniable challenge. In sparring, do you possess the skill? Yu Chen turned his head, offering a deceptively gentle smile. I cannot dance, dear instructor. Besides, it's merely a friendly exchange. With so many instructors present, what is there to fear? The instructor faltered momentarily, then glanced toward Pei Jin, appearing troubled. That depends on whether classmate Pei is willing to compete. What if he cannot? I will, Pei Jin replied decisively, springing up from the ground with an air of confidence. His eyes sparkled with a hint of arrogance as he declared, a contest is acceptable, but should you lose, do not speak of a certain matter I have addressed. Yu Chen scoffed, "I will not lose." He did not even inquire what Pei Jin referred to, responding with unwavering confidence. "Very well," Pei Jin beamed, casting a sidelong glance at Yu. She froze momentarily upon meeting his gaze, while Yu Chen's expression darkened further at the sight. "Come," Pei Jin said, stepping out from the throng and positioning himself opposite Yu Chen. "Let us see what you can do." Chapter 16. Stay away from this person. Yu Chen clenched his fist and charged forward, engaging in a flurry of exchanges within mere seconds. Despite the ferocity of Yu Chen's onslaught, Pei Jin effortlessly countered his attacks. The two exchanged blows for approximately 5 minutes, culminating in a graceful side kick from Pei Jin, which struck Yu Chen squarely in the lower back. Yu Chen groaned and collapsed to the ground, prompting an alarmed Yu to leap from the front row and rush towards him. Yu Chen's face paled. Pei Jin had not held back with that kick. Yu supported his arm, helping him rise from the ground, and quietly inquired, "Brother, are you all right?" Never before had Yu Chen felt so humiliated. In front of nearly 100 spectators, he had instigated a confrontation only to be bested and knocked down. Overcome by a mix of anger and embarrassment, his usual composed and aloof demeanor faltered. He shoved Yu aside and intended to charge at Pei Jin once more. Yu stumbled back a step, while Pei Jin, standing beside her, instinctively raised his hand to steady her. Recognizing the escalating situation, the instructors from both classes swiftly intervened, restraining the furious Yu Chen. As he found himself immobilized, a flicker of reason began to return to his clouded mind. He gazed at Yu, who stood beside Pei Jin, visibly frightened, and hoarsely called out, "Yu, come here. Don't go." Just as Yu lifted her foot to approach, she was firmly grasped by the arm. Pei Jin regarded her with a calm expression, stating, "Your brother is currently unstable." However, Yu hesitated for only a moment before resolutely pushing away his hand that held her. "He is my brother. He would never harm me." After uttering this, she stepped forward to stand beside Yu Chen and asked his instructor, "May I release my brother now?" And Yu Chen is your brother?" The counselor from Class 9 had approached at some point, his face filled with suspicion as he scrutinized Yu Chen. "You should persuade him. I warned from the beginning not to engage in such." "Teacher, I wish to take him to the infirmary first," and Yu interjected, her cat-like eyes wide and sincere. "It seems my brother is injured." "What?" The counselor was taken aback, turning to regard Pei Jin with skepticism. "Did you hurt him? Perhaps?" Pei Jin replied nonchalantly, crossing his arms. "When I get physical, I don't hold back. If this student is injured, then he should hurry." Yu Chen pursed his lips, casting a frosty glance at him before lowering his head to Yu and saying, "Let us go." Yu helped him to his feet, and together they departed the playground under the gaze of numerous onlookers. Upon reaching the infirmary, Yu assisted him onto the bed and lifted his shirt for a look. Indeed, a large bruise marred Yu Chen's lower back, and his right elbow bore a scrape from the ground. Many students had suffered sunstroke and injuries during military training, and the school nurse seemed to have vanished into busyness. Yu retrieved iodine and disinfectant from the metal cabinet in the infirmary and tended to Yu Chen's wounds with minimal care. He remained silent for a while until, as she lifted the hem of his shirt to apply medicine to his back, he gently grasped her fingertip and said, "Let me do it." Yu let out a sigh, lamenting the injury on her back, pondering how to apply medicine herself. Yu Chen pressed his lips together, his frustration evident as he adjusted his clothing to suppress the small hands resting on his waist. "It's merely a minor wound. There's no need for treatment," he declared. As Yu completed her task of organizing her belongings, Yu Chen finally spoke. "That lad is not of good character. He is the eldest son of the Pei family from Haicheng, involved in a reckless driving incident in a bustling area, leading to a hit-and-run. The situation escalated beyond control, prompting his father to send him here to avoid the ensuing chaos." His expression darkened further at this point. "I suspect he harbors ill intentions. If you encounter him in the future, Steer clear and refrain from engaging him in conversation. Understood, and Yu replied, lowering her gaze. Yu-Chen would never concoct baseless tales to deceive her. His words were undoubtedly grounded in truth. Moreover, her first encounter with Pei Jin had indeed involved him recklessly maneuvering a heavy motorcycle through a crowd. His demeanor unmistakably revealed him as an experienced rider. The evening's training, primarily designed for entertainment, aimed to foster camaraderie among classmates who were still strangers to one another, nurturing their bonds of friendship. Given Yu-Chen's injury, his participation was inconsequential. The initial few led the way, singing, dancing, and performing comedic routines to elevate the atmosphere, while the subsequent classmates felt compelled to join in. Those lacking talents bravely stepped forward to share a few corny jokes. When it was Yu's turn, a flicker of nervousness crossed her. But with a gentle push from a nearby female classmate, she resolutely stood at the center of the crowd. Following the recent event, the classmates were all aware that she was the sister of the dashing gentleman from the finance class. The few female students in the computer science program began to display a noticeably warmer attitude towards her. Observing her nervousness, some even offered her words of comfort and encouragement. "And you just sing a song, it's perfectly fine. A corny joke will suffice." As the prelude began, a few seasoned otaku boys in the class could hardly contain their excitement and began to clap enthusiastically. Although US dancing did not rival that of the professional dance influencers online, her charmingly cute demeanor complemented the choreography splendidly. Consequently, as she concluded her performance and stepped off the stage, several boys gazed longingly at her retreating figure, playfully calling for an encore. Pei Jin watched her with keen interest. When a boy beside him leaned in jestfully, "Pei, have you taken a liking to this adorable girl?" "Get lost," Pei Jin retorted, pushing the boy away. Raising an eyebrow with a smirk, "I prefer someone more sultry. The bolder, the better."
Damn.
The boy muttered under his breath. "Aren't we all?" Perhaps due to their lack of familiarity, the boys spoke without restraint, and Yu, seated not too far away, clearly overheard the exchange between Pei Jin and the other boy. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she lowered her head and fixated on her training shoes, remaining silent for quite some time. However, before long, someone gently tapped her hunched shoulder. And Yu recalled that he was named Kai. "Yes, Zhang Kai. Do you need something?" she asked softly, glancing up at him. The young man, possessing a refined appearance, exhibited signs of nervousness in the university setting. His typically fluent Mandarin was now stuttered, as a group of boys across from him chuckled at his expense. "And you, hello, my name is Zhang Kai. I just saw your dance, and it was impressive. I want to get to know you," he stammered. And you paused for a moment, subtly reminding him, "Actually, I know you." "Oh, really? That's great," Zhang Kai replied, visibly flustered, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I just think you're very charming and wanted to chat." And you nodded, offering him a seat beside her. "That's fine." After a while of silence from the boy, she sought to initiate conversation, asking, "How many years have you been dancing?" 3 years, Zhang Kai replied with a shy smile. "The pressure of exams in high school was overwhelming, so I enrolled in a class to relieve some stress." "I thought you must have studied for many years," and you remarked, somewhat surprised, as he indeed danced quite well and appeared to have a solid foundation. "Not really, I just—" Zhang Kai's sentence trailed off when someone beside him gave him a playful nudge. At that moment, a familiar voice reached in Yu's ears. "Excuse me, I need to ask her something." Pei Jin, having uttered this, turned to Yu with a bright smile. "How is your brother? Is his injury severe? How much are the medical expenses?" His rapid-fire questions demonstrated a serious demeanor. Zhang Kai, sensing the situation, refrained from further conversation, barely managing a farewell to Yu before he stood up and left. Pei Jin then took the seat that Zhang Kai had vacated. Yu gazed at his deceptively handsome face, and the words of Yu-Chen echoed in her mind. Reckless driving in a bustling city, followed by a hit and run. The incident had escalated beyond control, prompting her family to send her to Jiangcheng to evade the storm. With this thought, her eyes turned wary as they rested on Pei Jin.
Oh?
Pei Jin nodded, effortlessly shifting the conversation as he gestured towards someone across the way. Do you prefer that type of friend? Absolutely not. And you discern the teasing tone in his voice, a flush creeping onto her cheeks. What does it matter to you what type of friends I like? At present, it does not concern me. Pei Jin chuckled nonchalantly, his slender eyes narrowing slightly. And you instinctively recoiled, turning her head to evade his gaze. Being scrutinized by Pei Jin felt akin to being targeted by a predatory beast. You won't be able to dictate that in the future, she muttered, anxiety creeping into her heart, before attempting to rise and change her position. From a distance, it appeared as if Pei Jin had his arm wrapped around her. The unfamiliar scent of laundry detergent enveloped her, causing her face to flush deeply. She pushed against him, but her efforts were futile. Instead, Pei Jin seized the moment to grasp her hand and lean closer to her ear. Your brother isn't here now, and no one is going to stand up for you, little classmate. I advise you to behave and not provoke me. And you, feeling small and wronged, retorted, I haven't provoked you. It's you who always bullies me. Is this what you call bullying? Pei Jin looked amusingly at the petite girl in his arms, questioning her with a hint of mock indignation. You two siblings, one persistently threatens to have me expelled, while the other covertly reports my misdeeds. Tell me, who is truly the bully here? I didn't report you. And Yu's voice faltered, lacking conviction. My brother. He just says things, he doesn't really mean it. She could not continue her sentence, for deep down, she understood the truth. Yu Chun was a man of his word. If he threatened expulsion, it genuinely meant he wanted Pei Jin out of the school. Why do you always provoke him? And Yu muttered softly, yet she proposed what she considered a relatively feasible solution. If you keep your distance from me, he won't bother you. Is that so? Pei Jin raised his voice in playful disbelief. If I don't pursue you, your brother won't have me expelled? What nonsense are you talking about? And Yu was startled, glancing around until she noticed their counselor had been frowning at them for quite a while. She swiftly removed Pei Jin's arm from her shoulder, and only then did the counselor's gaze shift away. With a wrinkled nose, she quietly questioned, When did you ever pursue me? Oh, I just decided, Pei Jin chuckled lightly. I want to see if being your boyfriend would indeed lead your brother to expel me. And Yu regarded him with an expression that conveyed her exasperation, finally retorting, Are you out of your mind? After hurling her insult, the little girl hastily made her way to the counselor, claiming she needed to use the restroom, turning her back on him without a glance as she slipped away. As soon as he sat down, the boy beside him scrutinized him with a piercing gaze, then pretended to ponder deeply, shaking his head. PIY, being overly pretentious will lead to embarrassment. Don't you fancy sultry and voluptuous girls? Why are you fawning over this little cutie? Keep your distance. Is that not what you're doing? The boy retorted with a puzzled expression. PIJ and scoffed. I am merely safeguarding the scarce female resources in our class from undesirable suitors. Wise as ever. PIY. The boy exclaimed, his face lighting up in realization as he gave a thumbs up. Why let this sweet nectar flow to outsiders? Your foresight is commendable. PIJN, uninterested in further banter, turned away, leaning against the nearby railing to rest his eyes. After a moment, the boy pondered and felt something was amiss. How is Xiang Ki an outsider? ISN, he part of our class too? PIJN emerged from the line, directing Class 9 teammates, right face.
March on.
A throng of students surged toward the exit. Just as they stepped out of the playground, PIJN halted. Dismissed. The classmates cheered, scattering in all directions. And YU, having deviated from the others, parted ways at Building 8. Now she found herself alone, meandering around the student dormitory to a secluded path behind. The cool evening breeze of summer brushed against her, sending a shiver down her spine, stirring a sense of unease within her. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, she instinctively quickened her pace. She was aware that there were unlikely to be any dangers on campus, as it was likely just teachers or classmates walking alongside her. Yet an unshakable tension gripped her heart, causing it to thrum audibly within her chest. And you quickened her pace, nearly tumbling into the flower bed as she rounded a corner. Just as she gasped and lurched to one side, a hurried footfall echoed behind her. A strong arm reached out, encircling her waist and lifting her petite frame effortlessly, setting her down safely on the tiles beside the flower bed. Little classmate, in such a hurry to meet your fate? Pei Jin cast a glance her way, finding it somewhat amusing that Inyu's short legs dangled above the ground. Unable to find purchase. No, I didn't realize the curb was raised, she replied, feeling a bit sheepish. Upon recognizing him, an inexplicable sense of calm washed over her. After steadying herself, Inyu sincerely thanked him. Pei Jin waved his hand dismissively, urging her, "Hurry along, or you'll frighten yourself when it gets dark." To her surprise, he seemed to notice her unease. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Inyu tugged at her clothing and jogged to catch up with Pei Jin as they made their way to the dormitory. Chapter 17. Let me tell you once more for reasons unbeknownst to him. Pei Jin insisted on accompanying her to the entrance of the dormitory after escorting her to the building. Coincidentally, they collided with Yu Chen, who was stepping out to dispose of the trash. In that fleeting moment, Inyu distinctly observed the clouded expression that washed over Yu Chen's face. He was clad in loose-fitting pajamas, shorts beneath, and a pair of slippers. Her hair was disheveled, indicating she had been asleep for quite some time. Yet at that moment, her drowsy eyes regained their usual sharpness, with a faint brown hue that harbored emotions beyond Inyu's comprehension. Yu Chen, with a calm demeanor, glanced past Pei Jin and addressed Inyu, saying, "Yu, come here." After uttering these words, he turned and entered the dormitory. Pei Jin remained silent. Just as Inyu took a couple of steps forward, her hand, which hung by her side, was suddenly tugged gently, causing her to collide with the figure behind her. "Are you sure you want to go over there?" Pei Jin remarked, a smirk gracing his lips, though his eyes revealed no mirth. "Your brother's gaze towards you seems rather peculiar." "Don't be ridiculous," Inyu protested, struggling slightly, as the memory of that bloodstained kiss from her dream flickered momentarily in her mind. She shook her head, unsure whether she was addressing Pei Jin or trying to reassure herself. "He is my brother. What could possibly be amiss?" "Very well." Pei Jin released her, lightly scraping his tongue against his back teeth. "Take care, little classmate. I shall take my leave." And you stood there, bewildered, as she watched him walk past her. When he reached the entrance of Yu Chen's dormitory, he paused for a moment, seemingly intentionally, before proceeding to a nearby room, pushing the door open and entering. Could it be that they lived next door to each other? And Yu glanced at Pei Jin's dormitory number, then lowered her head and pushed open the door to find Yu Chen. Upon entering, she discovered the lights were off, enveloping the room in darkness. Fortunately, the layout of the male and female dormitories was identical, and since these staff quarters were not particularly spacious, Inyu relied on the faint light seeping through the crack of the door. She took a few tentative steps forward, calling out, "Brother?" The room was silent, and as Inyu entered, she discovered Yu Chen seated on the bed, leaning against the wall, his head bowed, as though he were asleep. "Brother, why are you silent?" The blackout curtains enveloped the room in darkness, igniting a flicker of anxiety within Inyu. "Have you chosen to disregard my words?" A deep voice finally broke the stillness, and Yu Chen stirred, lifting his head. His eyes, filled with a tempestuous fury, were concealed in the shadows, rendering his tumultuous emotions imperceptible to Inyu. "I did not." Prior to this moment, she had not anticipated her struggle to adapt to this new environment would be so profound. A mocking sneer crossed Yu Chen's face.
"What?"
"You choose not to heed my warnings, wishing to experience the sensation of being dragged onto the bed, nearly lifeless?" And Yu's breath caught in her throat as disbelief washed over her. "What did you say?" Did I misspeak? With a swift motion, Yu-Chin stood up, advancing toward you with deliberate steps. His towering stature commanded an undeniable sense of intimidation in the somewhat confined space. For a fleeting moment, and you contemplated fleeing from the looming shadow before her, but reason triumphed over fear, persistently reminding her, "This is Yu-Chin, your brother. He has always treated you kindly. Even now, in his anger, he would not harm you." After repeating this mantra several times in her mind, and you gritted her teeth, remaining rooted in place, while hastily attempting to clarify her position. Yu-Chun halted 2 paces away from her, no longer moving. And you exhaled in relief and spoke to him in a soothing tone. "You know, there are not many students living in this dormitory, and we are in the same class." The lights remained off, and you stood beside him like a student punished to stand. Finally, the person sitting on the bed spoke. And you sighed in relief, took a step back, and obediently bid him farewell. "Good night, brother." As she reached the door, Yu Chen's voice echoed from behind. "Let me remind you once more, keep your distance from that guy." After taking a shower and lying on her bed, and you noticed a message from Pei Jin sent approximately 20 minutes earlier. It contained a single character, indicating his stance. And you gazed at his pitch-black profile picture and felt an unsettling sensation. Yu-Chen exhibited an undue concern for Pei Jin's existence. Although he had always maintained strict control over his social circle, he typically left some room for flexibility. Pei Jin, having spoken only a few words to her since the start of school and never clearly indicating any romantic intentions in front of Yu-Chen, merely enjoyed teasing her. Compared to the swarm of suitors from before who sought to approach Yu, this was hardly anything significant. Thus, Yu-Chen's reaction seemed excessively intense. He was evidently sensitive to Pei Jin, and, to describe it with a term that does not quite suit Yu-Chen, one could say he felt a sense of trepidation. It is only when one strives to protect someone or something dear, yet realizes their own limitations, that they reveal such fear, consequently displaying an unusual vigilance and resistance. If Pei Jin is indeed, as Yu-Chen described, merely a spoiled rich second generation with a penchant for mischief, then Yu-Chen need not regard him with any significance. Even if he were to deliberately approach her, Yu-Chen possesses ample means to dissuade him. Yet, Pei Jin has brazenly provoked Yu-Chen on numerous occasions, yet remains comfortably ensconced at Jiang University. This includes the recent inspection by the authorities, which Yu observed. It seems that Pei Jin's influence at Jiang University far surpasses that of Yu-Chen, the renowned scion of Jiang City. What could Yu-Chen possibly be avoiding?
Why?
After issuing stern warnings to Pei Jin, does she hesitate to take action? Given Yu's understanding of her, the lack of follow-through after threatening Pei Jin with expulsion is an almost unfathomable display of impotence for Yu-Chen. Thus, the only plausible explanation is that the power backing Pei Jin far exceeds that of the Yu family, rendering this typically resolute brother utterly helpless. Chapter 18. The sensation was unparalleled. Due to her incessant overthinking before sleep, Yu's quality of rest visibly deteriorated. Awakened by the morning alarm, she found herself confronted with the prominent dark circles beneath her eyes in the bathroom mirror, leaving her feeling helpless. After a simple morning routine and applying some sunscreen, she had just changed her clothes when there came a gentle but firm 3 knocks at the door. Yu-Chen was already waiting outside. On the way to breakfast, Yu-Chen's spirits had returned to normal. Upon noticing Yu yawning with a weary expression, he kindly extracted a bottle of concentrated mint candies and tucked it into her pocket, advising her to suck on one while standing at attention to invigorate herself. When Yu found herself lacking appetite for breakfast, she became aware that her condition was not optimal. Little did she anticipate the severity of her malaise, which would culminate in her fainting during a drill, her vision blurring until she collapsed to the ground. As she fell unconscious, her peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of pristine white basketball shoes swiftly approaching. Amidst the gasps of onlookers, she was swept off her feet, her face pressed against the warm and solid chest of a boy as he carried her away from the formation. Her fainting spell was attributed to a combination of inadequate rest and an empty stomach, resulting in low blood sugar. Fainting led to a swift recovery, having lain in bed for less than 10 minutes, and you regained consciousness. However, waking too quickly left her in a daze. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Pei Jin crouched at her bedside, frowning as he gingerly dabbed a cotton swab in iodine to apply it to her arm. For a fleeting moment, she questioned whether she was hallucinating. How could it be Pei Jin attending to her after fainting during military training? Were there no other girls in the class? Seeing that she had awakened, Pei Jin promptly rummaged through the first aid kit, skillfully tearing open a band-aid and affixing it to her abrasion. "How do you feel?" he inquired. And you propped herself up on the bed and replied glumly, "I feel a bit dizzy. What about your foot?" Pei Jin's gaze followed her long, slender leg, his brow arching slightly. "What is wrong with your foot?" And you attempted to move his ankle, finding no discomfort. When he mentioned the flower bed incident, and you shook his head, assuring that it was nothing, merely a near fall without any injury to his foot. "That's good to hear," Pei Jin remarked, casually tossing the cotton swab and iodine into a nearby box. "You should lie down. I'll inform the instructor that you needn't participate in this morning's training." Seated on the bed, and you bit his lip, and just as Pei Jin was about to exit, he hesitantly uttered a thank you. After expressing his gratitude, he waved his hand, and Pei Jin departed. And you watched his tall figure fade at the doorway, his fingers brushing against the bandage on his hand. And he couldn't help but spiral into a whirlwind of thoughts. Were the words of Yu Qin truly valid? After being deliberately cold to him, Pei Jin had rushed to bring him to the infirmary the moment he fainted, treating him with genuine care. Could this seemingly warm-hearted, kind, and helpful Pei Jin be nothing more than a facade crafted by a wealthy, reckless heir? What purpose would such pretense serve? Reflecting on their first encounter, and you remembered Pei Jin perched on his motorcycle, clad in black, with an audacious demeanor as he navigated the campus. He hardly resembled a hypocritical scion. Having spent less than half an hour in the infirmary, Yu Qin soon arrived. The two classes were quite distant, and during military stance training, everyone faced the main stage, their gazes unwavering. And you wondered how Yu Qin had learned of his transfer to the infirmary. "Yu, how are you feeling? Besides dizziness, is there any other discomfort?" As Yu Qin entered, he placed his cool hand on her forehead, furrowing his brow as he gauged her temperature. Immediately, he retrieved his phone to call for the family doctor. "Goodbye, brother." And you pressed down on his hand, not feeling any discomfort, having concluded that her low blood sugar was merely a result of skipping breakfast. She was acutely aware of Pei Jin's earlier message, yet Yu Qin remained skeptical, frowning as he remarked that the school doctor was inadequate and that she felt slightly warm, indicating a low-grade fever. As he spoke, he leaned closer, his expressionless yet handsome face drawing near to Yu's. Startled by his proximity, and Yu found herself unable to retreat before Yu Qin pressed his forehead against hers. She had never been so close to a male, the distance between them barely a centimeter. And Yu held her breath, struggling to suppress the urge to back away, but found herself trapped against the headboard. Sensing her instinct to evade, Yu Qin had already placed his hand at the back of her head, and Yu's delicate, soft strands of hair intertwined with his fingers, momentarily deepening his breath. Before she could protest, Yu Qin had already dialed the number. During military training, the management was strict, and typically, requests for leave were only permitted under special circumstances. Meanwhile, Pei Jin had just embellished Yu's situation and was preparing to request an extended leave from the instructor when he turned to see a luxurious, extended business vehicle parked at the entrance of the playground. Yu was lifted into the car and whisked away from the school. The instructor beside him looked astonished at the scene before him and turned to inquire, "It seems this young girl's condition is more serious than you described." "It's just a foot injury, isn't it? Why has she left school?" As he spoke, Yu Qin, having just seen someone off, approached. Upon hearing this, he explained, "She has been running a fever since last night, and her condition is not very good." She didn't want her family to worry. So she didn't mention it to me. Yuchen cast a nonchalant glance at him and replied, "No need to concern yourself. She can return once she recovers." The instructor quickly added, "The young lady is quite delicate. She should rest for a day or two. I will inform your teacher of the situation." Yuchen had directly requested leave from the head of the student affairs office, bypassing the counselor entirely. However, upon hearing these words, he nodded with a smile, his tone sincere, resembling a model student. "That would be a great help. Thank you." Standing in the line, Pei Jin found his thoughts wandering. Yet at that moment, he did not dwell on it. In Pei Jin's memory, any female proximity, whether those schoolgirls or the delicate young ladies at banquets, seemed to resemble Yu. Their cheeks flushed, warm to the touch. And Yu's skin was tender. When she blushed, she resembled a bashful kitten, exceedingly endearing. The sensation of her skin against his fingers felt like jelly, soft and smooth, truly unparalleled. Chapter 19. When nightmares descend again after receiving an 4-drip and taking medication. He lay down in his room. The slumber enveloped him in a heavy stupor, and when he finally opened his eyes, he was astonished to find that night had fallen. She tilted her head, gazing wearily at the tightly drawn curtains, pondering which servant had dared to obscure her beloved bright room, leaving not even a sliver of light. It seemed that despite the family doctor's care, her condition had not improved. Rather, it had worsened. Nevertheless, her mind remained relatively clear. After resting for a while, a fierce thirst overcame her, prompting her to call out softly, "Water." Outside her door, a maid stood guard, and though her voice was barely above a whisper, and you believed the person stationed at the entrance could hear her. As expected, in the next moment a long, strong arm reached in, encircling her waist and gently lifting her back onto the bed. "I want to drink water." And Yu's voice was hoarse yet still carried the delicate tone characteristic of a young girl. The maid released her hold and turned to fetch a cup from the nearby table, bringing it to Yu's lips. Yu's throat felt parched, and her head throbbed intermittently. The aftermath of her fever left her utterly drained. She could only rest her limp arms on the maid's wrist, sipping cautiously from the cup. Her eagerness to drink led to a slight choking fit, prompting her to cough uncomfortably. A hand began to gently pat her back, though the calloused palm was somewhat uncomfortable against her skin. Shifting slightly, she reassured, "It's fine now, you may go." The hand paused momentarily, and then an unexpectedly raspy voice broke the silence in the room. "You cannot leave." And Yu was taken aback, a chill running down her spine. It was unmistakably a man's voice. She quickly recoiled, the quilt she had gathered around her chest slipping down in a disheveled manner. Only then did she belatedly realize that she was clad in nothing but a pale cream camisole. Her shoulders, waist, and thighs were exposed to the chilling breeze of the room, which swiftly raised a fine layer of goosebumps on her skin.
Who are you?
How did you get in here? And Yu endeavored to make her voice sound authoritative. "Leave immediately. Otherwise, I will call for help."
Sure.
The man swiftly approached and covered her mouth with his hand. The warm, moist breath brushed against her ear, causing Yu's hands, clutching the quilt, to tremble slightly. "Lower your voice. If you attract attention, it is you who will suffer." The man spoke infrequently, his words punctuated by brief pauses. And Yu felt a surge of fear. The predicament left her hesitant to defy him, compelling her to swallow her gasp and nod obediently. As he loosened his grip slightly, she seized the opportunity to take several deep breaths. Noticing her compliance, his hand gradually moved down from her mouth and nose to her shoulder, gently pushing her back onto the bed. And Yu tugged at the quilt and strained her eyes to discern the indistinct shadow standing before her. The man was positioned at the foot of the bed, gazing down at her, yet she could not make out his features or paint a portrait of his appearance. Suppressing the creeping unease, she allowed him to observe her for a moment before regaining her composure and whispering, "I can send the servant at the door away for a while. You can leave first. I won't report you, all right?" The man remained silent, merely turning to sit quietly on the adjacent bed. and you stared blankly at the small bed that had mysteriously appeared beside hers, her pupils dilating momentarily as an absurd thought surged forth. Ignoring the aches that enveloped her body, she grasped the blanket draped over her and brought it close for inspection. It was white, cold, rigid, and reeked of antiseptic. This was neither her blanket nor her bed, and certainly not her room. Trembling, and you descended from the bed, only to realize that she was clad in nothing but a flimsy tank top, and her legs were covered by a pair of loose-fitting shorts that threatened to slip down her waist, requiring her to occasionally tug them up. Though voluminous, the shorts barely reached her thighs. "Where am I?" Panic surged as she turned to the figure on the other bed, demanding, "Who are you? Why do I know you?" And you felt herself on the brink of collapse, dark forebodings amplifying in her mind as memories of a horrific nightmare replayed relentlessly. "I cannot stay here. I want to leave. Where is my brother?" In a frenzy, she made her way towards the door, determined to push open the tightly shut entrance. The figure on the bed sprang up, deftly navigating the obstacles in the darkness, and seized her, pinning her down amidst a flurry of kicks and punches, wrapping her in the blanket. Simultaneously, he leaned in close, whispering a threat in her ear, "If you value your life, do not run." In that fleeting moment illuminated by a glimmer of light from the outside, and you caught a Xiao-Mo, and you ceased her struggles, gripping the man's sleeve tightly, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Why are you here?" Turning her head, she noticed that Xiao-Mo not only ignored her gaze but also turned away, leaving her with a broad yet indifferent back. "Xiao-Mo." And you murmured to herself, "Have I had another nightmare?" The room was eerily silent, despite the summer warmth outside, and you felt a chill enveloping her entire being. After an indeterminate period, the figure across from her, sensing the stillness, hesitantly turned around. He bent down, burying his face in his knees, casting a furtive glance in Yu's direction. She was curled up on the bed, her arms wrapped around herself, hanging limply as if she were a dying creature, frail and powerless. "You don't remember me?" The hoarse, jarring voice broke the silence, yet to Yu, it resonated like a celestial melody in the suffocating darkness. "I remember you." Fearing his ensuing silence, Yu quickly nodded. "You are Xiao-Mo, and you reside in this ward." After speaking, she noticed the lack of reaction from the man, causing a wave of urgency to wash over her. "It seemed like you were struggling with some mental issues. The last time I saw you, you couldn't even speak. I named you Xiao-Mo. Do you remember?" "Remembering is enough." And Yu tightened her grip on the blanket, her gaze fixed intently on him as she asked with fervor, "Is this the 4th hospital? Why am I here? And why are you confined in this place?" I witnessed those caregivers mistreating you. I do not know why you are here." Xiao-Mo remained with her head bowed, avoiding her gaze, and indifferently replied, "As for me, I was brought here 2 years ago by my brother." Chapter 20. This is the future 5 years later, and you hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "Are you ill?" The person on the opposite bed responded in a muffled voice, "Perhaps." "This is the 4th hospital. The individuals admitted here can only be afflicted with one ailment, madness." But what about her? Was she also suffering from the same fate? And you recalled the first time she entered this ward, the diagnosis card she had seen, delusional disorder. Had she been sent here by the Yu family due to her affliction? When had she contracted this illness, and how? And you cradled her head in her hands, pondering. If it was indeed delusional disorder, then which was her true reality, this place or her university life? She sifted through her memories of the people she had encountered during military training at university. There was Xia and I, a new friend she met during orientation, sporting a bun and having spent 2 hours on her makeup. Her brother, Yu Chen, who had paid her tuition and sent her to a dormitory different from the others. Pei Jin, who rode a motorcycle and borrowed her bathroom, later becoming her classmate. The balding instructor, the street-dancing Zhang Kai, the young military training officer, and the inspecting school leaders. How could all those vibrant individuals and events be mere figments of her imagination? And you felt a surge of despair. If her university life was not an illusion, then what about this hospital, the Xiao Mo lying on the bed opposite her, and the group of orderlies who assaulted them? She touched the cold bars of the bed's headboard, certain that everything here was indeed real. She is not ill. She is a perfectly normal individual with a clear mindset. Although Anu's thoughts are somewhat disordered, amidst the chaos of people and circumstances, she gradually delineates a relatively coherent line of logic. If we consider that the Jiangqing University she attends, along with Pei Jin, Xia and her counselor, are real figures in her life, then the events she is experiencing are indeed tangible. Meanwhile, this hospital and this ward, based on temporal calculations, exist 5 years beyond her current reality. Should the hypothesis of her arrival 5 years into the future hold true, everything would indeed fall into place. This is the future, 5 years hence. And from her prior experiences, Xiao Mo must be someone she encountered during her vanished 5 years. He likely possesses all the answers. And Anu believes he is the only one, aside from herself, capable of elucidating the entirety of events and their intricate causal relationships. With this thought, Anu almost instinctively turned her head towards him, eager to inquire, "Who exactly are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, the door to the ward was abruptly pushed open. Xiao Mo, who had been lying on the bed, immediately turned over. Seizing a set of patient clothing from somewhere and draping it over Anu's head, his tall figure positioning itself protectively in front of her bed. Trembling, Anu hastily pulled on the garment. The individual entering was a caregiver clad in a white coat, whose cold gaze, obscured by a protective mask, flicked disdainfully at Xiao Mo raising a hand. They signaled, and several large caregivers surged into the room. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Xiao Mo kicked the leader, causing them to stumble. The remaining caregivers exchanged glances and swiftly subdued him, binding him with restraints. And Yu gazed in horror at their actions, yearning to intervene, yet acutely aware of the insignificance of her power in this realm devoid of human rights. She had already experienced the consequences of opposing them. The relentless belts wielded by the caregiver had inflicted upon her a torment beyond endurance. This time, however, Xiao Mo's resistance was far less intense. The reasons for this eluded her, and you suspected that he bore injuries. After Xiao Mo was taken away, the door to the ward was locked once more, and those individuals seemed to possess little interest in her. And you groped her way to the window, drawing back the heavy curtains that had obscured the light. The dim glow of the moon filtered into the room. She dared not turn on the light, instead crouching by the window to examine herself by the moonlight. Her arms were marred by a network of scars, some bruises darkening ominously, remnants of previous wounds. Some had worsened, while others had healed, leaving only faint traces. This was the future, 5 years hence. Had she not lived through it, and you could never have fathomed such a fate following her university graduation. The absence of experiences and memories was overwhelming, leaving her adrift for answers, her hopes resting solely on Xiao Mo. If Xiao Mo was indeed her boyfriend from her university days or after graduation, then why had they both found themselves ensnared in this peculiar hospital? If he had been admitted first due to illness, what had compelled Yu Chen to bring himself here as well? In her recollections, Yu Chen had always treated her with such kindness, caring for her as if they were siblings for over a decade. How had their relationship devolved to such animosity? And Yu is beset with countless questions, yearning for Xiao Mo's insights. As she leans in for a closer look, she notices his hair has been shaved, leaving behind uneven stubble that feels prickly to the touch. His face bears no new wounds, yet his forehead radiates an alarming heat. Rolling up the oversized sleeves of her hospital gown, she observes several barely noticeable injection marks on his arm, suggesting he has been administered a substance with nerve-paralyzing properties. The ward is devoid of any medical supplies, compelling you to take the half-full jug of water from the table to gently cleanse his face and neck. She then removes the pillowcase, moistens it, and places it upon his forehead, hoping for some semblance of relief. For the next 2 days, Xiao Mo remains in a feverish stupor, his body burning with an intensity that leaves Yu fearful he might emerge from this ordeal mentally impaired. However, the direst predicament she faces is the absence of food. Since the caregiver's visit that evening, no one has come to deliver sustenance or water for 2 consecutive days. The tap in the ward's restroom has run dry, leaving even the toilet devoid of water. Glancing at the tattered kettle on the table, you can't shake the unsettling thought that the water she drank upon regaining consciousness might have been drawn from the toilet tank by Xiao Mo. Yet, such reflections seem futile now. She herself is on the brink of starvation, and Xiao Mo's abnormally high fever has left his lips chapped and his body marked with extensive crimson rashes, clearly indicating his endurance is waning. With her eyes shut, Yu strips him of his clothing, leaving only a garment to preserve his modesty, and opens the window in a desperate attempt to alleviate his condition. Though the results are negligible, Xiao Mo shows no signs of awakening, and Yu gazed at his flushed face, troubled for an extended period. Should he perish in this manner, she would lose the only thread capable of unraveling the intricate mysteries of her future. This, undeniably, was a profoundly terrifying prospect. After much contemplation, Yu resolved to take a risk and see if it might be possible to procure some food or water. Chapter 21. Perhaps we should make a bet. As Yu approached the door of the hospital room and began to knock vigorously, her heart was filled with trepidation. She feared that not only would she be unable to obtain sustenance, but also that she might inadvertently summon the ill-intentioned caregiver from her previous encounter. Fortunately, events did not unfold in the most dreadful manner. After shouting for 5 minutes, a fully equipped caregiver, revealing only his vigilant eyes, approached her. "What do you want?" "If you keep this up, I'll have to call the security team." Upon his utterance, Yu recognized that he was not the same individual as before. This caregiver's voice was distinctly deeper. Though his tone was fierce, his words came swiftly, betraying a hint of nervousness upon closer inspection. With her heart racing, Yu feigned composure as she pleaded, "Could you possibly spare me some food and water? My roommate is on the verge of death." "I haven't received any notice allowing me to distribute anything to you," he replied. Yu bit her lip, mustering her resolve to fabricate a lie. "My reporting?" The person outside scoffed, dismissing her threat with disdain. "If your family truly cared for you, would they send you to a psychiatric hospital? It is precisely because they care for me that I have been sent here." Yu raised her gaze to meet the eyes concealed behind the mask, her mind racing as she wove a web of deceit from the fragments of information at her disposal. "The individual in the ward is my ex-boyfriend, whom I loved dearly. My fiancé, consumed by jealousy, is the one who had me committed here." Yu clutched the railing of the door tightly, addressing the attendant. "It is my refusal to submit that has led my fiancé to delay my release. However, he adores me. If I apologize to him tomorrow, I shall be free." Upon hearing this, the attendant's expression shifted slightly. Seizing the moment, Yu threatened, "If my ex-boyfriend dies here, do you truly believe I won't drag you down with me to the grave?" "Nonsense." The attendant narrowed his eyes, glaring at her with feigned bravado. "It's not my fault if he dies. If you must blame someone, don't direct it at me." Patients residing on the 3rd floor had their backgrounds shrouded in secrecy. Yet, upon being assigned here, the attendant was well aware that those confined on this level were either wealthy or of noble lineage. They appeared like lost souls, but none were individuals he could afford to provoke. At that moment, as he gazed at the young woman in the ward, a sense of trepidation filled his heart. What if, just perhaps, her words held a grain of truth? The world of the affluent was rife with scandal and convoluted relationships. Even a person as insignificant as he had heard whispers of such tales. The male patient in the same ward, he had heard a little about his circumstances. It was merely a tale of power struggles within a wealthy family, resulting in his defeat and subsequent betrayal by his own kin. Who could have imagined that amidst such a dismal fate, a woman would still ardently follow him? To be associated with a young man of such a prestigious background, this woman's identity must also be remarkable. Perhaps she is the cherished daughter of another influential family who, after bestowing infidelity upon her betrothed, found herself sent here. Contemplating this, the nurse squinted and scrutinized Yu closely. Raised under the tender care of Yu Chen for over a decade, she was not only pleasing to the eye, but her air of pampered privilege radiated from her very core. The nurse shot her a glare, then retreated to the workroom to procure 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of mineral water, concealing them beneath her white coat before slyly passing them to Yu from a blind spot of the surveillance cameras. In a hushed tone, she cautioned, "Finish quickly and hide the wrapper. If we are discovered, neither of us will escape the consequences." Reassured, Yu swiftly grasped the provisions, cradling them in her arms, and waved her hand at the nurse, feigning a heartfelt expression. "As long as my boyfriend remains alive, I will not entertain this marriage with my fiancé. I shall remember your kindness." The nurse, feeling relieved, slammed the door shut with a resounding bang and turned to leave. Yu clutched the hard-won food and water tightly, hastening to Xiao Mo's bedside. She twisted open the cap and poured a couple of sips into her parched throat, not daring to indulge further. Instead, she gently pried open Xiao Mo's lips and carefully dribbled the liquid into his mouth. Although he lay in a coma, his thirst was palpable. He instinctively swallowed eagerly from the bottle's opening, consuming a significant portion in no time. As Yu assessed the situation, she concealed the remaining half-bottle in the toilet tank and nibbled on a small piece of bread, feeding another morsel to Xiao Mo. His mouth was filled with the burnt residue, and after a few attempts to feed him, she found it increasingly difficult to continue. Reluctantly, she retrieved the water bottle, offering him a sip and pouring a bit of water down his throat, doing her utmost in this dire situation. Beyond this, she could only leave the rest to fate. On the 3rd morning, while Yu was still lost in a haze of slumber, someone pushed the door open and entered. Initially assuming it was a caregiver, she contemplated feigning sleep, but to her surprise, the intruder approached her bedside and brazenly reached for her blanket. As that icy hand slipped beneath her collar, a jolt of alarm coursed through her, prompting her to spring upright. Barefoot and wide-eyed with caution, she locked eyes with the intruder. The individual by her bedside had not anticipated her ruse. Caught off guard, he froze in place with his hand still outstretched. Recognizing the familiar face, Yu's mind erupted in shock. It was Yu Chen. Clad entirely in black, his hair cropped short revealing hints of a pallid scalp, he appeared somewhat diminished, accentuated by the loose fabric he wore, giving him an unexpectedly frail appearance. Yet, his gaze betrayed no hint of vulnerability, his eyes cold and serpentine, fixated on Yu with a predatory intensity, as though poised to strike at her throat. Struggling to articulate her thoughts, Yu managed to call out, "Brother." Yu Chen straightened, his expression a complex amalgamation of emotions as he regarded her before retorting, "Don't call me brother. Who would want to be your brother?" Yu bit her lip and fell silent. Indeed, Yu Chen had changed. Not only had he ceased to indulge her, but for reasons unbeknownst to her. He now harbored a seething hatred towards her, his words laced with barbs. The memory of his previous act of aggression sent a shiver down Yu's spine. Yet, the hospital room was confined, and no matter how desperately she tried to evade him, where could she possibly hide? Perhaps it was due to her immobility that Yu Chen did not approach her immediately. Instead, he turned to Xiao Mo's bed, observing him for a moment before gently tousling his hair. Xiao Mo remained in a coma, his head lolling weakly to one side under the pressure of Yu Chen's fingertip. Suddenly, Yu heard Yu Chen let out a light-hearted chuckle, turning to her as he spoke. "Yu, how about we make a wager?" As he said this, he stepped towards Yu, wrapping his arm around her and pulling her into his embrace. Yu stiffened in his hold, but he paid no mind, firmly settling her onto his lap as he sat on the edge of the hospital bed. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "What do you think? How many more days can this fellow lie there?" And Yu held her breath, refraining from answering, merely tilting her head slightly. Yu Chun, with a playful grin, proposed, "Let us wager 3 months, shall we?" Chapter 22. Your performance today leaves much to be desired, and Yu hung her head in silence. Suddenly, Yu Chun leaned down, affectionately brushing his fingertip against her ear. And Yu instinctively turned her head away, her hand gripping his arm reflexively, pushing him away. Yu Chun was evidently acting strangely. 5 years later, the dynamics between her and this nominal brother had become exceptionally peculiar. "Brother, could you let me down? I don't wish to remain seated like this." And Yu could not help but push him once more. Upon hearing her, Yu Chun let out a cold laugh. "What's there to be uncomfortable about?" As he spoke, he glanced at the individual lying on the adjacent hospital bed, his words laced with both sarcasm and a deliberate jab at her. "Feeling embarrassed in front of your ex-boyfriend?" And Yu lowered her gaze, pressing her lips together in silence. Yet her visible reluctance and struggles became increasingly pronounced. The grip on her arm tightened slightly. "You seem to have forgotten. Haven to you?" Yu Chun's voice was soft. Yet for some inexplicable reason, it sent a chill down in Yu's spine. "Brother, what do you mean?" The person behind her chuckled lightly, their chin resting gently on her shoulder. The proximity of their voice made every word resonate with an unsettling fear within in Yu. "We have shared a bed and engaged in far more intimate acts. What are you shy about now?" Yu Chun leisurely tucked a stray hair behind her ear, his demeanor mocking. "What are you pretending for? Have you become so addicted to acting these past 2 years that you dare to perform before me now? What nonsense are you spouting?" The underlying implications of his words shattered and Yu's composure entirely. Although she and her nominal brother had shared a close relationship, they had never crossed any boundaries for over a decade. Not only had Yu never entertained such thoughts, but even the parents of the Yu family had never considered allowing an adopted orphan to cross the threshold of their home. Raising her to adulthood was already an act of great benevolence. They need not remind her of the consequences of harboring inappropriate thoughts, for Yu was acutely aware of her fate. Yet, it seemed that Yu Chun had developed feelings that were altogether inappropriate. "Am I speaking nonsense?" Yu Chun chuckled softly, his gaze fixated on the person in his embrace, a look of infatuation evident in his eyes. "From the moment you sensed that something was amiss, your sole focus has been on escaping." As he spoke, whether out of anxiety or anger, he tightened his grip on Yu's hand and continued, "You believe his family holds more power than the Yu family, that he is superior to me, and that by allying with him, you could distance yourself from me." And Yu abruptly turned to face him, struggling to utter a question. "Who are you referring to? Playing the fool with me?" Yu Chun cast a glance at the figure lying on the bed beside them, and Yu's hand, now trembling, clutched the hem of Yu Chen's garment. "Who exactly is he?" "Yu Chun." This time, and Yu refrained from even addressing him as brother, placing both hands against his chest as she swiftly turned her face away. "Not accustomed to this?" Yu Chen's gaze turned menacing, his voice frigid. "After just a few days together, have you grown thorns? Should I confine you to a room alone as before?" As he spoke, Yu Chen forcefully pried her fingers from his clothing and grasped her chin, turning Yu's face toward him. "I will lock you away from everyone, and only when your eyes reflect nothing but me shall I consider releasing you. What do you think?" And Yu's complexion turned pale. She never anticipated that Yu Chun had engaged in such behavior. "This is unacceptable," and Yu trembled as she attempted to reason with him. "I am not ill. Confining me here is unjust and unlawful." "Not ill, you say?" Yu Chun coldly retorted, believing that her desire to leave the Yu family was the root of her delusion. Ultimately, it was merely the rekindling of a flicker of emotion long extinguished upon encountering a former lover. Suppressing her simmering anger and myriad doubts, and Yu adamantly denied it. asserting that her choice to depart from the Yu family was merely the prerogative of any rational adult.
Is it?
Yu Chun waved his hand dismissively. Then you shall remain here until that notion is extinguished. With that, he finally released Yu from his grasp and rose from the bed. After smoothing out the creases in his clothing, he approached the door, only to turn back once more. His gaze towards Yu was filled with obsession and fury. I am quite dissatisfied with today's meeting, Yu. You are becoming increasingly disobedient. With that, Yu Chen's figure swiftly vanished from Yu's sight. Though he had departed, the situation was far from resolved. Soon, someone arrived to inform her room 302, no meals today. The attendant was the same one who had given Yu bread the previous day, and perhaps harboring resentment from her earlier threats. He left with a smirk as he uttered those words. And Yu had no time to contend with him, for this announcement meant she would once again face hunger. And she had no means to procure food. Once the others had departed, she rushed to the water tank, extracting the last remnants of water to nourish little Mo. His condition remained precarious, though he was no longer as feverish as he had been the previous night. The subsiding high fever was a positive sign. Yet the low-grade fever had not entirely abated. With the intention of enduring the day and reassessing later, Yu nestled beside his bed and fell asleep. Upon awakening once more, the ward was permeated with a strong metallic scent of blood. The moment Yu regained her senses, she instinctively glanced towards little Mo. To her astonishment, he was awake, sitting on the edge of the bed with his head bowed, the blankets tangled at the headboard, while his hands fiddled with something. "You're awake?" Yu exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy propelling her from the bed, her bare feet padding across the floor towards him. However, as she approached, the scene before her caused the smile that had just blossomed to fade instantly. Little Mo remained oblivious to her presence, holding a piece of plastic debris, the nature of which was indiscernible, and was methodically dragging its sharp edge across the wound at his waist. Crimson droplets flowed along the contours of his abdominal muscles, and he appeared to be devoid of pain, his expression vacant as he pressed the shard into his flesh, as if it were merely a mound of sand devoid of sensation. The sight was jarring. Momentarily halting Yu in her tracks, Chapter 23, a captivatingly beautiful woman, Xiao Mo. The exclamation echoed, yet it bore no effect on the man consumed by madness. Xiao Mo's gaze remained clouded, and Yu was violently shoved, her head striking the edge of her bed while her back collided with the wall's corner. The pain caused tears to flood her eyes instantly. For several minutes, she felt no sensation in her back, her entire body numb, rendering her unable to stand. In an instant, Xiao Mo lunged towards her, his hands like iron shackles, ensnaring her arms and lifting her once more, hurling her towards the door. His strength was formidable, and after years of physical confrontations with the caregivers at the hospital, his movements had become instinctively brutal. Yu crashed against the door with a resounding thud, which swiftly summoned the caregiver on duty that day. Upon witnessing the scene within the ward, the emergency call bell in the corridor was pressed. In less than 2 minutes, Xiao Mo was subdued by the rushing caregivers and injected with a sedative, languidly transported back to the bed. The caregivers, as per routine, averted their eyes from the grotesque wounds upon his body, but, fortunately, they assisted Yu, curled up in the corner, and summoned a doctor to tend to the gash on the back of her head inflicted by the iron edge of the bed. As the doctor cleaned the wound with alcohol, Yu could not suppress a quiet sob. The doctor, donning a mask and protective gear, offered her gentle words of comfort. Yet, in a psychiatric hospital, such incidents had long ceased to astonish him. Once he had tidied up, he swiftly departed with his medical kit in hand. The caregivers silently exited the ward, leaving Yu enveloped in fear. She timidly inquired of the leader whether they could bind Xiao Mo with a restraining strap, but her question was met with utter disregard. Not even a fleeting glance was afforded her. It was evident that these caregivers viewed the patients in the hospital as less than human, and thus they offered no semblance of respect. Once the ward fell silent, and you felt the wounds on her body throb painfully, causing her head to spin. The night before, she had inspected the areas of her injuries that had worsened, and now they pulsed with agony. For 2 consecutive days, she had subsisted on merely a small piece of bread and less than 100 milliliters of water. The pain ultimately drove her to a state of faintness, and she collapsed, her vision darkening. She remained unconscious for an indeterminate duration, and when she regained consciousness, a sharp pain throbbed in her head. As she lay beneath the covers, her body fluctuated between warmth and coldness, accompanied by waves of sweat, leaving her feeling so weak that she could scarcely muster the strength to move a finger. Her stomach twisted with hunger, having gone so long without sustenance that her frail body was on the brink of collapse. As she teetered on the edge of consciousness, she vaguely sensed someone gently placing a hand on her forehead to check her temperature. Without the need to be touched, she was acutely aware that she was likely running a fever. She longed to inform the person of her condition, but her body was devoid of strength. Her lips felt as though they were coated with adhesive, and no matter how hard she tried, she could only part them slightly, producing no sound. As she slipped back into unconsciousness, the figure standing in the ward remained silent for a protracted moment. His gaze then fell upon the bloodied plastic shard that had been discarded beneath the bed. Just as her throat felt as though it would ignite, a warm the unpalatable fluid trickled from the corner of her mouth, descending into her parched throat. The scant amount and languid pace offered a modicum of respite from the dehydration exacerbated by her fever. After a day and night of intermittent unconsciousness, and you awoke to find Xiao Mo the first person she beheld. He was reclining on her bed, and she realized her head was nestled against his waist. His body emanated warmth, whether lingering from an earlier time or inherent to him. A subtle movement of her head roused Xiao Mo. His eyes, pools of unadulterated black, met hers as he reached out to touch her forehead. The coolness of his hand sent a shiver through her. Observing his face, marred by bruises barely concealed by dried blood, she wisely refrained from disturbing him. Xiao Mo remained asleep for the entire forenoon.
And you?
Herself in considerable discomfort and devoid of energy, had cast aside her jumbled thoughts. Her sole desire was for sustenance. She ran her tongue across her palate, deliberately ignoring the strange taste within her mouth. A faint metallic tang lingered, likely from an unnoticed wound. Her reverie was interrupted by the arrival of the hospital's caregivers, individuals she least desired to encounter at that moment. The 2 attendants unceremoniously jostled the awakened Xiao Mo from the room. He glared at them, clenching his fists, but upon catching sight of Anu cowering in fear beneath the covers, he lowered his head and allowed himself to be escorted away, until the footsteps in the corridor completely faded away and you finally emerged from beneath the covers, panting heavily. It had only been 2 or 3 days. Yet she already felt as though she were suffocating in this oppressive hospital room. Each time the nurse appeared, it signaled the onset of some unfortunate event. However, this time they entered to take Xiao Mo away under the pretense of a visitor, which inevitably ignited a flicker of hope within Anu, albeit inopportunely.
Yet,
as reality would have it, if there existed even the slightest chance of misfortune, that possibility would be magnified infinitely in this place, steeped in strangeness, approaching a certainty of 100. The nurse, as usual, coldly tossed the individual onto the bed and departed. And you observed the person across from her with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, unable to comprehend how a family visit could transpire in such a manner. Could it be that his family harbored the same disturbed mentality as Yuqin? After a moment, she recalled that during their brief conversation a couple of days prior, Xiao Mo had mentioned being brought here by his brother. Could it be that the person here to see him was that so-called brother? The term brother hardly conveys a sense of warmth. And you circled the bed and cautiously approached Xiao Mo's side. He was bound tightly, which somewhat alleviated her concern. Initially intending to examine him for any new wounds, she was taken aback when, in that instant of proximity, Xiao Mo suddenly opened his mouth and expelled several white paper fragments. After releasing those torn pieces, he ceased his cries, and the wildness in his eyes gradually began to subside. And you waited for a considerable time, observing him as he remained motionless before she slowly reached out, akin to the slow motion of a film, and carefully gathered the scattered fragments of paper. Xiao Mo's deep, obsidian-like eyes remained fixed on her without a blink, and you wiped away the blood and saliva with her sleeve, separating each piece and laying them out on the tiled floor. It was a torn and tattered old photograph. Once reassembled, the image revealed a stunning woman clad in a fox fur shawl, her hair styled in glamorous waves, exuding an air of captivating charm. Chapter 24. Why has everything come to this? And you lingered on the nearly obliterated photograph for a moment before cautiously collecting the fragments and placing them in the innermost drawer of the nightstand. Since the photograph had been expelled, Xiao Mo had not made any further movements. And you curled up on her small bed and glanced over at him. He was half-closed eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. She attempted to call out to him several times, yet received no response. The days swiftly passed, and by nightfall, hunger caused you to toss and turn, finally drifting into slumber after much restless sighing. When she awoke the following morning, Xiao Mo still had his eyes closed, and you contemplated for a moment, hesitating repeatedly, but ultimately approached him quietly and gently loosened some of the restraints binding him. The straps around his wrists and ankles were excessively tight, leaving bruises beneath his skin. In the end, she left only the strap around his waist intact. A lesson learned for her own safety. As noon approached, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a caregiver tossed in 2 bottles of water. Slamming the door shut behind them, there was still no food, but having access to water was already a significant blessing. And you rushed over to pick up the rolling water bottle from the ground, disregarding the dust that clung to it. She lifted it, twisted open the cap, and took 2 swigs. The cool water slid down her throat, and in that moment, and you felt rejuvenated. While she busied herself drinking, she filled another bottle to offer to Xiao Mo, thus failing to notice the peculiar glint in the caregiver's eyes as she delivered the water today. By the time the door to the ward swung open again, and you had already poured half a bottle of water into Xiao Mo's stomach. The term pour was used because of Xiao Mo's reluctance to cooperate. His resistance today was markedly different. It was not the typical physical struggle or evasion, but rather a passive, negative resistance stemming from a psychological realm. And you brought the cup to his lips, yet he remained immobile, neither willing to drink nor pushing it away with his hands. He maintained a dazed posture, leaving you with no choice but to pry his mouth open and elevate the bottle to pour the water into him. Even at this extent, he merely tilted his head slightly, allowing the water to spill from the corners of his mouth, unable to swallow. He was indeed thirsty, yet unwilling to drink. Fortunately, throughout the process, there was no severe physical conflict between them. Observing his mild resistance, and you boldly pressed down on his shoulder and managed to feed him nearly half a bottle. Just as she tightened the cap, the caregiver who had entered through the door spoke. Such a kind-hearted girl, taking the time to care for this madman, her hoarse voice echoed, causing you to take 2 steps back, clutching the bottle tightly. Come, touch it. Just a touch, and I will let you go. And you stumbled backward, her back pressing against the edge of the bed, and with a sharp voice declared, Get out. Stay away from me. What's the noise about? The caregiver's expression darkened ominously. Today, I am on duty, and I am the only one on this floor. Go ahead, call for help. Let us see if anyone comes to your rescue this time. And you bit her lip and retreated further, her gaze darting around the room, desperately searching for an object to use for self-defense. Yet, this was a psychiatric hospital, and all potentially harmful items had been removed. The room was stark and barren, the blinding white walls offering no hope of finding a vase or a lamp to hurl. Even the last remaining thermos had been confiscated after she used it to strike someone. The kettle on the cabinet was made of lightweight plastic, utterly useless. The caregiver, fully aware of her predicament, felt a sense of calm wash over him. The prey was trapped, and he no longer felt the need to rush. He leisurely closed the door, placed the call button on Anu's bed with a sinister grin, and approached her. "Come, sweetheart, come to Uncle. Let me take good care of you." Anu remained silent. Before he reached her, she swiftly unfastened the remaining restraint from Xiaomo's waist with trembling hands. The caregiver halted, his expression shifting to one of caution as his hand instinctively moved to the electric baton at his side. Anu turned to hide by the window, her gaze fixed on the caregiver while remaining acutely aware of Xiaomo's movements. At this juncture, releasing Xiaomo seemed to be the only remaining opportunity for her to save herself. However, to her dismay, Xiaomo, upon seeing the caregiver in the ward, displayed neither the intense vigilance nor the aggression characteristic of his past demeanor. Instead, he appeared detached as he descended from the bed, approached the bedside table, and opened the drawer to reveal a collection of fragmented old photographs. He handled the pieces delicately, carefully placing one shard on the bed before methodically arranging the others, seemingly intent on engaging in a focused puzzle game amidst the tense standoff. Anu's face paled in an instant, and the caregiver, recognizing the deranged state of the individual before him, chuckled softly. Yet, he did not release his grip on the electric baton. Rather, he tightened his hold and slowly advanced toward Anu, who cowered in the corner. The dull thuds of his polished shoes against the floor made her heart race with trepidation. She cast a desperate glance at the silently standing Xiaomo, but he could not even spare her a glance. The caregiver's rough hand grasped her arm, seizing the pale flesh with brutal force as he attempted to pull her outside. Anu bit down hard on the bed leg, refusing to let go, but the caregiver yanked at her relentlessly, making her feel as though her arm might be torn. "My brother will not spare you. What are you dreaming of?" The caregiver chuckled, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, stained from years of neglect. "Do you truly believe that your brother, who holds you in such high regard, would send a delicate flower like you to this place? Do you think he is unaware of what this place entails?" And you felt a chill run through her body. He was right. Yu Chun was well aware of the nature of this place, which was precisely why he had callously cast her into it, allowing those people to insult, torment, and abuse her. The sole reason for this cruelty stemmed from her desire to distance herself from the Yu family after graduating from university. Merely for such a commonplace aspiration, she found herself imprisoned in a dark, sunless ward, stripped of her freedom, her spirit crushed, transformed into a mere shadow of herself, enduring each day in overwhelming terror. Why was this happening? And Yu lay weakly in the corner of the bed as the caregiver dragged her closer, the sweat-stained white coat emanating a nauseating odor. Desperately, she struggled, screaming and biting at his hand. The caregiver responded with a slap, causing her face to swell like a bun in a steamer, her gums torn and delicate lips bleeding slightly. As that rough hand tugged at her clothing while passing by Xiaomo's bed, and you caught a blurry glimpse of the man, his head bowed, his gaze calm as he focused on a small scrap of paper pinched between his fingers. In despair, and you shut her eyes, tears streaming from the corners as her swollen face throbbed with pain. At that moment, a heavy wave of resentment and loathing surged within her, almost suffocating her.
Why?
Everything has come to this. Chapter 25. Open day at the psychiatric hospital. As Anu struggled with the caregiver at the door, she had already endured several blows. With little hope left, she shouted desperately to the figure standing by the bed, "Xiaomo, save me. I beg you." The person behind her sneered, "At a time like this, you're still dreaming." Before he could finish his taunt, a fist sliced through the air and struck him brutally on the bridge of his nose. In that fleeting moment, the caregiver felt disoriented, unable to comprehend the location of his own nose. Blood gushed forth, and he was compelled to release his grip on Anu, staggering backward toward the exit. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Emo had discarded the tattered scrap of paper he held, his eyes now glinting with a fierce intensity. He advanced, delivering a swift kick that sent the nearly 6-foot-tall man tumbling into the corridor with a piercing wail. And you paused for a brief second, then quickly sprang to her feet, rushing to the door and slamming it shut, bracing it with her shoulder. Xiao Emo approached, intent on pulling her away to pursue him. And you shifted slightly, her voice softening as she urged him. No, don't go out. He will call for help. At that moment, the alarm in the corridor blared suddenly. And Yu's face drained of color, and Xiao Emo tightened his fists, his expression grave as he focused intently on the doorway. He had already returned to the bedside, continuing to piece together the few torn photographs in his hands. And Yu watched him for a while, unable to contain herself. They're already in tatters. We need tape to put them back together. Since awakening moments ago, he had steadfastly refrained from uttering a single word to Anu. Before long, footsteps echoed in the corridor, causing Anu's heart to race as she turned to gaze intently at the entrance. Before long, the door to their ward swung open, revealing an irked voice belonging to the leading nurse, inquiring who was on duty on the 3rd floor today and why this room had not been locked. 2 others followed closely behind him. One of them picked up the medical record hanging by the door and briefly stated, Lin Guang, the new one. The leader retorted, If I catch him slacking off again, I'll have him pack his things and leave. With that, he entered the room. He bore a resemblance to the other nurses, albeit with a slight distinction. And you noticed the man, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, wore a blue badge displaying succinct personal information. He was a doctor. Upon entering, the man did not engage in idle chatter. He merely cast a glance at the 2 individuals in the ward before gesturing to his companions. Take them out. Before Yu could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Emo had already stepped through the doorway. The 2 nurses at the entrance stared at her like sentinels. And after a moment of hesitation, and Yu gritted her teeth and followed Xiao Emo outside. This marked the first time she had ventured beyond room 302 since entering the psychiatric hospital. The 3rd floor typically exuded a tranquil ambience, which had led Yu to mistakenly believe that only she and Xiao Emo occupied this space. However, upon stepping outside, she quickly realized the extent of her error. The 3rd floor housed numerous wards, and they had merely occupied the first 2 rooms near the elevator, just opposite the hospital room door. And Yu immediately noticed the sign for room 301 upon her exit. 2 attendants, equipped with restraint belts and electric batons, closely followed behind her. And Yu, wary of making any large movements, could only discreetly survey the rooms on either side with her peripheral vision. As she progressed from her initial position towards the center, she passed rooms 303, 304, and 305, all of which were tightly shut. When she reached the left side, she glanced through the glass of room 305 and observed a black wheelchair positioned beside the bed. Seated in the wheelchair was an elderly gentleman, his face marked by age spots. His dim eyes lacked vitality, yet when their gazes met, he courteously nodded in acknowledgement, resembling a gentleman imprisoned within a medieval castle. Suddenly, an attendant hastily approached, obstructing her view. Xiao Emo stopped by the elevator, and the attendant behind Yu stepped forward to press the button for the descending elevator. After a brief wait, the doors opened to reveal 2 fully armed attendants inside. Their imposing stature made the already cramped elevator feel even more suffocating as Yu entered behind Xiao Emo. Upon reaching the 1st floor, the doors opened, and the 2 attendants who had escorted them out of the ward stepped out in succession, with Xiao Emo following closely behind. Yu, alert and cautious, lingered behind him, matching his pace as they ventured outside. Once they exited, Yu beheld, for the first time, patients other than herself and Xiao Emo. The courtyard was bustling with attendants and patients who had come out early, yet few shared the scrutiny that she and Xiao Emo experienced. Upon observing the 2 individuals enter the courtyard, they halted at the entrance without approaching further, empathizing with their likely reluctance to associate with such a group of eccentrics. and you contemplated the situation as an opportunity. Glancing at the two conversing by the door, she hesitated but ultimately wandered through the courtyard several times. After careful observation, she identified a patient who appeared relatively sane. Summoning her courage, she approached the woman and attempted to initiate a conversation. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Anu." The woman sitting beneath the tree, basking in the sunlight, scrutinized her for a moment before reluctantly nodding in acknowledgement. "Hello." Noticing the woman did not exhibit outright hostility, Anu seized the moment to sit beside her and inquired, "Auntie, why have we been allowed outside?" After a brief pause, she added, "This place has designated activity times."
Does it not?
"Of course," the woman replied, her pallid complexion revealing an enduring sadness that lingered in her features. It was evident that her emotions were somewhat unstable, yet her logical reasoning remained intact. Observing Anu's confusion, she took the initiative to explain, "The 20th of each month is the hospital's open day. On this day, as long as one is not severely ill or exhibiting violent tendencies, everyone else is permitted to enjoy some fresh air in the courtyard." Upon finishing her explanation, the woman extended her hand, and Anu noticed the sunlight filtering through the branches of the sycamore tree, casting a dappled glow upon her fingertips. "So that's how it is," and you nodded in understanding before turning to call out to another individual, "Xiao Mo, come here quickly." Since Xiao Mo's release, he has appeared rather despondent. He neither engaged in conversation nor sought the company of Anu, instead opting to crouch alone in a corner, gazing up at the tightly sealed iron plate, the top of which was ensnared by an electrified fence. Upon hearing Anu call his name, he turned his head slightly and began to walk in her direction. Towering at approximately 185 centimeters, Xiao Mo's presence was particularly imposing among the hunched, frail patients surrounding him. His disfigured face and tattered clothing lent him an air of menace and hostility. As the other patients perceived his approach, they instinctively recoiled in alarm, creating a ripple of commotion. Two individuals loitering by the door raised an electronic megaphone they had produced from an unknown source, admonishing him harshly. 302. Behave yourself and don't cause trouble, or we'll end the activity early. Xiao Mo paused momentarily in his stride, halting less than 10 meters away from Anu. Chapter 26. He is about to die. Anu hurried over to his side, somewhat sheepishly scratching her head. "I'm sorry for causing you to be scolded." She sincerely apologized, her gaze fixed on his pitch-black eyes. She recalled the first time she had seen his face clearly, feeling an overwhelming sense of fear. However, after spending time together and witnessing his protective instincts on several occasions, she gradually overlooked the grotesque aspects of his external appearance. Yet, this did not imply that the other patients felt any less intimidated by him. Xiao Mo said nothing, taking a few steps to the side, slightly leaning against the sturdy trunk of the banyan tree, closing his eyes. And you glanced around and noticed that, following the recent incident, the patients who had been gathered nearby had relocated. Even the elderly lady basking in the sun had departed. Now, in this expanse, it was merely she and Xiao Mo, with the caregiver station quite distant from them. Anu's heart raced with excitement, and in her moment of impulsiveness, she took a bold step forward, nearly colliding with Xiao Mo. The person leaning against the tree sensed the anomaly, opening his eyes to silently observe the figure so near to him. Anu furtively glanced behind her, then swiftly approached, gently tugging at the sleeve of the man before her, urging him to lower his head, as she had something to share. Xiao Mo squinted at her, remaining motionless. Feeling somewhat awkward, Anu grasped the fabric beneath her hand and tugged again, hastening him, stating that the caregiver would arrive shortly. She was uncertain whether Xiao Mo was in a stable state, yet thus far, she had not witnessed the aggression he had displayed towards her a couple of days prior. Therefore, seeing him still standing unperturbed, she boldly reached out to him. Her slender arm unexpectedly slipped around Xiao Mo's neck, applying a gentle pressure downwards. His eyelashes fluttered slightly as he inclined his head in accordance with her gesture. And you leaned closer to his ear, her warm breath brushing against his ear, softly informing him that there was no one guarding the entrance. Xiao Mo followed her gaze in the indicated direction. Within the confines of the stifling walls, the black railing that framed the gate appeared remarkably frail. Not only was there no guard outside, but even the lock dangled loosely, a lackadaisical semblance of security. It seemed devoid of earnestness. And you gazed at the gate for several seconds before lowering her head to whisper conspiratorially to Xiao Mo, given the crowd, "What do you think about slipping through to take a look?" At her words, Xiao Mo's expression shifted, and he instinctively reached out to grasp her. However, Yu, being petite and quick, had already stealthily darted to a small flower bed beside the gate in the blink of an eye. Xiao Mo hurriedly pursued her. But just a few steps into his run, a vigilant gaze from the attendant at the entrance fell upon them. And Yu, sensing the scrutiny, waved her hand urgently, causing Xiao Mo to gradually halt his advance toward her. He assumed Yu merely wished to take a closer look, yet mere moments later, a piercing alarm resonated from the entrance. The moment Yu's hand made contact with the gate, she was jolted by a shock. An overwhelming surge of electricity coursing through her body, leaving her momentarily blank. Although her limbs remained intact, they betrayed her, and she plummeted toward the ground. She could never have imagined that the seemingly loose metal gate was laced with an electric fence, serving as bait for the bored attendants to find amusement. As the alarm blared, Yu felt an impending sense of doom. Indeed, the next moment, the two chatting attendants rushed over in a fury. The entrance door swung open, and she recognized the special attendant who had previously escorted Xiao Mo from his ward, barreling out behind them. The security team. The two custodians who were guarding them arrived first, wielding electric batons. However, upon seeing the team behind them, they swiftly moved aside, ceding their positions. Unconsciously, Yu recoiled slightly. The leader of the group, as usual, was enveloped, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Yet, at that moment, those eyes were fixed upon her like those of a carnivorous beast with bloodshot eyes. Her form, prostrate on the ground, was reflected in his pupils, and the undisguised malice within sent a chill down one's spine. He raised the electric baton in his hand and brought it down with a crash. Yu emitted a miserable scream. The baton carried electricity, and though the current was weak, it was no less than a barb-encrusted rod striking her sensitive body. Yu twisted her body, attempting to struggle and escape. However, the person did not give her a moment to catch her breath, scolding her and raining blows upon her head and face. Yu's frail body, combined with not having had a satisfying meal for several days in a row, could not withstand it after a few seconds. She cried with tears streaming down her face, and saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of her mouth. When the custodian following behind raised the stick in his hand, preparing to add to the assault, the leader was kicked away. Yu's heart-wrenching cries came to an abrupt halt, her tearful eyes widened with alarm, staring blankly at the figure blocking her. The veins on Xiao Mo's arm bulged, and his hunchback straightened at this moment, completely blocking the security team's custodians and the fallen Yu. The opposite side reprimanded, "This is none of your business, madman. Get out of the way." Xiao Mo clenched his fists and charged forward, tearing into the group. In an instant, the once serene open day devolved into a chaotic and tumultuous free-for-all. Yu, her face awash with tears, beheld Xiao Mo collapsing upon her. His once pristine nose had been struck, presumably by a fist, and scalding blood cascaded onto Yu's face. Reflected in her tearful gaze was the image of a man, his body marred by numerous injuries. Attendants, enraged, surged forward. The foremost among them, heedless of consequence, delivered blow after blow with a high-voltage stun baton upon Xiao Mo's back. His face was mere inches from Yu's ear, and the stifled cries of pain emanating from his throat reverberated in Yu's heart like thunderous explosions. Through the sliver of azure sky visible beyond his shoulder, she witnessed the baton, raised high, descending with unbridled fury upon Xiao Mo's left flank. A suppressed groan reached her ears, and Xiao Mo, who had been shielding her, slumped down, his weight pressing upon her. And Yu turned her face to see a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his parched lips. "You must flee."
Flee.
And Yu was unable to fully comprehend her emotions at that moment. She could only perceive the incongruous vulnerability etched upon Xiao Mo's fierce countenance. He resembled a cornered leopard, its menacing display unable to conceal its terminal condition. He was in imminent danger of being beaten to death. Upon realizing this, Yu was overwhelmed with a sense of near collapse after a moment of bewilderment. She could not bear witness to Xiao Mo paying such a grave price for her mistake. Yu writhed and struggled, summoning every ounce of strength to shove the man off of her, then threw herself upon him with a piercing scream. She turned her head and, with tears streaming down her face, implored the group to cease their assault. "Stop.
Cease.
I implore you. Do not strike him any further. He may perish. I beg of you. He is on the brink of death." Chapter 27. The knocking in the night. It was uncertain whether her heart-wrenching cries had moved the caregivers, or if they finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Realizing that continuing to assault Xiao Mo would indeed lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, they ceased their brutality, and Yu leaned towards the latter explanation. Yet regardless of the reasoning, although Xiao Mo had fractured 2 ribs, his life had, at least for now, been spared. The group forcibly removed Yu, dragging him away, and Yu sobbed uncontrollably. But amidst the hostile gazes surrounding her, she suppressed the indignation swelling within. She was unceremoniously thrown into a pitch-black room. This chamber was quite small, likely a converted storage cellar beneath the first floor, lacking the double doors of a hospital ward. Instead, there was merely a high-set, diminutive skylight, through which a feeble light filtered, barely illuminating the room's sparse contents. Since her earliest memories, Yu had never encountered such a constricted and oppressive space. The room was devoid of furnishings. There was not even a bed upon which one might recline, only a repugnant squat toilet positioned at the far end.
Yu,
overwhelmed by anxiety, paced the cramped confines of the less than 5 square meters. Upon spotting 2 long-legged centipedes emerging from beside the toilet, she completely broke down. She nearly leaped to the furthest corner from the toilet, her hands covering her mouth as she stifled her whimpers. After standing in silence for what felt like an eternity, she heard the sound of a door creaking open from outside. Suppressing her fear, she strained to listen intently, sensing that someone might be confined in the adjacent room. The walls of this house are composed of an unknown material, thin and reminiscent of the cardboard used by workers during renovations. Yu, trembling slightly, edged towards the corner, pressing her ear against the wall to listen for a while. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed nearby as a group entered, only to depart shortly thereafter, leaving the outside world enveloped in silence once more. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Yu curled up in the corner, hugging her knees against the cold cement floor. The frigid air swiftly crept up her body, seeping through the skin in contact with the ground. She shifted her stiff legs and leaned wearily against the wall, pondering how long these people intended to confine her here. After a day filled with hunger and fatigue, compounded by 2 beatings, she leaned against the wall and closed her eyes in exhaustion. Remarkably, even in such unprecedented circumstances, she soon drifted into sleep. When she finally opened her eyes again, the room had descended into a darkness so profound that she could scarcely see her own hand. Glancing up at the window, nearly devoid of light, Yu felt an inexplicable jolt of fear. Having been in this hospital for quite some time, this marked her first night alone. In the pitch-black silence of the night, within the oppressive and chilly confines of the room, it seemed as though the nightmares and phantoms lurked just beyond her vision. Yu, not particularly brave, was merely a girl on the brink of adulthood, with 3 months yet to go. Now, she faced the grim reality of hunger, thirst, and the fear of violence, issues that seemed almost unfathomable in a highly developed modern society. In the dimly lit room, MASU struggled to widen her eyes, yet could not prevent tears from flowing incessantly, like a faucet turned wide open, drenching her face as they trickled down her chin and seeped into her tattered garments. Her sobs resonated hauntingly in the stillness of the night, as if every sound was amplified in the darkness. After weeping for a spell, a sense of dread enveloped her. She feared that this abrupt noise might herald ominous tidings. Consequently, she stifled her cries, clenching her small fists over her mouth in a desperate attempt to suppress any sound. Nevertheless, she acutely felt her capacity for endurance, that nerve named resilience, stretching tighter, akin to a bowstring at the brink of snapping under pressure. Just as she teetered on the edge of despair, a sudden thud emanated from the adjacent room, startling her so profoundly that she nearly screamed, clutching her knees. MASU held her breath, her eyes wide with terror, fixated on the encroaching darkness, straining to hear, pressing her body against the wall. Then, she discerned the sound of fabric scraping against the floor, a dragging, faint rustle that pierced the silence. The noise drew nearer, gradually intensifying, ultimately halting at a distance alarmingly close to her. Separated by merely a wall, MASU felt a chilling sensation crawl over her, and in a panic, she scrambled to her feet, yearning to flee. Yet almost immediately, she was met with an odd noise. Thud, thud, thud. 3 deliberate knocks echoed slowly as someone in the next room tapped against the wall that connected to hers. After a brief silence from the other side, just as MASU prepared to depart, the strange knocking resounded once more. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resonated 3 times. Neither more nor less. MASU reached out to caress the wall's surface, and after a moment of silence, the other party responded with a gentle knock. Thud, thud, thud. Who could be on the other side? Who else could it be? In this psychiatric hospital, the only person she could truly claim to know was Xiao Mo. It was Xiao Mo who was confined next door. With this thought, MASU relaxed and leaned against the wall, unsure if the person across could hear her voice, yet she felt an urge to converse with him, hoping to ease her suffocating and crumbling emotions. After a moment's contemplation, she ventured to ask, "How are you? Had you fainted before?" Now she was almost certain it was indeed Xiao Mo confined next door, and she hastily continued, "How are you feeling now? Is your back all right?
Can you not stand up?"
Xiao Mo must have crawled over from the floor, and MASU surmised, likely awakened by her cries that had pierced through his unconscious state. Aware of her distress and fear, yet unable to articulate his thoughts in this state, he had moved to knock on the wall, attempting to offer her comfort. Merely envisioning that scene inexplicably constricted MASU's heart, rendering her breathless. Perhaps it was because she felt responsible for his suffering, that he too had been beaten and cast into this dark chamber alongside her.
I'm sorry.
MASU whispered, reaching out to press her hand against the wall, yearning to touch the person on the other side through the cold surface. "I sincerely apologize. I never intended for this to burden you." MASU pressed her forehead against the wall, and upon uttering these words, she began to sob softly. Amidst the steady rhythm of knocks from the opposite side, she increasingly felt like a worthless wretch. Her presence had rendered the already unfortunate Xiao Mo's situation even more tragic. Yet, despite being dragged down to such depths, he still came to comfort her, enveloping her in a gentle embrace during the profound darkness of night, reassuring her not to fear, for he was there. Chapter 28. Save him or watch me die. It seemed she had been confined in that dark room for a day and night. When MASU felt her lips chapped and her strength waning, the door that held her captive was suddenly flung open. She didn't even hear the footsteps of the caregiver approaching. "Hey, come out." The figure at the doorway was silhouetted against the light, rendering his face indistinct. Yet she could hear his impatient urging to someone beside him, "Hurry, while he's unconscious, lift him up quickly." Upon hearing this, MASU, who had been starving for 3 days, found an unexpected surge of energy, propelling herself from the filthy ground to stumble toward the door. As she emerged, the blinding light struck her face, momentarily disorienting her. She stood dazed at the threshold for several seconds before regaining her senses. Shaking her foggy mind, she glimpsed several caregivers carrying someone from the adjacent room. Earlier in the night, and you had sensed that his condition was deteriorating. Just before dawn, she could no longer hold on and succumbed to sleep. When she awoke, there was no sound from the neighboring room. No matter how she called out, Xiao Mo remained unresponsive, and you had been silently comforting herself, believing that he was simply exhausted, perhaps even asleep. However, at this very moment, upon seeing him, the last flicker of hope within her heart was irreparably extinguished. His complexion was ashen, yet his cracked lips were stained with congealed dark red blood. The obscure markings extended from the corners of his mouth to his neck, gliding over his Adam's apple, saturating the collar of his blue and white hospital gown. Tears streamed down from her eyes, which were nearly swollen shut. In these brief days, it felt as if she had shed a lifetime's worth of tears. The gazes of several attendants were fixated on the unconscious Xiao Mo, and none noticed when Yu suddenly darted out, her frail figure colliding with the person at the forefront as she threw herself beside Xiao Mo's bed. The attendant responsible for monitoring her changed countenance upon witnessing this, and with a fierce glare, shouted, "What are you doing? Have you come out just to be locked up again?" And Yu paid no heed to his words. Her reddened eyes reached for Xiao Mo's nostrils, searching for any sign of breath. The attendant she had bumped into, however, was unperturbed, chuckling lightly and nonchalantly remarking, "What's there to fear? This madman's life is tough. He won't die." From his flippant tone, and you discerned a chilling indifference towards life shared by this group. She agonizingly shut her eyes, her fingertips brushing over Xiao Mo's tightly closed eyelids, finally lingering on his prominent nose. In the next moment, she unhesitatingly knelt upon the ground, grasping the hem of the lead attendant's garment, and large tears cascaded from her eyes, splattering onto the floor. Her expression was one of deep sorrow, her voice laden with desperation. "Please save him, I beg you, he needs treatment." "What are you saying?" The caregiver attempted to pull her garment from Yu's grasp. "It's against the regulations. We cannot arrange for a doctor. We are powerless."
Please.
And Yu pleaded, clinging desperately to his leg, tears staining the pristine fabric of his attire. She lifted her face, her expression one of desperate entreaty. He was burning with fever, having gone days without food or water. If he was not taken to a doctor, he would surely perish. "This is beyond our jurisdiction." The caregiver responsible for Yu rushed forward, trying to wrench her arm away. "You should speak to those in charge. Pleading with us is futile." Each caregiver wore a numbered white coat, just like the ordinary staff on duty, and Yu refused to let go, shaking her head fiercely, threatening, "If you do not save him, I will end my life right here." With that, she collided her shoulder against the leg she was clinging to, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, she snatched the electric baton from his waist, activating it and aiming it at the group. "Either take him to see a doctor or summon someone who can speak to me." And Yu stood defiantly against them, a flicker of stubborn resolve on her typically obedient face. "If you do not listen, I will dash myself against the wall. Let us see how you explain that to my brother." As she stepped back, brandishing the electric baton, her posture suggested she was ready to act at any moment. The lead, fortunately, although these ordinary caregivers may not be particularly courteous in their speech and actions, they still exhibit a degree of restraint. And you soon spotted someone emerging from the staircase. Upon closer inspection, it was the very doctor she had encountered the previous day. Observing the chaotic scene before him, the doctor, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, calmly adjusted the frames resting on his nose and turned his gaze with an air of tranquility. "Your brother has instructed us to take good care of you. If you misbehave, we may need to discipline you, but we cannot allow any danger to your life." As he spoke, his eyes scanned the electric baton in Yu's hand. Your current lack of cooperation makes our task exceedingly difficult. Then save him. And Yu implored with her eyes, signaling to those nearby that if they could summon a doctor or procure some antipyretics, she would comply with their demands. The doctor remained silent, his gaze growing colder as he regarded her. Even if Yu Qin truly wished to drive her to despair, she was determined to endure until she comprehended the full circumstances. However, she vowed not to endanger Xiao and Mo in the process. Her eyes flickered over the cameras positioned behind several individuals before settling on the furrowed brow of the doctor. To her surprise, he appeared to ponder her plea earnestly, hesitating for a considerable time before conceding. Return the items to your caregiver. I will arrange for a doctor to provide him with the most basic treatment. With a sympathetic glance at the unconscious Xiao Mo, he attempted to console Yu. As long as he clings to life, that is what matters. His family does not wish for him to be well cared for here. Hearing his words, rather than feeling anger, Yu found herself exhaling a sigh of relief from the depths of her heart. From the very inception of her arrival, she discerned the precariousness of Xiao Mo's position. The elder brother who ushered him and subjected him to relentless torment and degradation, desiring his demise, yet, constrained by some enigmatic reason, he was unable to let him meet his end with ease, at least for the time being. Yu cast a profound gaze upon the physician before relinquishing her grip on the electric baton. Two attendants hastened forward, employing restraint straps to bind her securely. Yu, without uttering a word, lowered her head in acquiescence to their actions. The physician, with a disdainful snort, gestured commandingly, directing them to escort the individual to the treatment chamber and to summon number 11. Having concluded, he turned his attention to Yu, adding, "Bring this young lady along as well, and administer a nutritional drip." Upon hearing this, Yu, who had been forcibly maintaining an upright posture, faltered, collapsing onto the floor amidst the exclamations of several individuals. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and even biting her tongue proved futile in restoring her clarity. Casting one last glance at the motionless Xiao and Mo upon the stretcher, her head slumped, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 29. Will you always be kind to me? Within the opulent residence, servants bustled about, traversing in and out of the young lady's chamber. A vibrant, tangerine-hued sports car screeched into the courtyard, halting before the villa's entrance. Adorned in a black hooded sweatshirt, emerged from the driver's seat. He tossed the keys to the butler and strode briskly towards the entrance. As the Filipino maidservant pushed the door open for him, he paused, pivoting to inquire of those behind him. "How fares Yu?" "The young lady's fever has yet to abate." The butler sighed, recounting the events of the previous night when a high fever plagued her, leaving her drenched in perspiration. The doctor had come again in the morning, administering herbal medicine that finally reduced her temperature somewhat. "Is it that serious?" Yu Qin furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He ceased his idle chatter, changed his shoes, and briskly ascended to the bedroom on the second floor. Yu lay on the bed, her body oscillating between chills and warmth, the alternating sensations rendering her dizzy and utterly uncomfortable. Her delicate eyelashes fluttered as someone approached her bedside, gently pulling her hand from beneath the covers and enclosing it in their warm palm. The individual's hand radiated warmth, starkly contrasting with Yu's cold limbs caused by her low fever. The sudden warmth sent a shiver through her, prompting her to open her eyes. Yu Chan was positioned close, holding her hand with a look of deep concern etched across his face. Upon noticing her awakening, a smile blossomed on his features, illuminating his handsome countenance like the radiant light of March. His very breath seemed infused with warmth. Do you feel a bit better? You still seem to have a fever." His tone was laced with worry, his gaze filled with compassion as he looked at Yu, questioning how she had fallen ill so suddenly. Could it be that the military training was too intense for you? Or perhaps the dormitory environment was not conducive to rest? After voicing his concern, he surveyed the surroundings. Tomorrow, I shall have the butler arrange for your dormitory to be tidied up, decorated in the style of your bedroom. What do you think? And Yu gazed at Yu Chen, who was showering her with tender care and warmth, and her heart ached painfully. She closed her eyes, striving to distance herself from the oppressive, stifling atmosphere of the mental institution, where hope seemed but a distant memory. Yu Chen noticed her pallor and immediately instructed the servant at the door to fetch some white fungus porridge from the kitchen. As he continued speaking, a sudden voice from within the room interrupted him, and Yu, barefooted, lifted the quilt and stepped down from the bed. Standing on the carpet in the center of the bedroom, her expression devoid of warmth as she gazed at him. Younger sister. Yu Chen's countenance darkened. Do not be capricious. You are gravely ill this time. I am not, and Yu replied, shaking her head and unwilling to engage in a futile argument. She turned towards the wardrobe to retrieve her neatly hung military training uniform. Approaching the bedside, she tilted her head, regarding her brother as though he were a stranger. Please take it out. I need to change. Yu Chen's face fell, as if struck by an unseen blow. You do not even call me brother anymore? And Yu, clutching her clothes, regarded him with a wary gaze, her expression blank. She had never spoken to Yu Chen with such overt rejection before, not in the 17 years of their lives. Today was an exception. In the face of her penetrating stare, Yu Chen found himself inexplicably immobilized. Drawing a deep breath, he declared curtly, Change your clothes and eat first. I shall wait for you downstairs.
With that,
he slammed the door behind him, and Yu, who had been tense, felt her body relax as she sank onto the bed. She removed her nightgown and donned the coarse military uniform, a harbinger of her not-so-distant future. Taking a deep breath, she collapsed onto the bed, closing her eyes in anguish. How could she avert the impending events? After contemplating many thoughts in her room and finally finding her emotional equilibrium, Yu descended the stairs. She selectively ignored Yu Chen, who was waiting on the living room sofa, and reached for the baseball cap she had placed on the coat rack, hastily putting it on to cover her disheveled hair, then strode towards the door. Just a few steps outside the villa, hurried footsteps echoed behind her. And Yu did not turn her head but quickened her pace, only to be seized by Yu Chen, who caught her arm, compelling her to halt. The haughty demeanor he usually displayed in public had vanished, replaced by a slight stoop and a hint of vulnerability as he leaned down, asking with a sense of grievance, Yu, where have I gone wrong to upset you? And Yu tightened her lips and shook her head, withdrawing her arm from his grasp. I'm not hungry. You eat by yourself. I'll be leaving now. With that, she stepped down the stairs. Yu Chen stood frozen for less than a second before rushing to block her path. This time, he refrained from mentioning Yu's unusual behavior. Forcing a smile that barely lifted the corners of his lips, his expression tense and betraying a flicker of fear in his eyes. Observing this rare display of vulnerability from Yu Chen, Yu felt a tumult of emotions within her. She offered a bitter smile and gently pried his fingers off her wrist one by one. Yu Chen remained motionless, his body rigid as if carved from stone. Gazing into his somewhat stubborn eyes, Yu was overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of helplessness. Weary, she rubbed her brow and posed a question she had contemplated since awakening. Brother, do you think if I had grown up in an orphanage, I might be living a better life now? Yu Chen abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently upon her, and with deliberate enunciation asked, Do you believe the Yu family has treated you poorly? Yu shook her head, affirming that it was quite well. And what of the future? Yu Chen momentarily faltered at her inquiry. What future? Will they continue to treat me kindly? In a year? 3 years hence, or? Yu observed Yu Chen's perplexed expression, then fell silent and turned away, leaving the courtyard. As she settled into the butler's vehicle, she glanced at the rear-view mirror. Yu Chen stood there, head bowed, fists clenched tightly, his unwavering gaze locked onto the retreating car. The flowers, meticulously pruned by the gardener, lay shattered on the ground, mingling with the green mud. Yu quietly lowered her eyes, reminding herself inwardly, "Look, this is the true him." The doting older brother, the exemplary student with top grades, the capable and reliable student council officer. These were mere facades. The Yu Chun who unveiled his authentic self was the one she would encounter 5 years later. Chapter 30. Remember to call ahead next time to reserve a seat. Upon arriving at the entrance, Anu alighted from the car. It was noon, and the freshmen were engaged in military training. When the counselor spotted her, he was momentarily taken aback, incredulously asking, "Your illness is cleared up so quickly?" The instructor beside him adjusted his hat nervously, adding, "There was no need to rush. Someone had informed us of your absence." "Report," she stated. "I am quite well, having had a mild fever which has now subsided. I am ready to rejoin the group." She spoke, and the instructor could only gesture for the team to regroup, reminding them to report any discomfort immediately. And Yu silently took her place at the end of the line. It was now time for military posture, although her classmates were curious. They could not breach the discipline of the formation to inquire. Only Pei Jin, standing at the back, raised an eyebrow and, as Yu passed by, asked with a smile, "Little classmate, are you feeling better now?" "Yes," Yu replied politely, nodding as she stood beside him. Pei Jin glanced at her from the corner of his eye and noticed her evident lack of enthusiasm, prompting him not to engage further. The time during military training passed swiftly. Perhaps due to her influence, the schedule was altered once again. This change was significant, reducing the 2-week training to merely 7 days. The announcement was met with cheers, and a boy, recalling the last reason for the schedule change, teased Pei Jin, "Pei Go. Did you put in another suggestion to the school? How many buildings did you donate this time?" With a playful grin, Pei Jin reached out to ruffle the boy's hair, retorting, "Get lost? Do I have to be involved in everything? Come on, stop pretending, let's be honest. Is Jiang University a family business for Pei Ge? Go away. Go away." Pei Jin impatiently shooed the hecklers aside, turning his gaze to Anu, who was seated in the front row. He playfully teased her a few times, yet she no longer blushed as she had before. It seemed her courage had grown. Meanwhile, in another class, Yu Chen was feeling exceptionally downcast. His displeasure was palpable. Not only did those infatuated girls shy away from approaching him, but even the counselor hesitated to call upon him for assistance. Ever since their inexplicable disagreement at the villa entrance, Yu had begun to intentionally avoid him. Yu Chen had confronted her several times, but Yu's gaze remained evasive, and her words were laced with rejection. It seemed that since entering university, Yu had gradually slipped from his grasp. The once obedient girl, who had relied on him and trusted him, was slowly becoming defiant. Each time this notion crossed his mind, an unnameable fury surged within him. This impulse gave rise to a desire to keep Yu bound to him, to confine her and prevent her from venturing elsewhere. Yu Chen took a deep breath, attempting to calm his racing heart, and cast his gaze across half the playground towards the crowd from the computer science department. The throngs were overwhelming, and he had yet to spot her when the assembly whistle blew. With a countenance as grim as the stormy sky, Yu Chen rose from the grass. The brief military training session concluded swiftly. That evening, the counselor announced in the group chat that everyone was expected to attend class according to the schedule the following day. Yu had chosen her elective courses based on her interests, deliberately avoiding the popular classes with large enrollment numbers. The next morning, she arrived 15 minutes early to secure a seat in the classroom. With few girls in her class and concerns about insufficient seating, a classmate who had an unexpected obligation messaged her, asking for assistance in reserving a spot. Upon entering the lecture hall, Yu noticed that dozens of students had already taken their seats. She quickly made her way to the third row, selecting a seat on the left side of the aisle that offered an excellent view, and placed her books on the adjacent desk. Gradually, students began to arrive. Some familiar faces from her class and a few from other classes. The course on Marxist philosophy was an open lecture typically attended by 2 classes together. Such subjects generally did not require extensive preparation. During examinations, The teacher would highlight key points, and a brief review would suffice to pass.
Consequently,
MANHUA rested her head on the textbook, sending a WeChat message to the classmate who had asked her to reserve a seat for them.
the spot is secured.
Third row, easily visible upon entry. MANHUA furrowed her brow, intending to turn off her phone when someone stood beside her. Without raising her head, she gestured towards the front, saying, "You can sit here. Someone is beside me." There were still plenty of vacant seats in the classroom, and it was uncommon for anyone to deliberately take a spot that had already been reserved. However, after a considerable pause, the person beside her remained unmoving. Unable to suppress her curiosity, MANHUA lifted her gaze. Yu-chun, clad in dark attire, was expressionlessly staring at her. Upon noticing his outfit, MANHUA's demeanor cooled slightly as she lowered her eyes and addressed him with a soft, "Brother." Yu-chun responded with a brief acknowledgement, tapping the desk lightly before shifting to occupy one of the seats. MANHUA remained still, looking up at him, calmly explaining, "There is someone here. I reserved this seat for a classmate." After being rebuffed, Yu-chun's expression visibly darkened. "What kind of classmate? Male or female?" he inquired, glancing at his expensive wristwatch, which indicated it was time. "Are you certain this person will arrive?" MANHUA raised her head to glance at the entrance, where a figure was sauntering in, eyes still heavy with sleep. "Pei Jin over here." MANHUA called out to that person with a crisp voice. Yu-chun slammed the textbook in his hand onto the desk in front of MANHUA, his voice tinged with anger. "Yu, I shall repeat myself, shift over a seat." Pei Jin, hearing the commotion, glanced over and, upon realizing the situation, rubbed his eyes and slowly moved closer to the two. MANHUA felt a twinge of anxiety under his questioning gaze, her expression awkward. "Didn't you ask me to save a spot for you? Hurry and sit down. The teacher will be here soon." Pei Jin's bright, dark eyes scanned Yu-chun and her, a fleeting smile appearing on his lips as he gently patted the shoulder of the person in front of him. "Brother, make way. I need to get through." Yu-chun remained unmoved, but MANHUA quickly rose from her seat, creating a passage for him to enter. Pei Jin sidestepped Yu-chun and stepped inside, settling comfortably into his seat, which allowed MANHUA to exhale in relief. She turned her head discreetly toward Yu-chun. "Brother, there are still seats available in the back rows." Yu-chun tossed his pen onto the desk in front of Pei Jin, who remained hunched over, his head not lifting. "First come, first served. Do you understand? If you're unhappy, next time, call ahead to reserve a spot." Noticing the conspicuous ink stain on Yu-chun's clothing, MANHUA furrowed her brow. Yu-chun shot a cold glare at Pei Jin, picked up the textbook that had fallen on MANHUA's desk, and left. Chapter 31. A strong dragon cannot overcome a local serpent. As soon as Yu-chun departed, MANHUA repeatedly apologized to the person beside her. The one who had been resting turned to her with a grin, resembling a sly fox. "Oh, really? When will you take it off, now?" Pei Jin spoke as he rolled up the hem of his shirt, unexpectedly revealing a slender waist to MANHUA. "Hey, little classmate, have you become less shy lately?" He let his hand drop, his gaze narrowing. "Why are you blushing again? Are you satisfied with your older brother's physique? Stop babbling nonsense." MANHUA, flustered by his teasing, dared not glance sideways. She opened the textbook on the desk as the teacher entered. "Please stop talking." MANHUA sat upright in her chair for 2 hours, and as soon as the bell rang, she swiftly gathered her belongings, intending to leave. After collecting her books, she noticed the person beside her still asleep. Hesitating for a moment, she gently nudged his shoulder. Pei Jin lifted his head, blinking awake, a crease marking his face from the pressure. He lazily regarded her. "Are you planning to leave just like that? Weren't you going to do my laundry? Getting dirty and then cleaning it is only fair. As an apology, you shall treat me to lunch today."
Fine.
MANHUA sighed, realizing there was some merit to his reasoning. "I did soil the clothes. Why should you be the one to pay for lunch?" A cold voice interrupted from behind, and as he spoke, Yu-chun stepped beside them. Noticing MANHUA's displeased expression, he shot a piercing look at Pei Jin. I warned you. Stay away from her if you don't want to be expelled. Brother, whom I choose to associate with is my own business. And you attempted to maintain a calm tone as she addressed him. I do not wish for you to interfere too much in my personal relationships. Your personal relationships? The expression on Yu Chen's face was utterly grim, his eyes seemingly ablaze as he fixed his gaze upon her. After all these years the Yu family has supported you, can I not voice a single word? This statement forcibly elevated her reasonable demands to an ungrateful extreme, causing Yu's countenance to grow cold as well. It was an entirely different matter. With that, she neatly packed her textbooks into her handbag, turned briefly to Pei Jin, and said, I shall take my leave now. I will come by at noon to collect my clothes. With that, she stepped out of the lecture hall. Yu Chen, his expression dark, stared at the figure disappearing through the door, a tumult of swelling rage and inexplicable dread flooding his heart, leaving him uncertain as to which emotion prevailed. Hey, move aside. Pei Jin rose from his seat, his tall and imposing figure emanating an intimidating presence. You are blocking the way. In an instant, Yu Chen's fury shifted onto him. Teeth clenched as he threatened, if I see you with her again, do not expect me to show any courtesy to Lin Zixiao. Who? Pei Jin, seemingly unconcerned, nonchalantly cleared his ears. Upon hearing his childhood friend's name used as a threat against him, he nearly burst into laughter. Listen here, kid. Get this straight. Lin Zixiao is merely one of my closer acquaintances among a group of friends. His influence means little to me. As he spoke, Pei Jin waved his index finger dismissively in front of Yu Chen, scoffing, it hardly counts. Yu Chen's face darkened further. No matter how great the power of the Yu family, it is still confined to Haiqing. Have you not heard the saying, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake? Pei Jin's nonchalant smile faded, and his demeanor transformed entirely. He raised an eyebrow, his expression haughty, his tone audacious. Very well. Yu Chen's grip on his textbook trembled with anger. After years of commanding respect in Jiangcheng, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to speak to him in such a manner. Pei Jin merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction, uttering not a single superfluous word, and shouldered past him before departing. Once he left, several boys from the back of the classroom, who usually got along with Yu Chen, gathered around, clamoring animatedly. Brother Chen, who is this guy? So arrogant? He has some nerve to act like that in front of you. One of them, noticing Yu Chen's displeasure, attempted to ingratiate himself, leaning in conspiratorially. Brother Chen, do you want us to teach him a lesson? No need, Yu Chen replied, his fury morphing into a sardonic smile, his eyes, concealed beneath his bangs, glinting like a venomous snake poised to strike. He enunciated deliberately, Pei Jin, we shall see. Meanwhile, Pei Jin, the other party involved in the classroom altercation, paid no mind to the repercussions of offending Yu Chen. As thoughts of an Yu filled his mind, he spotted her standing quietly downstairs, clutching a beige bag and gazing at him. Pei Jin's lips curved into a smirk as he strode over. Waiting for me? Am I your keeper? He paused, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. Did it matter whether he followed closely behind? No, and Yu retorted, giving him a disdainful look. Can't you speak properly? When I speak properly, you ignore me, he countered. Pei Jin stood with his arms crossed, inquiring whether you were waiting for him, asking if you had spoken. And Yu, feeling helpless, replied that she was indeed waiting for him, fearing her brother might cause trouble. Upon hearing this, Pei Jin surprisingly did not feel anger. Instead, a smile crept upon his lips. Since arriving in Jiangcheng, not only had no one feared him, but everyone seemed concerned about him encountering trouble. He chuckled to himself, remarking on the absurdity of it all. And Yu, reminded of his illustrious past, gazed at him in his relaxed demeanor and could not help but ask if it was true that he had driven recklessly under the influence and fled the scene, which led to his father sending him to Jiangcheng. She pressed her lips together, revealing neither fear nor disgust. Chapter 32. Remember not to deny the 2 meals you owe me staying in the dormitory until noon. Yu-chin knocked on the door, delivering a student council membership application form. He informed Yu of his intention to run for student council president, hoping she would fill out the form in the afternoon to accompany him. This gesture was a subtle attempt at goodwill. However, Yu perceived that her priority should be to gradually distance herself from the Yu family, particularly from Yu-chin. After all, he was the primary culprit behind her hospitalization, and distancing herself from him was undoubtedly the right course of action. Returning to her desk, she noticed a notification for a new message on her computer. Upon opening it, she found a message from Pei Jin. Counselor, little student, I am hungry.
And you. Counselor. What?
Which law states that boys cannot enjoy sweets. All right, remember to bring your attire. I'll meet you at the school gate, and Yu texted. Subsequently, she changed into a refreshing frock and departed, phone in hand. Approaching the school entrance, she espied Pei Jin, seemingly boneless, reclining against his black, heavy-duty motorcycle. Tall and fair-skinned, he remained untouched by the sun. Unlike the freshman who had darkened considerably during military training, his complexion was enviable among the girls. Coupled with his handsome features and a roguish air, he effortlessly attracted attention. Even in a drowsy state, numerous girls approached him, seeking his WeChat contact. In the mere 5 minutes it took Yu to reach the gate, he had already dismissed 3 senior students. Upon her arrival, Pei Jin, visibly annoyed, began to grumble. Little one, your legs are truly short. It took you half an hour to traverse a mere 200 meters. And Yu rolled her eyes, exasperated. Pei Jin, must you exaggerate so? It's only been 10 minutes since I came downstairs. Indeed, Pei Jin responded dismissively, tossing a helmet toward her. 10 minutes for 200 meters. You seem rather proud of yourself. And Yu, incensed, clutched the helmet and retorted, even a hit-and-run perpetrator like yourself knows to wear a helmet while riding? Pei Jin regarded her thoughtfully. One can't possibly cause a fatality with a mere motorcycle, can one? Has your controlling brother not informed you that I was driving a sports car during my alleged escape? The latest model of the Hornet, with a 6-cylinder engine, is required to achieve such unparalleled speed. Do you comprehend, little one? And Yu pouted, you never speak truthfully. Hearing such slander against herself, Pei Jin couldn't help but laugh in anger. Amidst Yu's startled exclamations, he effortlessly lifted her like a chick and placed her in the back seat. What have I deceived you about? Pei Jin leaned against the car and asked her, do you know why I don't drive a sports car? And Yu pondered, her large eyes blinking. Are you psychologically scarred? Nonsense, Pei Jin scoffed. Even if I crashed into that idiot 100 times, I wouldn't develop any psychological trauma. And Yu, sensing the mood, wisely kept her mouth shut and refrained from inquiring about the identity of the idiot he referred to. Pei Jin swung his long legs over and turned to Yu, saying, hold on tight. He then lowered himself over the bike. Yu glanced at him and reached out to steady the wing-like tail fin on either side of the vehicle. Seeing her action, Pei Jin said nothing, starting the engine with a roar that reverberated through the air as he sped away amidst the envious gazes of a crowd of university students. The impression Pei Jin left on Yu during their first encounter, when he charged straight into the crowd on his bike, was too profound. She had initially presumed he would drive with reckless abandon. However, once they were on the road, Yu discovered that he drove with remarkable composure. He accelerated and braked appropriately, even yielding to a slow-moving elderly lady on the sidewalk. A sizable, eye-catching motorcycle was maneuvered with the finesse of a nimble shared bicycle, both steady and secure. After navigating a couple of street corners, she even relaxed her grip on the tail fin. Eventually, they came to a halt in front of an exquisitely decorated Western restaurant. Pei Jin helped her remove the helmet, hanging it on the bike, and with practiced ease, he was the first to push open the door and step inside. Yu followed closely behind, settling into a relatively quiet spot. The waiter presented the menu, which Pei Jin took and pushed toward Yu with a succinct instruction. Choose what you like. With a touch of curiosity, she picked it up and began to peruse. This Western restaurant exuded professionalism and sophistication, evident in its decor and the attire of the waitstaff. And Yu's gaze landed on the M7-8 wet-aged ribeye, and she nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "I'll have this." Pei Jin smiled, mentioning that their desserts were renowned. And Yu then ordered a serving of Napoleon pastry and a piece of tiramisu. It wasn't long before the steak was served. As Yu reached for her knife and fork, Pei Jin pressed her hand down from across the table, saying, "It's not easy to cut. Just eat." After that, he turned to the waiter and instructed him to bring out the desserts. When the elegantly crafted pastries and delectable cakes arrived, Pei Jin eagerly scooped up a spoonful. And Yu stared at him in astonishment, wondering if he truly had such a penchant for sweets. The main course was set aside, yet he prioritized the cake. Is there a law against eating dessert first? Pei Jin raised an eyebrow, teasing, "You're just like your brother, a Pacific policeman. Too meddlesome." "I'm not meddling," and Yu retorted, shooting him a glare. "You can pick your teeth with a toothpick before dinner, and no one would say a word." Pei Jin chuckled, his gaze lingering on her face with curiosity. Who would have thought that at such a young age, your teeth would be in such poor condition? And Yu, disinclined to engage with him, lowered her head and absent-mindedly forked a piece of beef into her mouth. Having satisfied her hunger, she gently caressed her round belly as she approached the front desk to settle the bill, only to realize she had once again, habitually, overlooked a crucial matter. She had no money. Standing before the cashier with her phone in hand, she remained motionless for an extended period. Observing her pitiable expression, Pei Jin refrained from uttering any words that might embarrass her. Instead, he clicked his tongue and deftly pulled out his phone to cover the expenses. As they exited the establishment, and Yu, feeling bashful, lowered her gaze and blushed as she confessed, "I forgot. I had no money. I had intended to treat you. Yet it seems you ended up treating me." Pei Jin, perched on his motorcycle, arched an eyebrow playfully, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at her. "Little classmate, taking advantage of me, are we?" And Yu gazed at his strikingly handsome face illuminated by the bright sun, her attention finally resting on the collar of his shirt, fluttering in the wind. She lowered her head and replied, "All right, twice is twice. I shall treat you." Chapter 33. Does it hurt? If it does, just obey. To avoid being flung off during the turn and becoming a swaying goose in midair, she clung tightly to him. Due to the high speed, Pei Jin bent forward, unencumbered by a jacket, allowing the wind to fill his loose t-shirt with a rustling sound. And you could not see his expression but felt the tension in the muscles beneath her hands. As they neared the school, the speed gradually decreased, however, and you continued to embrace his waist without letting go. Pei Jin remained silent and did not halt at the school gate, driving straight inside. The duo before her, with the man's striking handsomeness and the woman's enchanting beauty, sped past on a sleek motorcycle along the tree-lined avenue. Although Yu felt she had not saved much distance, the dramatic effect was undeniably achieved. Throughout this half-day, thanks to Pei Jin, she sensed a significant alleviation of the psychological pressure that had lingered since her release from the mental institution. Yet, her mood had barely improved when she encountered her brother downstairs. As she spotted him, Yu-Chen had just exited the dormitory, a bottle of peach yogurt in hand, and was absorbed in dialing a number on his phone. His slender fingers tapped the screen twice, causing a US phone to buzz in her pocket. By the time she reached for it to silence the call, it was too late. Yu-Chen's gaze had shifted toward her, catching sight of her startled expression. His eyes immediately turned icy as he tucked his phone away and strode purposefully towards Pei Jin, who was bending down to secure his helmet beside Yu. In a flurry, Yu stepped forward, positioning herself in front of him and imploring, "Brother, please don't act rashly." Ignoring her, Yu-Chen advanced and forcefully shoved her aside. Yu stumbled back several steps before regaining her balance. Just as Pei Jin straightened up, Chen delivered a powerful kick to the stationary motorcycle in front of him. The force of his blow sent the hefty machine, weighing nearly 400 pounds, toppling towards Pei Jin. Despite his swift reflexes, Pei Jin was unable to evade the impending disaster entirely, resulting in the motorcycle striking his right calf. On that hot midday, clad in loose-fitting work attire, the aluminum alloy side frame of the motorcycle grazed his exposed leg unimpeded, while the rear's large yellow plate crashed down upon his foot. And you heard a muffled groan escape from his throat and swiftly moved to push the vehicle aside. With a graceful motion, he steadied himself with his long fingers against the ground and leaped up, delivering a powerful punch to Chen's face. Both men tumbled to the ground, quickly entangled in a fierce struggle. And you rushed over, reaching out to grasp Pei Jin, who was atop Chen. "Stop, please. Release him first." Pei Jin, gripping Chen's collar, hoisted him up by the neck, his eyes ablaze with fury. He glanced sideways at her with a cold smirk, then ruthlessly brought his fist down, causing blood to stain the corner of Chen's mouth. "Don't strike. Pei Jin, get up quickly." And exclaimed, throwing herself against his arm, which was raised once more. Pei Jin narrowed his eyes, observing the delicate, pale hands that clung to his arm, and let out a derisive laugh. Yet the gaze he turned towards her was devoid of any amusement. "You threw the first punch, and now you want to pull me back? And you? Have I been too indulgent with you?" His voice was low but calm, starkly contrasting with the violent scene unfolding. Despite this, and you felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. Pei Jin remained momentarily frozen, maintaining his tilted pose as he regarded her, growing anxious. And you gently pushed against his shoulder. "Hurry up." Pei Jin's expression softened, a slight smile tugging at his lips, and he obediently rolled off the person he had been pressing down, stepping aside. Lying on the ground, Chen felt a sharp pain in his heart. Disregarding the dirt that marred his appearance, his hand, pressed against the earth, tightened abruptly as he hoarsely called out, "Yu." And you did not respond. Instead, she retrieved a pack of wet wipes from her exquisite little bag, pulled one out, and crouched down to gently clean the mud-stained wound on Pei Jin's arm. As she knelt before him, Chen's hand, which hung limply at his side, instinctively clenched and unclenched. Unable to contain himself, he softly urged her, "Get up. It's fine." Only then did Yu turn her head, her peripheral vision catching sight of the person who remained seated on the ground, motionless, stirring a pang of sorrow within her. Thus, she pulled out another wet wipe and offered it to Chen. "Get up." As Yu shifted her body slightly, his hand hovered awkwardly in the air. Chen remained silent, his left hand, hanging by his side, clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, the pain radiating from his elbow causing his heart to clench in response. And Yu ignored him, refusing to acknowledge him in front of someone she had known for less than 10 days. Chen felt his throat dry and his breath quicken. At this juncture, he hesitated, his gaze landing on Pei Jin's face, which he found both mocking and imperious. After much effort, he finally managed to speak. "I am willing to apologize to him. Being in the presence of Chen in such a state felt utterly exhausting. You should have apologized to him in the first place." Chen looked at her in disbelief, as if Yu had uttered something astonishing. Witnessing his expression, and Yu lost all desire to continue the conversation. "Come on, I will accompany you to the infirmary." She turned and approached Pei Jin, carefully placing his arm on her frail shoulder. And Yu sighed, unexpectedly lowering her body. Pei Jin's injured foot suddenly met the ground, causing him to grimace in pain and exclaim, "Damn." This time, however, Pei Jin managed to keep his mouth shut, obediently allowing her to support him as they walked. Chapter 34. Seeking the doctor named Su Jin Yen as they walked out of the shaded path towards the playground. The piercing gaze that had felt like a thorn in their backs finally faded away. Upon reaching the infirmary, Yu helped Pei Jin onto the bed. She then went to summon the school doctor. The school physician was a young woman in her early 30s, well-preserved, appearing to be of similar age to the third or fourth-year students. She was clean-looking, with a gentle and sweet demeanor, yet possessed a quick temper. As soon as Pei Jin removed his shoes, she erupted in anger, ready to lecture him while holding iodine. Pei Jin was taken aback by her outburst. She was not a girlfriend? Oh, how could he act so bravely in front of someone who wasn't even his girlfriend? What would happen if he actually pursued her? The school doctor sarcastically remarked about how he might plan to arrive next time, suggesting he should bring a stretcher. With his little girlfriend in the front and his friends in the back, wrapped up like a dumpling, parading around the night market to celebrate. As she spoke, she elegantly flicked her delicate hand and poured iodine onto Pei Jin's leg without so much as a word of warning. As she spoke, she casually remarked that he should trim half of his protruding nail, insisting that he should endure it in silence, maintaining his image as the school bully in front of his girlfriend. Pei Jin's forehead twitched slightly, and he took a deep breath, choosing to ignore her. Instead, he turned to Anu, who was standing by, and instructed her to wait outside. Feeling agitated, Pei Jin scratched his head, but being a man, he refrained from stooping to her level and gritted his teeth. If we're going to bandage it, then let's just do it. Why do you have to talk so much? Because I'm a girl, the school nurse declared with confidence, puffing out her chest as she swiftly pulled a bandage from the medical kit. Her movements were adept and efficient, and her chatter was incessant. Am I bothering you? Well, I intend to. I want to annoy you. If you have the ability, avoid fighting altogether. Strive not to set foot in my infirmary during your 4 years of university. It interferes with my drama watching.
And you?
Observing the usually speechless Pei Jin, now rendered utterly speechless, felt a sense of admiration for the school nurse. Indeed, those who serve as school nurses are not ordinary individuals. After attending to his wound in the infirmary, Pei Jin emerged with a countenance that was far from pleasant. Concerned that he might explode with fury, Anu dutifully supported him all the way to the classroom. By this time, the class was nearly full, and as Anu helped him step through the classroom door, the previously boisterous chatter abruptly fell silent, as if the room had been paused. Afterward, a group of boys approached, their mouths filled with exclamations, as they eagerly pulled Pei Jin away from Anu. While enduring the discomfort of having his arms grabbed, Pei Jin had to be mindful of his feet, lest they be trampled by the exuberant crowd. Had the girl fallen while being taken for a ride? Or had some careless fool struck her? If so, he thought, let it be known, and his brothers would surely teach that fool a lesson. Amidst the fervor, Pei Jin managed to find a seat, slamming his palm onto the table in frustration, exclaiming, Enough already, don't crush me under your weight. One of them, grinning foolishly like a simpleton, gazed at him with reverence, sending a chill down Pei Jin's spine. He pushed the boy's head away, urging him to get to the point. Pei, go. Did you get into a fight? Li Qi inquired persistently, adjusting his black-framed glasses perched on his nose. Indeed, Pei Jin replied nonchalantly, twirling a neutral pen between his fingers, reflecting on the absurdity of encountering an inexplicably foolish person. The mention of Yu Chen made him frown, suddenly recalling that his car was left unattended outside the dormitory. Feeling irritated, he licked his back teeth, realizing it was quite odd that he had let Yu Chen off the hook. As he pondered why he was so inclined to heed and use words, another companion chimed in. Li Qi poked his arm on the table, eyes gleaming with anticipation, and asked, Who did you fight with? Should we wait until class is over to confront him at the classroom entrance? Pei Jin was momentarily taken aback by his words, reminiscent of a schoolchild pleading not to leave after class. She turned, her expression one of disdain, and asked, How old are you this year? Pei Jin found herself at a loss for words at his expression. Truly remarkable. Yet, she implored him to maintain his distance, fearing that his adolescent exuberance might be contagious. Finally, silence enveloped her, and Pei Jin propped her chin on her hand, fixating on a U.S. nape as she pondered the earlier question. How could he have been so easily led away by Yu? Pei Yi's mournful voice pierced the air. Once again interrupted, Pei Jin suppressed the urge to smack him on the back of the head, her expression darkening as she inquired, "What now?" Li Qi hesitated, fidgeting with his fingers, revealing an awkward demeanor that made Pei Jin want to hurl the C language textbook in front of her at his face. Finally, he mumbled, "If you ever feel the urge to fight again, remember to invite me along." "Why would I do that?" "I want to broaden my horizons and prepare for future brawls with my friends." Pei Jin found herself wishing to pry open his skull with her pen to uncover the peculiar thoughts within. Noticing him enviously eyeing her bandaged leg, she couldn't resist digging a pit for him. "I know someone just as fervent and impulsive as you." Li Qi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Who? Do they enjoy fighting?" "More than just enjoying it. It's a passion," Li Qi eagerly inquired. "Who is it? Where shall I find him?" Pei Jin flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pristine, even teeth. "You may be curious, but from this moment until class concludes, refrain from uttering a single word to me." "No problem," Li Qi replied, her slender frame producing a series of sharp sounds as she patted her ribcage.
All right.
Pei Jin nodded calmly, head to the school infirmary and seek out a doctor named Su Jin Nian. Chapter 35. I never would have guessed you also suffer from adolescent syndrome. The instructor for the specialized course delivered a wealth of knowledge, and within 2 hours, the lesson concluded, leaving Yu with a comprehensive set of notes. Upon closing her textbook, her phone, nestled in the drawer, began to vibrate. Upon inspection, she discovered a new message from Xia and I. "Yu, this afternoon is the club recruitment. Do you want to accompany me?" This reminded Yu of the student council application form she had left in her dormitory. Ever since their last sparring match on the playground, she had realized that Pei Jin was quite formidable. Yu Qin had likely suffered from the 2 punches he received at noon, his face probably swollen. She pondered whether he would still pursue a position in the student council. Just then, her phone vibrated again, another message from Xia and I. "Adorable Yu, please accompany me. Jiang University's clubs are numerous and vibrant. The recruitment will surely be bustling with handsome boys. Trust me." Immediately following this, she sent a sticker proclaiming her desire to see the handsome boys. And Yu felt a bit exasperated but ultimately decided to join her friend at the club recruitment event. She harbors no fondness for handsome men, yet she eagerly anticipates joining a club of her interest during her university years, hoping to cultivate her interpersonal skills. The earlier she achieves independence, the sooner she can extricate herself from the confines of the Yu family. Only then does she envision the possibility of altering her future trajectory. The image of Xiao Imo before her fainting spell lingers in her mind, causing her previously light-hearted mood to plummet once more. She wonders if that group of individuals provided him with the care he needed. And Yu struggles to fathom what she might become in that moment. Drawing a deep breath, she strives to steady her heart, which races with sudden anxiety. Why the long face again? If you have any emotional troubles, feel free to confide in your brother here. A teasing voice interrupts her thoughts. Turning her head, she encounters Pei Jin's nonchalant expression. A weight settles on her shoulder as he confidently drapes his arm across it, shedding any remnants of his earlier bashfulness. And Yu glances at the time. "Pei Jin, it's only 6 o'clock. Are you already heading for dinner?" "Of course." Pei Jin replies with utmost seriousness. "To save you some money, I ordered 1 less steak, hence I'm starving early this afternoon. Do you think you're feeding a cat?" And Yu retorts, bemused. "That minuscule piece of steak at the Western restaurant wouldn't even suffice as a snack for me." And Yu is at a loss for words. "Wasn't this place your choice? I envisioned a pleasant ambience. After all, don't you girls prefer these stylish eateries?" Pei Jin's hand, which rests upon her shoulder, suddenly squeezes her slender neck as he leans closer to her ear, whispering, "You promised to treat me to barbecue. Smoky and fiery. Can you truly oblige?" With a resigned sigh, and Yu sincerely shook her head, stating, "I have no money. If you insist on me treating you to dinner, we can only go to the cafeteria." And you blinked her large eyes innocently at him and earnestly suggested, "The set meal at window 14 is quite delicious. It includes sweet and sour pork and stir-fried meat." Pei Jin ground his teeth slightly, responding, "Oh, little classmate, it seems you have already contemplated evading your debts in less than half a day. I truly have no money. The only reason I can treat you to the cafeteria is that I possess only a meal card." Pei Jin scrutinized her with his fox-like eyes for a moment before ultimately relenting. "As long as you take care of me until my foot heals, those 2 meals will be waived." "All right," and you replied decisively. Without needing him to say it, she would assume her responsibilities. For Pei Jin's current state was undeniably linked to her. "Let us go." "What's this? Do you already have an appointment?" Pei Jin snorted dismissively. "I didn't realize you had quite a few friends clinging to you." "It's a girl," and you shot him a glance. "We have agreed to sign up for a club together." Supporting Pei Jin as they walked a few steps, she then inquired gently, "Are you very hungry? If so, would you like me to buy you a bread from the convenience store to tide you over?" Pei Jin disdainfully curled his lips. "No need. You go ahead. Just send me a message once you finish signing up." With his arm casually draped over the young girl's shoulder, Pei Jin felt inexplicably cheerful as they strolled along, engaging her in conversation. "So, little classmate, what type of club are you interested in joining?" After pondering for a moment, and you replied, "My first choice would be something that strengthens the body like taekwondo, sanda, or judo." Pei Jin paused in disbelief, turning to her with a look of incredulity. Why would a sweet little girl like you be interested in such things? She didn't expect to achieve significant improvement in a short time, but at the very least, she didn't want to drag Xiao and Mo into trouble anymore. Facing that unruly group of security guards was a challenge without any other recourse. And you contemplated for a while and finally provided an answer that sounded somewhat peculiar, "So I won't hold others back during a fight." Pei Jin couldn't help but laugh at the sight of her petite and adorable figure, her slender arms and legs.
Hey,
"I didn't realize you had a bit of a rebellious streak." And you, perplexed by his words, looked up at him, whose bright smile revealed a set of gleaming white teeth. As he chuckled, he suggested, "Next time I visit the school infirmary, you should tell that irritable lady that it was you who led me into that brawl and caused my injury. Let us see how she reacts." Just imagining that scenario made Pei Jin want to laugh even more. And you rolled her eyes at him, muttering, "You're really annoying. Always asking questions, and then mocking me afterward." All right, I want to laugh," Pei Jin said, making an effort to suppress his smile. He then candidly told her, "Those school clubs are just for show. Kicking a wooden board looks impressive on stage, but it's utterly useless. As a young lady, you really shouldn't get caught up in that." With a heavy heart, and you lowered her head, feeling disheartened. Pei Jin's eyes glinted with mischief as a smirk crept onto his lips. He spoke with a tone filled with self-satisfaction. "Little classmate, if you truly wish to learn, you might consider begging your brother here." And you cast a glance at his injured foot, tactfully declining his proposition. "Let us focus on healing your injury first." Chapter 36. You don't seem all that impressive, do you? Even though he gritted his teeth in frustration, he could not bring himself to demonstrate his skills through a clumsy display of martial arts while limping in place. Such behavior was beneath him. Pei Jin stifled the irritation bubbling within him, leaning his weight heavily against a person supporting him. As he watched the petite figure of the girl, as eager to flee as a frightened rabbit, he couldn't help but chuckle softly before pushing open the door to the dormitory. Meanwhile, when in you found Xia and I, the enchanting beauty was intently focused on perfecting her eyeliner in front of a small mirror. Perhaps due to the strain of her posture, her hand trembled as though afflicted by Parkinson's, causing you to worry she might accidentally jab the pencil into her eye. Fortunately, Xia and I, drawing from her years of makeup expertise, skillfully completed her look. With a sparkle in her eye, she grabbed her phone, adorned with glimmering rhinestones, and cheerfully pulled you out of the classroom. Upon arriving at the club recruitment point, they discovered that the extracurricular lives of Jiang University students were indeed quite vibrant. From the formally structured student council, broadcasting station, and national flag team, to the rather whimsically named Fujoshi concentration camp, otaku welfare society, and dark cuisine interest group, the variety of clubs is as diverse as it is abundant. Before the cosplay club, surrounded by a throng of girls, stood the current favorites of the youth, the three pit sisters adorned in JK uniforms, Hanfu and Lolita attire. Anyo, drawn by her fondness for cute dresses, lingered a moment longer and nearly found herself swept away by a Lolita enthusiast with an extravagant skirt who was eager to pull her into completing a registration form. Fortunately, her friend Xiani was nearby, valiantly grasping her arm and rescuing her from the crowd. Just as Anyo was still catching her breath, she was nearly deafened by Xiani's piercing scream.
Ah,
that handsome guy in the white shirt over there at 30 degrees north. I need to get his personal information in a minute. Anyo turned her head to follow Xiani's pointing finger. A tall boy with gold-rimmed glasses was bending over, assisting a new student in filling out the club registration form. Without hesitation, Xiani dragged Anyo to the back of the line. Upon arrival, Anyo focused on the sign and read Computer Interest Society. This name, amidst a plethora of flamboyant titles, struck her as rather unremarkable, offering little incentive to seize a registration form, save for the programming enthusiasts from the computer science department. Are you certain you want to join this club? Anyo queried, glancing back at Xiani, whose gaze was already fixated on the sophomore behind them. Their club activities might involve studying programming and the C language, with a group of individuals huddled in the computer lab over the weekend, hunting for bugs. What does it matter? Xia and I excitedly blinked her beautifully mascaraed large eyes, exclaiming that with such a handsome senior present, she would not only study C language, but would even retake the CCT if necessary. And Yu found herself momentarily at a loss for words. How could she elucidate the distinction between CCT and C language to this outsider from the English department, akin to comparing ants and elephants? Before she could formulate a suitable response, the infatuated Xia and I had already squeezed into the crowd, boldly retrieving 2 registration forms and thrusting one into Anyu's embrace. After contemplating for a moment, Anyu deemed it somewhat relevant to her field and proceeded to fill in her personal information with a pen she found on a nearby table. Once she completed the form, she turned around to see Xia and I bashfully leaning beside the senior in the white shirt, casting flirtatious glances at him. Her voice affectedly sweet to the point that Anyu felt she could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes right there. As Anyu approached to hand the registration form to the senior, she noticed Xia and I excitedly hiding behind him, making playful faces at her. Just by observing the exhilarated expression on Xia Ni's face, Anyu knew that this friend was unlikely to leave anytime soon. However, she had to go. Her roommate, who was somewhat incapacitated, was awaiting their meal together. Anyu saw the bespectacled boy place the submitted registration form into a folder and then asked, "Senior, is this all I need to do?" The boy turned to her with a polite smile. "Anyu, is it?" "Indeed. Once you complete the form, you may leave. In a couple of days, you will receive the time and location of the interview through the contact information provided in the application." Anyu nodded obediently, waved goodbye to him, and then turned to approach Xia and I. "I have something to attend to, so I must leave first." "You." "I'll stay behind to assist." Xia and I interjected eagerly, rising on her toes to peer over Anyu's shoulder at the boy, blinking her eyes in anticipation. "Senior, is that all right?" "Certainly," the boy replied with a gentle smile. "Then I shall trouble you, Junior. Once we finish, I will treat everyone to a meal, and you are welcome to join."
great.
Xia and I replied enthusiastically, turning to Anyu with a beaming yes gesture, simultaneously waving her hand to urge her to depart promptly. "And then, I've finished my tasks. Shall we go eat now?" After a brief pause, a new message appeared in the chat interface. "Counselor. Yes, head towards the east gate. I will be waiting for you at the basketball court entrance. And with your foot injury, you can still play basketball?" Confused. "Counselor. Can I practice my shots while standing still?" and you felt somewhat speechless. Why engage in such antics? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to lie comfortably in bed? Shaking her head, she proceeded in the direction he mentioned. Upon reaching the fence at the back of the basketball court, she spotted several girls seated in the stands ahead, animatedly discussing something with expressions of excitement. Following the gaze of several individuals, it became evident that Pei Jin had donned a loose-fitting basketball jersey, cradling a basketball while engaging in conversation with a few boys. Perhaps due to the warmth of the afternoon sun, he casually lifted the hem of his tank top to fan himself, momentarily revealing the alluring contours of his well-defined abdominal muscles, which sparked an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. The sensation would undoubtedly be delightful. And you, lost in thought, pondered for a few seconds before abruptly realizing the peculiarity of the situation. How absurd it was to be standing at the edge of the playground, daydreaming about a handsome boy in broad daylight. The affliction of infatuation was contagious. Summer and I had led her astray. Shaking herself from her reverie, she instinctively patted her slightly flushed cheeks, hastening toward the entrance, calling out, "Pei Jin." The players on the court turned at the sound, and he waved back, instructing her to wait a moment. And you obediently stood still, but after a few seconds, she felt a sudden chill at the back of her head. Turning slightly, she was taken aback to find several faces staring back at her. It dawned on her that her call had captured the attention of the few spectators in this secluded basketball court. The girls she had noticed earlier in the stands now had their heads turned in her direction, their gazes filled with scrutiny, assessment, and inquisitiveness. And you felt an uneasy premonition wash over her. Raising her face to glance at Pei Jin, who was still conversing with the boy beneath the hoop, she noticed that among the group of girls, one particularly striking figure had risen and was now approaching her. The distance to Anyo Station is not particularly short, yet in the blink of an eye, the girl with long legs stood right before her. A wave of luxurious perfume enveloped her senses as Anyo tilted her head to gaze at the girl, estimating her height to be at least 1.70 meters. Coupled with the stiletto heels adorning her feet and the alluring cascading waves of hair falling at her waist, along with a mature and seductive makeup look, she would undoubtedly be considered a beauty worthy of being the centerpiece in any art department. Since childhood, Anyo had never excelled in engaging with such seemingly domineering beauties, which is why she initially had no intention of initiating conversation. However, the girl's unwavering gaze, fixed upon her face for nearly 2 minutes without uttering a word, became increasingly unbearable. Overwhelmed by the intensity of the scrutiny, Anyo felt an impulse to cover her face with her skirt. Finally, she mustered the courage to timidly inquire, "Excuse me, is there something you need?" Regrettably, the stunning girl appeared to be somewhat hard of hearing. Not only did she ignore Anyo's words, but she also took a bold step closer, leaning in to scrutinize her more closely. Anyo furrowed her brow in irritation and, as she attempted to turn away, 2 slender white fingers reached out and firmly grasped her chin. Had this action been executed by a male, she would have had grounds to report sexual harassment immediately. Yet, the perpetrator Chapter 37, yet I crave barbecued meat, the kind that is charred and smoky. And you took a deep breath and, with patience, inquired once more, "What is it that you truly wish to convey? Speak plainly." The striking woman elegantly raised her finger and gestured towards Pei Jin. "Is he your boyfriend?" "No." And you replied decisively, shaking her head with poise. "If you wish to pursue him, do so without regarding others as mere imagined rivals, nor feel the need to belittle them." The woman, taken aback by Anyu's forthrightness, huffed in displeasure but candidly admitted, "I simply have taken a liking to him. Among this year's newcomers, there are few who have caught my eye." She playfully twirled a lock of her long hair around her finger, sauntering a few steps with an air of allure, casting a glance at the demure Anyu. She puffed her chest slightly, deliberately revealing a hint of her décolletage, as if to express her disdain for her competitor. Rolling her eyes internally, Anyu prepared to step forward and swiftly call away the troublesome Pei Jin. However, The woman beside her clearly did not take her words to heart. As Anu moved closer, the woman, adorned in her slender high heels, approached Pei Jin first. Sweetly calling out, "Pei Jin, are you leaving?" The man, who was walking towards her, glanced at her with indifference and replied, "I'm hungry. I'm going to eat." "Ah, I am a bit hungry too." The woman's eyes sparkled as she took a couple of steps forward, her gaze lingering on him. "I know of a delightful Western restaurant nearby. Why don't I take you to try it?" She stood in the way of his exit, causing Pei Jin to pause in his stride. "Take me? I don't believe I know you," he responded coolly. Upon hearing this, the enchanting beauty subtly raised her chest and spoke with pride, "As you are a newcomer, you must have seen my photos on the school forum or in the chat groups." Pei Jin, uncooperative, shook his head gently, his tone dismissive, "No." His cold demeanor did not faze the beauty. She smiled and retrieved her phone from her bag. "I am Bai Yi, a year your senior from the Department of Arts. Let us be friends." She seemed confident that no one would refuse an invitation from a beauty, promptly displaying a QR code for him to scan. Pei Jin glanced down at the business card, confirming that the profile picture indeed resembled her. Bai Yi held the phone out for a moment, but when he did not take it, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. Pei Jin smiled lightly, not wishing to put her in an awkward position. "My phone is dead. Perhaps next time," he said, while languidly gazing at Anu, who stood by the entrance, and called out, "Little classmate, do you still wish for dessert?" With that single remark, Pei Jin inadvertently accepted her invitation, causing Bai Yi's eyes to sparkle with interest. "What about you?" she inquired eagerly. Pei Jin chuckled, his tongue pressed against his molars, contemplating dragging the person at the door over for a scolding. "Let us all go together. Their place is a popular eatery, highly favored among students." Noticing his hesitation, Bai Yi quickly began to advocate for the idea. "But I crave barbecued meat," Pei Jin said, as his arm brushed against her skirt while he took a few steps forward. Turning back with a smile, he added, "At the street-side tables, there are no waiters to assist with the grilling. One must do it oneself, and it can get quite smoky." After speaking, he cast a playful glance at the meticulously chosen dress and the exquisitely manicured nails of Bai Yi, smiling as he inquired, "Are you coming?" The person standing still stiffened, hesitating for a few seconds with her bag in tow. Pei Jin had no time to waste on her indecision and turned towards Anu. As she watched him approach, Anu felt a twinge of regret and stole a glance at the beautiful girl, wondering if she truly intended to leave her behind. This senior was undeniably attractive. Pei Jin raised an eyebrow and playfully tugged at the strands of hair that hung by Anu's ear, preparing to speak, only to hear Anu follow up with, "It seems a bit of a waste for you to be paired with her."
Damn.
Pei Jin chuckled, extending his long arm to wrap around Anu's neck and draw her closer. He leaned down, bringing his face near hers, gripping her chin gently. Pei Jin's fox-like eyes, when narrowed in scrutiny, radiated warmth, yet when he adopted a serious demeanor, they exuded an irresistible allure. His skin was remarkably fair, and upon closer inspection, it was difficult to find a flaw. His features were exquisite, yet not overly feminine, and his prideful character was laced with a hint of mischief. These traits combined rendered him particularly striking amidst a sea of bookish university students, making him irresistibly attractive to most girls. Consequently, the closer Anu found herself to him, the more anxious she became. As they neared the threshold of personal space, she could no longer contain herself, shrinking away and swiftly swatting the large hand that held her cheeks. "What are you doing? If you're trying to take advantage of me, I'll hit you." She waved her fist at the smug Pei Jin, her face betraying her with an involuntary flush. To mask her embarrassment, she quickly turned her head away, her fingertips discreetly digging into her palm. "I simply want you to open your eyes wide and truly observe." Pei Jin haughtily lifted his elegantly sculpted chin, asserting that he was more than capable of matching anyone. Though she internally acknowledged the truth of his words, and you couldn't help but roll her eyes at his brazen declaration. What arrogance! Is this arrogance, my young classmate? This is called confidence. Pei Jin chuckled as he placed his hand on her shoulder, leading her out of the schoolyard. Let me call a car. You wait here for a moment, he said. Retrieving his phone and dialing a number, he stepped aside, seemingly summoning someone to meet him at the school gate. An U.S. phone buzzed, and upon seeing the name Yuchen flashing on the screen, she hesitated before pressing the answer button to her ear. Yu, where are you? The voice on the other end was low, hinting at the owner's displeasure. In the dormitory, and Yu replied, biting her lip and nervously fabricating a lie. There was no need for subterfuge, but given her company with Pei Jin, Yuchen became irrational whenever anything related to him arose. To avert trouble, and Yu felt compelled to deceive him. After a moment of silence, Yuchen spoke again, his tone tinged with a hint of appeasement. Yu, are you still angry? Shouldn't it be me who is upset? And Yu sighed. It's because he recklessly kicked over someone else's car, causing them to lose half a nail, and then resorted to violence. One ought to sincerely apologize to Pei Jin, rather than the other way around. The reason she agreed to look after Pei Jin stems from a sense of guilt. Yuchen clearly comprehended her intention, yet exhibited no inclination to acknowledge his fault, swiftly diverting the conversation instead. And Yu furrowed her brow, reflecting that it had indeed been over 10 days since they last saw each other since military training commenced. The Yu family's parents. Chapter 38. Your brother is quite the extreme sister complex. Lost in thought, she was suddenly interrupted by a voice close by inquiring,
Who are you on the phone with?
And Yu was taken aback, instinctively tightening her grip on the phone, but it was already too late. Yu Chen's vigilant tone almost immediately followed. Who are you with? And Yu maintained a stern expression, quickly gesturing to Pei Jin to remain silent. Her reaction prompted Pei Jin to deduce almost instantly who was on the other end of the line. Consequently, he crossed his arms, a displeased look on his face, leaning against the marble pillar by the door, fixated on her. Well, Pei Jin squinted at her. Not only have you grown bolder, but you've also learned to deceive. He leaned in closer, asking, Who is Xia and I? The one who invited you to the club this afternoon? To his surprise, she nodded, realizing that perhaps her circle of friends was indeed too limited. You're already in your first year of college, and you still hesitate to tell your brother when you go out for a meal. Pei Jin found this difficult to comprehend and curiously asked, Has your family always been this strict with you? My parents don't really keep tabs on me, and Yu mused, recalling the ever-busy Yu family parents, who were perpetually occupied with work. The two individuals scarcely had any energy left to devote to their own flesh and blood, so how could they possibly find the time to concern themselves with her? She was merely an orphan they had adopted years ago for the sake of their son, and had no true connection to the Yu family. When Yu father encountered her at home, he merely nodded and moved on. Yu mother rarely engaged in conversation with her, regarding her with the gaze one might reserve for a temporary lodger, neither hostile nor particularly fond. And Yu lowered her head, contemplating that perhaps she was, after all, an outsider. It seemed so. And Yu responded despondently. Pei Jin propped himself up, his arm gently resting upon her shoulder, remarking, Your brother is quite the extreme sister con. After all these years, haven't you noticed? And Yu lifted her small face to look at him, admitting that she had indeed overlooked this in the past. Pei Jin raised an eyebrow at her, inquiring if she had realized it now. From what she had previously indicated, it seemed her brother had once dealt with boys pursuing her during high school, reluctant to discuss such matters with a male, and Yu awkwardly turned her head away, stating that those were events of the past. Past my foot. Pei Jin chuckled, wrapping his arm around her neck. He has threatened me more than once. You know, little classmate, are you planning to avoid relationships, partners, and marriage for the rest of your life? And Yu pressed her lips together, reflecting on her current circumstances. It appeared she had no future to speak of. Was she to entertain the notion of dating, finding a partner, or marrying from within a mental institution after graduating college? Yet, she could not voice such thoughts to Pei Jin, fearing he might truly consider her a lunatic. Thus, and you kept her head bowed in silence. However, in Pei Jin's eyes, her attitude was tantamount to acquiescence. He was momentarily taken aback, seizing her shoulders and pulling her closer. "Come on, little classmate. Your brother's obsession is his own affair. He cannot accompany you for a lifetime. You must learn to resist, at the very least." And you looked up, her expression earnest as she inquired, "How should I resist?" Pei Jin raised an eyebrow, suggesting that the most efficient and straightforward way would be to find a boyfriend to take his place. "Thank you so much," and you retorted, rolling her eyes and attempting to push away his hand that rested on her shoulder. During military training, merely exchanging a few words with Pei Jin had led Yu Chen to threaten expulsion. At such a juncture, finding a boyfriend to flaunt in front of others seemed like a reckless endeavor. There was a reason Yu Chen refrained from confronting Pei Jin directly. Had it been anyone else, they would have been swiftly dealt with by her brother. Am I mistaken? Pei Jin furrowed his brow in confusion. By finding a boyfriend, he could handle what Yu Chen ought to be managing and worry about the things he should be concerned with. Over time, your brother's tendency to meddle would be mitigated, wouldn't it? That's not concern, and you struggled to articulate her thoughts. He merely possesses a desire for control, perhaps because... She pondered for a moment, formulating a more plausible explanation. In his perception, I inherently belong to him, as he was the one who brought me into this family. Thus, he believes he should oversee me. What do you mean? Pei Jin's expression turned serious as he furrowed his brow further. I am an adopted daughter. An honest confession from Yu reveals that Yu Chen's parents are businesspeople who have a strong belief in feng shui. Due to his previous health issues, a fortune teller advised them to raise a girl in their home to dispel the negative energy surrounding him. Consequently, I was adopted from the orphanage by his parents. Noticing Pei Jin's astonished expression, and you awkwardly rub her nose, acknowledging that superstitions are indeed unwise. After all this time, it turns out you are not biological siblings. Pei Jin shook his head in disbelief, finding it difficult to comprehend that such beliefs still exist in this day and age. And you offered a wry smile, realizing that in my brother's eyes, I am akin to a birthday gift bestowed by his parents. Thus he feels entitled to oversee my affairs.
Is that so?
Pei Jin's fox-like eyes darted about as if struck by an epiphany. He released his grip on her and mused aloud. No wonder, this is truly intriguing. And he was about to inquire about his statement when the sudden blaring of 2 car horns startled her. Turning her head, she spotted a dark gray SUV coming to a halt at the school gate. Pei Jin straightened up and lazily waved at her, beckoning, "Come on. I'll take you for some Korean barbecue." With that, he opened the passenger door and settled into the seat. And you circled around the back of the car, and the tightly shut window was lowered. Behind the wheel sat a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who greeted her warmly. "Hi, Junior. It's nice to see you again." Upon closer inspection, and you recognized him as the senior in a white shirt whom she had just encountered that afternoon in the computer club. "It is you." The young man smiled at her, appearing harmless. "I am Lin Zixiao, a year senior to you and Ajin. You may call me Brother Xiao." From the passenger seat, Pei Jin's languid voice interjected, "Oh, so you two are acquainted? When did you start flirting?" Pei Jin. And you shot him a glare through the car window, retorting, "If you can't use your mouth properly, you might as well donate it to someone in need." "Haha, don't mind him, Junior. Ajin just has a loose tongue. He is actually quite a good person," Lin Zixiao remarked, flashing another smile at her, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor that starkly contrasted with the casualness of Pei Jin beside him. "Let's get in the car." Lin Zixiao raised his hand to close the window, and you opened the back door and took her seat. As the vehicle started, Lin Zixiao turned to the person beside him. "We are having a gathering for our club. There aren't many people, but it's quite lively. Would you like to join us?" Pei Jin waved his hand dismissively. "I don't mind. Ask the little student in the back." Lin Zixiao's gaze shifted to her. "Are you coming? Your friend will be there too." Knowing he referred to Xia and I, and you had no reason to decline, Sure. Then I shall trouble you, senior. Not a trouble at all. Lin Zixiao smiled. It's the first time I've seen Ajin take the initiative to bring a girl to dinner. I'm utterly curious. Shut up and drive. Pei Jin chuckled, casting a glance at the rearview mirror. The little girl in the back seat sat obediently, her back straight, gazing calmly ahead. It seemed she had not taken the earlier jest to heart. Chapter 39. I advise you not to test the limits of my patience, as Lin Zixiao drove. He engaged in a casual conversation, seemingly oblivious to his companion's distraction. Throughout their dialogue, he persistently brought up the presence of an you in the back seat.
Jean.
You and the junior are classmates, aren't you? Does she have a boyfriend? What type does she prefer? I could make an introduction. I think Pei Jin would be a good match, though his temperament is rather unpleasant and his standards are excessively high, making him unsuitable for you. At this point, the languid figure reclining in his seat could no longer remain silent. Are you a gossip? What makes you think I'm suitable for a junior? Pei Jin furrowed his brow in displeasure. And when have I ever had a foul temper? Lin Zixiao chuckled lightly. Indeed, your temper is the best. Which is precisely why you've become the school bully in the Southern District, even going so far as to break the leg of Chairman Chen-sun. Pei Jin replied with irritation, why bring up old grievances? And you, quietly listening in the back seat, caught Pei Jin's gaze in the rearview mirror and interjected. Why did you hit him? Pei Jin raised an eyebrow, responding because that brat deserved it. Lin Zixiao chimed in with a laugh. That kid was in our grade during high school, a total scoundrel. Not only was his character lacking, but he also had the audacity to set his sights on my sister. Oh, I see, and you nodded. So Pei Jin went to teach him a lesson? Of course, he affirmed. Lin Zixiao raised the corners of his lips, casting a discreet glance at the person beside him. In the entirety of Nanching High School, who was unaware that Yi and Ajin were childhood sweethearts. Over the years, he had found himself embroiled in fights, most often for her sake. Why are you mentioning this? Pei Jin interjected coolly. I regard her as a younger sister. Naturally, I must look after her. Lin Zixiao nodded amiably, conceding, all right. I understand you are not accustomed to discussing personal matters in front of others. I shall refrain. And you lowered her head, clutching her phone, feeling that Lin Zixiao's words held deeper implications. The car glided smoothly through the city, with Lin Zixiao maintaining a leisurely pace. After conversing for a while, they finally reached the first intersection outside the school gate. Stopping at the crosswalk, and you glanced up at the red light, which still had 90 seconds remaining, and unlocked her phone, preparing to play for a moment. Just as her fingertips brushed the screen, a sudden, thunderous crash erupted from behind, causing the previously stationary car to lurch forward. Pei Jin straightened up from the passenger seat, squinting into the rearview mirror, unable to suppress a curse. Who is this idiot? How can someone rear-end at a stoplight? With that, he unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door, ready to exit. Lin Zixiao, his eyes fixed intently on the reversing camera, noticed that the orange sports car behind them showed no sign of anyone disembarking. Instead, it had ignited and was now reversing. Sensing the impending danger, he swiftly grasped Pei Jin's arm, exclaiming sharply, "Don't go out yet." Another deafening crash resounded as the sports car collided with the rear of the SUV, forcefully pushing the stationary vehicle forward several meters. The safety systems of both vehicles suddenly emitted sharp alarms. And you, who was seated nearby, was violently propelled forward by the force, crashing into the back of the front seat, letting out a startled cry. Pei Jin's seatbelt had come undone, and he too was not spared. He lurched forward from his seat, nearly colliding with the windshield. Damn, is this person insane? Lin Zixiao gripped the steering wheel tightly, slamming on the brakes. Cursing in a state of panic, Pei Jin steadied himself with his hand, his expression darkening. Lin Zixiao, keep your foot on the brake. After uttering this command, and you heard the revving of the rear car's engine again, the sports car that had already collided with the rear of the SUV surged forward. Lin Zhixiao broke out in a cold sweat, pressing the brake pedal as if his life depended on it. Pei Jin's eyes were icy as he fixed his gaze on the car behind them, turning to the driver. "Don't be afraid. Release the brake, reverse, and floor the accelerator to ram back into him." Lin Zhixiao's face turned pale. This seemed unwise. "Stop hesitating. Do as I say." Pei Jin turned to Anu, who was still in shock. "Young student, fasten your seatbelt and move to the seat behind the driver." Anu, her face ashen, complied with his instructions. The two high-performance vehicles were locked in a fierce contest at the intersection. Several drivers in the vicinity had already exited their cars, but upon witnessing the tense situation, they quickly retreated like frightened rabbits, some extracting their phones to dial for help. Encountering such a severe traffic incident for the first time, Anu was fraught with tension, her hands gripping the seatbelt with a death hold. After an agonizing 2 minutes, Pei Jin, disregarding Lin Zhixiao's repeated dissuasions, flung open the car door and leaped out. As soon as he alighted, the sports car behind them stalled. Lin Zhixiao, unable to halt in time, reversed a few meters, then killed the engine and followed suit. Only then did Anu exhale a sigh of relief, her scalp tingling as she turned to peer through the privacy glass. Sports cars, predominantly designed for peak performance, often compromised crash resistance to reduce weight. While the extent of the damage to their SUV was obscured, the bright yellow car behind had its entire front end caved in, and a pungent odor of burning rubber emanated from its open doors, indicative of damaged wiring. The instant Anu recognized the sports car's silhouette, a jolt of disbelief coursed through her. The person emerging from the car door confirmed her suspicions. It was Yu Chun. He exited the driver's seat, casting nary a glance at the mangled front of his vehicle, and strode purposefully toward the SUV. Pei Jin had exited from the right side, and his gait was somewhat impaired due to a leg injury. Consequently, by the time he discerned Yu Chen's face, Lin Zhixiao had already been felled by an unexpected punch. His glasses sent flying. Yu Chen, without uttering a word, wrenched open the rear door, his light brown eyes blazing with fury. His voice, though calm, portended an imminent tempest. "Yu, will you emerge of your own volition, or shall I be compelled to drag you out?" Her fingertips, frigid as frost, clutched the seatbelt, her hand trembling ever so slightly. "I shall disembark on my own," she declared, straightened himself, relinquishing his position before the car door, unfastened her seatbelt, and alighted from the vehicle. The instant her feet touched the ground, she detected his voice. Casting a glance in his direction, she observed him assisting, who had been sprawled upon the ground, his hand still clutching the remnants of his spectacles, one lens shattered. With an air of undeniable authority, seized her wrist, drawing the unsteady towards his automobile. "Brother, temper your emotions," she implored, her hand finding purchase against the car door, attempting to quell his ire with words. It was merely a social gathering for the club, a perfectly ordinary interaction, interrupted, his countenance darkening with displeasure, the grip on her arm tightening to the point of near fracture. A cry of pain escaped her lips, her gaze upon him a mixture of anger and trepidation. With a brusque motion, thrust her into the car, her head colliding against the door with a resounding thud. Leaning in, his face contorted with a savage fury, he uttered a single sentence before slamming the door shut. "I advise you, cease testing the limits of my forbearance." His gaze sent a chill through her very being. Clutching her phone tightly, remained silent for a long moment. The cacophony of car horns blared incessantly, the intersection teeming with pedestrians, as traffic officers swiftly arrived on the scene. Hampered by his injured leg, remained stationary, yet his presence exuded unwavering strength. Extracting a lighter from his pocket, he produced a cigarette, igniting it and placing it between his lips. With a sardonic smile, he cast a glance at Yu Chen. "Congratulations, you have successfully provoked my ire this time." Yu Chen clenched his fists and turned his head, unflinching as he met his gaze. Do you think this is Haiching, where everyone fears you? Pei Jin, with an indifferent expression, shot him a fleeting glance before lowering his head to take a drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. Yuchen could hardly tolerate his pretentious demeanor. His grip on the car keys trembled with barely suppressed rage. Do you still consider yourself the heir of the Pei family? Wake up. The news of that illegitimate child aiming to supplant you has already spread like wildfire throughout the city. None of your business. Pei Jin forcefully slammed the car door shut. His face darkened as he glared at Yuchen. What do you even amount to, that you presume to discuss my family's affairs? Yuchen, infuriated to the point of laughter, retorted, You have already been cast out by your father to Jiangcheng, a wretched stray. Without his support, you are nothing. Is that so? Pei Jin grinned momentarily. Rather than engage in this futile chatter, it would be wiser to contemplate your situation. He removed the cigarette from his mouth and extinguished the ember against the car's hood. With a smile, he continued speaking. Yuchen scoffed, Do not be so arrogant. You seem to have forgotten. This is Jiangcheng. With that, he took out his phone and stepped aside to make a call. Shortly thereafter, the traffic officer in charge of the incident approached, his expression grim. He first cast a glance at the maliciously reckless Yuchen, then turned to usher the aloof Pei Jin aside. And you, seated in the car, rolled down the window to catch a glimpse of their exchange, though the words spoken remained a mystery. All that could be seen was Pei Jin lowering his head with a faint smile. Looking to settle this privately? Of course, that can be arranged. Yuchen emitted a cold snort, his gaze directed at him with a hint of disdain. Pei Jin gestured towards Lin Zixiao, indicating, The owner of the vehicle is this gentleman. Perhaps you may converse with him. Lin Zixiao adjusted his shattered glasses, his expression inscrutable. Please go ahead. The traffic officer nodded and led him to the roadside. Pei Jin cast a glance at them before striding towards the sports car and effortlessly opening the passenger door. His tone was remarkably casual as he rested his hand on the car's roof, gazing directly at her, as if inquiring not about a matter that could ignite the fury of the other party present, but rather something as trivial as, What would you like to eat today? Bread or fried dough sticks? And you blinked, hesitating to respond, and turned to glance sideways. Yuchen's expression was one of palpable distress. Yet, due to his apprehension of Pei Jin's capabilities, he restrained himself from advancing. And Yu nervously extended her hand towards the figure at the door. Pei Jin's lips curled into a fleeting smile, so swift that it nearly eluded detection. He gently grasped her soft, pale hand and, with a delicate tug, drew her forth, positioning her at his side. Yuchen could no longer contain himself and took a significant step forward. You think carefully. In such circumstances, do you truly wish to stand beside a stranger, opposing me? It is not my desire to stand against you. Rather, you are compelling me to take that stance. And you gazed at Yuchen, feeling that the gentle and reliable brother she once knew had taken on an unfamiliar visage. Had it not been for her personal experience, she could scarcely have imagined such a transformation. Yuchen, in a fit of incredulity, questioned whether he would act so recklessly, disregarding safety, and maliciously tailgating over such a trivial matter. Am I forcing you? His tone was laced with disbelief. You are the one who strayed from our accustomed interactions, rebelling against me, distancing yourself from me. Everything began to change with the arrival of this person. Yuchen's gaze towards Pei Jin was ablaze with barely concealed fury. Because of his influence, you have even entertained the perilous thought of leaving the Yu family. No one has incited me, and you replied calmly, meeting his gaze. Believe it or not, this is my own decision. Yuchen inhaled sharply, urgency in his voice. You cannot leave without my consent. I am an independent individual, entitled to make my own choices. You should not interfere, and you stated, her brow furrowing as she decided to speak candidly. In 2 months, I will turn 18. On my birthday, I will speak to my parents. Do not even think about it. Yuchen's facade of calm darkened ominously. He strode towards her. grasping her arm and attempting to pull her into the car. I will not allow you to leave the Yu family. You are mine. As he spoke fervently, he added, once you come of age, I will arrange an engagement banquet. If you do not wish to be a daughter of the Yu family, then be my fiancé. What nonsense are you spouting? And Yu exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger flooding her. I have never considered marrying you. Is that so? It matters not. Yu-Chen replied, a slightly unhinged smile creeping onto his face as he regarded her. From this moment forth, you may truly ponder this matter. You have issues. And Yu struggled even more fiercely. Pei Jin, who had been standing motionless nearby, finally extended his hand and grasped Yu-Chen's arm. Awaken yourself. And Yu took refuge behind Pei Jin, gazing at Yu-Chen, whose eyes were reddened with emotion. With genuine concern, she cautioned him, your state is not normal. I simply wish to attain independence sooner. Even if I do not leave the Yu family now, I will inevitably depart one day. I say you cannot leave.
So, do not even think about it.
Yu-Chen retorted vehemently. Even if I do not leave, I could never marry you. And Yu met his gaze defiantly. Do you believe my parents would consent? They would never support your intentions. Such matters are none of your concern, Yu-Chen replied, his expression seemingly calming. He regarded Yu, lowering his voice. You only need to remain by my side. For everything else, there is no need to worry. His eyes bore sincerity as he looked at her. For these past several years, I have cared for you well, have I not? And Yu shook her head. That is not care. You merely wish for me to be obedient, to dress according to your preferences, to refrain from making friends, to avoid associating with my classmates, to reject early romantic endeavors, and to allow no other males in my life aside from you. Observing the darkening expression on his face, and Yu mustered the courage to voice her innermost suspicion. You do not seek to care for me. You simply wish to control me. Yu-Chen inhaled deeply and stated, regardless of your perspective, this is my approach to caregiving. After all these years, do not tell me you have only just realized your discomfort today. I did not come to this realization today, and Yu retorted, stepping out from behind Pei Jin to meet his gaze. In the past, I refrained from resistance, but from this moment forward, I refuse to be under your control. And Yu fixed her eyes on his amber ones, articulating her declaration with precision. I wish to live a life that I cherish. Chapter 41. Do you still wish to play house today? Very well, Yu-Chen replied, a bitter smile twisting his lips as he said, to leave me was indeed the life you desired. With those words, the remnants of his rationality dissipated entirely. In a moment of lost control, he lunged forward, seizing Yu's arm and pulling her toward him. Yu-Chen gripped her hand tightly and violently swung her behind him. And Yu, caught off guard by the force, stumbled forward and fell to the ground. The coarse asphalt scraped her knees, eliciting a pained gasp as she raised her head. Yu-Chen's eyes glowed with an unnatural red hue as he bent down and scooped her up, heading towards the wrecked sports car. Let her go, Pei Jin shouted angrily, suppressing the agony in her ankle as she delivered a fierce kick to his back. Yu-Chen lurched forward, falling to his knees while still holding Yu. She tumbled from his grasp, unable to shield her head in time as a speeding motorcycle approached from behind. And you, as she wandered in a daze. Two heart-wrenching cries pierced the air, and in the next moment, a searing pain shot through her leg as it was crushed by a heavy object. Darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Time elapsed in a nebulous haze before she awoke. Looking down, she realized she stood upon a high terrace. Above her, the night sky was shrouded by ominous clouds, and beneath her lay an unfathomable abyss, as dark as a ravenous beast lurking in the shadows. And you. A voice called her name from the depths of that chaotic darkness. And you. Come find me. Following the sound, she stepped forward, only to find the terrace beneath her vanish abruptly. She was thrust into a vast, empty room devoid of doors, surrounded by walls that blazed white and a ceiling stripped of adornment, with cold tiles beneath her feet. It felt as though she had been ensnared within a sealed box. In terror, she cried out, and suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed in her ears. She turned, and a faceless figure emerged within the room. Clad in a flowing white robe, it slithered towards her like a viscous serpent, its legs crawling across the floor. And you screamed and recoiled. But the room constricted around her at an alarming rate, her back soon pressed against the icy wall. The creature approached, its soft, noodle-like legs gradually rising. From its hollow sleeves, hands emerged, and between its fingers glinted a silver dagger. At that moment, Anyu's heart raced with horror as a mouth grotesquely appeared on the blank face. The corners of its mouth stretched into a smile, the arc widening until it revealed a mouthful of sharp, shark-like teeth. The grotesque entity advanced towards the immobilized Anyu, a malevolent grin plastered across its face. With a swift motion, it raised a sharp, honed dagger and plunged it into her heart. A searing pain erupted in her chest. Suddenly, a multitude of hands emerged from behind the wall, their withered, emaciated forms groping at her body, seizing her arms and legs, attempting to drag her into the wall's depths. Anyu struggled desperately, yet could only watch in horror as she was ensnared, the hands pressing her against the wall, forcing her into its cold embrace. Suffocation began to set in, her brain starved of oxygen. Just as she was about to be entombed within the concrete wall, a gunshot reverberated through the air. The monster before her imploded like a punctured balloon, rapidly dissolving into a pool of vile, fetid liquid on the floor. A pair of hands pulled her from the icy wall, and you clung tightly to those large, warm hands, straining to focus her vision. In her final moments, she recognized the face of her savior. It was you. Awaken. Please, awaken. Patient 78, can you hear my voice? And you gasped for breath, her eyes widening as she bolted upright in her bed.
Ah.
A figure by the bedside recoiled in surprise. 78, you're finally awake. And you turned her head stiffly to see a doctor in a white coat scribbling notes on a chart. How do you feel? Are you experiencing any dizziness, tinnitus, or nausea? And you stared into his eyes for a moment, then shook her head gently.
No.
Excellent recovery. The doctor nodded in satisfaction, capping his pen and clipping it to his pocket. Malnutrition and severe hunger have led to hypoglycemia, accompanied by symptoms of chronic gastritis. After administering 2 more days of nutritional fluids, the doctor turned to the doorway and instructed, "Take her out." Upon entering room 302, one individual assisted Anyu in descending, while another pushed away a gurney. The remaining figure inserted an intravenous needle into her hand and secured it with medical tape before following suit. The door to the ward slammed shut with a resounding thud. It was the same familiar ward. On the adjacent nursing bed lay a figure, curled up and facing away from her. And you turned her head to look, her voice tinged with excitement. Xiao Mo? The head, swathed in blankets, shifted slowly, but did not turn immediately. Yet you felt a wave of relief wash over her as she removed the needle, barefoot, and hurried toward him. This time, her fear seemed to have dissipated, replaced by a flicker of anticipation, the hope of finding Xiao Mo safe and sound beside her. Xiao Mo, how are you? Did they follow through with the treatment as promised? Her voice, filled with joy, abruptly halted as she finally discerned the face of the person on the bed. Xiao Mo had buried half his face in the pillow, and with a hoarse murmur, he acknowledged her presence. Then, with his only remaining left eye, he cast a languid glance in her direction. And you felt her heart constrict painfully. She knelt by the bedside, leaning over the edge, and cautiously lifted the gauze covering his right eye with her fingertips. Xiao Mo blinked his left eye, the slender lid half closed, reflecting the pale tips of her fingers in his dark, unfathomable gaze. Upon seeing the scar that traversed from her forehead to just beneath her right eye, her breath momentarily faltered as she softly inquired, Does it hurt? Xiao Emo remained silent, merely lying quietly with his eyes gently closed, a hint of exhaustion evident. And Yu carefully readhered the lifted gauze and gazed at him for an extended period, her heart heavy as she murmured to herself. How is it that you are left with but one eye? Muted and blind, yet still so unappealing. Why does it seem to worsen? While her lips continued to utter words of disdain, her gaze inadvertently climbed to his hand, curled at the edge of the blanket. After a long contemplation of that roughened palm, she finally reached out, drawing his large hand towards her, and then encircled his arm with her other arm. The figure with closed eyes shuddered slightly, and Yu buried her face in the warmth of his palm, struggling to catch her breath amidst the discomfort. Outside the window, the cicadas incessantly filled the air with their raucous calls. Two caregivers, engaged in conversation, approached the corridor, unlocking and pushing open the door to the hospital room. "Hey, lunatic. It's time for your meal," one of them remarked with a mocking grin, their gaze scanning the room with ill intent before ultimately settling on their initial target. And Yu rose from the bed, slipped on her slippers, and took a couple of steps towards the door. "He's asleep. Let me have him first. And you can wake him for his meal later." The person at the entrance scrutinized her for a considerable time before abruptly asking, "Are you feeling better?" And Yu assumed she referred to the morning's diagnosis of malnutrition, nodding in affirmation, a bit improved. At that moment, another individual entered, holding 2 takeout boxes, and upon noticing her, offered a knowing smile. "Awake now, are we?" The awakening has rendered the situation less enjoyable, and Yu failed to grasp his meaning. Yet it did not prevent her from sensing the palpable malice in his tone. The caregiver approached with a meal box, prompting Yu to take a cautious step back. Displaying some wariness, are we?" Another individual leaned against the doorframe, grinning as he inquired, "Little one, do you still wish to play house today?" Chapter 42. The young prince take a couple of steps, and this meal shall be yours. I'll give you today's lunch if you bark like a dog. What do you say? His gaze bore a hint of malicious jest. TSK, the fun has dissipated. The person at the door seemed to find the encounter tedious, waving his hand dismissively and turning away. "Stop teasing her. Let us move on. There's still the second floor to attend to. Why the hurry?" The caregiver, with the meal box in hand, beckoned like one would to a pet, coaxing Yu. "Come now, surely you can meow like a kitten? Just one sound, and I shall grant you your food." And Yu, feeling a pang in her stomach, shuffled a couple of steps toward the door, her gaze fixated on the caregiver's meal box, softly uttering meow. The individual lying on the bed heard her call and stirred slightly, turning his head toward the door. "Such a good girl," the caregiver praised, chuckling maliciously as he waved the meal box. "Here you go, little kitty, this is for you." And Yu rushed forward, snatching it eagerly before turning to leave. Silent, Xiao Emo gazed at the meal in her hands, his face revealing a yearning for food. "Here, this is yours," the caregiver said, shaking the lone remaining meal box in his hand. Xiao Emo hesitated for 2 seconds before slowly emerging from his cocoon of blankets, limping towards him. The caregiver's gaze fell upon his blood-stained feet, and she wrinkled her brow in distaste. "Do you want to eat? How about barking like a dog?" Xiao Emo extended his hand, his eyes calmly fixed on the box of lunch in her grasp, remaining silent. And Yu, anxiously observing the scene, stuttered a reminder. He cannot speak." The caregiver tilted her head, pondering for a moment, then said, "Well, if you lie down and wag your tail, I'll give this to you." Xiao Emo remained motionless, his hand still outstretched, his throat bobbing as he gazed longingly at the lunch. "Hey, are you coming or not?" "Stop dawdling," urged a companion waiting at the door, growing impatient. "Don't rush me. Let me have some fun," the caregiver replied excitedly, turning to inquire of those outside. "Do you know the background of this lunatic?" "No idea, and why should I care about his past?" grumbled the individual outside, visibly annoyed. However, and Yu in the room perked up at this, nervously watching the person at the door. The caregiver did not disappoint him. As a flicker of jealousy crossed her gaze as she turned back to Xiao Emo, don't be fooled by this lunatic. He was once the crown prince of the China Resources Group. China Resources? The real estate giant? The one that developed the International Commercial Street? The person outside dashed forward, incredulity etched on their face as they pointed at Xiao Emo. Him? Indeed, chuckled the one holding the lunch. I caught a glimpse while Dr. Song was filling out the report. This lunatic is the primary heir of the CEO of China Resources. The individuals at the entrance were taken aback, realizing that this madman must be worth at least 100 billion. The nurse outside cast a jealous glance at Xiao Emo, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Surely, this wealthy heir could squander his fortune without a second thought. So how had he ended up in such a state? Rumor had it that he was involved in a reckless car race with a group of affluent youths, resulting in an accident that impaired his faculties. Ultimately, his father's company had been inherited by an illegitimate child. The onlookers sighed, their gaze toward Xiao Emo tinged with sympathy. It seemed this madman was undeserving of such riches. After all, he had lived in opulence for over 20 years. Inside, the nurse gestured towards Xiao Emo and exchanged a glance with her companion. What do you have? Stuck here day in and day out with a bunch of lunatics, unable to see your family, and earning a mere pittance each month. Her companion, incensed by her dismissive tone, retorted, Are you talking about me? We're equally matched. Your arrogance is unfounded. Quiet down. I'm merely expressing my dissatisfaction, which is why I'm looking for a bit of amusement, she replied, lifting her takeout box again and maliciously beckoning to Xiao Emo. Come on, young master, crawl on the ground for a bit, and this meal is yours. When she noticed Xiao Emo's indifference, she leaned in closer and gestured, Get down. Crawl, understand? And you bit her lip in anger, glaring at the nurse. As she saw Xiao Emo genuinely preparing to follow the instructions to crawl over for the takeout, and you could no longer contain herself. She sprang to her feet, hastily rushing to Xiaoma, who was about to kneel, and pulled him up with a swift motion. At the entrance, two attendants eagerly awaited the moment when this once revered figure would humbly kneel before them, begging for a mere bowl of rice. To their dismay, just as the spectacle was reaching its climax, the scene was abruptly interrupted, leaving them feeling quite disgruntled. Hey, little girl, without an ounce of courage. Do you still aspire to be a saint? What business is it of yours to interfere? Do you wish to take his place? One of the attendants taunted, reaching out to tug at her hair. And you dodged slightly but was unable to escape as he yanked her by the collar of her clothing, pulling her closer. Don't take this outside. Handle it right here in the ward. The onlookers glanced towards the corridor, wary of the surveillance cameras, advising each other to avoid unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, the attendant said flippantly, giving Anyu's cheek a light slap. So you wish to meddle, do you? Come on, get down, and mimic what you did earlier. Anyu's face flushed crimson as he forcefully pinned her to the floor, kicking her calf in the process. Her knees struck the unforgiving surface, and she struggled to rise and flee. Yet the attendant was relentless, raising his foot clad in a shoe cover to stomp down on her fingers, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from her. Not only did he refuse to relent, but he also ground his foot down harder, causing the caregiver, witnessing the scene, chuckled derisively and remarked, Oh, you look just like a yellow bean sprout, yet you still attempt to act tough? After delivering this taunt, he forcefully stamped down with his foot, and you cried out in pain, curling up in her embrace after he released her, writhing on the ground in agony. Enough of this. What purpose does it serve to torment a young girl? The caregiver outside, noticing and you gasping for breath amidst her tears, urged her to cease. Just look at yourself. Your food has gone cold, and the second floor hasn't received theirs yet. Let it be cold, the caregiver retorted, discarding the lunch intended for Xiao Emo onto the floor with a sharp motion. The rice scattered chaotically, the soup spilling and staining the ground, rendering it filthy and repulsive. With a loud bang, The door was slammed shut, and the two caregivers pushed their cart toward the next room. And you lay on the ground for a while before managing to rise, casting her gaze downward to see her fingers swollen, hot, and throbbing with pain at the slightest touch. This psychiatric hospital was truly no place for a person. The twisted mindset of the caregivers was alarming, even capable of inflicting harm on a seemingly gentle and docile girl like her. Wiping her tears with the sleeve of her shirt, she gasped for breath, catching a glimpse of Xiao and Mo silently crouching down, reaching for the rice scattered on the floor.
Don't eat that.
And you exclaimed, causing Xiao and Mo to pause, looking up at her with a puzzled expression. His current demeanor and behavior were a stark contrast to the previous two instances, as if he were an entirely different person. Not only had Xiao Mo's physical condition deteriorated significantly, but his intellectual faculties had also been affected. And you approached him and gently tugged on his sleeve with her uninjured hand. She noticed several new bruises at the location where the pinhole had been discovered last time. Chapter 43. Please convey to Yu Chen that I wish to see him. Someone was administering medication to him, and you lowered her head to examine closely, uncertain whether Xiao Mo's transformation was connected to this discovery. She took his hand, which hung by his side, and led him to her bedside. Retrieving a lunchbox from the cupboard, she snapped open the disposable chopsticks and took a few bites before turning to offer it to Xiao Mo. He stared at the lunchbox for several seconds before reaching for a piece of chicken breast that lay atop the contents. And you dodged slightly, preventing him from reaching it, resulting in his lips pressing together in displeasure as he lowered his hand. Setting down the chopsticks, and you sighed, grasped his large palm, and placed the lunchbox upon it. Hold it steady, she instructed, using her other hand to retrieve the chopsticks. I shall feed you.
With that,
she picked up the piece of chicken that Xiao Mo had longed for and brought it to his lips. Open your mouth. The individual before her obediently complied, and you fed him the remaining majority of the lunchbox, one bite at a time. In the subsequent days, the two caregivers would frequently come around, intent on making things difficult for them. One of them, particularly malicious, took delight in tormenting and toying with Xiao Mo, the patient with impaired mental faculties. After a few confrontations, and you became a target of her disdain. Thankfully, this caregiver's audacity had diminished compared to before, though she continually sought to provoke. She had refrained from crossing any significant boundaries. And you speculated that the caregiver who had previously harbored ill intentions towards her had likely been dismissed or reassigned from the third floor due to the oversight of not locking the door promptly on the day of the open house, as decreed by the bespectacled Dr. Song. Though the newly arrived caregivers are not exemplary individuals after several days of observation, and you discerned a particular flaw in them that proved advantageous, their carelessness. In other words, they were egotistical, mistakenly believing that the patients residing on the third floor were either frail elderly individuals nearing their end, deranged lunatics, or helpless children, rendering strict supervision unnecessary. They thought that even if the doors were left wide open, no one would escape. Yet they overlooked in you as an exception. After quietly enduring for half a month, she stealthily purloined the duty nurse's access card and keys, and that very night, she unlocked her door, roused the sleeping Xiao Mo, and clandestinely slipped out of the building. This psychiatric hospital, located in the heart of the city, occupies a relatively small area. Outside, apart from the small garden she had previously visited, there lay only a cluttered vacant lot to the left. And you painstakingly climbed atop a row of shipping containers, crouching at the summit to observe the hospital's perimeter wall. The dark, smooth iron panels offered no foothold, and the top was entwined with 3 coils of barbed wire, making escape impossible with her limited agility. Furthermore, those iron panels were electrified. This was hardly a sanctuary focused on care and rehabilitation. It resembled nothing less than a prison, brazenly standing amidst the bustling city. Sighing at the wall, she lingered only briefly before turning to descend from the container. As she landed, she twisted her ankle slightly, but fortunately, Xiao Mo, quick on her feet, caught her just in time, preventing any significant commotion. The elevator they took led directly to the third floor, while the first and second floors housed ordinary patients and medical staff. As the door swung open, and you swiftly peered out from her hiding spot in the corridor, the surveillance cameras emitted a faint red glow, yet there were no staff members on duty. The two caregivers consistently shirked their responsibilities, seldom adhering to the night shift protocols at the workstations. At the stroke of midnight, they would retreat to the adjacent duty room, surrendering to deep slumber. This was precisely why Yu felt emboldened to slip out, despite the uncertainty of her escape. Although the cameras functioned normally, it was unlikely that anyone would review the footage unless a disturbance occurred. Thus, she felt a measure of reassurance. The sound of the caregivers snoring reverberated through the door, thunderous and relentless. After returning the key to its rightful place, Yu's gaze was drawn to a white landline telephone positioned nearby. The fleeting thought of alerting someone crossed her mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Given the telephone's IP address and her unusual circumstances, the dispatcher would likely dismiss her concerns as unfounded, and the chances of receiving assistance were exceedingly slim. Not only would this fail to rescue herself and Xiao Mo, but it would also arouse suspicion. If anyone were to discover her intention to flee, future opportunities for aid would become increasingly elusive. After much contemplation, Yu circumvented the workstation, cradled the phone and its cord in her arms, and concealed herself within the cabinet beneath the desk. She closed the cabinet door to ensure that, should the caregivers unexpectedly awaken, she would not be easily detected. Grasping the receiver, she dialed a number. For nearly 18 years, her circle of friends had been limited. Among the few female acquaintances, only 3 or 2 were close, and her bond with them paled in comparison to her relatively recent acquaintance, Xia and I. As for the males, there was but a single individual, and Yu held her breath and dialed Pei Jin's phone number. Initially, she had taken such precautions to prevent Yu Chen from discovering her clandestine communication with Pei Jin while perusing her phone. Not only had she altered Pei Jin's WeChat contact name, but she had also memorized his phone number instead of saving it. What began as a strategy to evade Yu Chen's scrutiny unexpectedly proved to be of utmost importance now. And Yu gazed intently at the faint glow of the landline screen in the darkness. She was uncertain whether, after 5 years, Pei Jin had changed his contact information or, more significantly, if he could even receive this desperate call in the dead of night. Even if the call connected, would he be willing to come to her aid? Pei Jin hailed from a prestigious family, and as a young woman, Yu had little interest in the gossip circulating within the business circles. Nevertheless, she believed that with the formidable influence Pei Jin possessed, which was enough to instill fear in Yu Chen, he could indeed extricate her and Xiao Mo from this predicament if he chose to. Regrettably, although the call went through, it rang several times without anyone answering. Undeterred, Yu, risking discovery, redialed until the call was automatically terminated due to excessive waiting time, yet she received none of the hoped-for results. It felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. While she could not claim to be disappointed, she still felt an unavoidable sense of loss. 5 years had passed, and perhaps the bond between her and Pei Jin had long since faded. If Xiao Mo were her boyfriend from her university years, then Pei Jin would certainly not be lingering by her side as he once had. Yu sighed, contemplated once more, and reached for another number to dial. The landline at the Yu family ancestral home rang out into the stillness of the night. The night attendant rose hastily from her bed, swiftly placing the receiver to her ear, and politely inquired, "Hello, may I ask what the matter is?" A soft and gentle female voice emanated from the other end. "This is Yu. Please convey to Yu Chen tomorrow morning, at dawn, that I wish to see him." Chapter 40. For you haven't deceived your elder brother, have you? After a brief slumber, 2 caregivers arrived as usual to deliver breakfast, revealing no signs of anything amiss. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As noon approached, one of the caregivers unexpectedly appeared and escorted her out of the ward. The distance from the ward to the visiting room was not great, yet the caregiver who often bullied her displayed an unmistakable tension, devoid of his usual arrogant demeanor. He followed behind her with a lowered gaze, a sycophantic air about him as he incessantly sought to engage her in conversation. Recognizing his concern over the possibility of her reporting him, and you chose to disregard his overtures. Such a petty individual, who would take advantage of vulnerable patients, could hardly be considered a professional caregiver. Given the peculiar nature of the patients on the third floor, it was likely that those responsible for this area were a collection of societal misfits, unable to find their footing elsewhere. Driven by self-interest, they were employed here, wielding authority over a group of defenseless individuals. Reporting him would serve no purpose. Rather, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to persuade Yu-Chin during their meeting, ensuring he would change his mind and take her away from this place. As Yu mentally strategized her forthcoming plan, she pondered how best to convince Yu-Chin. Upon entering the reception room, she immediately spotted the familiar figure standing by the window. Yu-Chin, hearing the commotion, turned his head, appraising Yu with a glance. Surprisingly, his expression could still be described as gentle. "Come and sit down," he instructed. Yu glanced at the spacious sofa positioned in the center of the room, obediently walking over to take a seat upon it. The caregiver, displaying keen awareness, discreetly closed the door behind her. Yu-Chin studied her for a few seconds, and Yu was the first to raise her gaze, calling out to him, "Brother." He replied, moving to sit across from her, resting his chin on his hand while casting a cursory glance in her direction. "Did you miss me?" "Indeed," Yu admitted with a nod, her honesty evident. "How peculiar." Yu-Chin chuckled softly, his interest piqued as he gazed into her eyes. "Do you know how long it has been since I last heard you call me brother?" Yu tilted her head in contemplation. "The last time I called you that, you slapped me." Yu-Chin's smile faded somewhat, his amber eyes reflecting the hint of disappointment on her face. "You provoked me first," he retorted, furrowing his brow. "If you hadn't sneaked in here to rescue that lunatic, I would never have resorted to such measures." And Yu murmured, taken aback by this new revelation, acquiescing with a nod. "It was my fault."
What now?
Yu-Chin drummed his fingers idly against the edge of the table, observing her with keen interest. "It seems you've finally come to an understanding, brother." Yu, who had been sitting up straight, suddenly leaned forward, playfully tugging at the cuff of Yu-Chin's deep gray suit jacket. Yu-Chin's expression, once assured and composed, subtly shifted, momentarily taken aback. "Have you truly come to terms with it?" "Yes, I have comprehended it to the fullest extent." Yu gazed at him earnestly, likely able to fathom the obsession that resided within Yu-Chin's heart at that moment. "Am I not allowed to remain with you, family?" Yu pleaded softly. "I genuinely do not wish to stay here any longer, nor do I desire to share a room with a madman. I am exceedingly frightened. Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me." As the final syllable lingered in the air, Yu was pleasantly surprised to witness a transformation in Yu-Chin's demeanor. He seemed to retract the aloof facade he had maintained, and the warmth in his gaze finally bore a hint of familiarity. "It brings me solace to see you think this way." Yu-Chin smiled briefly, his hand encircling Yu's that clutched his sleeve, drawing it into his palm. The heat radiating from him made Yu involuntarily shudder. Yu-Chin's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon her, his fingertips gently caressing the back of her hand as he called her name. "You, come here." Yu, with trepidation, withdrew her hand from his grasp and slowly maneuvered to the sofa where Yu-Chin sat. His warm fingertips brushed against her face, and he tenderly grazed her pointed chin, murmuring with a hint of affection, "You seem to have lost a bit of weight."
"Yes."
Yu awkwardly turned her face slightly away. She found it difficult to acclimate to this overly intimate manner of interaction with him. Yet, Yu-Chin's gaze and affectionate gestures appeared so familiar and natural, as if he had performed them countless times before. Sensing her reluctance, Yu-Chin gently released his hold and instead took her hand to help her stand. "You must be obedient, Yo-Yo. I truly care for you, he said softly. And you lowered her head and timidly responded with a soft Yu Chen's expression brightened considerably compared to when he had first entered, and he felt a sense of joy as he led her toward the door. His demeanor lightening as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. And Yu felt a sudden jolt of alarm and shook his hand lightly. What is it? Yu Chen turned to inquire. He cast a glance at her and remarked, I recall you arrived without anything. And Yu, quick on her feet, replied, It's my clothes.
Them?
She continued, the personal garments provided by the hospital.
Her
face flushed as she stammered, but Yu Chen understood. Go ahead, he encouraged. Would you like me to fetch someone to help you pack? It's best to keep such personal items private, and Yu replied, shaking her head. Could you help me find a bag? Yu Chen nodded readily and turned toward the workstation. And Yu hurriedly closed the distance, grasping his sleeve with urgency, disregarding whether he could comprehend her words. I must leave. Xiao Emo showed little reaction, merely lowering his head and glancing at her indifferently. In a soothing tone. And Yu whispered, You stay here. Once I am outside, I will find a way to rescue you. After speaking, she felt, almost as if by illusion, a slight tug at the sleeve she was holding. When she looked up, Xiao Emo was gazing back at her with an expression as calm as ever. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Yu, caught off guard, released her grip and turned to walk towards the door. Upon reaching the threshold and observing the scene in the corridor, a sudden jolt of anxiety coursed through her. Yu Chen stood there, arms crossed, his expression inscrutable as he regarded her. Beside him stood the nurse who often tormented her, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face as he extended a bag towards her. Miss, I have brought you what you requested. And Yu felt a wave of panic. She was uncertain how long Yu Chen had been present or if he had overheard her earlier words in the ward. In the face of such a predicament, she feigned composure, accepted the bag, and muttered a thank you before retreating into the ward. She lingered in the bathroom for a moment, taking a deep breath before finally stepping out. Brother. And Yu's voice trembled as she positioned herself to obstruct his line of sight. Yu Chen cast a fleeting glance her way and inquired, Are you all set? Yes, and Yu replied, moving closer to grasp his hand. Let us hurry. Yu Chen's gaze shifted from the ward to her face, and unexpectedly, he let out a brief chuckle. And Yu tightened her grip, a sense of unease swelling within her, leaving her momentarily paralyzed. Suddenly, he leaned down, his lips brushing against her ear, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he softly asked, You haven't deceived your brother, have you? Chapter 45. Forget me. Do not return. And Yu took a step back, maintaining her composure. Brother, what are you referring to? Yu Chen regarded her silently for a moment before his interest shifted towards the figure seated on the bed, engrossed in their own world. As she observed the subtle curve of his lips, and Yu's heart sank. Are you truly willing to part with him? Yu Chen leisurely approached the bedside, casting a seemingly casual glance. Is that so? He turned his head to gaze at Xiao Emo for a moment before abruptly gesturing to Yu. Come here. And Yu moved to his side, her eyes cast down, fixated on her toes. Brother? She inquired, puzzled. Do you no longer like him? Yu Chen asked with a smile, stroking his chin. And Yu glanced at the person with their head bowed, their face obscured by their arm, and nodded slightly. Well, no, I don't like him. Is that so? Yu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Perfect, for I do not like him either. So, how about you teach this ungrateful lunatic a lesson for me?
Teach.
A lesson? And Yu stammered, instinctively taking a step back. He provoked you first, almost turning you against me. After pondering for a moment, Yu Chen's smile widened. Why not just give him a slap? Consider it my apology for what happened that day. And Yu stood silently, wearing a tense expression, struggling to find her voice. It was Yu Chen himself who had struck her, yet he wanted Xiao Emo to receive the apology. The absurdity of the logic was amusing in theory. Yet Yu could not muster a smile. She cast a silent glance at the person by the bed and shook her head in refusal. I cannot. Do not be afraid. I will be right here. A flicker of ferocity crossed Yu Chen's face. If he dares to resist, I have plenty of ways to make him regret ever coming into this world. Noticing and use in action, he added, if you're truly, do not act in such a manner. And Yu felt a heaviness in her chest, exhaling in a labored manner, her expression tinged with a hint of pleading. I cannot do this, brother. You know that. Is it that you cannot do it, or that you simply do not wish to? Yu Chen brusquely interrupted, his demeanor instantly chilling. You cannot even muster the resolve to slap him. You think I am a fool to be trifled with? I do not wish to resort to violence. And Yu turned away in resistance, hastening to Yu Chen's side, tugging at his sleeve in desperation. Brother, let's leave this place swiftly, shall we? Yu Chen's expression grew even colder, his gaze towards her filled with indifference and distrust. You shall not leave if you continue to disobey. He shook off Yu's hand, turning away with a dismissive air as he strode towards the door. And Yu stood rooted in place, her fists clenched, trembling with fury. She understood that defying Yu Chen might provoke his wrath, potentially confining her further within this dark and oppressive prison. Yet, she could not bring herself to strike Xiao Mo, nor subject him to baseless humiliation, a man who had repeatedly risked his safety to rescue her from peril. Even if that seemingly trivial slap would be insignificant compared to the wounds he had endured, to trample upon another's dignity in order to secure her own escape, to breach the boundaries of her conscience, how would she differ from those malevolent individuals? In just these fleeting 5 years, Yu Chen had transformed drastically. He had shed the guise of a gentleman, revealing himself as a thoroughly malevolent figure, tearing apart the mask of hypocrisy. And Yu felt utterly disillusioned by him, standing despondently as she watched his retreating figure fade away. She felt as though she could not leave today. Lost in her thoughts, suddenly, her wrist was seized by someone. The person, who had been sitting on the edge of the bed, had jumped down barefoot without her noticing, with a forceful tug, before she could react, and Yu found herself falling into a blood-stained embrace. In the next moment, she heard the person before her lean down and softly utter 2 words, "Hit me." And Yu's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the face marred by intersecting blood scabs, momentarily rendered speechless. You! In the depths of Xiao Mo's dark pupils, her reflection flickered. In the next instant, his large palm grasped her hand and swiftly delivered a slap to his own face. As Yu stood there in stunned silence, he quickly released her hand and gently covered the spot where he had struck himself. Then, with his remaining left eye, he fixated on her without blinking. Now that's more obedient. Yu Chen, hearing the sound, turned around and, upon witnessing the scene before him, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted in satisfaction as he beckoned with his hand. And Yu remained stiff, her long-neglected nails involuntarily digging into the tender flesh of her palm. Under Yu's astonished gaze, he unhesitatingly turned away, sitting down on the floor beside the bed while covering his face. His hair, grown long, fell over his eyes, and Yu Chen called out cheerfully, his expression light as he bent down to pat her head. And Yu felt like a dazed marionette, her hand taken by him as he led her step by step away from the narrow and dim hospital room. In the final second before they left, she turned her head for one last glance. The towering figure of Xiao Mo was largely obscured by the nursing bed, with only his emaciated, bony shoulders resting against the edge. Upon hearing the sound of the closing door, he seemed to straighten his head, his face slightly turned to the right, revealing the prominent bridge of his nose. At that moment, Yu anticipated that he would turn his head to glance at her. However, contrary to her expectations, he maintained that tilted posture for a considerable time, until the door of the ward was completely shut. As the last sliver of space disappeared, Yu felt a sudden emptiness in her heart. As the elevator doors opened, she withdrew her hand from Yu Chen's grasp, her expression serene as she gazed at the man before her. "I'm not leaving," she declared. After she uttered these words, the elevator doors, sensing no one entering, paused for a few seconds before automatically closing. She braced herself for Yu Chen's fury, but to her surprise, none of the anticipated reactions materialized. He thrust his hands into his pockets, his voice laced with bitterness, his face etched with a poignant sadness. For a fleeting moment, and you almost believed he was on the verge of tears. But that vulnerability, much like in their school days, lingered on the face of this favored one for only a brief instant. When you blinked and looked again, Yu Chen's countenance had reverted to its usual haughty and icy demeanor. He suppressed his anger, casting a profound look at her, his hazel eyes brimming with complex emotions. Yu Chen, his voice hoarse, told her, "Don't regret this." With that, he abandoned Anu where she stood, raising his hand once more to press the down button for the elevator and departing. Approximately 3 minutes later, the on-duty caregiver hurried up, his footsteps light. Upon seeing Anu standing by the elevator entrance, his expression shifted momentarily, before reverting to its customary arrogant demeanor, and he began to scold her. "Number 78. What are you doing standing there? Get over here to me immediately." Chapter 46. Can you tell me who you truly are? Upon returning to the ward, the nurse grumbled and slammed the door shut behind her. And you glanced over to find Xiao Emo still in the same position she had left him in, slumped on the floor with his head buried between his knees, fixated on a slight crack in the tiles. She approached and sat beside him, smiling gently as she inquired, "What are you looking at?" Xiao Mo's back visibly stiffened, and after a moment, he slowly lifted his head and turned his face, gazing at the reappearing Anu with disbelief. Perhaps it was the shock or the unexpectedness of her presence, but his usually calm demeanor seemed to falter. Anu smiled softly, despite not having left as planned. Seeing Xiao Emo brought her more joy than regret. Being outside is rather pointless. I have no family out there, and my brother is a control freak. Upon reflection, it seems better to stay here. At least I can keep you company. Xiao Emo silently regarded her, his hands clenched tightly at his sides, his expression tinged with irritation. And you noticed but paid it no mind, seizing the opportunity to express everything she had been meaning to say. To be honest, when I first met you, I was frightened. After years of schooling, I had never encountered anyone like you, wounded, bloodied, and quite intimidating. Xiao Mo's clenched fists relaxed as he looked at her, lips pressing together in thought. And you offered him a smile before shifting the conversation. However, as I got to know you better, I realized you are a good person, and that fear dissipated. You have assisted me countless times, even enduring punishment on my behalf. However, I too have faced a beating for your sake, so I suppose we are even. Xiao Emo, with his head bowed, suddenly raised it, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "When?" Noticing Xiao Mo's silence, uncertain if he had recalled the incident, and you proceeded to elucidate. Xiao Mo's breath hitched for a moment before he softly asked, "And then?" "Then I was beaten and you shrugged." After such a lengthy interval, reflecting on that event no longer instilled fear in her. "So, when I awoke you..." Xiao Mo's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he struggled to articulate. "You were burning with fever, collapsed on the bed?" "Perhaps," and you replied, lacking certainty. After all, having fainted, she could hardly remember. Xiao Montag Aknoitget." And you gazed at him, suddenly realizing, "You do remember, don't you? You're not pretending to be mad, are you?" Before Xiao Emo could respond, she rubbed her nose, a hint of annoyance surfacing. "You feigned madness to trick me into feeding you? I could barely bring myself to eat more than a few bites." Xiao Emo, rarely displaying a flustered demeanor, shook his head. "I did not pretend. At times, I truly felt foggy, disoriented, unaware of my actions." "I see." And you nodded thoughtfully. "Then I'll let it go, and I shall not pursue the matter of your deceit regarding my meal. But there is still something I wish to ask you." Xiao Emo lifted his head once more, gazing at her in silence. And you took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself, and began to speak. "Could you tell me who you truly are?" Xiao Imo paused for a moment before countering. Have you really not recognized me? And you stared at him, flabbergasted. No, I've never seen you before. I cannot recognize you. Xiao Imo furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond. And you touched her head, contemplating, and ultimately decided to speak candidly. Actually, I cannot recall anything that transpired during the past 5 years. Xiao Imo appeared momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Why? And you displayed a troubled expression. Everything she had experienced seemed utterly incomprehensible, and explaining it to others would likely elicit disbelief. Thus, and you fabricated a flimsy excuse to deflect his inquiries. I suffered amnesia from a car accident. I only remember events prior to the age of 18. 18. Xiao Imo echoed, pondering for a moment before turning to her. That was the year I just entered college, wasn't it? You are indeed my university classmate. And you clapped her thighs in excitement, urging him, please, tell me what has transpired during our years at university. When did you first meet me? When did we enter into a romantic relationship? And why did we part ways later? Furthermore, how did you end up in this hospital? And you, brimming with curiosity, bombarded him with questions, her large eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xiao Imo's lips quivered as he mulled over her inquiries. Yet, he refrained from answering any of them and instead posed a question of his own. How much do you remember from your freshman year? And you furrowed her brow in contemplation and replied, a little. I only recall the days following our military training. Beyond that, I am uncertain about the events that transpired. In reality, my last memory is of Yu Qin colliding with Lin Zixiao's vehicle. During the altercation between Pei Jin and Yu Qin, I found myself tumbling into the middle of the road, seemingly struck by a passing car. When I regained consciousness, I had been in this psychiatric hospital ever since. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Imo bowed his head and pondered for a considerable time. And you recalled the words of a caregiver from earlier, nudging the person beside her. Are you the heir to a large corporation? Your family seems quite affluent. Xiao Imo's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he responded with a nonchalant, Then how do we come to know each other? And you inquired with great curiosity. And why did we end up together? Who pursued whom first? After her questions, Xiao Imo lifted his head and assured her with conviction, I am your senior, and you were the one who pursued me first.
Ah.
This revelation took Anu by surprise, causing her to shyly tug at her sleeve. I actually took the initiative to chase after a boy? I never would have expected that. Not only did you pursue me, but you also blocked me at the entrance of our classroom after classes, Xiao Imo remarked, a fleeting glimmer of youthful exuberance illuminating his face. With a smirk, he added, you were so exasperatingly persistent that I had no choice but to be with you. No way. And you shot him an awkward glance. Although it was difficult to imagine her, with her personality, boldly confronting a senior in his classroom. Xiao Imo's account indeed aligned with what Yu Qin had previously mentioned. Upon her first entrance into the room, Yu Qin proclaimed her profound affection for Xiao Imo, expressing that she loved him to the point of despair. Earlier, while en route to the reception room, she had elucidated that her decision to strike him was rooted in the revelation that Xiao Imo had been secretly confined within this hospital, compelling her to come to his rescue. Her demeanor suggested an inability to forget the past. However, Anu turned her head, gently tugging at Xiao Imo's sleeve, and earnestly sought his confirmation. Tell me, did I not harbor a secret crush on you during our university days? After posing the question, she felt a pang of grievance and touched her nose, lamenting, if you only agreed to be with me out of sheer annoyance, does it imply that you never truly cared for me? Hence, we parted ways upon graduation. It was not unrequited love. I liked you very much, he replied. Chapter 47. Please check if the wound on my back has scabbed over. And you remained skeptical, stating, I find that hard to believe, especially since you refused to even disclose your name. Xiao Imo cast a glance at her, dismissing her inquiries since they were no longer together. And you retorted, well, I can't simply keep calling you Xiao Imo, can I? Whatever. he replied nonchalantly. Humph. And you pouted, asserting, even if you remain silent, I will find a way to uncover it. Leaning back against the edge of the bed, Xiao Emo murmured softly, let's talk about it when I find out. Given his steadfast refusal to be candid with her, and you decided to cease her probing. Without the experiences of the past 5 years, Xiao Mo's current identity held no significance for her. So, it is true that your brother had you admitted here? Anyo turned her head to glance at him. Surely this could be articulated? The words of the caregiver seemed somewhat incredulous to her. While the adage, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield exists, could anyone truly go to such lengths of persecution after cornering their adversary? It was he. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoma softly acquiesced, followed by a self-deprecating smile. We were destined to engage in a life-and-death struggle. I was careless, I lost, and there is little left to say about my current predicament. Upon uttering these words, he noticed Anyo's gaze, imbued with a subtle mixture of pity, and straightened his posture, looking towards her, his entire back arching into a defiant curve. You need not feel sympathy. Had I been the victor, I would assuredly have been far more ruthless than he. Anyo lowered her head, refraining from responding. The last words from the person beside her, laden with resentment and despair, rendered her all-comforting phrases moot. This feeling of being at the mercy of another, of being powerless, resonated deeply within Anyo. The two continued their conversation for a while longer, and before they realized it, it was time for the rounds. Anyo feigned nonchalance, curling up at the head of the bed as usual, tying and untying the bag on her pillowcase to pass the time. Yet, anxiety gnawed at her heart. Calculating the time, she knew that today the safety team should be arriving. It wasn't long before the caregiver came to their room. Upon seeing the number of caregivers standing at the door far exceeding the usual count, Anyo's hands, tucked under the covers, nearly distorted the bed sheet with tension. Indeed, one fears what one dreads. After the duty nurse unlocked the door, he nodded and stepped aside, allowing space at the entrance. 2 heavily armed security guards rushed into the room, casting a cold glance at the timid Inyu, who had lowered her head in fear. They then approached the nearby Xiao Emo, who sat quietly, seemingly oblivious to the presence of these intimidating figures, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on her fingertips. One of the guards gestured, prompting the other to retrieve a dark object from behind his waist. Inyu's heart sank as she realized it was a pitch-black electric baton, insulated except for its tip. She could foresee the impending events, but understood that she was powerless to intervene. Thus, she turned her face away and closed her eyes. In the next moment, a muffled groan escaped from nearby. The high-voltage current struck him instantly, causing Xiao Emo to convulse slightly before collapsing in a state of numbness on the bed. The guard secured the incapacitated individual with restraints, laying him down on the care bed before wheeling him out. As the bed passed in front of Inyu, she exchanged a fleeting glance with the pale-faced Xiao Emo, who quickly averted her gaze in distress. The ward door slammed shut with a resounding thud. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Inyu's face turned ashen, her limbs icy, as she stared at the boxed meal on the bedside table, struggling to swallow. Initially, she had disregarded Xiaomo's warnings and left the hospital, inadvertently alienating Yu Chun in the process. Initially, the intention was to remain here to gather more information, while simultaneously providing support for Xiao Emo, to ensure that he could endure should he encounter a similar situation in the future. However, to her utter astonishment, an unexpected predicament had now arisen. Inyu found herself anxiously confined within the hospital room, having endured 2 sleepless nights without discovering an opportunity to escape. This time, Xiao Emo was indeed awake. Yet his condition was visibly deteriorated. Although he bore no physical injuries, his complexion was alarmingly pale, his lips chapped, and his eyes were veined with crimson. The caregiver unceremoniously shoved him into the room, locked the door behind, and departed. Xiao Emo staggered a few steps forward, and Inyu swiftly leapt from the bed, embracing him and helping to steady him against her chest. The moment his head touched the pillow, his eyelids fluttered shut. And you rushed to the bathroom, retrieving a half-full bottle of water she had discreetly hidden, wiping it down before pouring its contents into a disposable cup, which she then raised to Xiao Mo's lips. Here,
Take a sip.
she strained to maneuver her hand between the back of his head and the pillow, gently lifting him. He managed to drink a few sips before. As Anu worried about him choking, she temporarily withdrew the cup, and he tilted his head, drifting into slumber. Xiao Mo remained in this state of repose for nearly a full day and night. During the afternoon meal, Anu roused him to coax a few spoonfuls of porridge down his throat before he succumbed to sleep once more. It was not until the following midday, under the bright light of day, that he finally stirred awake, albeit groggily. The moment Anu noticed his eyes open, she hurried to his bedside, assisting him to sit up against the headboard.
How are you?
Do you feel a bit better after some rest? Yes, I'm not as drowsy now. Xiao Mo slightly raised his waist, his weary eyes closing as he uttered 3 words, interrogation room.
What?
Anu exclaimed in shock, leaning closer to him and whispering, Does this hospital even have such a place? Not just that. He lifted his hand to remove the bandage covering his right eye, gently rotating his eyeball before slowly reopening it. In addition to this, there is also an electrotherapy room, an operating room, an assessment room, a holding room. As he spoke, a sudden light laugh escaped him, and then, with a calm demeanor, he turned to her and asked, Can you guess what these rooms are used for? And you sensed the deeper meaning in his words, her fingers resting on her knees curling slightly. And we are utterly powerless against it. Gazing at the scar that traversed Xiao Mo's right eye and listening to his words, and you felt an indescribable sensation within her. Observing Xiao Mo lying on the hospital bed, revealing a rare vulnerability, she instinctively reached out and gently stroked the back of his hand. It was as if a small cat at home had raised its furry paw and softly patted across a weary body marked by scars. Not too heavy, yet just enough to pull Xiao Mo from the overwhelming tide of negative emotions. Do not be afraid, and you said, intertwining her pinky with his and giving it a gentle shake, her voice soothing. Together, we will always find a way. Xiao Mo straightened up, his gaze complex as he focused on her hand grasping his pinky for a long moment. Can you forgive someone who has betrayed you? To this extent, can you truly forgive? And you furrowed her brow in contemplation for quite some time, ultimately shaking her head in refusal to forgive. However, Xiao Mo lifted her gaze towards her, and you anxiously fidgeted with her fingers, pondering that if there were compelling reasons, it might warrant reconsideration. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Mo spoke again, inquiring what she was contemplating. To her surprise, Anu's response was unexpected, leaving Xiao Mo momentarily astonished as she glanced at her. Subsequently, she lowered her eyes to her bedraggled hospital gown, which had not seen a wash for several days and was now soiled and wrinkled. And you instinctively sensed that Xiao Mo's words were likely tied to his experiences prior to his arrival here. Yet, observing his despondent demeanor, she wisely refrained from probing further. After standing in silence for an extended period, Xiao Mo remained silent. However, just as she took a step forward, a hand reached from behind and grasped her. What is it? She asked, startled. Wait a moment, please assist me with something. The figure on the bed sprang to his feet, barefoot, and approached her, finally halting at a close distance. The proximity of his imposing physique made you feel a rare sense of unease. Watching Xiao Mo, who remained silent as he began to unbutton his shirt, she gasped and stammered. What are you doing? The hospital gown, now mere inches away, was gradually pulled apart, revealing a body marred by scars beneath the coarse fabric. Xiao Mo deftly removed his shirt and turned his back to her. His broad shoulders and well-defined muscles highlighted an admirable physique. However, due to prolonged confinement in the hospital without exposure to sunlight, his skin appeared excessively pale, and his spine arched, rendering him somewhat frail. Yet this did not prevent Anu from clearly recognizing the vibrant male figure standing before her. Xiao Mo slightly bent forward, revealing his back to her gaze. And Yu's cheeks flushed as she hesitated, casting a furtive glance before stammering her inquiry. What are you doing?
Can you help me check?
Xiao Mo turned his head, offering her a smile that seemed vaguely familiar, raising his arm to gesture towards his back. Is the wound on my back scabbed? Chapter 48. Some areas are off limits. Do you understand? And Yu hurriedly glanced at his back, which was mottled with bruises, the marks near his neck darkening ominously. The lower back bore a long gash, approximately 4 fingers wide, evidently inflicted by some sharp object. Xiao Mo's pale skin rendered these marks particularly conspicuous. At this moment, and Yu had no lingering thoughts of flirtation. She could only surmise the pain he must be enduring. Although the wound had begun to scab, there were traces of blood lingering on his lower back. Perhaps I should fetch a towel to clean it for you. Xiao Mo had since straightened up, and Yu approached him, gently pressing her hand against his smooth back. Please sit down, or you may lie on the blanket. He lowered his eyes and softly acquiesced, following her suggestion and laying on the bed. And Yu picked up the towel, carefully wiping along the bruises at the nape of his neck, moving downward.
The towel,
saturated with cold water from the tube, caused his muscles to instinctively tense as it made contact with his back. After wiping away the bloodstains that had overflowed around, and Yu suddenly discovered a faint white crescent-shaped scar located beneath the wound. Her hand paused momentarily, and as if compelled by an unseen force, she delicately touched it with her fingertip. The person lying on the bed trembled abruptly, turning suddenly to face her, and with a swift motion, grasped her restless hand. His voice deep and steady. What are you doing? Startled by his reaction, and Yu's hand slipped from the towel she was holding, which precariously dangled from the edge of the bed. Meeting his bottomless dark gaze, she found herself at a loss for words, her face flushing a deep crimson. With a slight grip on her hand, Xiao Mo leaned closer, his elbow propped against the bed, his narrowed eyes fixed intently on her. His voice dropping an octave. Are you taking advantage of me?
No, I'm not.
And Yu shook her head vigorously, flustered and eager to clarify. I merely noticed a scar there and was curious. Is that so? Xiao Mo replied calmly, raising an eyebrow. Curious enough to touch such a concealed spot?
Hey.
He sat up and pulled her closer, a faint scent of blood wafting from his embrace. You ought to know not to touch a man's lower back, understand? Understood. And Yu's face burned with embarrassment as she nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at grains. I promise I won't move around carelessly again. He acknowledged her response and gradually released her hand. And Yu bent down to retrieve the towel that had fallen on the bed's edge and, in a flurry, dashed into the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, she splashed a handful of cool water on her face, allowing herself to gradually regain her composure. And Yu gazed at the water cascading into the pool before her, lost in thought. It was indeed rather unsettling to witness Xiao Mo's return to normalcy. The matter of backwashing had ultimately fizzled out due to Yu's shyness and awkwardness. After lunch, the curtains in the hospital room were drawn tightly by those seeking slumber, and Yu lingered in the dimly lit room for a while before boredom lulled her to sleep. Gradually, the anxiousness that had gripped her eased, and in a buoyant mood, she began to collect the ants that ventured in through the branches along the windowsill, capturing them one by one in a plastic bottle to keep as pets. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, Xiao Mo's injuries had largely healed, although the vision in his right eye remained poor. It had improved enough for him to discern figures. He often leaned in to observe as Yu played with the little creatures, and they amusingly took to naming each ant. As days melted into weeks, and Yu nearly forgot that she was a university student bearing the identity of a patient in a convalescent home, until one day, a visiting nurse unexpectedly arrived, shattering this tranquility. A family member had come to visit. The nurse at the door waved at Xiao Mo, her gaze wary as she scrutinized him. And Yu perceptively noticed that Xiao Mo's mood was not quite right, yet he quietly accompanied them outside. Upon entering the room, he wore a stony expression, saying nothing. He rushed to the bedside cabinet, retrieving the previously torn photograph from the compartment and obsessively laid it on the ground, repeatedly attempting to piece it together, then scattering it once more, only to reconstruct it again. Anu was startled by his behavior and sat beside him on the floor, seeking ways to soothe his restless spirit. She repeatedly murmured, "It's all right, Xiao Mo, just calm down, take a deep breath." Yet her gentle words of reassurance proved to be of little effect. The individuals around seemed to once again succumb to that state of confusion they had previously experienced, oblivious to everything happening around them, completely disregarding Anu's presence. Eager to liberate him from this turmoil, she endeavored through verbal comfort, physical solace, and various distractions. But all her attempts were in vain. She could only watch helplessly as Xiao Mo's grip on the torn photograph trembled increasingly, his fingertips quivering as he struggled to piece together the final fragment. The heavy sound of his labored breathing filled her ears, and she noticed his Adam's apple shifting restlessly. After enduring this state for about half an hour, he began to dig forcefully at the crevices of the tiled floor. His fingers twitched, curling like the talons of a bird, and before long, he had reduced his own hands to a bloody mess, seemingly unaware of the pain. "Please don't do this," Anu exclaimed, lunging to grasp his sleeve in an attempt to pull his hands away, but her efforts were futile against his strength. Unable to bear the sight of him inflicting such torment upon himself, she steeled her resolve and, eyes shut, threw herself onto Xiao Mo. With a thud, the unsuspecting figure was knocked to the ground, the back of his head striking the floor. Anu lay atop him, desperately pressing her hands onto his shoulders to prevent him from rising. For a brief moment, Xiao Mo was quiet, but soon his agitated emotions surged back with greater intensity. His chest heaved violently, a hoarse cry escaping his throat, while he flailed his bloodied hands, his lean yet powerful torso straining upward in an attempt to dislodge the one who restrained him.
Anu, standing at a mere
165 meters and weighing just over 90 pounds, was naturally no match for him. With a mere twist from Xiao Mo, she nearly found herself toppled to the ground. The two struggled on the floor for several seconds, and Anu, already at a disadvantage in strength, soon felt the tide turning against her. In a moment of desperation, she bent down and clung to Xiao Mo's neck like a koala gripping a tree trunk, wrapping her arms tightly around him. Those below attempted to push them apart, but to no avail, their impatience rising as they turned their heads in frustration. Unfazed, Anu clung on fiercely, burying her head in Xiao Mo's left shoulder, refusing to be dislodged. After several minutes of this stalemate, her persistence finally provoked the disoriented Xiao Mo. With red-rimmed eyes, he tightened his embrace around the fragrant, soft girl in his arms, burying his face in her neck and biting down. Chapter 49. Is this how you boys make amends for your wrongdoings? Xiao Mo's bite was forceful, causing Anu to stifle a soft groan. Yet her grip around his neck only tightened. His teeth sank into her tender flesh, leaving her half of her body stiff with pain. The hands resting on her waist remained frozen in place. He did not relent. His warm lips pressed against the vein in her neck as warm liquid began to trickle down from the bite. "Do not be afraid. You are safe now." Sensing his emotions calming slightly, Anu exhaled in relief. Loosening her grip as Anu attempted to turn away, she was suddenly embraced by someone. The hand gripping her waist was firm, and Xiao Mo cautiously avoided the spot that had been bitten, gently resting his chin in the crook of her neck. He then murmured an apology into her ear. "It's all right." Hearing his voice, Anu let out a sigh of relief. She struggled slightly, and the person holding her quickly released his grip. Xiao Mo remained in the same seated position on the ground, his eyes wide open, fixed on her unblinkingly. The hue of his lower lip was slightly darker, and the drop of crimson from his wound added an eerie vibrancy to his face. Noticing Anu's gaze, he awkwardly moved his lips, stammering, I don't know why this happened."
I'm sorry.
"It's really fine." As Anu reached to touch the bitten area, Xiao Emo swiftly intercepted her hand. He pressed his lips together and glanced down, calmly informing her it's broken. Don't touch it for now. I'll rinse it with clean water. Obediently, Anu lowered her hand and nodded. The conditions in the hospital room were poor, and there were naturally no disinfectants like hydrogen peroxide or iodine. Xiao Emo could only take a clean towel, imitating Anu's actions from the morning, and gently wiped the area with water. Afterward, he tore a piece of cloth from the bedding, cleaned it, and hastily wrapped it around her neck with a string from the pillowcase. In the following days, perhaps out of guilt, Xiao Emo transformed from his previously indifferent demeanor towards Anu. He devoted himself to her side, attending to her needs without uttering a single complaint, as if he were a devoted servant at her beck and call. Although Anu did not voice her thoughts, she felt quite content with their current mode of interaction. The day after they had navigated through the crisis, Anu found her mind unusually fatigued, and she succumbed to sleep early, unable to keep her eyes open throughout the afternoon. As she drifted into slumber, she gradually lost her consciousness. Upon awakening, she discovered herself in a hospital room significantly larger than before. Her leg was encased in a plaster cast and suspended above the bed, while beside her lay a disheveled head. A slight turn of her face revealed the exceptionally handsome visage of Pei Jin. She inhaled deeply, yet felt no joy at having escaped the grim fate that awaited her. Noticing her throat was somewhat parched, she propped herself up slowly, careful not to disturb her recovering right leg. The mattress beneath her was exceedingly soft, and as she shifted, she inadvertently brushed against the sleeping figure beside her. Pei Jin furrowed his brow, pushing himself up to sit upright slowly. Upon meeting Anu's gaze, he rubbed his face with one hand and stood up, his legs stiff from prolonged sitting. "Are you awake? What would you like? I can fetch it for you," he inquired. Anu accepted a few sips from the cup he offered, feeling her dry throat instantly relieved. "Thank you," she said, tilting her head slightly to indicate she no longer wished to drink. Pei Jin set the cup down, stepped to the foot of the bed, and the board behind her head began to rise. He placed a pillow behind her back with one hand, propping his head lazily on his arm as he gazed at her. "So, little classmate, what do you wish to eat for lunch?" As he met her gaze with his half-squinted, fox-like eyes, Anu felt an inexplicable flutter deep within her heart. "Very well." Pei Jin retrieved his phone, unplugged the charger, and raised his hand to dial a number. "Bring 2 servings of abalone sauce rice, without soy sauce, and generously drizzle extra broth," he instructed. After receiving an acknowledgement from the other end, he paused momentarily before adding, "Also, pick up 2 freshly baked desserts from Jinping, made by their pastry chef on the spot." Once he had made all the arrangements, Anu shifted uncomfortably, attempting to lower her legs from the bandaged support. "Are you uncomfortable?" Pei Jin observed her and made no attempt to stop her. He approached, gently supporting her foot, and carefully placed her casted leg back on the bed. Anu felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, her cheeks reddening as she stammered, "I truly apologize for the trouble." Pei Jin let out a chuckle, hastily grabbing a wet wipe to clean his hands before tossing it into the trash bin. "It's no trouble at all. Blame me for being reckless, challenging a madman on the street, which led to your injury. Dear classmate, this is a rare opportunity. Until your bones heal, I shall comply with any request you make." She smiled, her eyes curving playfully as she inquired, "Is it true that when boys realize they have erred, they compensate others in this manner?" Pei Jin raised an eyebrow, an enigmatic expression crossing his face as he replied, "Who are you referring to?" At that moment, both Pei Jin and Anu turned their heads towards the door, which swung open to reveal Yu Qin, who entered bearing a large bouquet of fragrant lilies, a thermos in one hand, and a paper bag containing 2 cups of yogurt in the other. Anu instantly recognized the logo on the bag. It belonged to the very establishment that Pei Jin had just called to order from. This particular shop limited its supply of yogurt each day, and to have it delivered at mealtime, one would need to queue for at least 1 to 2 hours in advance. sitting quietly on the bed, and you observe the person at the door in silence. Before she could utter a word, Pei Jin rose first, his tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Only after someone lay in a hospital bed do they remember to show kindness. Isn't it a tad too late? Pei Jin's gaze swept over the items he was carrying, and when it landed on the yogurt bag, he scoffed. How insincere. Yuchen cast a cold glance in Pei Jin's direction, surprisingly refraining from retorting for reasons unknown. And you, watching from the side, couldn't he help but marvel at her brother? He had always possessed an air of superiority, seemingly gentle yet quick to explode. He was a volatile powder keg. Despite Pei Jin's pointed mockery, Yuchen remained unperturbed. With Pei Jin present, Yuchen would not exhibit any unusual behavior. Yu. A gentle call came from the door. Seemingly perceiving her thoughts, Yuchen glanced at Pei Jin, who stood in front of her bed, and raised the thermos he held. I had Aunt Chin prepare your favorite goji berry and black chicken soup. You must be hungry. Let me serve you some. As he spoke, he revealed a smile that could only be described as warm, turning to beckon those outside. Aren't you here to see you? Please come in. Chapter 50. A fate as unfortunate as this bouquet of lilies standing at the forefront, ready to lift the thermos and send the intruders away. Pei Jin was momentarily taken aback. As he raised his gaze, the hospital room door swung open, and a throng of 5 or 6 individuals, both men and women, surged in, crowding at the entrance. And Yu, equally astonished, turned her attention to Yuchen beside her. Throughout her life, whenever she fell ill, aside from the family doctor and the nurse, Yuchen had never permitted anyone else to enter her space. Upon witnessing the unexpected guests, Yuchen wasted no time. He dialed a number and summoned security to expel them. Since that incident, as long as Yu's ailments were not exceedingly severe, he had refrained from taking her to the hospital, opting instead to confine her at home, where he would be her sole companion during her recuperation. Yet today, Yuchen had unexpectedly invited Xia and I, a familiar face to Yu, along with several classmates to visit her. To Yu, this gesture seemed utterly inconceivable. Brother Yu felt a sense of uncertainty, bewildered by Yuchen's ulterior motives. Noticing that the patient on the bed had finally acknowledged him, Yuchen smiled faintly. With an air of composure, he placed the bouquet of flowers he had been holding on the bedside table, unscrewed the thermos, and ladled a fragrant bowl of soup, nonchalantly occupying the spot where Pei Jin had just been seated. And Yu's expression stiffened as she watched the spoonful of soup approach Yuchen's lips. Stealing a glance at Pei Jin standing to the side, his countenance was equally grim, yet with so many people present, he could not voice his objections in front of their classmates. Thus, Yu had no choice but to obediently open her mouth, allowing the spoonful of soup to be placed upon her lips, swallowing it down in one gulp. Yuchen smiled with satisfaction, leisurely serving a second spoonful. After being compelled to drink a few sips, Yu tilted her head slightly. Yuchen's hand hovered in the air, holding the spoon steadily, his expression one of concern. What, are you not going to drink anymore? He inquired, as the classmates watched intently. Yu pursed her lips, clearly displaying her reluctance. She then gestured to the group she had brought along, beckoning them over for a chat. Xia and I was the first to rush over, slowing her pace as she approached the bedside, casting a timid glance at Yuchen. With a gentle smile, he stepped aside to make room at Yu's bedside. As he departed, the oppressive atmosphere lightened considerably. Xia and I seized Yu's hand and turned to gaze at her immobile right leg, a hint of surprise crossing her face. Is it that serious? I heard you were in a car accident and had to be hospitalized. It startled me quite a bit. Yu raised her face, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Heard it from whom? Was it from that sophomore named Lin? Oh, you're so annoying. Asking questions you already know the answer to, she replied playfully, leaning closer to Yu's ear. Let me tell you, Senior Lin was supposed to join me to see you, but it seems he had to run off to buy a cake for someone.
Cake?
Yu tilted her head in curiosity. Yes. Xia and I shook her hand excitedly. It's from a very popular shop, although the prices are rather steep. But to soothe your injured body, I insisted he bring you a slice of their signature milfai. I tasted it once, and it was delightful. Is that so? And you nodded, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. I knew you cared for me. Extending her hand to pull a classmate from behind her to the front of Anu. Zhang Kai, what are you hiding for? Haven't you been clamoring to come see Anu? Now that you are here, why the silence? Caught off guard and brought to the bedside, the boy's face flushed slightly. He nervously glanced at Anu and stammered, Anu, how is your leg? Is it serious? Upon hearing his inquiry, Anu's eyes crinkled into a sweet smile. Well, that's good. Seeing her soft and adorable smile seemed to alleviate some of the boy's tension. He reached into a large bag of snacks his classmates had brought and extracted a pack of cream pudding, tossing it gently into Anu's lap while sheepishly scratching his head. I picked this out. It's very sweet. I hope you like it. Anu looked down at the golden pudding in her hands, feeling a warmth from the camaraderie she had never experienced before. She nodded appreciatively. Thank you. I really like your gift. Well, it's not really a gift, Zhang Kai replied with a smile, placing the large bag of snacks on the table and shifting aside a bouquet of flowers brought by Yu Chen. It's just some treats everyone bought for you. If you get bored lying in bed, you can enjoy them while watching your shows. Xia and I, overhearing, laughed. You seem to have done your homework. You even know that girls like to lie in bed watching dramas while snacking. I asked a few people. Zhang Kai shyly scratched the back of his head, avoiding eye contact with Anu. A soft chuckle came from someone nearby. Upon realizing that the young man was Anu's brother, Zhang Kai felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over him. In a flurry of awkwardness, he took a step back, offering a tentative smile to Yu Chen before turning to Anu and softly saying, Take good care of yourself. I shall take my leave now. Anu nodded, raising her hand in a gentle wave, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for coming to see me. All right. Anu replied with a beaming smile. Once Zhang Kai departed, only Yu Chen and Xia and I remained by her bedside. The other classmates who had come along seemed to have been summoned by Zhang Kai as a cover. Seeing that their main purpose had left, they hurriedly approached Anu in succession, extending polite greetings. Although they were not particularly familiar with one another, Anu felt an unprecedented joy at being visited by so many friends during her illness, causing her lips to involuntarily curve upwards in a smile. This radiant expression did not escape Yu Chen's notice, leading him to draw comparisons with how she treated him. Such comparisons only deepened his feelings of dissatisfaction and jealousy. Within 10 minutes, the group bid farewell to Anu, and the once boisterous hospital room quickly fell into a tranquil silence. After lying down, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, she attempted to adjust her position. As she moved, a round, smooth object rolled off the blanket and onto the floor. It was the orange-hued cream pudding. Anu hastily sat up, trying to reach for it, but finding it out of reach, she propped herself up on the bed's edge, tilting her head to call for Pei Jin to retrieve it. It was then she noticed that Pei Jin, who had been standing at the foot of her bed, had mysteriously vanished at some point. With the earlier commotion, she had not noticed where he had gone. At this moment, apart from her, there was only one other person remaining in the ward, Yu Chen, leaning against the wardrobe on the right, his expression already darkening. Why not pick it up? Yu Chen strode over, his long legs carrying him swiftly as he bent down to retrieve the heavy pudding. And Yu had initially intended to reach out and ask him to bring it over. However, just before she could speak, a flicker of foreboding crossed her mind. Do you want it? Yu Chen seemed to discern her thoughts, offering a slight smile as he extended the item in his hand. The precious natural dew droplets that adorned the petals had nearly diminished during the movement, and those delicate petals began to wilt, deprived of the nurturing water. It was akin to the person lying in the bed, having departed from the Yu family that had raised her and the meticulous care she received. She would inevitably meet a fate similar to that of the bouquet of lilies. A short, light laugh escaped Yu Chen's throat, and in the next moment, he raised his hand. The box of golden yellow cream pudding, still warm from the boy's touch, traced a graceful arc through the air. With a resounding thud, it plummeted into the trash bin lined with a sterile, white bag. Chapter 51. You are truly fastidious. What are you doing? And you cast a glance at the trash bin, her cold gaze fixed on him as she mocked, since you are unwilling to let me accept your gift. Why must you feign concern by bringing everyone to visit me? Feign concern? Yu Chen echoed, the warmth in his eyes cooling further. Are you mocking me like him? No need to learn. And you stubbornly glared at him. That term aptly describes you. So this is how you truly perceive me, Yu. With a cold laugh, Yu Chen seized the plastic bag from the table and forcefully struck it against the door. A resounding bang echoed as the bag burst open, scattering a multitude of packaging materials across the floor. Among them, a plastic box shattered, releasing a golden-wrapped chocolate ball that rolled to the edge of Anyu's bed. She lowered her head for a fleeting glance, tiredly rubbing her temples, and issued an unspoken order for him to leave. The person by the bed stood amidst the chaos, taking deep breaths to quell his restless emotions. Noticing Anyu's silence, a tinge of regret washed over Yu Chen. Initially, he had intended to visit the hospital to offer an apology. He had meticulously selected an extravagant gift, fearful of being turned away. Even suppressing his inner discontent and humbling himself to invite her classmates and friends to see her. Wasn't it all for the purpose of mending their increasingly strained relationship? Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently escalated the situation to this point. Observing Anyu's indifferent silhouette, Yu Chen felt a pang of sorrow. He stepped forward a couple of paces, lowering his voice to gently call her name. Yu, I was in the wrong.
Please don't ignore me.
Turn around so we can have a proper conversation, shall we? The shoulder peeking out from beneath the blanket gave a slight shrug, but Anyu did not turn her head, merely sighing in response. I am very tired and my legs hurt, implying that he should leave promptly. All right. Understanding her hint, Yu Chen unzipped his jacket and retrieved a small box from his chest pocket, placing it beside Anyu's pillow. After casting a lingering glance at her, he quietly exited the room. As the footsteps gradually faded away, Anyu turned around, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions as she fixed her gaze upon the box by her pillow for quite some time before finally reaching out to open it. Inside lay a stunning necklace, designed in the style of stars and moons, with the letter S engraved upon the moon. Look at that. Yu Chen even emphasized his presence with a mere gift. He has always been such a self-centered individual. Expecting him to empathize from my perspective is an utterly impossible endeavor. Startled by a sound, Anyu sat up and immediately noticed the cake he was holding, alongside a yogurt pouch that resembled the one resting on the table. She was momentarily at a loss for words. No wonder you always manage to clash with my brother. It seems your tastes align perfectly. Huffed. Pei Jin shot her an irritated glance as he placed the lunch on the table. Don't compare me to your rather peculiar brother. Can't even speak the truth. And you muttered, accepting the abalone sauce rice he offered, and with a spoonful, she brought it to her lips. It was fragrant, tender, and devoid of any fishy taste. Quite delightful, indeed. Pei Jin sat beside her, partaking in his meal, and while he was at it, he unscrewed the lid of the yogurt, placing the portion he had bought for her by her side. Just as Anyu was savoring her food, her phone screen suddenly illuminated. Anyu, my darling, did you receive the heart-shaped cake I bought for you? Cake? Anyu turned her puzzled gaze toward the cake box on the table, adorned with a logo identical to that of the yogurt.
Click.
She raised her hand to snap a photo and sent it. Hanan, is this what you meant? Summer night neon lights. Exactly, my dear. That's the one. Such a tiny piece has cost me 3 days' worth of living expenses, alas. The neon lights of summer nights beckon. You must finish it. Just as she set down her phone, she turned to see Pei Jin sitting on the edge of the bed, already poised to unwrap a box of desserts from the bag. Wait a moment. And you quickly interjected, "Aren't you full from your meal? You have such peculiar tastes." She quietly ridiculed him, likening him to a young girl. "What did you say?" Pei Jin narrowed his eyes dangerously in her direction. And you shook her head vigorously. "I said nothing. I merely wanted to ask if you could help me finish the cake on the table." Pei Jin glanced over. "You can't eat anymore?" "Indeed." And you raised the takeout box in her hand. "I can't finish what's inside here. Honestly, caring for you is like tending to a cat. You nibble a few bites and declare yourself full," Pei Jin retorted, placing the dessert box down and unwrapping the cake on the table. And you gazed at the vibrant yellow durian millefeuille, and just before Pei Jin could lift the fork to his mouth, she couldn't help but call out, "Hey, what is it? Didn't you tell me to eat?" Pei Jin remarked, bemused, "You can't bear to part with such a small piece of cake?" "I simply wish to taste it," and you asserted with righteous indignation. After all, it was purchased with Summer's living expenses. "And it would be a disservice to her if I didn't have a bite." "Open your mouth," he urged, frowning slightly. And you obediently leaned in, taking a bite off the fork, her tongue deftly swirling to savor the cream atop. As she grasped the spoon, ready to continue her battle with the remaining abalone rice in her lunchbox, a fleeting glimpse caught her eye, nearly causing her to spit out the cake still lingering in her mouth. Coughing slightly, she inadvertently choked. Pei Jin cast her a disdainful glance and shifted slightly to the side. "Could you be a tad more refined? Cake crumbs are all over me. Am I not refined?" And you made an effort to swallow the cake, her eyes widening in disbelief. "That was my fork, you know? Didn't you think to use a different one? How troublesome." Pei Jin, with his leg crossed casually, skewered a cherry from the top and popped it into his mouth, not missing the chance to tease her. "What? Have you caught some infectious disease? Ugh, stop it." And you shot him a glare. "You're the one who's sick." "Then that must mean I've caught it." Pei Jin flashed a grin revealing his white teeth, his smile exuding a playful arrogance. And you simply could not bear to see him eat the cake with the very fork she had used, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. And thus she silently turned her head away. After the meal, Pei Jin summoned the nurse to clear away the vast array of snacks scattered on the floor, instructing her to share them with the night shift colleagues. And you noticed he included the 2 bottles of yogurt brought by Yu Chen, sending them off together. He then finished off the remaining array of desserts with great enthusiasm. As Yu sat beside him sipping her soup, she couldn't help but observe this man, relishing a plethora of sweet, creamy treats. Suddenly, she felt that Pei Jin was not merely distinctive in appearance, his interests and hobbies were equally unique. Perhaps, she mused, all handsome men possess such extraordinary traits. Her recovery was progressing well. At least she had no trouble walking to and from class. One evening after self-study, and you spotted Yu Chen at the classroom entrance, someone she hadn't seen in quite a while. He was clad in the season's most fashionable streetwear, topped with a black baseball cap pulled low over his brow. Standing in the corridor outside the back door, he cradled a bouquet of blue and white baby's breath in his arms. Although understated, he was sufficiently eye-catching amidst a group of aspiring programmers. Upon noticing Yu Chen's figure, and you instinctively turned her head to glance at Pei Jin, who was soundly asleep in the back row, realizing he was not a reliable ally at that moment. And you sighed and reluctantly made her way to the door. As she approached, Yu Chen straightened up from the railing and silently regarded her. "Is something the matter?" And you asked, halting 2 meters away from him. She endeavored to disregard the curious gazes from her classmates peering from behind, standing with her hands behind her back, her toes gently tracing circles on the ground.
"And you?"
The person before her lifted his gaze. Strands of hair peeked out from beneath his cap in a slightly disheveled manner. He raised the bouquet of baby's breath, offering it to her. "This is for you, to celebrate your discharge from the hospital." And you stared at the flowers without taking them, and his feigned smile faltered. "Are you still angry with me?" And you remained silent, focused on the delicate blue blossoms before her. Yu Chen let out a bitter smile, taking a step closer. He lowered his cap to shield his eyes, adopting a humble demeanor as he apologized. I am truly sorry, it was my fault. I should not have discarded something that belonged to someone else. That is yours. Whether to discard it is entirely up to you, and I possess no authority to handle it. The last sentence, imbued with a sense of acknowledgement and concession, astonished Yu when it escaped his lips. However, with Yu-Chen having articulated his sentiments so candidly, Yu felt it inappropriate to maintain her cold demeanor any longer and reluctantly spoke up. It is bygone now. Yu raised her hand to accept the flowers he had been holding aloft, lowered her head to gently fiddle with them, and murmured, "It is good that you can recognize your mistakes. Please refrain from such behavior in the future." "Very well." Yu-Chen gazed intently into her eyes, cautiously tugging at her sleeve, and inquired, Yu, might you accompany me to a certain place?" "Where to?" Yu stepped back, evading his hand, and frowned as she glanced at the classroom. Self-study had yet to conclude. "I am aware, but I genuinely wish to find a quiet place to converse with you earnestly." Yu-Chen lowered his head, his tone softening, revealing an undercurrent of anxiety about being rejected in his gaze. Reflecting on Yu-Chen's meticulous care for her over the years, and despite the lessons learned from past experiences, she felt a flicker of compassion. She turned her gaze toward the classroom. The person leaning by the window remained motionless. After a moment of hesitation, she slightly nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 52. I love you dearly. Might you endeavor to love me in return? When Yu-Chen called out to her, Yu realized she had been led to the small garden behind the teaching building. Thus, aside from her, this place is indeed sufficiently tranquil. Yu set the flowers in her hand upon the adjacent chair, rubbing her arms where the cool breeze had raised goosebumps. Observing Yu-Chen's silence, she took the initiative to speak. "What would you like to discuss?" Yu-Chen lifted his gaze to meet hers, the emotions reflected in his eyes startling her. The topic was inconsequential. Rather, he had a pressing question to pose. His voice, hoarse yet filled with an oppressive intensity, edged closer as he took a substantial step forward, effectively obstructing Yu's path. "What do you wish to ask?" Yu's expression shifted, yet she maintained her composure, raising her chin to face him. "Just speak your mind." "Very well." Yu-Chen bent slightly, resting his hand on her shoulder, his tone devoid of any extraneous emotion. He leaned in too closely, the scent of sea blue grass invading her senses, leaving Yu slightly breathless. "Please, do not come so near." She instinctively pushed against him, her resistance palpable. Yu-Chen glanced down, remaining unmoved, though the depths of his gaze grew more profound. "Of course not." Yu shook her head, struggling to comprehend the connection to Pei Jin. "I never mentioned a name, yet you immediately think of him." Yu-Chen let out a self-deprecating laugh. "If it were not for your fondness for him, why would he perpetually occupy your thoughts?" Yu sighed, realizing that explaining herself to Yu-Chen might prove futile. Was she to admit, "I know that 5 years hence, you will undergo a drastic change, so I must prepare and distance myself in advance"? Absurdity. However, her silence evidently solidified in Yu-Chen's mind what he had been contemplating. A surge of frustration welled up within him, and unable to contain it, he grasped his subordinate's shoulder and forcefully pushed Yu onto the stone bench behind him. The summer night was cool, and the stone bench was chillingly cold. Yu was wearing a thin dress, and the moment she sat down, her reflexes prompted her to stand up immediately. "Move aside." Yu, incensed, glared at him. "You never intended to have a proper conversation with me." "You are correct." Yu-Chen's eyes, concealed beneath the brim of his hat, were shrouded in darkness, the amber light barely discernible. He laughed in exasperation, gripping Yu's shoulder blade and enunciating slowly, "You abandoned me. Do we still have anything to discuss?" "Your words are inappropriate." Enduring the pain in her shoulder, Yu met his gaze. "This is not abandonment. It is departure. Sooner or later, I must leave Yu-Chen, and you must accept this reality." She no longer addressed him as brother, emphasizing to the man before her that if he did not rein in his obsession and possessiveness, he would ultimately bring ruin upon himself, and her as well.
Why?
Yu Chun ignored Yu's words, stubbornly studying her, seeking answers in her eyes and expressions. We have been companions for 14 years. I have treated you like a beloved sister, providing you with the best of everything, cherishing you in my palm. Yu Chen's eyes reddened as he fixed his gaze upon her. And now you tell me you wish to leave? He gritted his teeth, questioning her. And you? Do you think I can accept this? What should I do? And Yu tilted her face defiantly, gazing at him without a trace of fear. If I were to remain here, then 3 years, 5 years from now, as you fall in love, marry, and bear children, must I forsake my own life for your rejection, continuing to play the obedient younger sister? The mere thought of such a predicament is utterly absurd. The Yu family has bestowed upon me countless blessings, and you have contributed immensely as well. I shall carry these debts of gratitude in my heart for a lifetime, regardless of where life may take me. And Yu's gaze was serene, her tone resolute. In the future, should the Yu family or you require my assistance, I shall be at your service without hesitation. As she stood before him, her eyes, though bearing a familiar outline, appeared strikingly different from before. Yu Chen's breath caught for a moment. He lowered his head to reassess the young woman before him, and upon encountering her face, now devoid of childish innocence, he realized she had indeed matured. She no longer followed him meekly, calling him brother. She was no longer so delicate that she could not endure a modicum of hardship. Nor did she easily yield to his teasing. Yet, despite Yu's transformation, their reliance on one another remained unchanged. Yu Chen closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and then reopened them. He lifted a hand, gently grazing her fair, soft cheek with the pad of his thumb. He then uttered words and you never expected to hear from him. Yu, I love you deeply. Would you consider trying to love me in return? Her mind was a whirlpool of confusion, and she opened her mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Yu, when you say love, what do you mean? Yu Chen patiently encouraged her to articulate her thoughts. Come, take a guess. And Yu's heart raced with anxiety, feeling the burning hand on her shoulder, nearly causing her to falter. She twisted her body, raising her arm to swat away Yu Chen's hand. Don't make me guess. I don't know, she asserted, pushing against the person before her, who staggered back a step. Why won't you speak? Yu Chen pressed, his tone aggressive. You know perfectly well. It doesn't matter, Yu. We are not related. I don't want to know. And Yu's voice surged, akin to a startled feline, bristling with tension as she regarded the man before her warily. I've always regarded you as an elder brother, and that will never change. She compelled herself to regain her composure, casting a furtive glance at the forgotten starry flowers resting on the stone bench, feeling that if she lingered any longer, she might go mad. Turning away from Yu Chen, she descended the stone steps, heading for the exit. Having walked barely 10 meters, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed behind her, and Yu's heart skipped a beat, and without hesitation, she broke into a run. Yet her right leg was still unsteady. After just a couple of strides, she felt a hand grasp her arm. With a slight exertion, Yu Chen pulled her into his embrace. Why are you running? He inquired, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he wrapped one arm around her waist. And Yu pushed against him vehemently, but he had anticipated her move and held her firmly. Yu Chen embraced her from behind, his grip powerful, as if he were cradling a treasured possession he had long lost. Let me go. And Yu protested, struggling to escape the disquieting predicament. Yet before she could push him away, she felt the searing warmth of his breath against her earlobe. As soon as she comprehended the situation, and Yu felt a chill run through her entire body. Summoning all her strength, she broke free from Yu Chen's embrace and, in a swift motion, delivered a sharp slap. Chapter 53. I assure you, it will not happen again. Yu Chen turned his head away from the impact, his hat tumbling to the ground. He stood there, neglecting to retrieve it, his expression a flurry of confusion as he gazed at Anu, his lips trembling helplessly. You. Anu's fingertips quivered as she regarded him with incredulity, her heart a tumult of emotions. Have you lost your mind? Yu Chun, his voice hoarse, replied, I have not. Well then, since you are not insane, do not seek me out from this day forward. And Yu could no longer feign civility. She cast him a cold glance before turning to leave. Do not say such things. Yu Chun hastily stepped forward, but Anu abruptly pivoted, fixing him with her crystalline gaze. What? Do you intend to repeat your actions?
No.
Yu Chun's bravado faltered. I apologize. I acted impulsively. Is that so? Anu found it absurd. Even in pursuit of a mere acquaintance, Yu Chun would not behave so frivolously. Why was it that when it came to her, he could not muster even the most basic respect? Yu, please do not be angry. Perhaps her expression, one of utter disappointment, finally struck a nerve in Yu Chun. He rushed forward, positioning himself in her path as she attempted to exit the garden, striving to justify his earlier actions. It is not as you think. You have been consistently rejecting my advances, and I lost my composure, faced with Anu's scornful gaze. Yu Chun's voice dwindled into a whisper. From now on, it shall not happen again, I assure you. Anu said nothing and turned away, leaving him behind. Yu Chun followed her gaze, watching her retreating figure with a clenched fist, feeling a sense of helplessness. She pivoted on her heel and walked directly towards the dormitory. Yu Chun misinterpreted his feelings. His reckless confession had a profound impact on her. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she broke into a cold sweat and, as she passed the corner of the staircase, cast a seemingly casual glance back. Pei Jin's stern and defiant visage met her gaze. And Yu let out a sigh of relief. Standing still. It's you. Who else could it be? Pei Jin lazily raised a hand to cover his mouth, stifling a yawn. Weren't you sleeping in the classroom just now? And Yu questioned, puzzled by the time. Is self-study over already? Not yet. Pei Jin shook his head, taking 3 long strides up the stairs to stand beside Yu. I woke up and heard you were called out, so I came to check on you. Then Yu hesitated, unsure whether to inquire if he had witnessed the awkward scene in the garden. However, Pei Jin did not grant her that opportunity, swiftly ascending to the 2nd floor and tilting his slender chin. All right then. And Yu nodded helplessly, swallowing her lingering questions. Accompanying her to the entrance of the dormitory, Pei Jin rummaged through his jacket pocket for a while before producing an orange-flavored lollipop. Without further ado, he unwrapped it and popped it into Anu's mouth. Little classmate, remember to brush your teeth after you finish. Anu rolled the candy around in her mouth. Its sweetness and the distinctive citrus aroma seemed to lift her gloomy spirits a bit. After this incident, for nearly a month, Yu Chun had not made an appearance before Anu. Although she felt a sense of unease, she had to admit that her life at university had indeed become far more enriching without anyone to impose constraints upon her. In addition to her regular weekly visits to her club, she had developed a newfound passion for spending time in the library. As a prestigious institution with a profound heritage, Jiang University boasted an extensive collection of books. Beyond those pertinent to her major, the library housed an array of biographies, literary classics, poetry anthologies, renowned novels, magazines, and newspapers. And Yu, with leisure on her hands, wandered through the library a couple of times and grew fond of this serene haven. However, she never anticipated encountering a scene of youthful exuberance and fervent confessions within the sacred halls of academia. Initially, to avoid disturbance, she had deliberately chosen this secluded and obscure corner. Now, she found herself unable to leave, feeling like a gossiping voyeur despite being the first to arrive. Trapped in her position, forced to eavesdrop. Holding her book, and Yu stood behind the bookshelf, separated by a mere layer, observing a tall boy across from her. Clad in a simple white t-shirt, he was cornered between 2 narrow rows of shelves by an elegant senior who was sweetly confessing her feelings. just moments before, as the pair had entered the adjacent aisle, and Yu had been crouched down, rummaging through the lowest shelf for a book. After finally locating the volume she sought and preparing to rise, she heard a loud thud, as if someone had been pressed against the bookshelf with their back to her. Immediately after, a sweet female voice resounded, "I have taken a liking to you. Would you consider being my boyfriend? Not only am I beautiful, but my figure is also quite splendid." And Yu, who was just about to rise, thought to herself, if it were only the latter part of that statement, then this girl is truly something else. Clearly, the girl confessing felt similarly, as she appeared somewhat reluctant to leave without a fight. After lingering for a while without any movement, and Yu grew puzzled and lifted her gaze through the gaps between the books. To her surprise, the girl, whose voice was so melodious, turned out to be one who embraced a sultry image. Through the thick pages, she observed the confessor, her voluptuous figure strikingly prominent, with pale pink nails delicately trailing along the boy's arm that hung by his side. Leaning closer against the bookshelf, she smiled sweetly, lowering her voice in a manner that sounded enticing. "Aren't you even going to give it a try? There are enough boys in our grade who would form a whole class just to pursue me." "Is that so?" And you heard the boy respond, "Do you want me to be your class monitor?" "Oh, how annoying." The girl playfully pinched his arm with her delicate fingers, her demeanor intimate as she gently shook his arm. "Stop joking around. Be with me, will you?" Just as she was speaking, she unexpectedly rose on her toes, her rosy lips drawing near, and Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly lowered her head, diverting her gaze. In her turn, she accidentally bumped the book title Design and Programming against the solid wooden shelf, producing a faint sound. To be fair, the noise was indeed quite minimal. In the tranquil library, even the faintest sound of a pen cap dropping onto the floor resonated clearly, how much more so the jarring collision that had just occurred. Indeed, the chattering voices next door fell silent, and Yu, anxiously fixated on the corner of the bookshelf, felt a surge of panic, fearing that someone might suddenly emerge and question her presence, eavesdropping on their private conversation. Although the library was a public space, her crouched position and furtive demeanor could easily be misconstrued. After a tense minute or two, the rhythmic sound of heels tapping against the wooden floor echoed from next door, gradually fading into the distance. It seemed the young couple had departed, prompting a sigh of relief from Yu. She rubbed her numb feet, pushed herself up from her knees, and gathered her books, eager to make her exit. However, just as she reached the end of the bookshelf, an unexpected figure appeared beside her. The person extended a hand and gently nudged Yu, causing her to stumble backward, cornered by the imposing figure encroaching upon her space. Chapter 54. Is he worth being your boyfriend? The newcomer, with long legs, squeezed between the shelves, trapping Yu against the wall. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she exclaimed before she could regain her balance. "I didn't mean to eavesdrop." "Is that so, young scholar?" The man before her leaned in, a roguish smile gracing his handsome face. "Was it intentional? Were you worried that your brother might be deceived, and thus decided to keep a watchful eye?" Upon realizing it was Pei Jin, and Yu's heart, which had just been suspended in apprehension, found solace. She rolled her eyes at him. "Narcissism is a condition that requires treatment. I was merely passing by, you know? Just passing by," emphasizing the last two words. She pressed her hand against the chest of the newcomer and gently pushed the boy back. "You should step aside. I need to leave." Pei Jin gazed at her with a smile, stubbornly shaking his head in refusal. And Yu was at a loss for words. "Are you not a bit childish?" The boy's narrow, fox-like eyes scrutinized her for a moment before he feigned disappointment and shook his head. "Little classmate, seeing me being taken advantage of and remaining silent, after all the kindness I've shown you throughout the day." Furthermore, as Pei Jin spoke, he ruffled her hair vigorously, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "You haven't taken the initiative to speak to me lately. Have I offended you in some way?" Since she suspected that he had witnessed her previous confession, and you felt increasingly uncomfortable around him. She could not quite articulate why, but she feared that one day he might impulsively ask about it, leading her to awkwardly avoid him for several weeks. To her surprise, Pei Jin had noticed her discomfort. Observing the flicker in her eyes and the flush on her cheeks, he sighed and took a step back, loosening his hold on her. And you exhaled in relief, only to hear him propose, "How about I take you out tonight? Are you willing?" He suggested a drive, a visit to KTV, drinking, singing, and playing games. "Do you dare?" Pei Jin deliberately lowered his voice to provoke her. And you, true to form, lifted her chin defiantly, her small face flushed with indignation. "What is there to fear? I'm already in college, you know. Do you think I've never been to those places?" "Oh, your brother actually allowed you to go before?" Pei Jin feigned astonishment as he looked at her, and you was momentarily taken aback by his words, gazing into his eyes, which sparkled with amusement. She decided to play along and playfully pinched her arm, stating, "I can go, but I must refrain from drinking." After uttering this, she bashfully mumbled, "I still have a month to turn 18. Acknowledging her status as a minor, Pei Jin felt a flicker of joy at her agreement and leaned back against the bookshelf. His typically carefree demeanor now bore an air of tension. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a hint of hesitation. "May I pose a question to you, my dear classmate?" "Go ahead," and you replied, lifting her gaze to meet his. Pei Jin bent slightly closer, adopting a serious tone as he inquired, "What is your impression of me? Do you still feel the same way now?" A smirk danced on his lips. "Indeed," and you mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. "Though your temperament can be rather irritable at times, you remain reliable when it truly matters." "I see." Pei Jin leaned in closer, half jokingly and half seriously, attempting to tease her. "Do you think I am worthy of being your boyfriend?" And you shot him a puzzled glance. "Are you still seeking revenge on my brother?" "Nonsense," Pei Jin replied, standing upright in exasperation. "What on earth occupies your thoughts all day? Weren't those your own words at the beginning of the semester?" And you pouted, casting him a sidelong glance before playfully pushing him again. "Very well," Pei Jin acquiesced, shifting aside to make room. And you squeezed past the narrow bookshelf and turned to wave at him. "I have been meaning to express my gratitude. I apologize for the trouble I caused you at the hospital. For the past 8 centuries, only now does one think to express gratitude, yet it is devoid of sincerity." Pei Jin waved his hand dismissively, urging her to leave swiftly. With a playful grin, and you made a silly face at him and dashed away, disappearing in an instant. After finishing the afternoon elective class, time had grown late. The latter waved at her, calling out, "Change your clothes, I'll be waiting for you downstairs." And you responded with an okay gesture and scampered off in her little leather shoes. The hem of her skirt soon vanished along the tree-lined path, prompting a few nearby basketball players to jest and tease him. "She seems so sweet. A girlfriend should be like that," they quipped. Pei Jin chuckled. Leaping to make a 3-point shot, the ball soared from his hands, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing decisively into the hoop with a resounding thud. Impressive. Several classmates gave him a thumbs up as they retrieved the fallen ball and hurried away. Pei Jin picked up his jersey to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then turned to grab a bottle of mineral water, tilting his head back to gulp down half of it. "Not playing anymore?" Lin Zixiao, equally drenched in sweat, approached with the ball in his arms.
"No, I have something to attend to."
Pei Jin tossed him a bottle of water, squinting against the blinding sunlight. "Do you have plans this afternoon?" "Jin, at 9 this evening, Bai Jing is hosting a gathering. Who's interested?" After sending this message, within moments, a flurry of wealthy heirs from Haiqing erupted in response. "Zixiao, no way, am I seeing this right? Pega has resurfaced. Zhang, isn't 9 a bit early? We're at the billiard hall. Would 11 work? We could go all night." "Jin, at 9 o'clock in Jiangcheng. Those who intend to come should register." "Luo Yi, are you still at Jiang University?" "Kai Feng, come on, bro. Joking aside, it takes at least 2 hours to get there via this highway."
Shisha, Exactly.
Which of us can make it on time? Jean, I'll extend the time by an hour. Those who can come, come. Those who cannot, forget it. Jiang. Damn. I'm already on the car, bro, Shadagongi. I just passed the first toll station out of the city. Zhuzh? Jean, it's fine. Everyone come if you can. If there is something to discuss, let us talk. Zay, bro. Wait for me. What suddenly prompted the gathering? He clicked on the red that popped up at the top, revealing a new message from his sister, Lin Luo-yi. Luo-yi, bro. Can you meet Pei Jin right now? Please ask him what's going on. Luo-yi. There's a charity auction tonight hosted by a friend of Dada's, and I can't make it. Wasn't it said that there was something to discuss? What could it be? Lin Zishao stepped up the stairs and sat down beside him. Is it really that important? They even invited that bunch of fools from Haicheng. Pei Jin clicked his tongue and responded insincerely, saying it wasn't a big deal, just a gathering after a long time. Lin Zishao smiled, and suddenly, everything fell into place. How could Pei Jin remember that group of friends who were always fooling around? If that were the case, when he was sent to Jiangqing, he wouldn't have allowed anyone to follow him except for himself. Pei Jin harbored a disdain for that circle. And despite his ability to navigate it effortlessly due to his status as the eldest son of the Pei family, he could not shake off his aversion to the extravagant culture of the business realm. After all, the tragic suicide of his mother had once caused quite a stir, becoming common knowledge among the elite of Haicheng. Thus, he would resolutely dismiss any notion that it was of little consequence, a sentiment he expressed with a casual nonchalance. Chapter 55. I am not the type of person featured in social news. He refrained from vocalizing it, yet undoubtedly, it was significant. As he turned, Pei Jin had already risen, preparing to head back to the dormitory. Lin Zhixiao hurried to catch up with him, casually inquiring if he could assist in making arrangements. Pei Jin lazily lifted his gaze and replied, Sure, just make sure it's well organized. I don't want to lose face. Rest assured, Lin Zhixiao smiled. Anyone who shares a table with us would happily swallow even a stone presented to them. Pei Jin regarded him with a faint smile, remaining silent. Upon returning, he changed into a fresh outfit, and for once, he took the time to tidy his hair, presenting himself neatly. He then made his way next door and knocked on the door. A few seconds later, and you appeared, key in hand, her expression one of surprise. So soon? I thought you were still on the playground. It wasn't long. I merely took a quick shower, changed my clothes, and rested on my bed for a while before coming over. Hearing the playful tone in Pei Jin's voice, and you pouted and murmured softly, Boys do tend to take less time to get ready, you know. She recalled how, whenever she went out with Xia and I, she would have to wash her face, apply a mask, and fuss over a myriad of bottles and jars, taking over 2 hours to prepare. In contrast, she considered her own efficiency quite commendable. The troubles of a girl often stem from her desire to present herself well. Pei Jin glanced at her, questioning the time she had spent on her unadorned face. And you, feeling somewhat indignant, shook her dress and retorted, Choosing an outfit is no simple task, you know. She anticipated that Pei Jin would mock her after this declaration. Yet to her surprise, he examined her from head to toe with utmost seriousness. His gaze eventually settled on the lace at the hem of her skirt, and he slightly furrowed his brow. Do you particularly favor the style and design? He inquired, pointing at the slightly puffed hem of a used dress. She cast her eyes downward, noting how the flared hem paired with the lace gave off a somewhat childish aura. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and you pressed her hand against the fabric and explained, It's not that bad. It was a gift from Yuchen. Pei Jin responded with an intrigued, oh, as if everything fell into place before asking, Do you have any other dresses with different styles? How about these? She suggested, pulling out each one to show him. Leaning against the door frame, Pei Jin's frown deepened as he scrutinized the selections. He began to suspect that Yuchen might have an affinity for overly whimsical styles. A university girl adorned with a collection of extravagant and juvenile dresses, devoid of any casual wear or sports attire. This was indeed perplexing. If not for New's youthful visage and petite stature, she might find it impossible to wear such garments in public. Just wear this one, Pei Jin finally decided, glancing at his watch. Let's head out first. All right. And Yu replied, her hand instinctively resting on her stomach, feeling a hint of melancholy. Pei Jin found her woeful expression somewhat amusing. He reached out and playfully ruffled her hair, saying, "It's fine. Let me buy you a little cake to tide you over." As they exited the school gates, Pei Jin inexplicably produced a striking black night vehicle from the underground garage and parked it in front of Yu. Just as she opened the back door and settled inside, Pei Jin emerged from the driver's seat, pulled open the opposite rear door, and sat beside Yu. After seating himself, he casually retrieved his phone from his pocket and leaned back against the seat, engrossed in his device, leaving Yu somewhat bewildered. She nudged him and inquired, "Why did you come to sit in the back? Aren't you going to drive? What, do you expect me to be your chauffeur?" Pei Jin cast her a sidelong glance, replying nonchalantly, "Not a chance." And Yu, exasperated, exclaimed, "Come on, big guy. If you're not driving, I can't drive either. How are we supposed to get to the restaurant?" "Patience, young scholar," Pei Jin said slowly, straightening up to show her his phone screen. And Yu leaned in, her brow furrowed in confusion, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was the interface of a ride-hailing app. "Is it really necessary?" she questioned, utterly baffled. "You can ride a motorcycle with a passenger, so why not drive?" "Driving is simply out of the question," Pei Jin replied, a hint of frustration in his gaze. "Have you forgotten? I'm a hit-and-run case, dear student. My license has been revoked." And Yu gasped in horror. "So the rumors are true?" Pei Jin shrugged nonchalantly. "I never denied it. However, there are reasons behind my actions. I am not some reckless rich heir featured in sensational news." And Yu recalled the fierce determination with which he had previously commanded Lin Zixiao to accelerate and confront Yu Qin, casting doubt upon the veracity of his words. Before they could exchange further banter, Pei Jin's designated driver arrived. "Brother, isn't the sensation of speed quite exhilarating?" The young man chuckled awkwardly, turning to fasten his seatbelt with utmost sincerity. "I was merely inquiring." "To Ruihao Commercial Street." "All right," replied the driver, starting the vehicle and setting off. Upon hearing the name of the location, Yu felt a vague sense of familiarity. Upon arrival, she realized that it was more than just familiar. The Yu family owned several well-established jewelry stores within this commercial district. "Is the restaurant reserved here?" Yu turned her head, hesitatingly stating, "I recall there aren't many dining options around here." "Not here," Pei Jin replied, striding ahead with long legs, beckoning her over his shoulder. "Little classmate, hurry up. Don't get lost." Several onlookers directed their gazes toward her. And Yu, undeterred by their scrutiny, mustered her courage and sprinted to catch up, giving his arm a forceful pat. Pouting in annoyance, she thought, "I'm not a child. Who could possibly get lost?" "You," Pei Jin grinned, tugging at her arm and pulling her into a beautifully decorated CAF by the street. Once inside, he left Yu at the entrance while he approached the counter, ordering a cup of milk and selecting a small cake, which he requested to be wrapped for takeout. Afterward, he led Yu to a fashion styling shop. Initially, she was reluctant to undergo any makeover. Unexpectedly, Pei Jin's words pierced deeply into her heart. "Don't you want to see what you would look like in a different style?" With a resolute heart, Yu followed him inside. The staff greeted her warmly, inquiring about her needs. A gentle-looking young lady led her into a fragrant makeup room. Yu surveyed her surroundings. Directly opposite were two half-length mirrors, encircled by bright lights, while the table displayed an array of skincare and cosmetic products, along with numerous sparkling hair accessories. "How lovely!" Yu gasped in admiration as she picked up a shimmering little crown and playfully placed it atop her head. "If you like it, feel free to try it on," the makeup artist suggested as she approached. taking the crown from Yu's hands and securing it in her hair with a clip, tilting it slightly. "Isn't my hair a bit short for styling?" Yu gazed at the crown in the mirror, feeling it didn't quite match her obedient student hairstyle, a hint of regret in her expression. "Not at all," the makeup artist reassured her, retrieving a pure black crown from a nearby cabinet and replacing the silver one. Yu turned her head to glance, and indeed found it quite appealing. "Would you like to try a dark gothic makeup look?" the makeup artist inquired with a smile. Yu decisively shook her head, glancing outside the door, and whispered, "Perhaps another time. I have to meet a friend for dinner shortly." "I see," the makeup artist said, her expression somewhat teasing as she smiled and softly asked, "That guy outside is quite handsome, isn't he? Your boyfriend?" Yu, with a playful gesture, shushed her sister, clarifying, "No, that's my classmate." "A classmate, you say?" The makeup artist elongated her tone, mischievously winking at her. "I see, it's almost time." Chapter 56. Pei Jin could not possibly be the person she was searching for. Yu, feeling bashful in the presence of strangers, lowered her head. Her ears flushed with embarrassment and fell silent. The makeup artist, understanding her shyness, ceased her teasing and turned, expertly selecting a few essential skincare products from a row of items, applying them to Yu in an orderly fashion. After an entire regimen, Yu felt that her skin was as smooth as a delicate egg. Since they were still to have a meal, she decided against an elaborate makeup look, knowing it would be cumbersome when sipping champagne or using a fork. Observing Yu's reflection in the mirror, the makeup artist suggested, "Let us try a style you don't typically experiment with. If it doesn't meet your satisfaction, we can always remove it and start anew, shall we?"
Yu,
obediently nodding, replied, "I would like to try something slightly more mature, something befitting my age." "Absolutely," the makeup artist affirmed, deftly removing the headband from her hair and commencing with her hairstyling. Given that Yu's hair was cut just to her ears, the artist added only 2 side pieces and some length in the back. A simple yet elegant princess cut was soon completed. Yu, with her doll-like features, large eyes, and delicate, petite features, had previously seemed unremarkable during her time as an international student. However, with her new, distinctive princess cut, she now exuded a charming yet rebellious aura, a delightful contradiction that enveloped her. A captivating scene unfolded before her eyes. Indeed, it was quite fitting. The makeup artist nodded in satisfaction and commenced applying the foundation. Yu's complexion was pristine, devoid of freckles or blemishes. Her skin was of excellent quality, thus necessitating only a light layer of foundation. A delicate touch of the cushion foundation was all that was required before proceeding with the makeup. This was Yu's first encounter with cosmetics, and her heart fluttered with curiosity and excitement, her anticipation mounting as the makeup artist meticulously enhanced her appearance. "Perhaps it would be wise to refrain," the makeup artist gently advised. "The makeup is only halfway complete, and without setting powder, it may smudge if you eat." "How much longer will it take?" Yu inquired, feeling somewhat disheartened as she slumped onto the chair. "Truly, beauty demands its price. Do not worry, I will be swift," the makeup artist reassured her just as a knock resonated at the door. "May I come in?" Recognizing Pei Jin's voice, Yu was about to turn when the makeup artist replied, "Certainly, you may enter and wait for your girlfriend." Yu felt a rush of embarrassment and hastily waved her hand. "No, you misunderstood." "Then I shall make myself at home," Pei Jin interjected, stepping closer to Yu and leaning down to inquire, "Are you hungry?" Upon hearing this, she eagerly nodded, starving. Pei Jin couldn't suppress a chuckle, lightly tapping her forehead. "It's only 9 o'clock. With that, he added, "Just wait," before turning and exiting. Within moments, he returned, bearing the cake and milk he had just purchased. Yu caught sight of it and promptly shook her head, insisting it should be set aside for now, as eating at this moment would ruin her makeup. "It can be fixed later," Pei Jin remarked, pulling open the bag. The makeup artist interjected quietly, Touching up the makeup won't yield the same effect. It may even appear unkempt. Upon hearing this, Yu decisively waved her hand, reiterating that it should be left untouched until she was finished. It would be a pity to let all her restraint go to waste after enduring half the time without indulging. Her resolute demeanor and firm refusal were unmistakable. Reluctantly, Pei Jin closed the lid again and settled onto the sofa beside her, but within 5 minutes, her stomach audibly protested. The rumble echoed clearly in the small room, catching the attention of the other two. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Pei Jin elicited a dark glare from Yu, who, in a fit of exasperation, commanded him not to laugh. "All right, I won't laugh," he replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he lounged back on the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at Yu, who was eyeing the delectable cake that sat temptingly on the coffee table. With a clicking sound of his tongue, Pei Jin lifted the lid. Yu, fixated on the cake, gasped, "You mustn't eat it. Save some for me." Pei Jin paused for a moment, somewhat exasperated. "I'm not hungry." As he spoke, he picked up a fork and took a small piece, leaning forward to offer it to Yu. "Just open your mouth. You can savor it while it melts, can't you?" Yu's nostrils flared slightly as she sought the makeup artist's approval with her gaze. The artist nodded, saying it's fine. Just pause a moment when it's time to apply the lipstick. With that assurance, Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly bit into the morsel of cake on the fork. Pei Jin watched as the pink lips parted from the fork, his gaze dimming momentarily before he lowered his head and offered another piece. Yu contentedly savored the morsel, instinctively licking the cream that clung to her lips. Pei Jin set the cake down and lifted the milk, positioning the straw at her mouth. After a span of several minutes, he had patiently attended to her until she finished a small piece of cake. To avoid disrupting the makeup artist's work, Pei Jin had been kneeling on one knee to feed her. After such an extended period without shifting his leg, he stumbled slightly upon rising, but quickly steadied himself with the table, taking a moment to regain his composure before picking up the empty container and departing the makeup room in search of a trash bin. Reflecting on Pei Jin's handsome visage and his unmistakable rebellious aura, she could not help but express her envy to Yu, saying, "Little girl, you've struck gold."
Huh?
What? Yu was bewildered by her vague comment, unsure of what treasure she had supposedly found. "A boyfriend of great worth." The makeup artist chuckled. "He's handsome, has a strong character, and dotes on you. Such a man must be quite sought after at your school, no?" Yu recalled the earlier encounter at the library, where a senior had mentioned that the boy pursuing her could assemble an entire class of admirers. His charm was indeed considerable. Thus, she nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he was indeed in high demand. "Isn't that so?" The makeup artist observed Yu's somewhat indifferent demeanor towards her boyfriend and, adopting the tone of someone with experience, cautioned, "Little girl, you must keep a close eye on him. Though your boyfriend is currently very attentive, you never know when someone persistent might come along and whisk him away. You'd be left with no time to cry."
Ah.
Yu slowly formed a question mark in her mind. Pei Jin was certainly not her boyfriend. The only boyfriend she had during her university years was Xiao Mo, who should now be sitting in a class either in his sophomore or junior year. Although she had exerted considerable effort without success so far, she believed that as she continued to inquire about the remaining classes of her sophomore year, Xiao Mo would likely reappear. If not, he probably would be among the seniors in his 3rd or 4th year. However, most students in these two grades were currently engaged in internships, making it quite challenging to locate anyone. Strangely, among the reputable real estate firms in Jiangcheng, there was no company by the name of Huaran. It was uncertain whether it was one of the emerging enterprises that had risen in the past 2 years, or if it was a well-established company that had undergone a name change. Yu was left in the dark. Nevertheless, one thing was crystal clear to her. Pei Jin was definitely not the person she was searching for. Chapter 57. Return my high-altitude flower. The makeup artist observed Yu, who appeared lost in thought and chuckled softly, shaking her head. She reached out to tidy Yu's hair, then took a step back, looking into the mirror as she asked, "Well, how do you like it? Are you satisfied?" The makeup artist had applied a makeup style that was not overly heavy. The eyeshadow was subtle, yet the eyeliner was elongated and elegantly lifted, with the lashes thick and curled, enhancing her naturally expressive cat-like eyes to an extraordinary degree. She looked exquisitely like a beautiful doll. "It's stunning," and Yu marveled. "I've never worn this style of makeup before." "Actually, it suits you quite well," the makeup artist replied with a smile, tidying up her workspace while glancing at Yu. "Indeed, it does." And Yu nodded, acknowledging that this makeup was far more distinctive than her usual demure look. "Indeed," the makeup artist smiled, giving her a gentle push, urging her to step outside and reveal her new appearance to her young boyfriend. This time, Yu did not protest. Her heart brimmed with joy at the thought of showing Pei Jin her transformation. As she exited the room, she found Pei Jin seated on a sofa in the waiting area. The moment she appeared, he fixed his gaze upon her flowing, silky hair, surveying her from head to toe. Satisfied, he nodded approvingly and tossed her a bag, instructing her to change. "When did you buy this outfit?" And Yu inquired as she opened the bag to discover a neatly folded, deep purple dress within. "Is this really necessary?" She shot him a bewildered glance before turning to enter the dressing room. Before long, she emerged, clad in a trendy purple denim skirt that fit her perfectly, complementing her new look splendidly. Gazing at her reflection, and Yu felt as though she had transformed from the obedient girl of school into a rebellious little wildcat. She adored her striking and fierce appearance. "Let's get going," Pei Jin remarked, glancing at the time. "We're running a bit late." "Coming right up," and Yu replied, gathering her clothes as she followed him to the car. The designated driver took them to their destination and then proceeded to park in the underground garage. Pei Jin led her into the grand hall of the White Whale. Upon reaching the entrance, he made a phone call, seemingly inquiring about their private room. Having spent many years in Jiangcheng, and Yu had been taken by Yu Chun to all the notable dining and entertainment spots. The Beluga Whale had visited a few times, providing first-rate service and enlisting several renowned chefs from both domestic and international culinary circles. Consequently, the menu was abundant and the flavors exquisite. However, this excellence came at a steep price. Typically, one would not encounter ordinary students or recently employed young individuals in such an establishment. The clientele consisted mainly of business associates or individuals of stature and influence within Jiangcheng. Pei Jin escorted her into a private room, and as he pushed the door open, a wave of cheers erupted from within. Several young men rushed forward, eager to greet Pei Jin. "Brother Pei, it's been ages. It's quite a feat to gather you for a get-together." "Indeed, after 2 hours on the road, my backside is numb." Pei Jin raised his arm to halt a blonde youth who attempted to leap toward him, his gaze turning menacing. "Don't even think about it. Junior, you're here too." And Yu stood awkwardly behind Pei Jin when Lin Zixiao unexpectedly approached her to say hello. Upon seeing her attire for the day, a flicker of admiration crossed his face as he smiled and complimented, "You look splendid. This outfit is far more dazzling than your usual attire at school." "Really? I think it looks nice too," and Yu replied bashfully, lifting the hem of her dress, unable to suppress a smile. "Of course, my taste has never been lacking." Hearing their exchange, Pei Jin turned and gently guided Yu to a seat beside the main position. The dishes had already been ordered. Yet Pei Jin still handed her the menu separately. "Take a quick look and feel free to order whatever you desire." And Yu had just indulged in cake. And though she wasn't particularly hungry anymore, she felt obliged to accept the 2 desserts that Pei Jin had kindly suggested. After placing the order, and Yu realized that the private room was remarkably silent. Curiously, she lifted her gaze, only to find several pairs of inquisitive eyes fixed upon her. This table of guests, invited by Pei Jin, was predominantly composed of young men, with only 2 girls present, both of whom were accompanied by their partners. While it was understandable for the group of boys to be intrigued by the presence of a girl, and you found it perplexing that even the two taken ladies were whispering excitedly among themselves as they scrutinized her. Is there something amiss with me? And you furrowed her brow and leaned closer to Pei Jin, quietly inquiring. Pei Jin turned slightly, and after she finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, surveying her from head to toe with a cheerful smile before taking a sip from his glass. Everything's fine. Just ignore them and enjoy your meal, he assured her. He then took the initiative to introduce her, saying, "This is my classmate from Jiang University, and you." He added with a playful tone, "She's quite well behaved. So don't tease her." At this remark, a chorus of playful jeers erupted around them. Someone, eager for amusement, chimed in, "Oh, just a classmate?"
Pei Jin.
Since when did the campus bully from the South have such innocent classmate relationships? Before anyone else could respond, the teasing escalated. What a treasure indeed. You carry on, carry on. Warning, warning. This is what love does to a person. Be careful, sister. It seems someone is putting on a grand show. And you observed the lively banter around the table, finding no hint of ambiguity in Pei Jin's words. Were they not all perfectly ordinary? What was the excitement about? Noticing her confusion, a companion chuckled and offered her a piece of salmon with a serving chopstick. Try it. It tastes delightful. Focus on your meal and ignore these fools. And you obediently picked up her chopsticks, savoring each bite. Pei Jin, meanwhile, did not seem particularly close to this group of long-lost friends. As they vied for his attention, he lounged lazily on his chair, responding intermittently. Nevertheless, he partook of every drink offered to him. When he wished to disengage, he would serve anew dishes, ensuring she was well fed. She smiled graciously and accepted the food, unfamiliar with the people around her and possessing limited social skills. And you found herself at a loss for conversation, especially with Lin Zixiao seated a distance away, leaving her to converse primarily with Pei Jin. However, most of the time, she was preoccupied with her meal, oblivious to the diminishing noise of chatter surrounding her. The guests exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide as they noticed Pei Jin's fox-like eyes gleaming with amusement, their appetites seemingly lost. When you tossed a rib into Pei Jin's bowl, and he accepted it without a hint of distaste, the onlookers nearly dropped their jaws in astonishment. The blonde fellow nudged Lin Zixiao's side, whispering curiously, "Has Brother Pei been so profoundly affected that he is transformed?" Lin Zixiao, with an impassive expression, adjusted his glasses and muttered, "Don't ask me. I have no idea." He was, after all, afflicted with a severe case of obsessive cleanliness. The blonde, observing the oddly harmonious interaction between the two, found the scene before him almost intolerable. Reflecting on past experiences, he felt a surge of indignation. After merely brushing against Lin's arm once, he had been forced to watch him wash his hands repeatedly by the faucet. Looking up, he noticed Lin devouring the pork tenderloin that had been carelessly tossed into the bowl without the use of serving chopsticks, savoring every bite. An overwhelming sense of imbalance washed over him. Was this some sort of mutation? No, it was clearly a case of possession. Return to me, the lofty and unattainable Pega. Chapter 58. Little classmate, would you like to accompany your older brother? Lin Zixiao smiled softly beside him, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, quite extraordinary." Zixiao, what do you think Pega intends to discuss? The blonde speculated, stroking his chin. Is he formally introducing his little girlfriend? Not at all, Lin Zixiao replied, shaking his head. If she were his girlfriend, he wouldn't have introduced her in that manner. Then we shall wait and see, the blonde said, his face alight with anticipation. Surely, he could not simply leave after accompanying this lovely young lady through her meal. Pei Jin, however, had other plans. Noticing that Yu had nearly finished her meal, he sat up straight and gently tapped the table. A circle of people looked up, some unable to contain their curiosity and inquiring about his intentions. Pega, what are your plans after dinner? Going to a club? Are there any lively places in Jiangcheng? Shall we go racing, brother? Pei Jin tilted his head and smiled, suggesting they head to the bar. Order anything you like. The drinks are on me.
Ice.
His confidence was palpable. Let's go now. Who wants to ride in my car? I just got a stunning 8-cylinder supercar. Pei Jin glanced at the crowd, not rushing to stand up. Instead, he leaned over and whispered to a new little classmate, "Would you like to join me?" And you felt a flush of embarrassment at his flirtatious tone, turning her head away from him. She mumbled, "Of course I'll go. I can't wear something so nice just for a meal. Have you been before?" Pei Jin's fox-like eyes twinkled with mischief. "With whom? Which place did you visit?" And you shot him an annoyed glare. "It's my first time, all right. You don't have to expose me." Nearby, others chuckled softly. A warm fingertip playfully poked her cheek before naturally sliding down to her wrist, giving it a gentle tug before releasing it, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "Then let us go. I'll make sure you have a fantastic time today." His words sparked a flicker of anticipation in Yu's heart. When their group arrived at the venue, night had not yet fully descended. It wasn't the peak hour, yet several patrons were already lounging at the booths by the dance floor. As they entered, their presence drew attention from every corner. Each member of the group exuded charm and style, dressed in the latest fashions. Those with discerning eyes could tell that, despite their youth, the combined cost of their outfits was anything but modest. Moreover, there were several ostentatious individuals adorned with timepieces priced in 6 figures, exhibiting an air of confidence that unmistakably marked them as seasoned connoisseurs. Young and affluent, who could possibly resist their allure? Before they could even reach the private room, a few maturely adorned young women, clutching their glasses, discreetly approached. Pei Jin led the group, standing out remarkably. A cluster of wealthy heirs subtly regarded him as their leader. The women who frequented such venues were astute and swiftly identified their primary target. Consequently, even though a young lady accompanied him, they paid her no heed. As they neared the entrance, Lin Zixiao made his way from the back of the group, placing a hand on Pei Jin's shoulder. Pei Jin turned his head, prompting Yu to halt her steps. "What is it?" Lin Zixiao replied with an ambiguous smile, presenting a pink mobile phone before Yu. "The girl by the bar gave this. If you fancy it, feel free to add her." Pei Jin followed his gaze and noticed a strikingly attractive woman with an impressive figure. Dressed in a sleek black gown, she sat gracefully on a high chair. Upon catching his eye, she raised her glass and, with an alluring sway, approached him, showcasing her long, fair legs. Pei Jin merely cast a glance in her direction before shifting his focus back to Lin Zixiao. Whoever invites trouble shall take the rear. With that, he took Yu by the hand and swiftly entered the private room. A fellow companion, witnessing the scene, approached with excitement and inquired, "Young Master Lin, are you going in?" Lin Zixiao lightly adjusted his sleeve, wearing a genteel smile. "I have no interest in such brazen displays. If you fancy her, she's yours." The young man was not courteous. He raised his hand and snatched the pink phone from Lin Zixiao. Among those who came along, a few were fond of flirtation, swiftly scanning the bar upon entering and forming their judgments about the caliber of women present. At that moment, 2 of them, brimming with enthusiasm, ventured towards the dance floor in search of potential targets, while the others, lacking interest, followed Pei Jin inside with downcast expressions. Upon reaching the private room, they found champagne, beer, and platters of fruit already arranged on the table. The group erupted in cheers, each taking a cup to fill. And Yu, overwhelmed by the potent scent of alcohol, felt a twinge of anxiety and instinctively chose a seat furthest from the table. Pei Jin occupied the central position, and as he turned, he noticed his classmate had distanced herself by 10 meters, which brought him amusement. "Hey, what are you hiding at the door for?" Pei Jin squinted at her teasingly. "Are you afraid that I might eat you if you sit next to me?" One of the boys beside him, named Ziz, grinned and approached with his drink. "Peiga, since your sister is avoiding you, it seems she doesn't trust your drinking capabilities." As he spoke, he raised his hand, his gaze directed towards Anu. Sister, our Pei Jin is renowned for his ability to drink 1,000 cups without inebriation. I assure you, if you fear that these rascals might become rowdy after drinking too much, sitting beside Pei Jin is the safest spot. And you regarded him with skepticism. Is that so? Pei Jin seized the opportunity to respond candidly. Indeed, I have never been toppled at the drinking table. His words, however, incited jealousy, and soon the crowd surged forward, eager to engage him in a drinking contest. With a roguish grin, Pei Jin was on the cusp of accepting the proffered glass when his peripheral vision caught Anu's gaze fixed upon him. Thus he called out, "Little classmate, why don't you come over here and lend me a hand?" Anu responded with an expression of bewilderment. "How can I assist you? I can't drink." The surrounding companions chimed in with laughter. Indeed, Brother Pei, the little sister would be unconscious after a mere couple of glasses. Perhaps if it were Luo, she might last a few rounds. Don't back down after boasting. We refuse to believe that this abstinence cannot be broken. Lin Zixiao approached one of them, intercepted the glass from his hand, and downed it in one go. My sister is absent, but do you not have me? Come, try your hand, with you few weaklings. Let's see if you can intoxicate me first. He removed his spectacles and placed them in his breast pocket. His face, now unshielded, bore a hint of aloofness. Seeing Lin Zixiao obstructing the others, Pei Jin beckoned Anu with a crook of his finger. Little classmate, come over. I'll introduce you to a game. Anu regarded him with a mixture of belief and skepticism.
What game?
Dice rolling, are you game? Anu gazed at the dice in his hand, hesitated for a second, and then scampered over. How is this played? Anu sat beside Pei Jin, her newly attached hair cascading over her shoulder, carrying a delicate fragrance. Pei Jin inhaled deeply, finding his mood extraordinarily lifted. Therefore, he patiently demonstrated the game to her several times, holding her hand. Anu tried it out, found it simple, and quickly got the hang of it. She immersed herself in playing alone, her head lowered. Pei Jin observed the fair nape of the young girl's neck, finding his mouth somewhat parched. He lifted the champagne glass beside him and took a sip, lowering his gaze to watch Anu play for quite some time. Suddenly, he leaned closer, his voice barely audible over the deafening music in the private room, and whispered enticingly into her ear, the scent of wine lingering on his breath. Little classmate, it's rather dull to play this alone. Would you care to take a wager with me? Chapter 59. Little classmate, I believe I might be developing feelings for you. What should I do? All right, Anu replied without much thought, nodding. What are the terms of the bet? Let us keep it simple. We'll bet on high or low. If you win, it's truth or dare. If you lose, it's the other way around. Pei Jin's fox-like eyes sparkled under the lights, and upon hearing this, several others joined in the excitement.
Count me in.
I want to play too.
Me as well.
Pei Jin responded to each with a smile, his interest piqued as he focused on Anu. The more, the merrier. Let us begin. After rolling the dice, Anu was chosen first. She thought of it as a game of chance, and without hesitation declared low. Pei Jin grinned and replied, high. The others were divided in their bets, most guessing randomly based on probability. When the dice were revealed, it showed low. I won. Anu exclaimed joyfully, turning to Pei Jin. Will you choose truth or dare? Has Pei ever chosen truth? They teased. Pei is fearless. Anu laughed cheerfully. So that means you'll choose dare? Pei Jin reclined lazily on the sofa, his hand resting casually at his side, his gaze languid. It's entirely up to you.
Good.
Inclining her head in contemplation of a fitting retribution, Anu was promptly besieged by suggestions from the most mischievous among the group.
Do puxo PS.
One exclaimed, Nay, 'tis the acquisition of a telephone number that is required. A classic reprisal. Another chimed in, Hast thou ever witnessed Pei beseeching someone's affections? Spin around 20 times with eyes closed and nose pinched, and confess thy ardor to whomever thou mayest stumble upon. What sayest thou? Anu, amidst their fervent proposals, found herself indecisive. Thus, she elected to investigate the more intriguing suggestions. "What precisely are these push-ups of which you speak?" she inquired. "They are akin to a prone exercise, yet with a companion seated upon thy lumbar region. Upon each ascent, one must proffer a high five. A complete repetition constitutes a single iteration. Partake in a set, and thou shalt comprehend the exquisite agony thereof." And you nodded, discerning that it was a trial of strength, and thus not particularly enthralling. "And this matter of acquiring a telephone number? Why do you deem it a-classic?" "Ah, maiden, thou art yet uninitiated," Ziz interjected, his countenance alight with zeal as he regaled her with the tale. On one occasion, during an evening of revelry at a nightclub, Pei suffered defeat in a game and was subjected to a dare to solicit the telephone number of a comely damsel with the most pronounced musculature, who was already betrothed. "Indeed?" And you responded, her astonishment evident. "Wherefore would one seek the contact information of another already engaged to another?" "For the thrill of the chase, of course," Ziz exclaimed with fervor. And so, Pei, with unwavering resolve, approached the lady and, in the presence of her paramour, requested her digits. "And what transpired thereafter, dost thou surmise?" And Yu's eyes widened as she glanced at Pei Jin, hazarding a guess. "Was he subjected to a thrashing?"
"Ne, ignorim Pei Jin's displeased expression, ze zachakelad."
Nearly bursting into laughter. Without a moment's hesitation, the beautiful woman retrieved her phone from her bag and handed it to him. Yet that was not the most absurd part. And Yu's curiosity was piqued. She turned sideways to obstruct his view and inquired, "And then? What happened next?" Zay laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Then the woman's muscular boyfriend not only refrained from hitting me, but also embraced her and asked, "Care to join? Actually, I'm bisexual." Oft. As a seasoned participant in the otaku community and a 5G gossip enthusiast, and you instantly grasped the meaning behind those words and erupted into laughter. Pei Jin, gritting his teeth, kicked Zay onto the sofa, exclaiming, "You're the most talkative one here." The surrounding crowd, evidently familiar with the gossip, joined in with playful jeers. "Pei-go, it's time to showcase your past prowess." Pei Jin smirked slightly, not genuinely angry. He raised his hand and poked in Yu's smiling face, urging, "Have you laughed enough? If so, hurry and declare your punishment." And Yu brushed aside his hand and, with a playful grin, asked, "Or else, will you ask for my number?" Pei Jin narrowed his eyes dangerously and replied, "Would yours suffice?" And Yu rolled her eyes at him, choosing not to jest any longer. After contemplating, she decided on the last option. "Then you must pinch your nose, bend over, spin 30 times, and confess to the first person you bump into." Pei Jin chuckled and confidently said, "Sure, just don't regret it." And Yu immediately took a significant step back, eyeing him warily. "You definitely won't bump into me. What is there to regret?" "Indeed, it is true." Pei Jin rose from the sofa, gesturing with his hand to command those nearby. The table was moved aside, clearing the space. Several young men approached to shift the coffee table, which had been laden with bottles, to the side. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Pei Jin cast a lingering glance at Yu, who had retreated to the periphery. Taking a deep breath, he bent down and began to spin in place. The surrounding spectators counted in unison, 1, 2, 3. And Yu, watching the spectacle from a distance, noticed that by the time they reached 20, Pei Jin's feet began to noticeably drift. The crowd soon caught sight of this and began to tease him. "Brother Pei, this won't do. There are still 10 more rounds to go. Have you decided which way to fall?" Ziz playfully gestured for a hug, saying, "Come on, darling. This time it's entirely on you. Don't come looking for me afterward." And Yu, thoroughly enjoying the scene, joined in the ruckus, chanting, "Fall, fall." The thought of Pei Jin potentially tumbling down in a comical manner made her stifle a laugh. 28, 29, 30. As the final count concluded, Pei Jin staggered upright, standing still for a few seconds, squinting as if searching for someone. And you felt an inexplicable pang of guilt, hiding her head behind a nearby boy. The crowd continued to cheer. Brother Pei, go ahead. Have you spotted someone appealing? Pei Jin remained motionless, his gaze fixated on a small segment of a purple skirt peeking out from behind the young man to his left. With his eyes lowered, a mischievous smile graced his lips. Found you. And you barely heard those 3 words before the atmosphere around her abruptly fell silent. In a fleeting moment, within the brightly lit private room, an inadvertent touch upon the switch extinguished the overhead laser lights. She heard a scream from one of the 2 girls who had accompanied her. In the next instant, the figure standing before her inexplicably vanished, and a searing hand encircled her waist as someone with a heavy scent of alcohol pressed down upon her. The newcomer was tall and imposing, and you found herself toppled onto the nearby sofa in the corner. The room was enveloped in darkness, and with every breath she took, she was enveloped by a profound and rich aroma of wood. Just as she contemplated pushing him away, someone leaned close to her ear. The warm, humid breath, mingled with the scent of liquor, brushed against her face. Then she heard the person say, "Little classmate, I think I've fallen for you. What should I do?" Chapter 60. No one has a knife to my throat, forcing me to treat you well. At the moment and you comprehended those words, a sense of panic washed over her. Fortunately, in the inky blackness of the private room, no one noticed the 2 figures sprawled in an ambiguous posture in the corner of the sofa. As she pondered whether Pei Jin was merely fulfilling a dare or genuinely confessing his feelings, the shadow hovering above her had already lowered his head, pressing a fervent kiss upon her forehead. After this act, she heard Pei Jin repeat himself, "And you? Be with me, will you?" Her face flushed crimson, and in a flurry of confusion, she pressed her hand against Pei Jin's chest, stammering, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Noticing the tremor in her voice, Pei Jin smiled, leaning in closer, whispering tenderly in her ear, "Promise me, I will treat you exceptionally well, far better than when we were in the hospital, 1,000 times over. Will you?" And you stammered, struggling to find her words. Pei Jin, mistaking her nervousness, maintained a smile as warm as a spring breeze. "When you are with me, I won't be like your brother, imposing rules upon you or intruding upon your personal space. You will still be free to pursue your passions. The only difference is that there will be someone by your side who loves and protects you. Is that agreeable?" Observing and use undeniable shyness even in the dim light, Pei Jin felt confident that his confession was nearly certain to succeed. Thus, when he clearly heard her utter the words "no" a few moments later, he almost thought he had misheard. He propped himself up and glanced down at the novel resting against his chest, calmly inquiring, "What did you just say?" And Yu's face remained flushed, yet the words that escaped her lips were resolute. "No, Pei Jin, I'm sorry." Upon uttering this, she sensed the figure above her freeze as if time had stopped. After what felt like an eternity, she heard Pei Jin's low voice ask, "Why? You are not the person I am looking for." Pei Jin remained silent for a long while, not uttering a word, before reaching out and pulling her up from the sofa. "Moments latte." She heard him command in the chaotic private room, "Turn on the lights." With a snap, the overhead laser lights blazed to their brightest. And you had no time to shield her eyes. The sudden brightness overwhelmed her, prompting tears to well up as she hastily shut her eyes. In her blurred vision, she sensed a shadow rising, blocking the dazzling light from her eyelids. Yet when she regained her composure and reopened her eyes, that shadow had vanished once more. And you looked up in confusion, discovering that Pei Jin, who had been standing beside her just moments ago, had retreated to a distant corner, seated alone. He uttered not a single word, instead pouring himself a full glass of liquor and downing it in one swift motion. The room, filled with a mix of men and women, regarded her with wide eyes, their expressions a tapestry of shock, doubt, and an overwhelming sense of disbelief tinged with schadenfreude.
"Well, and you certainly excel in this."
Even Ziz, who was generally the most vivacious, seemed at a loss for words. Passing by Anu to gently pat her shoulder and whisper in her ear, Pei Jin has never gone to such lengths to pursue someone. You've left him quite embarrassed. After uttering this, he bent down to retrieve a drink from the table and turned to approach Pei Jin. Pei Jin raised his glass to clink with ease and promptly drained the contents in one gulp. With this gesture concluded, the previously suspended time within the private room seemed to flow once again. Pei Jin's friends, holding their drinks, gathered around him, chattering excitedly in their attempts to persuade him. Pei Jin said little, casting no glance towards Anu, who stood by the sofa, her gaze fixed upon him. He simply accepted drink after drink. Given the circumstances, even Anu, despite her naivety, began to comprehend the reality. Pei Jin's intentions for bringing her out tonight were far from innocent. It was evident that he had meticulously planned to confess to her. It was likely that even their earlier whispers on the sofa had been overheard by everyone in the room. The dice were his suggestion, the game his idea, and the lights intentionally dimmed. I fear that even those few boys who had just surrounded her to offer suggestions had conspired in advance. After circling around, gathering a multitude of friends, and performing for an entire afternoon, it was all orchestrated to feign a coincidence. To express his true feelings, to tell her, "I like you." Pei Jin, someone so cool and proud, had planned such an uncomplicated confession in a manner utterly inconsistent with his character. Perhaps this only served to confirm that every word he whispered into her ear moments before was genuinely heartfelt. Standing there, and you felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. For a fleeting moment, she questioned herself, is it truly worth rejecting Pei Jin, who sincerely cherished her, for an uncertain future? Yet in the next instant, the image of Xiao Emo, battered and bruised, flooded her mind. She recalled how Xiao Emo had been mercilessly beaten by that group in a desperate attempt to protect her. She remembered how, in the dead of night, he crawled across half the room, his broken body seeking to comfort her. She recalled how, on the day she was to leave, he leaned close to her ear and whispered. Thus, when it came to Pei Jin, all she could utter was, "No, I'm sorry." She lifted her foot and walked in his direction. As she approached, the group that had been surrounding Pei Jin gradually parted to make way for her. And you made her way unobstructed to stand before him, pressing her hand down on the glass he had raised, softly advising, "Don't drink any more." Pei Jin lifted his eyelids to glance at her, his gaze reflecting both infatuation and pain. He forcefully swatted her hand away and coldly retorted, "Do you think you can control me?" And you bit her lip, her hand, which hung by her side, tightening into a fist. "You've had too much to drink. You'll feel unwell soon." "So, you've never harbored any affection for me," the young man remarked. And you pursed her lips, offering no response. Jin chuckled ruefully, his words a blend of soliloquy and veiled accusation. "To have no feelings for me, yet you allowed me the use of your lavatory upon our initial encounter. You embroiled me in your brother's disputes, compelling me to bear the brunt of his ire. You defied your sibling on my behalf. In the hospital, you permitted me to attend to your every need." Upon hearing the final sentence, and you parted her lips as if to speak, but before she could utter a word, Jin interjected with a hint of agitation. "I am aware that my actions were of my own volition. Indeed, no one held a blade to my throat, coercing me to do any of this, but—" Jin raised his gaze, fixing it upon her for several seconds, before emitting a soft chuckle, confessing with a touch of self-abandonment before the assembled crowd, "But I am simply a fool, driven by an irresistible urge to treat you with utmost care. The sight of you being controlled by that imbecilic brother of yours fills me with displeasure, igniting within me a fervent desire to care for you, to accompany you in the pursuit of your passions."
Jin.
Anu's voice trembled slightly as she interrupted him. The latter stared intently at the goblet before him, remaining silent. Anu struggled to suppress the surge of emotion welling up in her eyes, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible sob. "I am cognizant of all that you have spoken." Jin lifted his head, regarding her expectantly, awaiting her next words. And Yu closed her eyes, painstakingly expunging the images he had conjured from her mind. She silently repeated the name of Xiao Imo in her heart, steeling herself at last. Meeting Jin's bloodshot eyes, she whispered, "I am sorry." Chapter 61. Shall we take it home? Pei Jin fell silent. Not a single person in the room dared to engage with the conversation. And Yu let out a sigh of relief, only to see Pei Jin sit up and push a glass brimming with liquor towards her. What does this mean? And Yu furrowed her brows in his direction. He stated, "Let us do it this way. You need not apologize. Just drink this glass of liquor, and we shall consider today as event settled." And Yu's chest heaved slightly as she lowered her gaze, fixating on him. Is this truly necessary? Pei Jin smiled. I feel displeased. Thus it is indeed necessary. This man had never confronted her so directly before. And Yu took a deep breath, scanning the room. The onlookers had ceased their activities, several of them fixating on Pei Jin. Though they remained silent, the glimmer of schadenfreude in their eyes was unmistakable. It seemed that when someone like Pei Jin faced defeat, he was subject to mockery just like anyone else. These so-called friends merely refrained from overt ridicule out of respect for his background. Realizing this, and Yu gazed at Pei Jin, whose expression was taut and whose smile felt ungenuine, and found herself less irate. Very well, if this will bring you some comfort, I shall drink. With that, she stepped forward, unhesitatingly lifted the glass, and tilted her head back, pouring the fiery liquid down her throat. The potent and spicy flavor overwhelmed her senses, leaving her nose tinged with a sharp sting. Since you have drunk as well, Pei Jin lowered his head, casting a brief glance at Yu, and softly declared, let today's affair conclude here. After finishing his drink, he raised the remaining wine in his glass and downed it in one gulp, then turned to grab the coat tossed on the sofa. And Yu, caught off guard, was pulled along by Pei Jin, who grasped her wrist firmly. Where are you taking me? She asked. Stepping out of the bar, the cold wind sent a shiver down Yu's spine. Pei Jin remained silent, his head bowed. She made a slight effort to pull away, yet he showed no intention of releasing her. Thus, Yu had no choice but to stagger forward in his wake. Pei Jin led her through the long alley behind the bar, along the winding stone bridge, until they had walked quite a distance beside the Duoling River. The exertion, combined with the effects of the alcohol, left Yu feeling somewhat dazed. Glancing at her, Pei Jin softly inquired, Are you tired? Yu, her cheeks flushed, nodded obediently, admitting a little. Pei Jin steadied her, allowing her to lean against him. Before long, he felt a weight in his arms. The young woman had begun to slide towards the ground with her eyes closed. He swiftly caught her waist, pulling her close, and fished out his phone from his pocket. Upon connecting the call, he managed to utter a single word, only to realize that his voice was hoarse. Lin Zixiao's voice came through the receiver, asking, Where are you? On Chonglin Bridge, near the road on the east side, Pei Jin replied. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Zixiao asked, Should I come to pick you up? Yes, Pei Jin affirmed, glancing down at the girl nestled in his embrace, and added, Bring your six-seater. Understood. Lin Zixiao promptly ended the call. Pei Jin lowered his gaze to the girl in his arms. Her delicate, enchanting cat-like eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her lips a captivating shade of red. He involuntarily lowered his face slightly, and just as he was about to touch her lips, her words from the private room suddenly flashed through his mind. Pei Jin expressionlessly lifted his head, exerting a gentle force to lift her into his arms. Yu nestled against him, finding a comfortable position, and soon fell asleep with her face resting on Pei Jin's chest. Before long, Lin Zixiao arrived to take them in the car. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed Pei Jin placing her in the back seat and preparing to rise, only to be entangled by the slumbering figure. Shall we go? The person in the back seat did not respond. After a moment of silence, Pei Jin finally replied, All right. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Zixiao was taken aback, casting several cautious glances at him through the rearview mirror before speaking hesitantly. "And you appears quite young." Pei Jin leaned back in the seat, closed his eyes, and softly replied, "Indeed." Lin Zixiao gritted his teeth and took her to the villa that Pei Jin had purchased for him in Jiangcheng. Upon entering the underground garage, seeing Pei Jin effortlessly carry the person from the back seat toward the elevator, Lin Zixiao felt a pang of anxiety for Niu. Nevertheless, Pei Jin was his friend, and, regardless of what transpired the next day, he would stand by him. Not 2 minutes after the message was sent, Lin Luoyi's call came through. Lin Zixiao pressed his Bluetooth headset to answer, and his sister's calm yet restrained voice, laced with anger, emerged. Lin Zixiao scoffed. "That girl is in the same class as him. They just met at the start of the semester. I'm a year above them. How could I be watching?" "Brother," Lin Luoyi replied, somewhat aggrieved. "Why would you say that? Was it not you who initially held a favorable view of Pei Jin and thus introduced us?" "Indeed." Lin Zixiao felt a twinge of frustration, "yet I did not anticipate your profound obsession with him." Pausing for a moment, he addressed the person on the other end of the line. "You seem to lose your composure whenever matters pertaining to him arise. I can't help but question whether introducing you to one another was indeed the right decision. Regret now serves no purpose." Lin Luoyi's voice remained composed. "Once I complete my tasks over the next couple of days, I shall make a trip to Jiang City." "What is your intention?" Lin Zixiao furrowed his brow. "It is true that Pei Jin harbors feelings for that young lady, yet you need not worry." Lin Luoyi inquired, "What do you mean?" With a heavy sigh and a complex expression, Lin Zixiao replied, "He confessed his feelings in front of everyone today." The person on the other end fell silent for a moment, their voice losing its usual steadiness. "I will book a flight immediately." "Do not rush," Lin Zixiao reassured. It did not succeed. After uttering this, he unusually fell silent for several seconds before continuing. He was rejected. "What?" Lin Luoyi's voice sharpened. "Who is that woman?" Chapter 62. Rejecting him was indeed the right choice. "You heard correctly." Lin Zixiao adjusted his glasses. "I too find it astonishing. What manner of person is she? With such lofty standards, does she look down upon the heir of the Pei family?" Lin Luoyi let out a cold snort, feeling more incensed than if she herself had been rejected. A small company engaged in real estate investment has been experiencing a commendable momentum over the past 2 years, managing to secure a modest reputation in Jiangcheng. Lin Luoyi let out a cold laugh, questioning whether they only had one daughter. "No," Lin Zixiao replied, his expression subtly shifting. "They had only one son." As a young lady hailing from an affluent family, Lin Luoyi had witnessed countless scenarios. Upon hearing her brother's words, she quickly grasped the implication and regained her composure, her sweet voice tinged with a hint of disdain. "An illegitimate daughter? A relative? Or perhaps an adopted child?" "An adopted child." Lin Luoyi chuckled softly. "Brother, let's refrain from discussing such women in the future." Lin Zixiao detected the contempt in his sister's tone and frowned slightly, preparing to respond further, only to have the call abruptly end. The driver sighed, starting the car as he departed the villa district. Although she had only sipped a little, she remained in a deep slumber, and when Pei Jin laid her on the bed, she did not stir or resist. After removing unused shoes and covering her with a blanket, Pei Jin sat quietly at the bedside for an extended period, making no unnecessary movements, merely gazing at the sleeping figure, lost in an endless stream of thoughts. The next morning, Anu awoke with a buzzing in her head, as if 100 bees were buzzing around her ears. After sitting up and staring blankly for a while, she gradually realized she was in an unfamiliar house. The room's decor was rather monotonous, sparsely furnished, and the bed beneath her was soft, the quilt carrying a fragrant scent. Yet, the stark black and white palette rendered the space devoid of warmth, resembling a hotel room. Gazing at her wrinkled attire, Anu felt a strong urge to cleanse herself in the bathroom. However, she hesitated, uncertain of her surroundings. locating her shoes at the entrance. She donned them and ventured outside. To her astonishment, she discovered that this was not a hotel, but rather a two-story villa. The entire abode was eerily vacant, devoid of any inhabitants. Descending the spiral staircase, she spotted a familiar jacket draped over the sofa in the living room, the very one Pei Jin had worn during their outing to the bar the previous night. With a complex expression, she fixated on the master bedroom on the second floor for a moment, ultimately deciding against making her presence known and chose to leave quietly. After all, given the events of the previous day, Pei Jin would likely prefer not to see her first thing in the morning. As Anu exited the courtyard, she wandered along the wooden pathway of the villa complex for over half an hour, only to sadly realize that the area was vast. With each villa constructed in identical fashion, the walls and fences of the yards mirroring one another. Not only did she fail to find the exit of the villa complex, but she also could not discern which residence belonged to Pei Jin. After wandering in circles, she encountered no sign of life. To make matters worse, her phone had died. Clad in her crumpled sleepwear, Anu sat despondently in a small pavilion situated in the middle of the pathway, rubbing her arms in hopes that Pei Jin would awaken soon, realize her absence, and come looking for her. Yet, after waiting for nearly an hour, a sudden thought struck her. What if Pei Jin assumed she had left intentionally without a word and chose not to search for her at all?
And you?
Both hungry and despondent, lightly struck her head with her hand, curled up with her knees drawn to her chest for a moment, and decided to muster the courage to knock on a random door, seeking assistance to escape the confines of the villa district. However, as she lifted her gaze, she was met with a pair of long, slender legs. Dressed in loungewear and slippers, he had somehow found his way to the small pavilion. Stunned, she followed the elegant legs upward and was greeted by Pei Jin's icy, aloof visage, his brow furrowed in disapproval as he regarded her. What are you doing here?" Anu stammered, lowering her hands from her knees and hastily leaping off the bench, standing awkwardly before him. Pei Jin reached out to touch her icy arm. Letting out a sigh, his tone laced with irritation. "Are you trying to shorten my lifespan? How can we even discuss matters of life and death?" Anu retorted, her brows knitting in confusion as Pei Jin grasped her hand. Startled, she instinctively shrank back, but his piercing gaze made her shrink her neck and freeze in place. Once inside, Pei Jin fetched her a pair of slippers and adjusted the temperature of the central air conditioning. Turning around, he found Anu sitting obediently on the sofa, and the coldness in his eyes softened slightly. He then heated a cup of milk in the kitchen and brought it to her. "Are you hungry?" he inquired.
Anu,
feeling her stomach grumble, nodded honestly, admitting that she was indeed a bit hungry. Pei Jin acknowledged her with a nonchalant response, refraining from questioning her whereabouts earlier that morning or revealing how he had located her. Instead, he simply instructed, "Go upstairs to take a shower. Clean clothes are on the table in the guest room," before turning back to the kitchen and closing the door. And you watched through the glass as he skillfully poured beaten eggs into the frying pan. In the astonishing realization that Pei Jin, such a wealthy young master, could indeed cook, she ascended to the second floor and indulged in a comforting hot shower. Having neglected to remove her makeup the previous night, she exerted considerable effort to thoroughly cleanse the remnants of mascara from her eyes. By the time she had dried her hair and donned the prepared attire, Pei Jin was already seated at the dining table awaiting her arrival. As Anu approached, he did not lift his gaze, instead extending a fork toward her while muttering, "Just make do with this." Anu quietly expressed her gratitude, but Pei Jin remained indifferent, taking a generous sip of the sweet milk on the table. When he bit into the sandwich before him, Anu's eyes sparkled with delight. The cheese had just melted, and the ham was delightfully chewy. She discreetly surveyed the table, discovering that Pei Jin had prepared several variations for what appeared to be a simple breakfast. The meal he consumed differed from her own. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Do you really have a fondness for sweet foods?" Pei Jin lifted his eyelids to glance at her before quickly averting his gaze, his tone somewhat brusque. "What's wrong with that?" As he spoke, his tousled hair stood on end, and his arms were adorned with oil-resistant sleeves, an incongruous sight against his cool demeanor. Consequently, rather than being deterred by his somewhat irritable tone, Yu found herself unable to suppress a laugh. Just as Pei Jin had popped a sweet potato pie into his mouth, he noticed her gaze directed at the sleeves he had forgotten to remove while preparing breakfast. He shifted his mouth, laboriously swallowed the morsel, and with a resounding clatter, placed the fork onto his plate. Turning to enter the kitchen, she swiftly removed her sleeves and tossed them onto the marble countertop beside the cutting board. Upon emerging, she kept her head lowered in silence. The two shared a quiet breakfast, after which Pei Jin carried the plates back into the kitchen. Typically, when Yu was at home, such chores were managed by servants and housekeepers. However, witnessing Pei Jin diligently prepare and now clean up after breakfast filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Following him into the kitchen, Pei Jin turned, accidentally brushing against her arm. He paused momentarily before inquiring, "What are you doing here?" Furrowing his brow, he removed his gloves and, without a word, pushed her out and closed the door behind her. Yu stood outside, observing him as he focused intently on washing the dishes at the sink. In that instant, she realized that Pei Jin, a wealthy heir, was distinctly different from the likes of Yu Chen and the so-called gentlemen of high society she had encountered. Her decision to refuse him yesterday, rather than delaying his time, seemed increasingly justified. He possessed remarkable looks, an illustrious family background, commendable character, and a promising future. It was clear that he should not be entangled with someone like her, whose prospects were rather bleak. Chapter 63. It was she who had chosen to draw the line first. With this thought, Yu ceased her insistence and turned toward the living room. Though Pei Jin's residence was spacious, it appeared to be occupied solely by him. To her surprise, he outright dismissed her intentions. "Why won't you let me leave?" Yu felt somewhat bewildered. Pei Jin leisurely removed his apron and settled onto the sofa, casting a blank glance in her direction. "There is no reason," he replied nonchalantly. "I was rejected and am in a foul mood. You will stay here and keep me company until I calm down. Surely, you can't be serious." Yu is left speechless, realizing that you possess such a petty disposition. "I am indeed the type who struggles to let go of grievances." Pei Jin, with a smile that does not reach his eyes, regards her with a semblance of indifference. "I apologize for disappointing you." Yu, filled with exasperation, retorts, "But I have classes tomorrow." Without lifting his head, Pei Jin dismissively replies, "Skip it." "No way," Yu resolutely shakes her head. If she were to miss class, she would be jeopardizing her credits and would have to sacrifice precious internship time in her junior year to retake courses. She is eager to leave the Yu residence. She cannot afford to treat her studies lightly. "I want to leave, right now." "You will take me?" she insists, reaching for her phone on the table. In a swift motion, Pei Jin crosses the table and snatches the white phone before she can grasp it. Just as he is about to speak, the phone vibrates in his palm, buzzing. Instinctively, Pei Jin glances at the caller ID, his expression darkening. He flips the phone to show the illuminated screen to Yu, succinctly stating, "Your brother." Yu's heart sinks. She is too late to intervene as Pei Jin answers the call, leisurely uttering greeting. The voice on the other end quickly reacts, seething with rage. "Pei Jin, how did you end up with Yu's phone? Where is she?" Pei Jin activates the speakerphone, glancing at the anxious Yu beside him, and with a tone laced with provocation, retorts, "She is here, at my place, in my room, on my bed." Before he could finish his slander, Yu Chen was already beside himself with rage. "How dare you? If you touch her, I will kill you. All right, come at me. If you don't, you're a coward." After Pei Jin shouted and hung up the phone, Yu snatched it away and slapped his arm. "Are you out of your mind? Why provoke him?" Pei Jin narrowed his eyes and pulled her closer, his voice icy. I am helping you resolve your troubles. Are you sure you are not just stirring up more trouble? And you looked at him disapprovingly. You know well how my brother is. He harbors ill intentions towards you, does he not? Pei Jin interrupted her roughly, pinning her down onto the sofa. His dark eyes were unfathomable, revealing a concealed concern that could not be articulated. I saw him holding you, and you froze. Her mind buzzing as she murmured, It's not what you think. What is it that I think? Pei Jin coldly interrupted her again, gripping her wrist painfully. And you struggled slightly, frowning. Let go of me. I want tea. Pei Jin's gaze was fixed on her, simmering with barely concealed fury beneath his calm exterior. If I let you go, where will you go? Pei Jin. And you exclaimed sharply. Do you even realize what you are saying right now? Your brother must have made it clear to you, revealing all those dark thoughts that are not fit for public discourse, one by one that night. And you forced yourself to explain he wasn't wrong.
So, what is the outcome?
Pei Jin leaned closer, his expression darkening. Did you agree? Do you no longer wish to escape? Is she willing to be confined to that household for the rest of her days? How could I possibly consent to that? And you stared at him in disbelief. You are well aware of my sentiments. I once believed I did, Pei Jin uttered. His voice parched as he gazed down at her, his expression devoid of emotion. However, I am now uncertain. Having spoken those words, he released Inyu's hands, rose to his feet, and ascended to the second floor. Inyu sighed, donned her shoes by the door, and tugged at the entrance, only to discover it was locked. A fingerprint lock. Without Pei Jin's intervention, she was unable to depart. She noticed the mobile phone, which had fallen to the floor during their dispute, its screen now illuminated once more. Inyu hesitated, contemplating summoning Yu Chun to retrieve her. However, should these two individuals, both in a state of irrationality, encounter one another? Then, Inyu swiftly dismissed the notion, placing the buzzing phone on the table. The call persisted for a considerable duration before disconnecting automatically due to a lack of response. Inyu surmised that Yu Chen's temperament would preclude him from giving up so easily. Indeed, a message arrived the following moment. Staying out all night, and you've become quite audacious. Since he dares to touch my person, then I will certainly ruin him. Upon deciphering the final words, Inyu felt a jolt of alarm, her scalp tingling as she slammed the phone face down on the table. After pacing around the room for some time, she tentatively knocked on the master bedroom door on the second floor. However, Pei Jin had locked himself inside, neither responding nor emerging. By midday, Pei Jin emerged from the room and prepared lunch for the two of them. Pei Jin, upon hearing this, set down his fork. Do you truly detest being in my presence to such an extent? After speaking, he cast a glance at the untouched steak before Inyu, pursing his lips. Is it difficult to endure? Do not act impulsively. Inyu sighed, sincerely explaining to him, You are truly a wonderful person. My refusal to be with you is not born of disdain. She hesitated for a moment, adding, There are reasons, but I cannot divulge them. Before long, she heard the sound of water cascading from the second floor. Inyu finished her steak and placed the dishes in the sink. While washing, the kitchen door was abruptly flung open. Pei Jin had changed into a fresh outfit, his hair still slightly damp, and he leaned against the doorframe with a cold demeanor, inquiring of her. Inyu looked at the half-washed dishes, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Perhaps you could wait until I finish? Pei Jin ignored her, revealing a hint of impatience on his face as he turned and strode towards the entrance. Seeing his demeanor, Inyu disregarded the pile of dishes and hurriedly dried her hands to follow him. The two of them exited the villa, proceeding to the garage. Pei Jin brought forth a brand new motorcycle, its exterior unmarred, clearly just acquired. He tossed a helmet to Inyu, who fumbled to catch it. Once she donned the helmet and climbed onto the bike, she reached out to embrace Pei Jin's waist, but he shifted away. Inyu paused, feeling awkward as she searched for a grip on the back seat. Unlike the previous black motorcycle, this yellow one had not been modified, leaving her without the stabilizing wings she had relied upon before. Thus, she timidly inquired, "Is there anywhere I can hold on?" Pei Jin relaxed his grip on the throttle, turned his head, and, reaching past Anu, pressed a button in a recess behind him. To Anu's astonishment, a wing identical to that of the previous vehicle emerged from the casing. Anu hastily grasped it, her voice tentative as she murmured her gratitude. Pei Jin remained silent, abruptly twisting the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward. This time, he drove with remarkable speed, eschewing the urban roads for a more distant national highway. The route was relatively clear, and Pei Jin nearly pressed the throttle to its limit. The open expanse around them made the wind whistle against his helmet. Despite clutching the wing tightly, Anu was drenched in cold sweat from fear. As they approached a bend, Pei Jin showed little sign of deceleration, and the motorcycle leaned perilously as it navigated the curve. In a moment of daze, Anu felt as though her left leg was almost grazing the ground. With the speed continuing to escalate to an unbearable level, she let out a startled cry, releasing the unsteady handhold at the back seat, and wrapped her arms tightly around Pei Jin's waist. Pei Jin stiffened, his grip easing slightly, which caused the vehicle to slow down immediately. Anu exhaled in relief, her embrace shifting to clutch the fabric of his windbreaker. As they entered the city, the speed stabilized around 40, and he did not accelerate further. Soon, they arrived at Jiang University. The motorcycle did not pause at the entrance. Instead, it carried Anu directly through the campus, traversing the north and south districts, and brought her right to the dormitory door. Coming to a halt, Pei Jin dismounted from the motorcycle. The rear seat was rather elevated, and Anu, with her short legs, hesitated over which spot among the cluster of exhaust pipes to place her feet when a pair of hands seized her by the armpits and lifted her down. Standing on the ground, Anu lowered her head and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She then fished out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff while gazing down. The crimson ember flickered, casting a strange silhouette on the ground. Anu stared for a while, ultimately pursing her lips in silence. Once she opened the door, she trotted to the window and spotted Pei Jin still lingering below. However, there was now a girl in a white dress standing before him. Anu scrutinized the tall figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After observing them converse for a moment, Pei Jin, who had been looking down, suddenly glanced upwards. Anu felt an unaccountable pang of guilt. Although she was aware that at this distance and angle he could not possibly see her, she instinctively ducked behind the curtain. After a few seconds, unable to resist the urge to peek again, she saw that Pei Jin had already risen and was walking in the opposite direction of the building's entrance. The girl in the white dress circled around the car, her high heels clacking as she pursued him. In that fleeting moment when she turned her head, Anu recognized her face. It was the upperclassman who had previously declared her intent to pursue Pei Jin on the playground. She was tall, had an alluring figure, and was undeniably beautiful. Anu was unaware that her brow had furrowed in discontent as she watched that girl's arm slither around Pei Jin's. And he did not shy away. Turning away, she abruptly pulled the curtain shut. It was she who had first chosen to draw a line. Yet this time, she felt as though she were the one in greater distress. Anu, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts with her eyes closed, was abruptly interrupted by the urgent ringing of her phone. Slowly, she rose from her bed and padded barefoot to retrieve her mobile device from the table. Upon glancing at the long unseen caller ID, her heart raced. Staring at the name "You Mother" on the screen for a few seconds, she swiftly answered the call, her voice barely above a whisper. "Mom, what's wrong?" After a brief silence, a haughty and detached female voice cut through the stillness. Her tone was laced with an unconscious disdain, and her words fell like a bombshell, stirring the already turbulent waters of Anu's thoughts. "Yu, where are you? I just received a call. Yu Chun has been taken away by the police." Chapter 64. You had better pray that Yu Chun is all right. Your mother fell silent for a few seconds before chastising her in a cold tone. Something so grave has occurred, and you remain utterly oblivious. Have you truly taken our admonitions to heart? And Yu bowed her head, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath, resolutely offering her apology.
I am sorry.
When she opened her eyes again, she quickly added, Mom, don't worry. I will find out the details immediately. After hanging up, Yu mother rushed to the police station to secure bail, and Yu promptly logged onto the school forum to peruse the latest trending posts. Keywords such as Yu Chun assaults, freshman taken by police, and violent tendencies surged to the top of the hot search list. And Yu opened several posts and meticulously examined them, subsequently reaching out to a few close friends of Yu Chun to inquire about the matter, verifying the details one by one through phone calls. Within 20 minutes, she had unraveled the intricacies of the incident. In simple terms, during a first-grade open class that morning, Yu Chun suddenly smashed his phone in front of 2 classes of students and the professor at the podium. Among the injured students, one had engaged in a verbal altercation with him. Ignoring the admonitions, Yu Chun's response was excessively violent, resulting in significant injuries to the assaulted student. Witnessing the escalating situation, someone in the classroom alerted the authorities. Consequently, Yu Chun, as the suspect, was handcuffed and escorted into a police vehicle before a multitude of teachers and students in the building. He was a newly elected student council officer, highly regarded by the faculty, which rendered the disparity between his identity and actions even more pronounced. This, coupled with his already considerable notoriety among the freshmen at Jiang University, amplified the incident's magnitude. It was rumored that the injured student was taken away by ambulance, and Yu's complexion turned pale as she reflected on the timing of these events. She then despaired as she realized that Yu Chen's phone-smashing outburst was likely provoked by that distressing call from Pei Jin. With trembling fingers, she steadied her nerves and dialed Yu Chen's mother's number. Before the call connected, she mentally organized the sequence of events. Upon Yu Chen's mother answering, she succinctly conveyed the entire narrative of the incident. When she learned that the catalyst for this turmoil stemmed from Yu, a faint laugh escaped Yu Chen's mother through the receiver, and Yu felt a sinking sensation in her heart, fearing that this time she was truly finished. Whether directly or indirectly, unintentionally or deliberately, any harm inflicted upon Yu Chen is unforgivable. Now that the target has shifted to her, it is unlikely that there will be any exceptions. And Yu let out a bitter smile, seizing her phone to hail a taxi to the police station. Upon her arrival in the lobby, she could hear Yu's mother's authoritative voice from a considerable distance. I do not care whether you are following protocol. All I know is that if I do not see my son within half an hour, you better be prepared to face a court trial. Director and even Minister Li must show me a modicum of respect. Whether or not he grants you any consideration is his business, but my son is currently detained within your jurisdiction. Until the investigation is thoroughly conducted, no one shall take him away, not even you, and certainly not if Minister Li himself were to come. As tensions escalated in the meeting room, a sudden creak at the door interrupted the confrontation. Everyone turned to see a neat and obedient young girl entering. Under the weight of the gazes directed at her, and you managed to force a smile from the corners of her mouth. She addressed the imposing woman in a white suit with her hair elegantly styled, Mother. Humph. With a cold expression, Yu's mother cast a glance at her before turning to threaten a police officer bearing 2 shoulder insignias across the room. You may detain him if you wish, but I will assemble a legal team to sue the family of the student who was assaulted. However, if when I come to collect him, my son has even a single hair missing, you will see what I am capable of. Just try me, and see if I can strip you of the skin. Yu's mother lifted her chin, adopting her customary haughty demeanor, attempting to overpower those negotiating with her through sheer force of presence. At any moment, she awaited with bated breath. The officer across from her was evidently irked by her presence, glaring with a fierce intensity as he extended his hand towards the entrance, an unmistakable gesture for her to leave. Without further argument, Yu's mother swept past and Yu like a gust of wind, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Throughout their years together, this woman, whom she had called mother for over a decade, had not once deigned to cast a glance at her adopted daughter. A throng of individuals departed from the chief's office in a grand procession, and Yu followed silently, lingering at the rear until they exited the police station, at which point Yu's mother halted, her gaze icy as it fixed upon her. You had better pray for Yu Chen's safety. Secluding herself in her room, she unlocked her phone, incessantly refreshing the forum for any discussions regarding Yu Chen. After perusing countless posts, and Yu's attention was suddenly captured by a striking image that had inadvertently been clicked. This post bore no title, merely showcasing 3 photographs. The first captured Pei Jin driving through the East Gate. The second depicted Pei Jin as he was lifting her from the car in front of the dormitory building. The angle was somewhat ambiguous, suggesting an intimate proximity between them, almost as if he were cradling her from the vehicle. The third photograph featured a side profile of Pei Jin as he smoked. The candid photographer had drawn the lens close, the camera's resolution commendable, capturing Pei Jin's remarkably handsome visage with exquisite clarity. With an expression of indifference, the brooding youth leaned against a striking yellow motorcycle, the ember of his cigarette glowing faintly, wisps of smoke curling around his brow, enhancing Pei Jin's aloof and unattainable demeanor. And Yu furrowed her brow, noting that the cover image of the post was indeed this very side profile of Pei Jin. The post surged in popularity at an astonishing speed, quickly ascending to the trending topics on the forum despite its ambiguous theme and unclear purpose. A throng of admirers fervently inundated the comments, searching for information. One user distinctively remarked, "The original poster has uploaded photos without consent, constituting an infringement of rights. Please delete it promptly." Another chimed in, "Who is this self-appointed arbiter? I recognize the person in the photo. It's Pei Jin, a freshman from the computer science department, class 9. He has seen this post and hasn't he said a word? Who is this busybody meddling in affairs that do not concern them? Let us not pretend this isn't a case of unrequited love, feeling envious and heartbroken seeing a crush's picture displayed on the forum." Turning off her phone, she closed her eyes and lay on her bed, dozing off in a haze. She awoke in the afternoon, startled by a bucket of cold water splashed over her head. The icy water trickled through her damp hair into the warm cocoon of her bedding, causing her to shiver as she opened her eyes and wiped the water streaming into them. To her astonishment, she saw the girl in the white dress, who had stood outside her window that morning, casually tossing aside the water bucket. Then, with a nonchalant demeanor, she crossed her legs and sat at the edge of Yu's bed. Chapter 65. Are you in elementary school? I can't compete, so you tell the teacher? And Yu shivered from the cold, hastily emerging from her blankets and pushing aside the wet side. What is wrong with you? She glared at the person sitting on her bed. How did you get into my dormitory? The striking beauty seated beside her was none other than Bai Yi, the renowned senior from the arts department who had previously pursued Pei Jin, famously known as the campus belle of Jiang University. It seems rather amusing that Yu, drenched and disheveled, attempts to maintain her composure while questioning her. Bai Yifei, far from feeling sheepish, gazes at her with an air of arrogance and scoffs. It must be you who was captured in those forum photos, isn't it? Did you orchestrate this little publicity stunt yourself? Trying to make everyone believe that you are Pei Jin's legitimate girlfriend? When I first inquired about your relationship with him, you vehemently denied it. How disingenuous you are, little girl. And Yu was rendered speechless by the certainty in Bai Yi's words. Her eyes drifted over the disarray of the bed, her mood souring further. With a frigid expression, she spoke, I don't care how tedious your life must be to spend your days speculating about others. Your idleness is of no concern to me. However, your trespassing into my dormitory and sullying my bed has left me in a foul mood. Having said that, she regarded Bai Yi with an unyielding warning. If you do not remove yourself from my bed within 3 minutes, I shall call security and report a case of trespassing. What did you say?
Bai Yi ekleimet.
Nearly leaping to her feet. Trespassing? She extended her hand, adorned with flamboyant nail art, gesturing towards her own delicate features. With a face like this, you dare to claim I am a burglar? Who would believe such nonsense? After that, she tossed her hair over her shoulder. Do you have any idea how many boys at Jiangda are queuing up to pursue me? Not a clue, nor do I wish to find out. And you wore a mask of indifference, from which a familiar sentiment emerged from her seemingly self-absorbed words. Could this confrontational Bai Yi be the same senior from the library who, after a failed confession, sought to make Pei Jin the class monitor? The mere thought of it soured and Yu's mood further, rendering the individual before her even more distasteful. I advise you to leave promptly, she said, raising her phone, which had inconspicuously landed on the dial screen. You have 2 minutes left. Are you threatening me? Bai Yi found the situation somewhat amusing. Shifting her leg onto the bed's edge, she felt discontented at the absence of any hint of anxiety on Yu's face. Thus, Bai Yi leaned closer, a faint smile gracing her lips as she inquired, You must have been well protected by your family throughout your life, haven't you? At this, Yu's expression shifted. What do you mean? Bai Yi remained silent, merely clapping her hands lightly. Yu lifted her gaze, and 3 robust girls entered through the dormitory door. Though she considered it impolite to describe females as robust, the newcomers were indeed tall and strong, with the lead girl's face quivering with every step. The trio surrounded Yu, halting only when they reached Bai Yi, their expressions rife with blatant malice. For a delicate young girl, this scene would be quite menacing. Yet, who was Yu? She raised her head, casting a glance at the girl in the forefront, and then, before their very eyes, calmly pressed the dial button on her phone. Bai Yi's expression shifted dramatically before she could react, and Yu had already begun to report the incident to the person on the other end of the call. Hello, is this the security office? A few individuals have intruded into my dormitory and are attempting to steal my computer. Could you please come quickly to address this situation? Room 201 in the faculty dormitory. Take the main staircase. Turn right at the 3rd room. Thank you. After concluding the call, Yu exchanged glances with the individuals before her. Bai, Sister Bai. One of the girls who had just entered stammered. She called security. I heard that, Bai Yi replied through clenched teeth, turning to face the ever-composed Yu. What is wrong with you? Are you truly this childish? If you can't win, do you resort to telling on others? Yu met her gaze calmly for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Oh, I almost forgot. This matter should indeed be reported to the counselor.
With that,
she picked up her phone again, unlocking the screen to dial another number. At that moment, a girl behind Bai Yi rushed forward, grabbing Yu's hair and pushing her back. Simultaneously, she snatched the phone from Yu's grasp and hurled it against the wall. With a loud crash, the fragile device shattered into pieces on the floor, and Yu's head collided with the iron frame of the bed, causing her to emit a muffled groan of pain. Steadying herself with her arm, she raised her hand to touch the small patch of the girl, accustomed to her domineering ways at school and emboldened by her connections with a few individuals from the underworld, paid no heed to Yu's fury. When she noticed Yu glaring at her, she let out a haughty laugh and raised her hand, intending to slap Yu across the face. As she struck, she spewed foul insults, taunting, Look at you. Your brother, who has done time, can't protect you now. Dare to glare at me? And I might just mar that pretty face of yours. With quick reflexes, Yu shielded her face, and as the girl's hand approached her head, she seized the exposed arm with a fierce grip. You're asking for trouble, the girl shouted at Yu. Unfazed, Yu met her gaze with a cold smile. Taunting, is this all you've got? Trying to act tough like a campus bully? Turning her head, she spat disdainfully towards the bed, her eyes filled with contempt, and delivered her words with deliberate emphasis. Useless. Eat less and think more. Say that again. The leader of the girls, her expression twisted with rage, shrieked and lunged toward Yu, disregarding Bai Yi's commands. Observing her loss of composure, the two behind her rushed forward to restrain her, calling out, "Calm down. Calm down. Let us leave for now. The security will be here soon. We can settle this later." Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Yu, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly sprang into action, delivering a forceful kick to Bai Yi, who was seated at the edge of the bed. The unsuspecting Bai, the delicate school belle, was caught off guard by the sudden blow, letting out a gasp as she tumbled headfirst to the ground. And Yu, barefoot, lightly leaped over the body sprawled on the carpet and dashed towards the door. "What are you fools doing there?" Bai Yi, supporting her waist, rose from the carpet and pointed angrily towards the door. The little girl has already run away. The three entangled individuals, panting, finally separated, with the leader, lacking in decorum, spitting on the ground. Turning to Bai Yi, he said, "Sister Bai, let us leave for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to settle the score later." Bai Yi rolled her eyes and, fuming, clicked her heels as she departed. And Yu did not head straight downstairs after escaping the dormitory. Instead, she pulled open the hallway door and ran into the boys' dormitory across the way. She dashed past the partitioned Yuching dormitory and knocked forcefully on the door of the adjacent room. With considerable strength, the door was opened within seconds by Pei Jin, who hurriedly donned a basketball tank top, his brow furrowed in confusion as he peeked out. Before he could utter a word, the sight of Yu in her pajamas, barefoot and with disheveled hair, startled him. "What on earth happened to you?" he exclaimed instinctively. "I leave for just a day, and Yu." Before he could finish, Yu, with tears streaming down her face, crashed into his embrace. Chapter 66. The facts are correct. The subject needs to be reversed. Pei Jin, gazing at the soft figure in his arms, froze momentarily. Yu buried her head in his chest, not lifting it, merely murmuring in a muffled tone, "Troublemaker." Yu awkwardly shifted her position, reluctantly releasing her grip. Lowering her head, she then noticed Pei Jin's casual attire and the slippers adorning his feet. "What kind of outfit is this?" Yu took a step back, wiping away her tears. To mask her embarrassment, she began to speak impulsively, dressing so scantily. "I wonder who you intend to impress?" The girl in front of her changed expressions with astonishing rapidity, leaving Pei Jin momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he reacted, a mix of irritation and amusement crossing his face. Yu stood at the doorway, caught off guard, her eyes unwillingly fixed on the impromptu display of the handsome man's physique. Pei Jin possessed a fair, cool-toned complexion, and as he raised his arms, his shoulder blades gracefully arched. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated his well-defined muscles, showcasing a harmonious blend of youthful vigor and the latent strength of adulthood, rendering him exquisitely perfect. Yu's gaze, almost uncontrollable, drifted downward, ultimately settling on the smooth expanse of his lower back. The skin there was equally pale and pristine, unmarred by any scars. Pei Jin reached into the wardrobe, retrieving a deep blue short-sleeve shirt to wear, glancing down at the loose shorts draped over his legs. Turning to her, he quipped, "Shall I keep this on? It seems more convenient for you." Yu, flustered, lowered her head, fearful that he might discover her unabashed admiration as she had watched him change. The warmth of her cheeks rose steadily, while her heart sank at the thought. Pei Jin bore no scars. His lower back was immaculate, devoid of any blemishes. Yu remained rooted in place, momentarily paralyzed, until Pei Jin, unable to contain himself, pulled a chair and urged her to sit. After a moment's contemplation, she connected the dots and realized he had misunderstood, hastily shaking her head. No. They aren't from the Yu family. They have never laid a hand on me." Pei Jin's expression relaxed somewhat as he leaned languidly against the bed railing. Yu pinched his fingertips, his face paling. He had been taken away by the police. "When did this happen?" Pei Jin raised an eyebrow in surprise. given that the Yu family held considerable influence in Jiangqing. My mother is already seeking solutions, and Yu sighed, a trace of melancholy in his tone. However, this time it may not be easily resolved. There are too many people involved, and the victim is a student from the same class. Pei Jin chuckled disinterestedly. It seemed the commotion was quite significant. After speaking, he straightened up, lowering his gaze to Yu. If you've come to discuss your brother, take a right at the door. I want to escort you further. Yu pressed his lips together, furrowing his brow as he looked at him. Please don't say that. The origin of this matter actually lies with you. With me? Pei Jin pointed to his own nose, scoffing as he stood up from the bed. He had assumed Yu was there to hold him accountable, and his demeanor turned cold. Why should I care if he fights? Little classmate, have you become so accustomed to my temper that you think you can dump every problem on me? After saying this, he stepped forward, half squatting in front of Yu, meeting her gaze directly. Do you truly believe I am a good person? Perhaps I should give you a number to call in Haiqing's social circle to inquire about Pei Jin's reputation? Yu turned away calmly, shaking his head in refusal. No, I don't need that. Please, can you let me finish what I have to say? Pei Jin crossed his arms, looking down at her with an indifferent gaze. You have 1 minute.
Fine.
Yu nodded and succinctly explained the reason behind Yu Chen's outburst. He lost control in class because you provoked him after seizing my phone. Pei Jin cast her a sidelong glance. Indeed, I provoked him, but consider this. Yu, would a rational individual resort to violence against an innocent classmate over mere words? Pei Jin's expression turned sardonic as he looked pointedly at Yu. Only those whose emotions are unrestrained would resort to such brutality to resolve issues. The recent incident at the intersection occurred for an equally unexpected reason. Noticing Yu frowning, Pei Jin recognized that she was absorbing his words and offered a well-meaning warning. Maintain your distance from your brother. The Yu family will soon resolve this matter. Yet Yu Chen is not someone to be underestimated. You must be cautious. Understood, Yu sighed, sincerely expressing her gratitude. Thank you for the reminder. The dormitory door was suddenly forced open, and she seized the opportunity to escape.
What?
Pei Jin's expression shifted as he hurried over to scrutinize her, his voice low and serious. Who? Yu glanced at him with an odd expression.
Damn.
Pei Jin clearly recognized the name, irritation flickering across his features as he brushed his hair back. What does she want from you? Is she trying to shift the blame onto me? Pei Jin's gaze turned accusatory. Do you truly believe that any wrongdoing is somehow linked to me? No. Yu hastily countered, eager to clarify the misunderstanding. You mustn't deny it. This situation genuinely originated from you. Pei Jin chuckled softly, evidently skeptical. Oh? What is the reason? Please enlighten me. She believed that I was not your girlfriend, yet still clung to you, thus harboring a disdain for me, which led her to enlist someone to confront me in the dormitory. Pei Jin curled her fingers at the edge of the table, gazing at Yu for a moment before suddenly breaking into a smile. Afterward, she responded, what she said isn't entirely incorrect. To Yu's surprise, Pei Jin seemed to share this sentiment. Yu's face paled as she reflected on her recent actions, realizing she might have overstepped her boundaries. Lowering her head, she murmured an apology. Turning to leave, she was swiftly pursued from behind. The person intervened, pulling the door she had just opened shut once more. What are you doing? Yu averted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Pei Jin leaned closer, her arms spanning the doorway, almost enveloping Yu in an embrace. A playful smile danced on her lips as she remarked, I am not mistaken. I refer to the facts. Pei Jin pinched her puffed-up cheek gently and added, the facts are correct, but the subject should be reversed. It is not you clinging to me, rather. It is I who am clinging to you. Chapter 67. Give me some time to gradually fade from your world. Pei Jin spoke these words with utmost seriousness. Yu exchanged a fleeting glance with her, her heart racing unexpectedly. What? Are you eager to flee upon seeing me? I need to go to the infirmary to check on my head, and you replied. Pei Jin's smile faded as she leaned closer, matching her shoulder to Anyu's. Anyu twisted her body in an attempt to evade her, only to be softly admonished, "Do not fidget." Having concluded her statement, Anyu felt a gentle touch upon her head, her hair being parted to reveal the injured patch of scalp. The wound is not severe. Let's have it disinfected and bandaged. Very well. Anyu acquiesced, nodding her head. Seizing the moment while Pei Jin turned to don his coat, she hastily flung open the door and darted out. The corridor on the second floor was desolate. The two proceeded one after the other to the infirmary. As Anyu stepped inside, a flurry of commotion erupted. A bespectacled young man scurried out, clutching his head, swiftly rushing past her and vanishing through the door. A voice, melodious yet laced with exasperation, echoed from within. I detest you petty ruffians who constantly brandish fighting. You scoundrel, if you come here again, I'll pummel you. Pei Jin's steps faltered, his brow furrowed, as he reached out and tugged at Anyu's arm. What is it? She questioned, turning her head in bewilderment. He, in a display of vexation, seized her and dragged her out of the infirmary's entrance. Succumbing to the weight of his final admonition, Anyu obediently accompanied him to the garage. Pei Jin, as was his custom, summoned a valet driver and conveyed Anyu to the nearest hospital to the school. After registering, he settled Anyu in the waiting area of the outpatient department before descending the stairs with the form. Anyu had just emerged from the consulting room, where the doctor had disinfected the wound and applied medicinal powder. Due to her vehement insistence, the decision to shave off the small tuft of hair atop her head was ultimately rescinded. Only medicinal powder was applied to the wound. Pei Jin felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as he observed the perceived lack of professionalism among the hospital's doctors. After much persuasion from Anyu, he reluctantly completed the payment on the first floor, his expression far from cheerful. Once back in the car, he fixed his gaze upon the top of her head for a considerable time before finally speaking. Just you wait, with that vanity of yours. Soon you'll be bald. And you shot him a sidelong glance, raising the strap of the medicine bag in her hand. But look, you bought this ointment for me. I want to go bald. Pei Jin's lips curled into a fleeting smile before he quickly regained his composure, his face stern as he turned his attention back to her. I will provide you with an explanation regarding today's incident. And you lowered her gaze to the assortment of medicines in the bag, ointments, creams, and oral medications of various kinds, and let out a soft "oh." Pei Jin leaned forward from the passenger seat, blinking at her. As for your brother's situation, since I am the catalyst of this entire affair, I will naturally manage the aftermath as well. You need not worry. Nor should you. And you raised her head at his words. What do you mean? Pei Jin bit his lip, dismissing her inquiry. It's nothing. Just ignore me. And you sensed the urgency in his tone. This careful manner of speaking was quite uncharacteristic for someone like Pei Jin. Gripping the ointment tightly, she gazed at the half-visible figure in the front seat, unable to restrain herself from calling out to him. Pei Jin. As if he had been waiting for her to say his name, he immediately leaned forward. What is it? And you looked into his fox-like eyes, uncertain of how many times she had been touched by his sincerity. She thought to herself that she too should express something in return. Thus, and you gazed at Pei Jin with the same earnestness, solemnly promising him, I will never ignore you, not in this lifetime. Pei Jin squinted slightly, sensing the searing emotions within him were on the verge of spilling over. With a tentative tone, he hesitantly inquired, if that is the case, why not give it a try? He leaned forward slightly, the seatbelt tugging at his shoulder, preventing him from reclining too far back. Yet this distance was sufficient for Anyu to perceive the rekindled light of hope in his eyes. Would you consider trying with me? And you could hear the frantic beating of her heart within her chest. Flustered, she averted her gaze, avoiding the connection between them. The occupants in the front seat remained silent for an extended period, not uttering a word. Anyu bowed her head, fearful of witnessing the disappointment etched on Pei Jin's face, of seeing the light in his eyes extinguished through repeated rejections. "It's all right." After a moment of silence, as if to offer reassurance, he fixed his gaze ahead at the flowing traffic and spoke, "Within 3 days, I will ensure that those who bullied you apologize to you one by one. And no, it's really all right." And you, anxious, looked up. "There's no need to rush. And they don't have to apologize. After all, this situation arose because of me." Pei Jin chuckled self-deprecatingly, as if speaking to himself. "I saw the photos on the forum. Lin Zixiao is the head of the network department. He contacted me to have them taken down, but I refused." And Yu was momentarily taken aback by his words. Pei Jin continued, "I thought one of the photos was quite good. It would be a pity to delete it." And Yu opened her mouth, at a loss for words during such a moment. Pei Jin seemed to sense her predicament and chose not to give her the opportunity to speak. He took a deep breath and expressed all the thoughts he had been harboring in his heart. "I apologize for the troubles I have caused you due to my actions. Affection is indeed not a solitary affair. What appears to me as romantic and joyous may, in your eyes, signify troubles and disturbances." Pei Jin chuckled lightly, lazily leaning back in the passenger seat, closing his eyes. Whispering to himself, he said, "Little classmate, grant me a moment to gather my thoughts." And Yu's fingers entwined nervously, the fabric of her clothes chafing painfully against her skin. She struggled to ask, "Gather thoughts for what?" The moment her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the car. Pei Jin, with a hint of anguish, shut his eyes tighter, turning his head away from the sunlight streaming through the window. And Yu sat rigidly in the back seat, feeling as though Pei Jin's seemingly simple words were a calm farewell to herself. He was stepping away from the delicate balance of their relationship, traversing the line between friendship and something more, untangling the chaotic threads that bound them, meticulously organizing and accounting for everything, before finally drawing a period to signify the end. Pei Jin. And you could not help but call out to him. The figure in the front seat remained still, merely covering his ears in weariness. The designated driver tapped on the window, prompting Pei Jin to open his eyes and unlock the door. He did not utter another word to her, hastily departing. As the door closed, the light from the corridor was shut out, the curtains in the room drawn, casting the space into a dim ambience. And you approached the corner of the room, crouching down to collect the shattered remnants of her phone scattered across the floor. The LCD screen was cracked in a spiderweb pattern, and the glass back was shattered. In her haste, she failed to notice a small shard of white glass that cut her hand. She stared at the tiny wound on her pinky finger, feeling the air in her nostrils grow increasingly thin. Gradually, the area on her head where the powder had been applied began to throb as well. Stumbling, and you rushed to the edge of the table, desperate to reach the plastic bag of medication that Pei Jin had given her. Rising too quickly, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collided with the corner of the table. The pain forced her to crouch down, closing her eyes and covering her forehead as she sobbed softly. Suddenly, the dormitory door was kicked open. A tall figure emerged, retrieving an item from a cart and raising it in the air, calling out to her, "Number 78, number 79. Come and get your meal." Chapter 68. "I am the roommate of patient number 79. Who are you?" And you glanced up. The newcomer was clad in a white uniform, their face obscured by a tightly fitted mask. After calling out for a while without any response from within, the person, growing impatient, placed 2 meal boxes at the door. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut again, and you blinked slowly, raising her injured hand to her eyes. The spot where the cut had been was now smooth and intact, with no blood or trace of a wound. Bewildered, she turned her head to the side, gazing at the figure wrapped tightly in blankets on the adjacent bed. Xiao Emo was sound asleep, his breathing somewhat labored, and upon closer inspection, a muffled sound emanated from his nose, as if something was obstructing it. She finished her small portion of food, then walked barefoot to the window and glanced down below. The towering black walls loomed, and the courtyard was occupied only by the occasional caregiver, hurriedly transporting boxes of medical supplies between the two buildings. And you stood silently at the open window for quite some time, long enough for her legs to grow stiff. The heat had dissipated. She carried her meal to Xiao Mo's bedside and gently shook him through the thick quilt. In a soft voice, she urged, "Wake up, it's time to eat." After several attempts, Xiao Mo finally struggled to open his eyes, withdrawing his hand from the covers to rub his eyes. And you noticed this, set down the food container, and grasped his hand, leaning down to take a closer look, uttering a single word, "Dirty." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo quickly withdrew his grimy hand and concealed it behind him. And you sat at the edge of the bed, observing him intently for a few seconds.
Xiao Montag.
"It's nice to see you again." He stared at her, speechless, his gaze unwavering. And you furrowed her brow, leaned closer, and gently inquired, "May I see your arm?" Xiao Mo quietly extended both arms. And you rolled up the sleeve of his hospital gown to inspect his arm. Finding no abnormalities at first, she then turned both hands over and immediately spotted a multitude of needle marks in the crook of his arm. Due to the frequent injections, the skin in that area bore an unnatural purplish-yellow hue. And you pressed her lips together, leaned closer to one of the spots, and softly blew on it, causing Xiao Mo to flinch back. She lowered his sleeve again and turned toward the bathroom. She took a towel, dampened it, and found a tattered cardboard box to fetch water. Gently, she wiped little Mo's hands and lifted a cold box meal beside her, patiently feeding him bite by bite. Though he remained silent, his eyes were fixed on her without blinking. Only when you brought a peeled egg to his lips would he momentarily divert his gaze, frowning as he chewed and swallowed. Not long after finishing his meal, little Mo retreated back under the covers to sleep. And you furrowed her brow, observing his silhouette, feeling that her greatest fear had indeed come to pass. While physical pain may not entirely shatter little Mo, the collapse of his spirit could. A month slipped by, and little Mo's condition showed no signs of improvement. Each week, on the final day, someone would escort him out of the ward to administer an unknown medication. Initially, he merely rose later in the mornings, but this soon escalated to an all-consuming lethargy. At times, he would sleep until noon, ignoring the grumbling of his empty stomach. Regardless of external disturbances, he remained drowsy, eyes closed, exuding an aura of despondency. And you felt powerless to intervene and found no one to turn to for help, living in a state of constant anxiety and unease. Yet, fortune smiled upon her soon after, as the situation took a turn. One morning, two on-duty nurses entered room 302 early, heading straight for little Mo. And you quietly nestled under the covers, feigning sleep, peering through the gaps in the fabric. The two newcomers wore identification badges, both ordinary caregivers. One approached the bedside, gazing at little Mo, who was cocooned like a silkworm, displaying a somewhat pained expression. The caregiver attempted to rouse him by pushing and patting, yet after 5 minutes of effort, the results were minimal. The individual curled beneath the blanket merely buried his head further within. Observing from the doorway, another person, visibly anxious, inquired, "What should we do? The family is waiting to see him. If he remains unresponsive, how can we assist him with bathing and tidying up?" The person at the bedside sighed, helplessly shrugging their shoulders. "I will try again. If that fails, you can take over." And you, listening intently, sensed something amiss. The family was here to see him? If it were the brother who had brought him in previously, there would be no need for such strenuous efforts. The more miserable Xiao Mo appeared to be, the happier his elder brother should be upon seeing him. The necessity for bathing and tidying up led in you to a realization. With a brightened expression, she descended from the bed and cheerfully approached the opposite side of Xiao Mo's bed. She looked up and asked, "Are you planning to take him to see his family? You won't be able to wake him like this." The caregiver at the bedside furrowed his brow and asked, "Why not?" And you smiled. I've shared a ward with him for several years. Lately, he sleeps soundly until the afternoon before opening his eyes. After a brief pause, she assured him, as long as he is unwilling to wake, even slapping his face would be futile. What then? The person at the doorway, hearing her words, grew increasingly anxious. He raised his hand to check the time, realizing that they were running out of it. The family was about to arrive. And you, with a cheerful demeanor, raised her hand and enthusiastically suggested, "Why not let me take over?" "What did you say?" The individual at the door thought he had misheard. "That is the family of patient number 79. Why would they wish to see you?" "I share a close relationship with him." And you turned to persuade him, stating that since they could not awaken him, it would be better to take her instead. As she leaned closer to gently shake Xiao Mo's hand, she observed that he showed no signs of waking. With a sense of relief, she turned to the caregiver and said, "Taking me over there will suffice. I know everything his family wishes to inquire about, and can convey that information." She suggested that they inform the family that Xiao Mo remains asleep and that they could meet her today, postponing their visit for another time. The two caregivers exchanged hesitant glances, their uncertainty palpable. Yet, only she understood the rapid beating of her heart at that moment. After a few minutes of tense silence, the intercom attached to the caregiver's waist crackled to life, with someone urging amidst the background noise, "Is the person coming over? Hurry! Mr. Luo has arrived." And you exhaled softly, and as anticipated, within moments, the figure standing at the bedside approached and swiftly lifted her. With an urgent tone, he said, "There's no alternative. We cannot carry him over there. You must come with us." And you smiled sweetly, arching her lips. "Of course." She then hurried to the bedside cabinet, crouched down, and retrieved an item to tuck into the pocket of her hospital gown. One of the caregivers, watching her warily, inquired, "What are you taking?" "Oh, this?" And you replied, pulling out a torn corner of a photograph. "This is a picture of Xiao Mo. He enjoys looking at it, but he accidentally tore it once." She continued to murmur as she walked, "I wish to ask his family for another one, identical to this." The two caregivers, hearing her words, did not press further and proceeded to escort Anu out of the ward. As she traversed the corridor, she was ushered into the reception room she had previously visited. This time, the space was even more immaculate than when she had encountered Yu Qin, with freshly bloomed pink roses adorning the windowsill, their fragrance wafting gently through the air. And you, feeling a sense of unease, waited for a while until the door swung open. A man clad in a gray suit entered, appearing to be in his 30s, handsome with a composed demeanor. And you was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with unspoken words. It was not until he approached her, elegantly extending his hand and offering a slight, squinting smile, that he politely inquired, "Young lady, how are you?" And you stared vacantly into his upward slanting, fox-like eyes, which bore traces of time, revealing subtle lines at the corners when he smiled. He bore a striking resemblance to Pei Jin. Captivated, she gazed for what felt like an eternity before finally placing her hand in his. "Hello, sir. My name is Anu, and I am the roommate of patient number 79. After speaking, she pressed her lips together, locking her gaze with his, and softly asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 69. When we meet again, I shall reveal my identity. My name is Luo Ji, the newcomer replied, releasing her hand and gesturing with gentlemanly grace. The attendant nearby beamed at Luo Ji with a sycophantic smile, eagerly leaning closer. "Mr. Luo, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call for me. I shall be just outside." "Very well," Luo Ji nodded, indicating for him to take his leave. Once the door closed, Anu's expression returned to one of calm. She cleared her throat nervously and turned her gaze toward him. "If I may be so bold, what is your relationship with Xiao Mo?" Anu nodded slightly and candidly admitted, "I do not know his real name." Upon hearing this, Luo Ji's expression revealed a hint of surprise. "Has he not mentioned it to you?" Anu awkwardly shook her head. I cannot claim any significant connection to him. My visit was merely a request from someone else. Upon realizing this, and you felt a tinge of disappointment as she gazed into those eyes strikingly similar to Pei Jin's. The question, "Do you know Pei Jin?" lingered on her lips. However, recalling the unanswered phone call from the previous night, and you restrained herself and refrained from speaking. She glanced at the surveillance camera in the corner and resolved to set aside unimportant matters for the time being. Xiao Mo's safety was far more pressing. With that thought, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of torn photographs, hastily thrusting them into Luo Zhi's hands. "What is this?" Luo Zhi inquired, his demeanor amiable as he opened his palm, intrigued by the photographs, casually fiddling with them. His expression shifted upon noticing a particular fragment featuring a woman. "And you?" Attentively observing his reaction, promptly added, "This is a photo of Xiao Mo. He treasures it dearly, but it was accidentally torn." She emphasized the word torn. And indeed, a hint of gravity appeared in Luo Zhi's eyes. "I earnestly request that you help find another such photograph for him," she insisted. "This photograph is unique. Taken when I was in my 20s, she continued. Luo Zhi's expression subtly altered as he noticed the bloodstains along the edges of several torn pieces. Without revealing his thoughts, he discreetly tucked the photographs into his coat, offering Anu a polite smile as he gently inquired, "Dear young lady, could you enlighten me as to why Xiao Mo did not come, and instead, it is you who stands before me? He is unable to attend." And you deliberately articulated her words with ambiguity, gazing at him with an innocent demeanor. "He has been sleeping a lot lately. It is difficult to rouse him." "Is that so?" Luo Zhi's expression visibly darkened, and he inhaled deeply before softly inquiring, "Where do you reside with him?" Discharging from a standard hospital necessitates a myriad of formalities, and it is imperative that such processes are conducted by immediate family members. This particular hospital would certainly not permit a stranger to easily take Xiao Mo away. "You are correct," Luo Zhi nodded, the tension in his demeanor easing somewhat. As he resumed the calm and collected posture he had adopted upon entering. Leaning back against the sofa, he lit a cigar, and you sat quietly, refraining from disturbing him. Amidst the swirling smoke, Luo Zhi extinguished the cigar in the ashtray before him, then seemingly casually directed a question at Anu. "My dear young lady, do you recognize the individual in the photograph?" And you pondered the woman's opulent yet somewhat antiquated attire, tentatively guessing, "Is she a relative of yours?" "Precisely," Luo Zhi replied with a faint smile. "Now, make another guess." The man before her responded in a low tone, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. And you hesitated, casting a glance at him. In that moment, Luo Zhi appeared to possess a connection to the woman in the photograph that transcended mere acquaintance. Was he a suitor of Xiao Mo's mother, or perhaps? And you could not decipher his thoughts, nor did it seem that he intended to divulge any information. All she could do was subtly remind him, "Mr. Luo, are you familiar with China Resources Group?" Luo Zhi did not disappoint her, promptly nodding in affirmation. Inquiring about the current largest real estate developer in the country, and you subtly probed, "Is this company quite powerful?" Luo Zhi chuckled softly, casting a languid glance in her direction, "Since it has established itself as the leader in the real estate sector. What do you think?" And you pressed her lips together. "Then what is your role?"
"To contend?"
Luo Zhi repeated the word thoughtfully, understanding dawning upon him. He rose, giving Anu a fleeting look. "I have long been abroad, and my company primarily focuses on foreign markets. Currently, we possess little in the domestic sphere." And you felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. "I see," she murmured. Luo Zhi nodded slightly and suddenly inquired, "Do you know how Xiao Mo came here?" And you affirmed, recalling overhearing the caregiver's casual chatter that he was brought in by his brother. "Brother?" Luo Zhi's brow furrowed as he pondered this for a moment, then bent down to affectionately ruffle Anu's hair. Seizing the opportunity while she was momentarily stunned, he left her with a parting remark, "Little girl, next time we meet. Do share my identity with you." With that, he turned and departed, listening to the caregivers at the door speaking in hushed, apprehensive tones. And you felt a sense that Luo Ji's influence in the country might not be as feeble as he portrayed, perhaps due to her timely assistance. The two caregivers who arrived in the morning treated her with relative kindness. One of them, as they were leaving, discreetly placed a bright orange tangerine into Anu's arms, whispering to her to hide the peel after eating it, lest others discover it. Anu obediently nodded, watching as they departed. It was nearly noon, and after waiting for a while, she went over to awaken Xiao Mo. He sluggishly crawled out of bed, silently leaning against the headboard. Anu picked up an orange and waved it in front of him, playfully bringing it closer to his nose. "Delicious. Isn't it fragrant? Would you like to have some?" Xiao Mo blinked dully, a single word escaping his lips. "Want." Anu nodded, gently peeling a segment and feeding it to him. In the days following Luo Ji's departure, Anu felt increasingly restless. She sensed that the man was not malevolent. He understood Xiao Mo's plight and had intentions of rescuing him. However, Anu was uncertain about the extent of what he could accomplish for Xiao Mo. Luo Ji had mentioned that Xiao Mo's brother was at the helm of the largest real estate company in the nation. Would he confront such a formidable individual to save Xiao Mo? She was not sure, so she could only wait. After nearly a week of silence, despair began to creep into Anu's heart. Yet, unexpectedly, on the 8th day after Luo Ji's departure, the caregiver brought her into the meeting room alone. Upon entering, Anu spotted the man standing by the window, leisurely gazing out at the scenery. Dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, his shoes were immaculate, their glossy tips shining as though he had just stepped down from a high-end banquet. Hearing the door open, the man turned his head. His meticulously styled hair remained perfectly in place, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, with a prominent nose and lips that appeared somewhat unfeeling due to their thinness. Anu's gaze ascended, meeting the pair of eyes concealed behind the lenses of his glasses. She had large, double eyelids, and the corners of her eyes slightly drooped, giving her a friendly demeanor.
She was not Luo Ji.
Anu felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Chapter 70. The Final Hammer of the Death Knell. "Hello, young lady." A man approached her, offering a polite smile. Anu sat on the sofa, regarding him with a wary expression.
"Who are you?"
"I don't believe we've met before." The man smiled gently, his entire countenance exuding warmth and approachability. "Indeed, this is our first encounter." He extended his hand towards Anu, introducing himself. "My name is Zhao Yang, and I am Luo Ji's personal assistant." Upon hearing that name, Anu's eyes brightened noticeably, and her wariness diminished slightly. She stood up, somewhat excitedly. "Did he send you? Where is he? Why didn't he come in person?" Zhao Yang adjusted his glasses and settled onto the sofa, gazing at her with a benevolent expression. "He is quite busy. He had to leave on a business trip at the last minute." He offered an apologetic smile and gestured to himself. "That is why he sent me to address the matters you discussed previously." "A business trip?" Anu echoed with a hint of confusion. "Is he really that busy?"
"Certainly," Zhao Yang replied.
"He is the CEO and has numerous business dealings to attend to, naturally keeping him occupied." Anu smiled at this, nodding in understanding. "I see." Seeing her reassured, the man on the sofa smiled again and, in a relaxed tone, continued the conversation. "What did President Luo discuss with you during his last visit?" Anu, with her gentle demeanor, inquired about the health and mental state of my ailing companion. Zhao Yang nodded slightly and probed further, asking, "Aside from that, did you discuss any other topics?" Anu tilted her head thoughtfully and responded, "What do you mean?" Zhao Yang clarified, "I mean matters of business, such as stocks, companies, or wills." Upon hearing the word will, Anu's heart skipped a beat. With an expression of deep contemplation, she averted her gaze, furrowing her brow. After a moment, she shook her head in distress and said to Zhao Yang, "It seems not. He only asked about my friend's well-being, and we did not converse on any other subjects." Is that so? The person across from her leaned forward, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the coffee table. His smile dimmed slightly, and his inquisitive gaze from behind his glasses swept over Anu, sitting on the sofa, and you felt her spine stiffen under his scrutiny. Embarrassed, she managed a nervous smile, uncertain of how to respond. What's the matter? Zhao Yang leisurely toyed with a business card that had mysteriously appeared in his hand, raising his head to regard her with a bemused expression. My dear young lady, can you assure me that you are speaking the truth? And you hurriedly nodded, of course. Why would I deceive you? With a soft chuckle, Zhao Yang covered his mouth momentarily before placing the business card on the table and nudging it towards Anu with his finger. He then lightly tapped the name inscribed upon it, implying, think carefully before you speak. Anu lowered her head and noticed her pupils constrict sharply. At the top of the business card, the company name was printed in bold black letters, Fengrunda Company, Limited. Below it, there was a blank line, followed by 3 familiar characters, Yu Chunwang. This was her nominal father. What does this mean? Anu's smile faded. Are you threatening me? Threatening a patient who has been confined to a mental institution for over 2 years? Zhao Yang chuckled, neither confirming nor denying her accusation. Instead, he lowered his gaze to the business card and, in a roundabout way, remarked, it is no easy feat for Mr. Yu to make a comeback. If a nascent career were to be destroyed again, he might not survive it. Would he? Anu's breath caught in her throat as she met his gaze. With utmost seriousness, she inquired, who exactly are you? Zhao Yang maintained his affable demeanor, resting his chin on one hand and smiling at her. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that from this moment on, every question I ask holds significance. Anu tightened her expression and let out a cold laugh. The Yu family is not something you can deal with so easily. Zhao Yang turned his head with keen interest, his demeanor slightly arrogant as he looked at her. Are you doubting my capabilities? Anu hung her head in silence, her fingertips anxiously twisting the hem of her garment. Noticing her defiance, Zhao Yang imperturbably rose to his feet. As he reached the door, he turned back once more and asked for the final time, did he truly say nothing? Anu resolutely shook her head, answering with unwavering certainty, no. Good. The man replied, casting her a pitying glance before pushing the door open and departing. At that time, Anu could not comprehend the profound significance reflected in his eyes, nor could she grasp why this man, Zhao Yang, would masquerade as a subordinate of Luo Ji while attempting to extract information from her. However, it was not long before she experienced the repercussions of defying him. Merely days after his departure, Anu astutely observed that the hospital aides seemed to redirect their previous harassment of Xiao Mo towards her. The true realization of this troubling shift began on the day Anu was maliciously deprived of her breakfast. 2 aides, unfamiliar to her, had replaced those who typically attended to her room. These individuals were conspicuously different from the ordinary aides. They were tall and robust, resembling security personnel at first glance. Yet, upon noticing their name tags, Anu understood they were not. It seemed Zhao Yang had deliberately sent them to torment her. Her hospital life visibly deteriorated. She no longer enjoyed a proper meal, as her breakfast porridge was either spilled on the floor or flushed down the toilet. When the monthly open day arrived, Anu watched longingly as Xiao Mo was escorted out of the room alone. As she lifted her foot to follow, she was roughly shoved backward, landing unceremoniously on the cold floor. The door to the ward slammed shut with a resounding thud, and through the glass window, she caught sight of one aide grinning malevolently at her. However, if this were the extent of her ordeal, Anu might have endured it with gritted teeth. Alas, the reprieve was fleeting. Anu soon found herself subjected to physical assaults, the reasons for which were as varied and bizarre as they were numerous. At times, it stemmed from the failure to promptly discard used meal containers in the waste bin. Occasionally, it arose from the caregiver's perception of impropriety in her gaze. Other times, it was triggered by overhearing and surreptitiously disparaging them. More often than not, however, the beatings were entirely arbitrary. Initially, it began with mere shoves, kicks, and slaps. Yet, it gradually escalated to the point where they would seize Yu by the hair, dragging her to a corner where they would subject her to a relentless barrage of kicks. In the most egregious instance, Yu's entire face was swollen, and one of her molars was dislodged, necessitating an emergency visit to the infirmary, where she was attended to by the same bespectacled and refined Dr. Song. As Yu, her eyes barely open due to the swelling, was lifted onto the emergency bed, she thought she detected a protracted sigh from the usually aloof Dr. Song. Following her treatment, the two caregivers granted her a brief respite. Yu, her neck immobilized by a plaster cast, lay in bed, utterly still. However, her mind remained acutely vigilant, her eyes fixated on the closed door, dreading the moment when the two figures would burst in and subject her to another merciless beating while she was utterly defenseless. Yu was acutely aware of her deteriorating condition, her fear now surpassing the physical pain. Conversely, each time she was assaulted, Xiao Mo would rush to her aid in a frenzy. However, he would invariably be subdued by a multitude of caregivers who would restrain him on the ground. Consequently, Xiao Mo could only watch helplessly as the events unfolded before him. His temperament grew increasingly volatile. Aside from his lengthening periods of somnolence, Xiao Mo became increasingly aggressive when awake. Apart from Yu, he would assault anyone who entered this ward, regardless of their intentions. Yet, even this did nothing to alleviate their predicament. After a week of this unilateral torment, Yu's fragile nerves were akin to a stone dangling precariously from a cliff's edge, on the verge of plummeting. It seemed as though the slightest provocation would send her crashing into an abyss of darkness. And the final toll of the death knell came from the Grim Reaper, who kowtowed to the allure of money and power. Chapter 71. Ben's Barbie purification agent, as Yu was pinned to the operating table, her head tilted back like a frog about to be dissected. She was overcome with panic. A doctor, clad in rubber gloves, injected her with a drug of unknown composition and effect. Yu was immobilized, a gag stuffed in her mouth, able only to shake her head and emit muffled, helpless whimpers. Simultaneously, in the parlor, Xiao Mo was forced onto a black sofa. His shoulders held down. Like a provoked leopard, he made guttural noises, his reddened eyes wide and fixed on the person before him. The man across the coffee table was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, a priceless Patek Philippe adorning his wrist, its emerald shimmering even in the dim room. If Yu were present, she would undoubtedly recognize the man sitting across from Xiao Mo as Zhao Yang, whom she had met once before. At this moment, Zhao Yang had removed the glasses he used for affectation, revealing the serpentine eyes he usually concealed. He cast a cold and menacing gaze at the figure seated across from him, Xiao Mo. The habitual smile that had once masked his true emotions had vanished, replaced by an unvarnished malice. Zhao Yang scrutinized the face before him, one that bore little resemblance to the person he had once known, and offered a greeting. "Long time no see, dear brother." Xiao Mo let out a derisive sound, his expression contorting into something grotesque. In an instant, as soon as the visitor spoke, he erupted with fury, violently breaking free from the grasp of his attendant behind him. He seized the ashtray resting on the table and hurled it at Zhao Yang. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, even the attendant, who had been vigilantly monitoring Xiao Mo's every movement. Zhao Yang instinctively turned his head to evade the blow, the sharp edge of the glass grazing his cheek as it flew past, crashing against the door behind him with a resounding bang. The glass shattered into countless shards, littering the floor. A few small pieces ricocheted to the edge of the table, prompting Zhao Yang to glance down before casting a frosty look at the man across from him. "Your temper remains as foul as ever, Pei Jin." The restrained figure stirred slightly, his expression growing even more menacing. Zhao Yang, or rather Pei Yang, the individual who had recently acquired over 40% of China Resources shares, The adopted son of the Pei family and the current executive president of China, he fixed his gaze upon Pei Yang, a sanguinary smile gracing his lips, and enunciated with deliberate emphasis, "You are unworthy to be the steward of Huarun." "Indeed?" Pei Yang retorted, his mirth unperturbed, as his grip intensified, the coarse fabric of the collar constricting Pei Jin's throat, eliciting a paroxysm of coughs. Pei Yang's eyes remained riveted on his counterpart's carnivorous orbs, until the ferocity within them yielded to the encroaching agony, at which point he magnanimously relinquished his hold. Observing the self-assured smile upon his face, an ominous premonition stirred within Pei Jin's breast. A figure clad in black emerged from behind Pei Yang, traversing the distance to the innermost wall of the reception room in a few strides. With a swift motion, the individual drew back the black drapes concealing the wall, revealing a transparent glass enclosure. Within the enclosure stood a medical bed, upon which a figure appeared to recline, attended by a physician garbed in a white coat. Pei Jin squinted, endeavoring to discern the individual standing beside the bed. The physician, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, deftly fractured a glass ampoule, drawing the liquid contents into a syringe. Once the ampoule was emptied, he did not immediately discard it into the receptacle for medical waste. Instead, he approached the glass wall, rotating the ampoule slightly. Pei Jin shielded his impaired right eye, straining to decipher the inscription etched upon the ampoule in blue ink, phenobarbital. As a recipient of long-term injections, Pei Jin was intimately familiar with the drug's effects. Yet, he remained perplexed as to Pei Yang's intentions and could only observe with cautious curiosity. Assured that he had apprehended the inscription, the physician raised the ampoule once more, displaying its base. Upon seeing the words purification agent, Pei Jin sprang to his feet. The attendants and bodyguards behind him rushed forward to restrain him, pressing his head firmly against the cold glass surface of the table. The individual seated across from him let out a short, mocking laugh, while a nearby bodyguard bent down to retrieve a cigar from his coat, offering it to Pei Yang. He accepted it, taking a drag and exhaling a perfect smoke ring. With a curious glance at the man pinned to the table, he inquired, "What's the matter? Have you guessed what I intend to do?" Pei Jin emitted a hoarse shout, "Don't touch her." The smile on Pei Yang's face faded, and he shifted slightly, gesturing for the doctor to bring the person closer. He then tilted his head to regard Pei Jin, his tone laced with jealousy and malice. "Why should I still heed your words at this juncture?" Pei Jin watched as the doctor maneuvered the bed behind the glass wall closer. He stepped onto a footrest, raising the head of the bed, gradually revealing the face of the person lying there. The moment he recognized and used tear-streaked visage, Pei Jin's clenched fist behind him tightened painfully.
How about that?
Pei Yang chuckled, observing the change in Pei Jin's expression. Propping himself leisurely on his arm, he asked, "Peita Xiaoya, have you remembered where the will is?" Pei Jin bit his lip, remaining silent for a long moment, the metallic taste of rust quickly spreading across his tongue. Pei Yang, growing impatient, reached out to pat his face, urging him, "I warn you, my patience is finite." As soon as he finished speaking, the doctor standing by the bed in the glass room raised the syringe and began to roll up a new sleeve. Pei Jin suddenly struggled and shouted, "Don't touch her." Pei Yang casually strolled to the glass wall and tapped it with his hand. Turning to look at him, he said, "Whether the doctor touches her or not depends on whether you can remember where the will is." With a malicious grin, he addressed Pei Jin. "How about this? This syringe of purified medicine will be injected into this young girl's body after I count to 3. The moment you recall the location of the will, the injection will cease." With that, he extended 3 fingers towards Pei Jin and began to count. 1, 2, 3. As the third count resonated, Pei Jin abruptly shot up from the table, breaking free from the grip on his arm with astonishing force. In an unbelievable maneuver, he kicked the nurse restraining him in the waist. The latter let out a muffled groan, his upper body leaning back as he toppled over, landing directly behind the sofa. Pei Yang, taken aback, had not anticipated that Pei Jin, despite being so tormented, still possessed the strength to resist. Observing the man before him escape his confinement in a matter of moments and engage in a scuffle with several bodyguards, Pei Yang's expression shifted, and he sharply commanded those behind him, "Quickly, go and subdue him." Receiving the order, the individuals behind him dashed around the sofa towards Pei Jin. Noticing the reinforcements arriving, Pei Jin showed no inclination to linger. He swiftly kicked down two approaching bodyguards and leaped onto the table, charging toward Pei Yang. Upon hearing Yu's name, Pei Jin's gaze darkened as he swiftly overturned the table and lunged towards him. Pei Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, he found himself pinned to the ground by Pei Jin's foot on his leg. Outside, screams echoed, while Pei Jin, wielding the reclaimed wooden rifle, coldly chambered around and slowly raised it towards the man beneath him. "Don't act impulsively," Pei Yang exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his anxious eyes fixated on the muzzle of the rifle. Several bodyguards behind him raised their weapons in defiance against Pei Jin, yet the presence of their boss in Pei Yang's grasp rendered them hesitant to act. Unfazed by the imminent threat to his life from those behind him, Pei Jin glanced at the doctor behind the glass door, pressed his lips together, and coldly instructed the fallen Pei Yang, "Tell them to open the door." Chapter 72. No light to be seen. Understood. Pei Yang signaled to a nearby bodyguard. The man in black approached and tapped twice on the glass wall. As all eyes were fixed upon it, the glass slowly ascended, revealing Dr. Song, who emerged pushing a gurney. Pei Jin swiftly redirected the rifle's aim to Pei Yang's head. Lowering his gaze to the syringe in Song's hand, he commanded coldly, "Inject it completely." "Hurry!" Dr. Song raised both hands. The transparent liquid expelled from the needle until not a single drop remained, after which he tossed the syringe onto the floor before him. Pei Jin exhaled in relief. Shifting his focus to Yu, he stepped forward, positioning Pei Yang protectively in front of him, gesturing for others to step back, and then made his way directly to the bedside. Reclining above, Yu's brow glistened with a mixture of perspiration and tears, her disheveled hair clinging to her temples as she gazed upon him with a face etched with trepidation. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Jin delivered a forceful kick to Pei Yang's waist, eliciting a cry of agony as the latter stumbled, his torso collapsing onto the edge of Yu's bed. Pei Jin, brandishing his firearm, aimed it at the back of his head, urging him to release the bonds. A flicker of animosity flashed across Pei Yang's countenance. Yet compelled by the menacing barrel, he relented and untied the delicate cords that restrained Yu's limbs. Once liberated, Yu, with a sob, extricated herself from the medical cot, her senses reeling as she lunged toward Pei Jin. He retreated a step, deftly holstering his weapon to embrace her, enveloping the fragile girl in his arms. After removing the gag from her mouth, Pei Jin cradled her head against his chest, raising his firearm to confront the recovering Pei Yang. In the instant Yu sought refuge, Pei Yang seized the opportunity to break free, swiftly retreating behind a contingent of bodyguards. Now, his gaze fixated upon the besieged couple, his eyes gleaming with a predatory fervor. Addressing Pei Jin, he chuckled with calculated composure. "Naive sibling, there is no escape for you." Pei Jin remained silent, his lips pressed into a firm line. Yu, nestled against his chest, wept softly for a time, her emotions gradually subsiding. She disentangled herself from Pei Jin's embrace, her eyes blazing as she confronted Pei Yang. "Did you address him as your sibling?" Pei Yang offered a subtle smile, betraying no sense of impropriety. "I presume you are acquainted with my reputation." Yu turned to regard the man at her side, her gaze sweeping across his face as she clenched her fists. Turning back toward Pei Yang, she uttered with vehemence, "A scoundrel such as yourself is unworthy of being anyone's kin." Upon the mention of Yu Qin, and Yu's expression darkened momentarily, yet she quickly rallied her spirits, defiantly glaring at him, proclaiming, "There are scoundrels in this world beyond just you." "Well said," Pei Yang replied, a flicker of malice crossing his face as his gaze darkened upon the two before him. With a sardonic chuckle, he added, regrettably, "It seems that today this unfortunate pair of star-crossed lovers shall fall into the hands of a scoundrel like me." As he concluded his statement, his bodyguards began to encroach upon them menacingly. Pei Jin swiftly pulled Yu behind him, stepping forward to shield her completely. Yu grasped the hem of his hospital gown, attentively observing the movements of their adversaries while desperately contemplating ways to defuse the tense standoff. Realizing her current position was a liability, she resolutely addressed the individuals ahead. "Xiao Mo, if a fight breaks out, you should escape if you can. Do not concern yourself with me." The man in front remained silent, merely extending a hand to forcefully push her back into safety. After a few minutes of stalemate, the door to the reception room was suddenly kicked open with a resounding crash. A group of uniformed police officers stormed in, weapons drawn, commanding both parties in a stern voice, "Police, do not move. Raise your hands." Pei Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he looked towards the entrance, where he spotted a figure striding in confidently. Simultaneously, Yu's voice resonated with surprise, "Mr. Luo." Luo Ji entered the room, following a contingent of police officers. Upon hearing Yu's exclamation, he turned his head, signaling her with his eyes to remain calm. Surrounded by the police, Pei Yang's men found themselves cornered. While Luo Ji approached, casting a smile at the young man opposite him, though it bore an icy undertone. He spoke, "Long time no see, Xiaoyang." Pei Yang's voice resounded, akin to a creature ensnared in a hunter's trap, his gaze menacing as he fixed it upon Luo Ji. "Who leaked the news to you?" Luo Ji replied, "You should consider yourself fortunate that I only learned the truth behind Luo Miao's death now." With that, he suppressed his smile. When Luo Ji was devoid of mirth, his fox-like eyes, strikingly similar to Pei Jin's, appeared cold and indifferent, exuding an intangible sense of oppression. He disregarded the ominous dark mouth of the wooden gun barrel before him, taking a step forward to stand directly in front of Pei Yang. Gazing at that face, Luo Ji disdainfully remarked, "You and your mother are akin to foul insects crawling out of a gutter. Even if one were to swat you dead, the tainted blood would still sully one's hands." His insulting words instantly darkened Pei Yang's countenance. "Do you think everyone grows up with a silver spoon in their mouth, free from want, without competition, with heaps of cash presented before them?" With that, Pei Yang spat vehemently onto the ground. He stared at the individual before him, unabashedly asserting, "Until that woman is dealt with, when will my mother ever have the opportunity to enter the prestigious Pei family properly?" Before Luo Ji could respond, Yu, who had been hiding behind Xiao Mo, gasped in surprise. She reached out, gently poking the back of the person in front of her, inquiring, "Is he from the Pei family? Isn't he your brother?" Xiao Mo did not immediately reply. Instead, he slightly shifted his body, preparing to shield her, intending to explain later. Yu pressed her lips together, her eyes filled with uncertainty as she gazed at Xiao Mo's waist. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she reached out to touch the scar, feeling a sudden stiffness in her palm. Xiao Mo turned his head to glance at her, inquiring, "What's wrong?" Yu softly asked, "When did you sustain this injury?" 3 years ago, she replied, and Xiao Mo turned his gaze away once more. On the stage, Luo Ji was visibly incensed by Pei Yang's shameless remarks, the usual warmth in his demeanor evaporating. He cast a weary glance at Pei Yang, dismissively waving his hand towards the nearby officer. "Please, Officer Li, apprehend him." Pei Yang's complexion turned ashen, his grip on the wooden gun frozen for an extended moment. It was only when surrounded by several police officers who sternly admonished him that he gradually lowered the weapon, releasing it with a forced smile. "Officers, do not be alarmed. It is all a misunderstanding." As a group of officers subdued him, his bodyguards reluctantly surrendered as well. Departing from the scene of the arrest, Luo Ji swiftly approached Anu, observing the ominous muzzle of the wooden gun before him. He gently reassured her, "Do not worry. Everything is under control. I shall handle what comes next." Pei Jin felt a heavy fog enveloping his mind, a familiar drowsiness washing over him. He bit down hard on his tongue to rouse himself, slowly lowering his hand. Struggling to muster his energy, he called out, "Uncle." Luo Ji replied, his eyes reddening as he regarded his nephew's disfigured face, guilt and remorse propelling him towards Pei Jin. With a trembling voice, he uttered, "I'm sorry. I never anticipated this, especially after your mother's departure." "You are not to blame," Pei Jin interjected, extending his hand to draw Anu, who had been hiding behind him, into view. He curved his lips into a smile, directing his gaze towards Luo Ji. "You must have met her. Her name is Anu."
I.
Pei Jin pondered for a moment before introducing her once more, meeting Anu's astonished gaze. "She was my girlfriend during my university years." Luo Ji chuckled, gently ruffling Anu's hair, and said with a tone of reassurance, "Yes, I have met her. She is a wonderful child." After speaking, he turned his attention to Pei Jin. "The last time we met, she mentioned she was unaware of your true name. I wonder if there might be some misunderstanding between you. Perhaps you should take the time to clarify." Pei Jin nodded, acknowledging. "I heard from her that she seemed to have bumped her head and forgotten certain things." "I see," Luo Ji replied, bending down to half-squat before Anu. His eyes filled with warmth as he regarded her. "Little girl, do you now understand my identity?" Anu replied with a dazed expression. Luo Ji then stood upright and pointed to Pei Jin, adding, "For any unclear matters, you can inquire about them with this rascal after we step outside."
All right.
Anu responded, feeling as if everything she was experiencing was merely a dream. Xiao Mo had transformed into Pei Jin, who was now holding her hand and declaring himself her college sweetheart. And now, they were about to leave the hell that had ensnared them for years. Pei Jin lowered his gaze, studying Anu for a few seconds before he could not resist brushing his lips against hers. He then spoke softly, "Follow me. Let us go outside first." Anu, feeling a bit dazed, replied, "Okay." Hand in hand, they walked into the corridor, and as Pei Jin inadvertently glanced down, his steps faltered for a moment. Anu had just lifted her gaze to catch sight of the wooden barrel in his hand when an overwhelming wave of dizziness suddenly washed over her mind. Her advancing leg faltered, collapsing weakly after only a half-step. Pei Jin, who was ahead, felt a sudden weight in his hand. Turning around, he saw Anu had slumped to the ground. His expression hardened, and he shoved the pistol into his bosom, crouching down to scoop her up. His voice tinged with alarm. "What's wrong? Are you exhausted?" Anu dazedly opened her eyes, gazing at the face that was only inches away from her own. She wanted to reach out and touch him, but after lifting her hand with great effort, it merely trembled in the air, every part of her arm and fingertips limp. Soon she couldn't move at all. Anu's eyes widened as she suddenly recalled the vial of liquid the doctor had injected into her body when she was first pushed into the glass enclosure. She immediately understood. Pei Yong possessed a heart as cold and unyielding as steel. It wasn't enough for him to capture her to threaten Pei Jin, to force him to reveal the will. He wanted Pei Jin to lose the most important thing to him, and then watch helplessly as he lost the most important person. Pei Yong wanted her dead. The purified phenobarbital that Dr. Song pretended to discard in front of him was merely a ruse to deceive everyone. The real purified phenobarbital had been injected into her body the moment Xiao Mo sat down in the parlor. At this moment, Anu finally understood what had happened. She struggled to open her mouth, wanting to tell Pei Jin in these final moments of her life. But it was too late. The excessive amount of phenobarbital, after settling in her bloodstream for more than half an hour, had already permeated her entire body. Only a faint gasp escaped her lips, and she felt as if she had been injected with a large dose of anesthetic. Her stomach churned, and she felt dizzy and nauseous, unable even to open her mouth wide enough to breathe. As every sinew in her frame relinquished its tension, a trickle of saliva escaped from Yu's slackened mouth, which she had no time to close. Darkness encroached upon her vision, an all-consuming ebony tide that extinguished the corridor's luminescence. In the final instant before succumbing to brain death, she discerned the violent report of firearms erupting around her. Something hurtled from the inky abyss, a metallic roar and searing heat accompanying its passage, and pierced the chest of the person behind her. Pei Jin managed only a hushed invocation of her name in Yu, before the torrent of blood choked his voice. Moments later, the body that embraced her, along with her own collapsing form, gradually stiffened and grew frigid upon the ground. Chapter 73. What brings you to this place? And Yu felt herself adrift in a dream. In this reverie, the taciturn Xiao Mo transformed into Pei Jin of 5 years hence. He cradled a lifeless body, his face a mask of grief, as he traversed a lengthy corridor. Upon pushing open a door, and Yu beheld a courtyard awash in the pulsating hues of police car lights. Pei Jin hoisted the now cold body onto his shoulder and retrieved a black pistol from his pocket. He stood before the building, his gaze manic, his expression composed. Through his eyes, and Yu saw Pei Yang, handcuffed, being escorted into a police vehicle. The man before the building, the instant the perpetrator was securely seated, unflinchingly pulled the trigger.
No.
And Yu surged forward, desperate to stop him, only to find her body insubstantial, her hand passing through Pei Jin's form. She pivoted abruptly, the speeding bullet traversing the expanse of several dozen meters with alacrity, shattering the glass of the car window. Then, to Pei Yang's incredulous dismay, it pierced his scapula. The officers flanking him, responsible for the escort, promptly rose, extracting their firearms from their holsters. Having located the bullet's origin, they aimed their weapons at Pei Jin, who stood before the building. Despite the vociferous admonitions of those around him, Pei Jin remained impervious. To the astonishment of the onlookers, he swiftly chambered a round, resolutely firing a second shot. The bullet pierced Pei Yang's heart. Simultaneously, a fusillade of gunfire erupted from all around. Halt! Amidst Luo Ji's alarmed and indignant cries, an officer nearest the building discharged his weapon. The projectile, propelled with swift precision, struck Pei Jin, and Yu cried out in alarm, desperately attempting to shield him, but to no avail. She could perceive everything unfolding before her, yet she could neither touch nor obstruct it. She was relegated to the role of a powerless spectator. Pei Jin, felled by the gunshot, cradled the person in his arms, his body sliding down the revolving glass doors of the lobby until he slumped to the ground. And Yu rushed to his side. A profusion of crimson blood gushed from his chest. Pei Jin coughed, his trembling hands clutching the person in his arms, tears streaming from his eyes. He leaned down, whispering a tender endearment into the corpse's ear.
And you.
The surrounding milieu came to an abrupt standstill at this utterance, and Yu's eyes widened as she beheld Xiao Mo planting a kiss upon the corpse's brow. As he did so, the disheveled strands of hair that framed the deceased's face were gently brushed aside. A face emerged, strikingly familiar. It was hers, and Yu awoke, gasping for breath, her heart still racing. Disoriented and unaware of her surroundings, she was roughly shoved out of the car. The voice of Yu Qin resonated from behind her, and Yu, in a daze, lifted her gaze to behold the imposing black gate before her. Adjacent to it, a long signboard with white background and black letters read, Zhongqing 4th Mental Hospital. Why was she here? As she fixated on those characters for a fleeting moment, fragmented memories surged through her mind. In the first semester of her sophomore year, the Yu family faced financial ruin due to her father's failed investments, plunging them into a debt crisis. Her mother pressured her to approach Pei Jin in hopes of a turnaround. She successfully ingratiated herself with Pei Jin and gained his trust, officially becoming his girlfriend. Pei Jin leveraged his connections to assist the Yu family. However, Yu Chen later confronted Pei Jin, revealing the truth about Yu's intentions. Consequently, Pei Jin proposed a breakup. She, under the Yu family's coercion, had exploited him. Now, she found herself leaving the scene of her and Pei Jin's demise 5 years hence. Transported back 2 years prior to that fateful moment, the day Yu Chen had admitted her to the mental institution. The recollections she had glimpsed were likely memories of events that transpired after that sophomore year. Suddenly, Yu snapped back to reality, her pupils constricting in panic as she turned and cried out, "I don't want to go in there." "What?" Regretting it now. Yu Chen leaned against the car door, his eyes still slightly red from their earlier altercation. He retrieved a small box from his pocket, extracted a white pill from its compartment, and swallowed it dry, without a sip of water. In a hushed tone, he instructed her, "Behave yourself, and refrain from testing my limits any further." As his words echoed, the heavy iron door creaked open behind him. A refined doctor, adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles and clad in a white coat, emerged alongside several attendants. Upon noticing the figure at the entrance, the doctor courteously greeted, "Mr. Yu, is this the family member here to complete the admission procedures?" Yu Chen let out a cold snort, seizing Yu's wrist and pulling her forward to the threshold. Releasing her, he responded, "Yes, it is she. If she proves unruly, feel free to handle her as you see fit. Once she learns her lesson, notify me to come collect her." He concluded with a final remark, "Just ensure she remains in one piece." The doctor nodded slightly, presenting a formulaic smile. "Rest assured, Miss N, we can manage her condition with ease." "Indeed," Yu Chen replied, casting a distracted glance at him, exerting a gentle pressure as he nudged Yu closer to his side. "Take good care of her," he added, before turning away without a trace of reluctance. Yu was escorted into the courtyard by attendants, one on either side. Observing the familiar figure striding ahead, she could not help but let out a derisive laugh, taunting, "Are you this heartless with everyone?" "This is not heartlessness. It is a matter of balance," he retorted. "Is that so?" Yu chuckled. "If it were you being admitted today instead of me, would you still dare to accept it so unreservedly?" With a mocking expression, she gazed at him and added, "Dr. Song, are you not afraid that this modest hospital might attract the ire of those one ought not to provoke?" Dr. Song, clad in a white coat, adjusted his glasses and smiled slightly, countering her inquiry, "How do you know that Yu Chen has never been admitted here?" And Yu, taken aback, lifted her gaze sharply. "What do you mean by that?" Dr. Song curved his lips, extending a few fingers before her eyes. "4 years ago, he stayed with me for over half a month." "What did you say?" And Yu's expression morphed into one of astonishment as she stared at him. "Who brought him here?" Dr. Song lowered his head slightly, donning an expression of professional detachment. "Miss N, these are answers you need not seek." "Who informed you that my surname is Song?" And Yu replied stiffly, "That is a question you need not know the answer to." At her response, Dr. Song chuckled, observing her with intrigue. "Your demeanor differs somewhat from the profile Mr. Yu provided. Is that so?" And Yu shrugged nonchalantly. His description might pertain to the person I was 4 years ago. With that, she turned her head, her gaze mischievous as she leaned in closer to whisper in his ear, "Let me share a secret with you. The day I died just happened to be my birthday. Do you know what that signifies?" Dr. Song, maintaining his calm demeanor, retorted, "What does it signify?" And Yu laughed heartily, replying, "It signifies that I have matured. Take her to the ward." And Yu made no attempt to resist, obediently following the 2 individuals. They bore no-name tags and donned black leather boots that seemed incongruous with the institution's attire. They were not caregivers but members of the security team. Upon entering the elevator, the 2 escorted her to the 3rd floor. As Yu passed by the duty room, she cast a glance inside.
A stranger, a nurse said,
occupied the space. It appeared that this hospital frequently rotated its aides. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at room 302, where one individual stepped forward to unlock the door. while another gave you a gentle shove from behind. She stumbled forward, nearly toppling headfirst into the room. With a sigh, she turned to find herself face to face with a complex expression. Inside room 302, Pei Jin, whose visage remained unmarred, sat on a nursing bed near the window, gazing at her with astonishment. After a prolonged moment, he furrowed his brow, his sharp fox-like eyes wide with a hint of naive curiosity. Then he inquired, "Why are you here?" Chapter 74. Unintentionally trapped in a time loop and you blinked innocently. I suppose it might be an unintentional descent into a time loop, Pei Jin responded. What nonsense is that? He shot her a sidelong glance, turning his head away with a disdainful pout. Don't think you can keep trying to get close to me. Do you really take me for a fool? Have you forgotten how you deceived me once? Despite having an inkling of the situation, hearing Pei Jin articulate it left you in disbelief. Did I really listen to the Yu family and deceive you? Pei Jin dismissed her with a roll of his eyes, turning away. And Yu hesitated before settling onto her own hospital bed, staring at his back in a daze. At that moment, while Pei Jin bore no visible injuries, he appeared considerably thinner compared to how she had seen him at school. The contours of the jawbone were starkly defined, nearly devoid of semblance. Yet, fortunately, his spirit remained intact. He harbored resentment within, casting a cold demeanor towards her. And Yu, undeterred, sat quietly for a moment before devising a means to appease him. Initially, she endeavored to explain herself, cautiously approaching Pei Jin with her words. I did not intend it at that time. I had my own struggles. Pei Jin tilted his head slightly, his lips as acerbic as ever. What struggles? Were you not accustomed to such matters the first time around? Would you like me to find you a therapist for some guidance? And Yu, feeling awkward, scratched her head. No, it was the Yu family leveraging their favors. I was quite young then, easily manipulated by mere words. Young?
How young?
Pei Jin narrowed his characteristic fox-like eyes, his gaze towards her chilling. I am merely a year older than you. Did you not consider the sincerity of my feelings when you professed your affection? I am sorry. And Yu murmured, her head bowed, acknowledging her fault. Upon hearing her admission, Pei Jin snorted disdainfully and turned away, lying on the bed with his back to her. After a moment of silence, Yu leaned closer to inquire, why did your brother send you here? Was there no one at home to prevent this? Startled by his dismissive attitude, she hesitated to respond until Pei Jin, in a sullen tone, added, Do you not have feelings for Yu Qin? If so, cease your provocations towards me. And Yu, taken aback, shook her head. I do not harbor any affection for him. How could you think that? Pei Jin scoffed at her words. Not fond of him? Then why did you put me in such an embarrassing position during your declaration? You're not a fan of the idea that I got engaged right after graduation? Has the wedding date been set since a year has elapsed? And Yu was taken aback by his inquiry, shaking her head repeatedly and stammering. And no, it's not. And Yu, Pei Jin implored wearily, rubbing his temples. I'm currently in a vulnerable position. Please, I beg you, cease tormenting me. It's not what you think. And Yu was anxious, but her clumsy nature prevented her from knowing how to placate him. She sighed, and for a moment, she and Pei Jin were locked in a stalemate. In the days that followed, no matter how hard Yu tried to please him, Pei Jin remained aloof and unwilling to engage. She knew that her past impure motives for being with him had become a knot in Pei Jin's heart. However, Yu couldn't find a way to ease their relationship and could only endure this awkward situation. The turning point came on an evening a few days later when members of the security team appeared in the hospital room. Pei Jin's expression changed when he saw them, and Yu was also nervous. However, this time, she didn't hide to the side as before. She bravely stood in front of Pei Jin, facing the two attendants, and stammered, What do you want from me? The leader didn't even glance at her, pushing her aside. His eyes were cold as he said, Get out of the way. Don't interfere. Pei Jin jumped off the bed, his face cold as he confronted them. What? You dare to cause me trouble again.
That?
One of them chuckled, his tone laced with resentment.
Who do you think you are?
We've seen tougher individuals than you. The ringleader, growing impatient, drew an electric baton from his waist. Enough talk. Tie him up and strip him. Damn it. Pei Jin cursed, seizing a pillow from the bed and hurling it at the approaching figure. If you're not going to treat me like a human being, then be prepared for a fight to the finish.
Watch out.
Seeing the enraged caregiver about to strike Pei Jin's head with the electric baton, and you grabbed her blanket and lunged forward. Usually, when they came to seize Pei Jin, there were no outsiders in the room, and the caregivers never paid attention to the small and weak in you. In the heat of the moment, they were caught off guard, and she managed to throw the blanket over the two leading men. And you had barely scrambled up from the ground when Pei Jin seized the opportunity to kick the electric batons from their hands. He panted, scooping her up from the floor, and hissed, "Are you courting death? Why did you jump into this mess?" And you, far from being offended by Pei Jin's scolding, understood that he was concerned for her. She smiled sweetly at him, taking the chance to move closer and whisper, "Don't be stubborn, yield when you must." "What are you saying?" Pei Jin's eyes widened. "You want me to meekly let these people beat me?" He gripped Inyu's arm, his emotions running high. "Do you realize what they'll do to me if I surrender?" A tinge of compassion flickered within Inyu's eyes as her fingertips delicately traced his countenance. "I understand," she murmured softly, "but by opposing them, can you truly evade the events that are to follow?" Pei Jin relinquished her hand, his expression hardening into a cold mask of silence. And you sighed, offering a conciliatory tug on his sleeve. "Heed my words," she implored. "Shield your head. Allow them to vent their anger with a few blows, and we shall devise a solution thereafter." As her words concluded, the two individuals on the ground had already sprung to their feet, casting aside the covers. One of them, brandishing a stun baton, charged towards Inyu, his voice erupting in a furious tirade. "You little brat, you've got a death wish." Pei Jin's countenance shifted in alarm as he lunged forward, but Inyu, with an imperceptible shake of her head, halted his advance. Observing his compliance, she swiftly crouched to the ground, shielding her head with her arms, a feigned terror lacing her voice. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't strike me." Her abrupt capitulation caught even the menacing orderly off guard, causing his momentum to falter. The baton, once raised high, descended with diminished force, its impact on Inyu's back far less severe than anticipated. She emitted a stifled groan, promptly summoning forth a stream of tears, her sobs painting a picture of abject misery. "Please, no more." "I'm sorry." The orderly, witnessing her distress, appeared hesitant, poised with the stun baton, contemplating whether to proceed. However, a voice from the doorway interjected, "Don't dally with her. Attend to the matter at hand. Subdue the boy first." Upon hearing these words, Inyu's heart clenched with apprehension, and she cast a fleeting glance at Pei Jin from her crouched position. As a blow landed upon her waist, she remained silent, hunching further into herself, her head buried in her arms. Inyu breathed a sigh of relief. Several caregivers surged forward, seizing the opportunity to land a few punches on him. Pei Jin gritted his teeth, enduring the blows without excessive resistance. Subsequently, he was securely bound and placed on the hospital bed, prepared for transport. However, as the door was about to close, the lead caregiver remarked to a colleague, "This brat has been unruly. Once he emerges from the doctor's office, let us toss him into solitary confinement for a few days." The other person nodded in agreement, understood. "We shall proceed as you say." Upon hearing this, Inyu became visibly anxious. Solitary confinement is a place where even a normal person might emerge with issues after being locked away for 3 to 5 days. Moreover, it seemed this would be Pei Jin's first experience in such a predicament. Contemplating this, Inyu scanned the room for a solution and seized a thermos from the table. She called out to the last caregiver remaining to close the door, "Hey, big brother." The caregiver looked up, puzzled, just in time to see a thermos filled with water hurtling towards him. Chapter 75. Everything I do for you with the warm water bottle in hand, and you successfully confined herself to the solitary room ahead of schedule. After nearly 2 hours in the dark chamber, she heard footsteps approaching in the corridor outside. Pei Jin was shoved into the adjacent room, and she caught the sound of his body hitting the floor, accompanied by a muffled groan. Then came the young master's disdainful complaints. What on earth is this wretched place? And you recalled the scene she first witnessed upon awakening in the confinement room, chuckling softly as she tapped lightly on the thin wall panels. After a few seconds of silence from the adjacent space, a series of rustling sounds emerged. Pei Jin evidently struggled to acclimate to the oppressive darkness. As he approached, he stumbled over something underfoot, seemingly losing his balance yet stifling any sound. Quickly regaining composure and moving to lean against the wall, estimating that he was nearly upon her, and you tapped twice more. Pei Jin, leaning against the wall, murmured, "Who's there? Trying to scare me? I'm not afraid of you." And you felt somewhat exasperated and replied, "I'm not trying to frighten you. It's me."
And you?
Pei Jin exclaimed in surprise. "How did you end up here?" "Oh, you left early and probably didn't see," she explained while feeling her way in the darkness, finding a relatively dry spot to sit. She continued, "I accidentally hit the caregiver with your water bottle, and in his fury, he threw me in here." Pei Jin's tone reflected disbelief as he responded, "Didn't you say not to resist? What's with this new act?" And you fell silent for a moment, unable to conjure a plausible excuse, and decided to speak the truth. "Honestly, I was worried you might be scared, so I came to keep you company." With that, she tapped the wall again and added, "See? With someone to talk to like this, even if they lock you up for 3 to 5 days, it wouldn't be boring, would it? The person you knew before wasn't the complete version of me," she stated earnestly. "Why not forget the times I deceived you and take the opportunity to get to know me anew over these past few months?" Pei Jin rolled his eyes in the darkness, questioning whether he had become addicted to bullying her. As he spoke, he extended his hand, mimicking and used earlier actions, and struck the wall with considerable force. He threatened, "And do you believe I wouldn't dare to deal with you?" Recalling her previous experience of being confined in the villa, Anu decisively shook her head. "I never thought that. I know you can be quite stubborn when you set your mind to it." Pei Jin huffed, leaning against the wall in silence. After squatting for a while, Anu grew tired of waiting for him to respond, so she curled up, hugged her knees, and dozed off. To her surprise, she awoke to find it was night. She began to dream repeatedly. In her dream, she saw herself walking hand in hand with Pei Jin, passing by Yuchen. The brother who had always doted on her stood at the center of the banquet with Yu family's parents, holding a champagne glass, smiling and uttering words of blessing. However, as Pei Jin turned her towards the next table, Yuchen suddenly smashed his glass in a small room and erupted into a frantic argument with Yu's mother. The neatly tailored tailcoat had 2 buttons violently torn off, and he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a bloodied wound wrapped in gauze. The typically aloof Yu mother, now sobbing, rushed towards him, grasping her son's hand in despair, pleading, "Please, do not harm yourself any further. It was our fault before, but now you can see that young Master Pei truly cherishes her and holds her dear. In our current predicament, how do you intend to vie for a woman with him? Are you out of your mind?" Yu Chen's expression was sinister. His face engulfed in the shadows of the window corner, his gaze fierce. It seemed as if he felt no pain, gripping his scarred hand tightly, obstinately staring at his mother. "I don't care. She was raised by the Yu family. She is destined to belong to me." And Yu shivered at that expression. And in the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. In the back garden of the school, Yuchen stood resolutely on the stone path before her and Pei Jin. Pei Jin's face was not pleasant. He coldly inquired, "What is it? Are you certain she stays by your side solely because of her affection for you? What else could it be?" Pei Jin looked down at him. "Is there any other reason?" Yuchen scoffed, shifting his gaze to the somewhat timid Yu, and retorted to Pei Jin, "Why not ask her?" Pei Jin frowned, tightening his grip on Yu's hand that hung by her side, coldly refusing. "No need. I have confidence in myself. Please move aside. She will be late for class." "Young Master Pei, confidence is commendable." Yu Qin stepped forward, retrieving an object from his pocket and presenting it to Pei Jin. Simultaneously, he regarded him with a hint of derision, but arrogance is not guaranteed. Upon recognizing the item in his hand, the figure hiding behind Pei Jin trembled slightly. Pei Jin evidently noticed, turning to her, "And you, what is it?" "You can take it and listen for yourself to find out." Yu Qin fixated his gaze on Yu without blinking and, unceremoniously, approached her to thrust the recording pen into Pei Jin's hands. Pei Jin, holding it without pressing any buttons, felt the rising panic of the person he was tethered to. Upon noticing this, Yu, her face streaked with tears, withdrew her hand from Pei Jin's grasp and choked out an apology. "I'm sorry. I deceived you." Upon hearing these words, Pei Jin's expression bore an unexpected calmness. He offered a soothing smile, his tone steady. "Oh, what did you deceive me about? Pray enlighten me." And Yu's sobs grew more pronounced, evoking a sense of pity. Pei Jin furrowed his brow, poised to turn and embrace her, yet Yu, standing beside him, instinctively stepped back in alarm. "In truth, I do not harbor feelings for you. My deliberate approach was compelled by others."
Is that so?
Pei Jin's outstretched arm froze midair, and after a moment's pause, he let it fall, his eyes quietly scrutinizing the individual before him. The warmth in his voice had noticeably diminished. "Continue, please." The person opposite him felt a surge of anxiety at his expression, hesitating to approach him for comfort, opting instead to wipe her tears. Through her tears, she explained, "They pressured me to beseech you to aid the Yu family. Thus, however, the subsequent events were well known to all, and she could not utter them in Pei Jin's presence." Ultimately falling silent, her head bowed in despair. Standing nearby, Yu Qin, relishing the unfolding drama, interjected to complete her sentence. He seemed to ponder the profound implications of her words for a moment before quietly inquiring, "On what grounds?" To the onlookers, his expression remained inscrutable. Only Yu, standing directly opposite him, could discern the disappointment and anger reflected in his fox-like eyes. Pei Jin took a step forward, lowering his head as he softly inquired, "Yu, did you, under the guise of being my girlfriend, suggest something to the people from Haiqing while waving the Pei family's banner?" And Yu bit her lip, bowing her head, her voice trembling. "Yes, they asked me to." Pei Jin abruptly shut his eyes, and after a brief pause of 2 seconds, he reopened them. His fingertips moved slightly as he pressed the recording pen resting in his palm. A clear voice emanated from the player. "I do not harbor feelings for Pei Jin. Brother, everything I have done is for you.